In the unknown world of the Dian nation, Chen Ping'an had long since clarified his life's dream to earn over 10,000 a month as soon as possible and then find a beautiful wife who liked to wear JK uniforms. In his imagination, he would have his wife change into different cosplay outfits from time to add a spark of excitement to life, and then live a blissful existence of intimacy once or twice a day and at least every few days when nothing else pressed. Ideally, they would have 2 adorable daughters, and then his life would be complete. When he saw Ning at the university freshman welcome event, Chen Ping'an realized in that instant that he had found the future mother of his children. After all, who could possibly refuse a cute, beautiful girl who could perfectly cosplay Rem? Later, the boy joined the anime club and spent a fulfilling year of club activities together with Ning and the others. Over that year, Chen Ping'an formed deep bonds of friendship with the young women in the club. Yet Chen Ping'an felt that perhaps it was time to capsize the little boat of friendship and set the great ship of love sailing. When he finally confessed with firm resolve, the boy received a merciless blow in return. That noon, after the comic convention ended, and Ning was still wearing the Rem-made outfit she had worn the first time they met. Her long, slender legs looked even more graceful framed by white stockings. Her delicate, dainty face, paired with her naturally light blue short hair, made her seem like a two-dimensional character who had stepped straight into reality. In a deserted corner, when she heard Chen Ping'an's confession, and Ning's small, exquisite face was filled with a shy awkwardness. Her large, adorable eyes glanced at the nervous Chen Ping'an, conflict and struggle written all over them. In the end, under the boy's expectant gaze, Ning still spoke with decisive clarity. "Sorry, Ping'an, I've always only seen you as an older brother." Puff. 1 year older than Ning, Chen Ping'an felt as if a sharp blade had been plunged straight into his chest. And that was not the end of it. After a moment's hesitation, Ning looked at Chen Ping'an. Remembering every little moment she had shared with him over the past year, she confessed, "And also, Ping'an, please keep this a secret for me. I think I might actually like President Yuan." And Ning did not finish the sentence. Her cheeks burning, she turned and ran off, leaving behind Chen Ping'an, whose chest felt as though it had been pierced by countless sharp blades. Poor Chen Ping'an was numbed by the blow, for President Yuan was the president of their anime club, dashing, straightforward, righteous, someone who had looked after Chen Ping'an a great deal over the past year. But President Yuan was a beautiful woman. Not only had he received the big brother card, his first crush seemed to have fallen for his own cool, charming female club president. Chen Ping'an was completely numb. Reeling from this massive psychological blow, the boy returned home in a daze. No one was waiting for him in the apartment on the 33rd floor of the residential complex. His parents had died in an accident when he was very young, so he yearned deeply for someone he loved to be at home waiting for his return. After he got home, the dazed Chen Ping'an collapsed face first onto his bed. His mind was completely blank. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, startling Chen Ping'an out of his stupor. "Temporal data retrieval, complete life simulator successfully loaded. Congratulations, you have obtained a chance to change your life. The system is reading the world records. Once reading is complete, it will be able to simulate your life for you." Because he was still somewhat dull from heartbreak, Chen Ping'an did not even react at first to the fact that his golden finger had just arrived. The next moment, as if sensing Chen Ping'an's lack of seriousness, the mechanical voice continued. "World record reading complete. Congratulations, player. Your simulated life will be exceptionally interesting. In 10 days in this world's time, the world you inhabit will undergo an apocalypse. Please hurry to begin simulations and prepare for the impending end of the world." A life simulator. The end of the world. Is there anything that feels more apocalyptic than the girl you confess to actually liking another girl? Muttering a subconscious complaint, Chen Ping'an then realized what he had just heard and fully snapped back to his senses. "Are you a system like the ones in the novels I've read? Is the apocalypse really coming? No way. I still have to turn Ning straight." Ignoring the player's complaints, the system's mechanical voice went on, now loading the life simulation function. The player may simulate life after the apocalypse begins as many times as desired. At the start of each simulation, the system will draw a set of talents from the talent pool for you to choose from. You may select one talent before beginning. After each simulation ends, you may choose whether to keep that talent in your talent slots. Before the apocalypse arrives, you may continue simulating, and whenever you gain a new talent, choose to replace those already saved. Each day at midnight before the apocalypse begins, you may unlock one new talent slot up to a maximum of 10 talents at once. The first talent slot has now been unlocked. A talent simulator, I've played similar games, so I can basically understand it. If that's the case, even if the apocalypse really comes, I might still be able to live quite well. Yes, rebuilding human civilization amidst the end times. That's our very own Dine-style romance. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was still treating the simulator with a playful, entertainment-minded attitude. He did not yet know that the simulator would gradually unveil the true nature of this world for him. Perhaps he so readily threw himself into it because he wanted to forget his heartbreak. System, how do I start the simulation? A pale blue panel suddenly appeared before Chen Ping'an. At the top of the panel was his personal information. Name Chen Ping'an. Race human. Attribute constitution 7 points, a comprehensive reflection of physical fitness. The human physiological limit is 10 points. Talent none, success requires 99% effort plus just a teensy bit of talent. Start simulation. Yes, no. This system interface is a bit bare bones. Is constitution the only attribute? A teensy bit of talent, not wrong. Effort sets the floor, talent sets the ceiling, unless you stop being human entirely. Enough talk, system, start the simulation. As soon as Chen Ping'an finished speaking, all the information on the panel vanished. A moment later it refreshed with brand new options. Please choose a talent: sports, ace, white, lucky one, green, Casanova of the Sea King variety, blue. Talent ranks from low to high are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Sports, ace, white, thanks to years of persistent training you are the brightest star on the sports field. Effect: Constitution 1. Lucky one, green, when you pull game gotcha, even the small pity never goes astray. The short-lived king of outrageous luck who gets 5 golds in a 10 pull. That's you. Effect: Fortune 2. Casanova of the Sea King variety, blue, your outstanding looks and empathetic way of talking make you quite popular. Your excellent constitution gives you the stamina to back it up. To women, everything about you is just right. It's only that in matters of affection you may be a bit too broad-hearted. Seeing the first 2 talents, Chen Ping'an remained composed, but when he read Sea King Casanova his expression almost cracked. System, this Sea King talent, mind explaining what exactly you mean by stamina? And why are other attributes showing up besides constitution? Beep. The final right of interpretation for talents belongs to the system. Please do not question the rationality of talents. At present, only the constitution talent is open to the player. Please explore other attributes on your own. Which talent would the player like to choose to begin the simulation? Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. After a brief consideration, he made his choice. He'll start with lucky one. After all, this is the apocalypse. Being a bit luckier can't be wrong. And with this talent, when I pull from the next banner, I might finally experience the joy of 10 pulls to full constellation. The system ignored the second half of this unlucky player's sentence. Aloham sounded. On the pale blue panel, the words lucky one lit up bit by bit. The other talents faded one after another, while lucky one moved to the very top of the panel. The information on the panel began to refresh. Day 1, knowing that the apocalypse is about to arrive, you use a year-end gathering as a pretext to trick all the girls in the anime club into a countryside guest house a day early. Originally, President Yuan and Ning seemed to have something to do, and were going to decline your invitation. But due to some unexpected mishap, they agreed to come after all. You cannot help but sigh that you are truly lucky. Inside the guest house, the girls are delighted by the exquisite food you've prepared in advance. Only you keep glancing at your phone from time to time, your expression slightly uneasy. Based on information from an unknown source, you are certain that an apocalypse will strike your world tomorrow. Unclear on the exact form it will take, you hope that by staying away from crowds you can use your phone to obtain the latest news and then plan your next move. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an nodded silently. This was essentially what he would indeed do. Rather than telling everyone the apocalypse was coming and being treated like a lunatic, he would rather expend some effort to protect the people he cared about. In Chen Ping'an's mind, an apocalypse generally meant a bioweapon outbreak or a natural cataclysm. In any case, whatever the form, heading somewhere with fewer people could only be right. After enjoying the food, the girls of the anime club gather in the guest house hall to play board games happily. As the only boy, you seem to be everyone's favorite target of teasing. When the clock strikes midnight, you jump in fright, and everyone is surprised by your reaction. You offer no explanation, only frantically refresh your phone. But the signal here suddenly becomes poor. You rush out of the house hoping to get a better signal so you can obtain any possible news of the apocalypse at once. In the end, nothing new appears on your phone. Instead, as you run outside, you stare blankly at the distant sky. A colossal hand large enough to cover the entire city emerges from the void. You gaze at the giant hand, robbed of the power of speech. You die. This simulation has ended. Because your survival time did not reach the minimum threshold during the novice welfare period, rewards will be settled according to the minimum standard. This time your survival time is 1 day. Reward. In reality, still treating it like a game, Chen Ping'an stared blankly at the bright red word dead on the screen. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. This apocalypse did not seem quite right. Seeing the words emerge on a pale blue light screen, Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity well up inside him. System, are you kidding me? Why did I die the moment the apocalypse began? Isn't this apocalypse a bit over the top? And in this simulation, that giant hand capable of engulfing an entire city. Here I am in Yen and Mo, one of the 3 massive metropolises housing tens of millions. A giant hand that can shroud an entire city. If such a creature truly existed, one gentle strike would be enough to make Mo Do vanish from the map. Over 20 million lives would be instantaneously wiped out. If it struck twice, wouldn't the entire world be obliterated? This apocalypse is unbearably hardcore. Understanding the significance behind it, Chen Ping'an was filled with an ineffable dread. After all, according to the system, in 10 days that damned entity would truly appear. As for doubting the system, the recently heartbroken Chen Ping'an did not consider himself someone worth deceiving. With urgency in his heart, he quickly demanded from the system, what on earth is the apocalypse all about? Chen Ping'an had assumed that the so-called apocalypse might refer to a natural disaster or even a zombie crisis. Yet at that moment, the simulator described an unimaginable presence about to appear. Chen Ping'an could not fathom how he was to prepare in these 10 days to survive. Stockpiling supplies. Imagine an apocalypse where one palm can level a city. Awakening latent abilities. Chen Ping'an insisted he had never even heard of such things. Beep. The system merely assists in simulating life. The apocalypse is an event that will soon befall the player's world. The system does not intervene. As for the details of the apocalypse, the player must discover them on their own. The system immediately distanced itself from any association with that giant hand. Chen Ping'an also recalled that the system's initial prompt had included the phrase, "Space-time information retrieval complete." So does my system directly observe the imminent future of this world and simulate it accordingly? Player, do you wish to continue the simulation? The mechanical voice resonating in his mind interrupted Chen Ping'an's reverie, sparking a new line of thought. Yes, I can simulate. As long as I simulate enough, I can accumulate more information. Right now, I know too little about the apocalypse. I need to know more. Moreover, since the simulator now includes an attribute module, it surely can make me stronger. With that thought, Chen Ping'an disregarded the mechanical voice in his mind and refocused his gaze on the pale blue panel of the simulator floating in midair. The panel still displayed the message, "Survival time for this simulation 1 day. Bonus Constitution 0.01. Does the player choose to retain the talent from this simulation?" Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an agreed. System, retain the talent Lucky 1. The panel instantly refreshed, reverting to his original personal information. At that moment, his attribute panel showed Constitution raised to 7.01 points, and the formerly empty talent slot now displayed Lucky 1. In the instant his attributes increased, Chen Ping'an felt his strength had grown ever so slightly, though on closer examination, it seemed almost illusory. Perhaps the increment was too small. I can simulate repeatedly. If each simulation grants a minimum yield of 0.01, then with enough iterations, I shall undoubtedly become stronger. Instantly, Chen Ping'an resolved to pile up his attributes through simulation. With sufficient strength, even a single strike could shatter stars. Acting without hesitation, he took out his phone to record the time taken for one simulation. After setting his phone's timer, Chen Ping'an looked towards the panel and called out, "System, continue the simulation." The pale blue display refreshed once more, transitioning to the talent selection interface. The system detected that the player already possessed a talent Lucky 1 green. This simulation could carry that talent forward, and upon completion the player could choose whether to replace the fixed old talent with a new one. Upon reading this message, Chen Ping'an's eyes suddenly lit up. It meant he could enter the simulation carrying both his old talent and a newly selected one. With more talents at his disposal, he would be able to access a greater wealth of simulation data. Moreover, the system had stated that up to 10 talent slots were available, except for red talents, which once bound become immutable. All other talent levels can be replaced. In that case, I must assemble the strongest 10 talents imaginable. Please choose a talent: Shueba white, Yinji Shokwai green, Haiwang blue. Talent levels range from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, with red talents once bound being irreplaceable. Shueba white, a keen intellect that makes memory and comprehension easier than for most. With a bit of effort, the notion of being first seems tailor-made for you. Though compared to a true prodigy, you still have far to go. Affect Intelligence 1. Yinji Shokwai green, extraordinary dynamic vision and superior neural reflexes grant you an unparalleled advantage in most competitive endeavors. Affect Slight enhancement of dynamic vision and reflex speed. Haiwang blue, exceptional looks and an empathetic conversational style make you quite popular, and an excellent constitution provides the stamina to endure. To women, you appear perfect in every way. Yet in matters of the heart, you might be somewhat promiscuous. Affect Appearance 1, Emotional Perception 1, Constitution 1. Looking at the talent options, Chen Ping'an could only feel utterly exasperated. System, why does Haiwang keep reappearing? And among the 3 options, it's the highest level. The simulator completely ignored Chen Ping'an's complaints. Resigned, he continued, then I'll choose Yinji Shokwai. At the very least, enhanced vision and reaction speed mean I can see more. As for Haiwang, I'd rather say I'm nothing. In the midst of the apocalypse, where would I become Haiwang? Flirting with that giant hand. I simply can't do it. System. Begin the simulation. As the system panel changed, Chen Ping'an pressed the timer button on his phone. On the pale blue panel, all other talents vanished one by one, leaving only Lucky One and Yinji Shoukuai at the top. This time with 2 talents on board, things should be different, he thought. Soon the panel began displaying brand new information. Day 1, aware that the apocalypse was imminent, you lured the members of the animation club to a countryside guest house one day early under the guise of an Indo-fire party. Originally, club president Yuan and Anning seemed to have other matters at hand, but due to unforeseen circumstances they agreed to join, leaving you to marvel at your luck. Inside the guest house, everyone rejoiced over the exquisite food you had prepared in advance, while you kept glancing at your phone with an expression of unease. Chen Ping'an's face suddenly changed. What's happening? I knew a giant hand would descend. Why have I done exactly the same things? In this simulation, must I not be aware of these details? Before Chen Ping'an could speak further, new information continued to appear on the simulator's panel. Uncertain of the true nature of the apocalypse, you could only hope that, far from the crowd, you might use your phone to obtain the latest updates and plan your next move. At this point, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brows as something was amiss. This simulation was entirely repeating itself. The members of the animation club gathered in the guest house lobby, gaming throughout the night. When the clock struck midnight, you were startled, yet your extraordinary reflexes allowed you to regain composure before anyone noticed the anomaly. Then you frantically refreshed your phone and dashed out of the room, desperate to witness the true nature of the apocalypse. Yet no new messages appeared on your phone. Stepping outside, you stared blankly at the distant sky. A giant hand vast enough to engulf an entire city emerged from the void. In that moment, as a mere mortal, you lost all ability to speak. You were dead. The simulation ended. Survival time did not meet the minimum threshold. As a beginner's benefit, it was settled at the minimum standard, a survival time of 1 day with a bonus of Constitution 0. 01. 01. Does the player choose to replace the previous talent with the one from this simulation? Without responding to the system's query, dark clouds gathered on Chen Ping'an's face as he murmured in a hoarse tone, "We're in deep trouble." This time, the information from the simulation differed slightly due to an additional talent. However, Chen Ping'an showed no signs of joy. This is troublesome. The unease in his heart prompted Chen Ping'an to voice his doubts to the system as soon as the simulation was complete. System, why does the version of me in the simulator seem unaware of the giant hand during the action? Indeed, this was the source of Chen Ping'an's troubles. In reality, he knew that once he stepped outside, he would see the giant hand and would die in an instant. If the version of himself in the simulator also knew this, he would surely choose a different path, at least not foolishly run outside to meet his demise. Yet the version of himself in the simulator acted almost identically to the first time, which could only mean one thing. System, does the simulated version of me not possess the information I currently know? You are correct. All the Doomsday information you gain through the simulator will not affect the outcome of the simulation, the system replied, causing Chen Ping'an to furrow his brow. So the simulator only simulates what I would do after acquiring certain talents, knowing about the apocalypse. No, I must find a way to make the simulated version of myself change, otherwise the simulation will be stuck. With that thought, Chen Ping'an approached the desk in the room, took out a piece of paper, and wrote, "I am Chen Ping'an. 10 days later, I will stay in the guest house. Do not rush outside directly, observe other information carefully. Since this is a simulation, it must rely on the existing entities. Therefore, I will leave a note that does not involve the Doomsday content to see if it affects the outcome of the simulation." After finishing the note, Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and added, "After the 0 hour of the apocalypse, if I rush out of the guest house, I will see a giant hand and then die instantly. By adding this direct information obtained from the simulation, I can compare what changes may occur within it. It can also serve as a test to see what the system's claim of unable to retain information obtained from the simulation really means." Chen Ping'an glanced at his phone, which had been timing the process, and estimated that it took about 10 seconds from selecting the talent to the end of the simulation. After mentally noting this time, Chen Ping'an looked again at the simulator's panel. System, do not replace the talent, still retain the lucky one. It seems that in this simulation, the presence of a Ning and the club president has likely been influenced by the lucky one regardless of the circumstances. Having a bit of luck is never a bad thing, after all the other talents seem less effective compared to the lucky one. System, continue the simulation. The light blue panel refreshed, rapidly re-entering the talent selection interface. Please select a talent: extraordinary strength, white, keen senses, green, sea king. Blue talent levels range from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once the red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Extraordinary strength white makes you stand out and boosts your confidence. Effect increases 5 centimeters in the selected body part effective immediately. Keen senses green. You have a heightened sensitivity compared to the average person since childhood. Even if Uncle Wong next door leaves his house and goes to Aunt Zhang's, you can hear it clearly. Effect slight enhancement of hearing. Seeking blue. Your outstanding looks and empathetic way of chatting make you quite popular. Your excellent physique gives you enduring stamina, making everything seem perfect for women. However, you may be a bit overly affectionate. Effect appearance 1, emotional perception 1, physique 1. Seeing the talent options this time, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim, "System, why does the Sea King appear again? And it's the highest level. Are you manipulating the selection behind the scenes? Players, please trust the system's integrity. The talents are absolutely drawn randomly from the simulator's talent pool." Chen Ping'an responded to the system's explanation with a cold smile. "All right, then tell me, what is this extraordinary strength about? Isn't it exactly what I don't want? This is completely useless to me. If I grow another 5 centimeters, it could be dangerous." The system completely misunderstands the player's meaning. The talent merely exists objectively, and how to use it is entirely up to you. Please do not slander the system. Faced with the system's counterattack, Chen Ping'an genuinely didn't know how to respond. That talent indeed seemed to allow for targeted enhancements. Could it be that he misunderstood it? After all, if he could grow 5 centimeters taller, this talent might actually be decent. However, upon seeing the only green talent, Chen Ping'an quickly realized why he had misunderstood. "Then tell me, what is this green talent about? Keen senses is keen senses. Why do you have to add that story about Uncle Wong? Are you sure you're not trying to mislead me? Who would have thought that you system with your thick eyebrows and big eyes would lead me astray?" In response to Chen Ping'an's angry retort, the system fell silent for a moment before replying. "Player, don't overthink. How could the system have any malicious intent? May I ask which talent you wish to choose?" Tisk, changing the subject, "So bluntly, fine, I choose Sea King. I feel like if I don't pick it, you might draw it for me anyway." However, after Chen Ping'an finished speaking, the panel did not change, and the system's voice echoed softly. "Player, you must remember what you said." In Chen Ping'an's mind, the system began to replay a man's voice, which was indeed what Chen Ping'an had said out of anger earlier. "I choose Sea King, I am a dog." Clearly, the system had remembered Chen Ping'an's earlier complaints. But in the next moment, the system had miscalculated. Chen Ping'an calmly said, "Sorry, system, but I am a boy who has been single since birth. Moreover, I even failed my confession today." "Ha ha ha. Huh. What? Some people you know can laugh and cry at the same time. Poor single dogs everywhere. If possible, who wouldn't want a beautiful wife who wears a JK uniform? Unfortunately, the beautiful girls seem to have fallen for other beautiful girls, leaving a boy who has been toyed with by the system." Seeing the miserable state of their host after a breakup, the system decided not to tease him any further and considered it as the host fulfilling his promise. The light blue panel displayed that all other talents had disappeared, leaving only the names of the Lucky One and Sea King at the top. The simulation information quietly refreshed day 1. Knowing that the apocalypse is imminent, you used the Indo-Fire party as an excuse to trick your anime club classmates into a guest house in the suburbs a day in advance. The 6 girls from the anime club, besides you, were all quite satisfied with your arrangements. During dinner, for some reason, their gazes subconsciously turned towards you multiple times, and it seemed that there was something flickering within those gazes. At this moment, however, you were not in the mood to pay attention to those looks. Although you occasionally exchanged a few words with them, your main focus remained on your phone. "Besides me, there are only 6 girls in the entire club. It seems the situation is starting to change. Did the club president, Anna Ning, come directly this time? In that case, the Lucky One talent can be considered for replacement. However, why are these women looking at me while eating? I can't eat." As the clock strikes midnight, you get out of bed. The blanket beside you slips off, and next to you lies a woman who has already fallen asleep from exhaustion. "System, it's not that I have many question marks, but you have a problem. Is the Sea King really that powerful? Did Ning suddenly realize after I became the Sea King that she only viewed the president as an older sister, and I am the true love? System, I need the process." "The process? Didn't you learn math? There are points deducted for not showing the process." The system ignored the noisy single dog and continued to update the information. You, due to some warnings, did not leave the house, but frantically refreshed your phone hoping to see some news related to the apocalypse, but unfortunately you found nothing. At the same time, you secretly wondered what dangers lay outside. Suddenly, a familiar scream came from outside. You realized something was wrong. As the only male inside the room, you dashed out without hesitation, only wearing a pair of underwear. After reviewing the 3rd system simulation, Chen Ping'an felt as though an icy bucket of water had been poured over his head. "So in the end, I was beheaded outright. My head flew clean off. Is it really that intense? And what on earth happened to Ning'an?" According to the system, her initial posture was gazing into the distance. Did she actually see that colossal palm? Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave. He seemed to grasp the consequence of directly beholding the giant palm. Judging by the system's description, Ningguang's neck twisted at such an unnatural angle. She could not possibly still be alive. Can merely glimpsing that palm reduce a human being to such a state? Then what has become of the city itself? Damn it. What kind of apocalyptic cataclysm awaits our world in the future? Is that palm akin to a Lovecraftian entity, unbearable to behold? Or is it some incomprehensible mimetic contagion? More information only deepened Chen Ping'an's confusion. Even fragmented, elusive descriptions left him profoundly unsettled. After several slow, deliberate breaths, Chen Ping'an resumed his contemplation. First, the Ocean King talent and the note head left behind had indeed altered the course of the simulation. Yet within the simulation his counterpart knew only to remain indoors, still utterly ignorant of the colossal palm. That crucial information had failed to transmit, but at least new variations had emerged confirming he could intervene in the simulation's narrative flow. Yet these changes unveiled only deeper despair. Despite 3 full simulations, he remained no closer to understanding the nature of this apocalypse. Chen Ping'an hadn't even survived the first day. Was this Doomsday truly so merciless toward ordinary mortals? What sin had this world committed to suffer an extinction beyond comprehension? Perhaps his greatest discovery in the 3rd simulation was submitting his first textual offering, a bloodless, ink-stained debut. Damn it. That very thought made Chen Ping'an bristle with indignation. There were 6 girls inside the room, but Ningguang stood outside. So with whom exactly had he engaged? And more absurdly, this was the apocalypse. Why in heaven's name did my simulated self retain such refined leisure? After a moment of exasperated frustration, Chen Ping'an turned back to the system interface. System, does the lucky one talent influence the probability of drawing talents here? A green tier talent cannot affect the system's talent selection. In that case, system, I elect to replace the lucky one talent in my primary talent slot with the Ocean King talent from the previous simulation. After all, no luck-related phenomena appeared in the prior simulation. Clearly, the green tier fortune bonus no longer yielded tangible advantages. Thus, Chen Ping'an prioritized the superior Ocean King talent. Ahem, at least if no strategic gains emerged, perhaps certain ancillary benefits might accrue. On the system interface, Chen Ping'an's physique value shifted to 803, while his primary talent slot now displayed Ocean King Blue. The moment the talent transmutation completed, a gentle wave of warmth surged through his body, soft, soothing, and radiant. After roughly 15 seconds, the sensation ebbed away entirely. At that instant, Chen Ping'an felt his entire frame grow astonishingly light, as if gravity itself had loosened its grip. He paused briefly to sense the change, then crouched low, placed a single hand flat upon the floor, and, without strain, effortlessly lifted his body into a perfect one-handed handstand. As he inverted, his shirt slid gently upward. In the full-length mirror across the room, a strikingly handsome man, chiseled abdominal muscles sharply defined, gazed back. Chen Ping'an had always been considered a campus heartthrob, a modestly charming young man, which explained why the anime club's president, herself a woman, had readily accepted him into her all-female circle. Yet in his former life, he'd never stirred second glances from passing women on the street. Now, however, the reflection before him possessed the same features, yet their clarity seemed upgraded from grainy 360p to crystalline 1080p. His entire aura had transformed. This Chen Ping'an, walking down any avenue, would now attract bold reverse-initiated approaches from admirers. Some perhaps might even test the limits of his composure with unrestrained fervor. Chen Ping'an offered a faint smile to the mirror and watched the man within return a warm, radiant grin. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Eek! No wonder those girls kept staring in the simulation. This face is dangerously captivating. Even I can barely resist it. Come to think of it, how potent are the simulator's attribute enhancements? Though his physique and appearance each rose by only a single point, he felt utterly remade, like a different person altogether. After a brief, quiet appraisal of his transformation, Chen Ping'an returned to his desk and revised the note he'd written earlier. In the prior simulation, my simulated self heeded the warning and abandoned early reconnaissance, but remained wholly unaware of the colossal palm looming in the distant sky. Thus my warning was effective, yet the system deliberately obscured all concrete details about the apocalypse. This time the warning will read as follows. I am Chen Ping'an. For the next 10 days, stockpile water and food, remain indoors, avoid looking out windows, refrain from contacting others, and gather intelligence to survive. Yes, he would now test solitary survival. From the last simulation, it appeared that beholding the palm triggered grotesque metamorphosis. His own death likely stemmed from Ningguang's corruption. And right now information was his most vital resource, so survival above all else must be secured. System initiate simulation. The pale blue interface refreshed once more, presenting the talent selection screen. Select a talent: body scent white, esports prodigy blue, innate titan strength purple. Talent tiers ascend as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Red tier talents, once bound, are irreplaceable. Body scent white. Your body naturally emits a pleasant fragrance, subtly enhancing attraction from the opposite sex. Historical figures like the fragrant consort owed their renown to this very gift. Effect: minor hormonal optimization. Esports prodigy blue. You are born a champion. In competitive gaming, the moment your fingers touch the keyboard, be your opponent 1 or 5 armed with rifles or blades, you shall dominate every match without exception. Effect: esports aptitude 3. Innate titan strength purple. At age 3 you casually bent a 100-fold forged longsword barehanded, knowing then you were destined for greatness. Later a corrupt magistrate named Bao slandered you as a martial artist, though in truth you possessed only raw God-given might. Had you foreseen the calamity that would follow, or known your father would share your execution, you'd never have drunk that cup of sweetened tea in your cousin's chamber that fateful day. Though Lady Qi sure was exceptionally alluring. Effect: charisma 1. Physique 4. Within natural human limits. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up, the first appearance of a purple tier talent. And this talent granted a direct 4 physique boost. Just 1 point had reshaped him so dramatically. Choosing this would surely launch him into the stratosphere. As for body scent and esports prodigy, Chen Ping'an could only sigh, am I truly expected to flirt or compete in esports during the apocalypse? Yet innate titan strength, and that backstory, surely pointed to the famed Constable Chong who wielded no arts yet moved mountains with his bare hands. A sharp intake of breath. My deepest apologies. System, I select innate titan strength. Begin simulation. The system interface shimmered and updated. Day 1 heeding the warning, you stockpiled provisions sufficient for 3 months and secluded yourself at home. Sound strategy. Prioritize survival above all, then address other concerns later. During early supply runs, your robust, handsome figure caught the attention of Mrs. Buy from next door. She appeared visibly agitated, collapsing onto the floor outright. Though not elderly, her flushed complexion alarmed you. Fearing complications, you withdrew immediately without offering aid. Mrs. Buy from next door? She's nearly 30, lives alone, rarely interacts. But I recall she's stunningly well preserved and works as a lawyer, doesn't she? I swear I've seen her somewhere before. But this subsequent narration. System, something feels distinctly off about you. From that day onward, Mrs. Bai began visiting frequently, ostensibly for trivial reasons. Though winter reigned, she repeatedly declared herself overheated, and often feigned weakness, pressing her voluptuous form against you. Yet gazing upon Mrs. Bai's exquisite features, your Tao heart remained unshaken, for the apocalypse loomed and vigilance could not falter. Relieved, convinced the prior simulation had been a misunderstanding, Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply. Indeed, it was a misinterpretation. Stay strong, my unwavering, resolute self. Faced with the apocalypse's grim reality, you firmly escorted Mrs. Bai home after each encounter, despite her tearful entreaties. Of course, when she knocked again, you opened the door. After all, you're a consistently virtuous youth. And a virtuous youth naturally cannot refuse a remarkably alluring mature woman. Chen Ping'an's smile froze mid-expression. After escorting the trembling Mrs. Bai home, once more midnight struck, the apocalypse descended. Alone in your room, the world fell eerily silent. An indescribable dread coiled coldly in your chest. In the next instant, a suffocating, malevolent pressure bore down from all sides. You felt your very life ebbing away, as if the universe itself hungered for your annihilation. You lost consciousness. How long past you cannot tell. Yet through sheer physical resilience you endured the inhuman oppression while unconscious. When awareness returned, silence reigned absolute. Only your own breath echoed in the void. Following your earlier warning, you refrained from parting the curtains, but retrieved your phone to seek news. Its glow illuminated your face. In the standing mirror, your once vibrant masculine visage now appeared cadaverously pale. The phone's display read 400M. Signal bars remained full. Yet no reports of apocalypse surfaced. All appeared unchanged, normal, mundane, serene. Even your favorite QQ group and Tieba forum buzzed with lighthearted banter. Had you not just endured that horror, you might have dismissed it all as a vivid nightmare. The cheerful chatter momentarily eased the oppressive weight. You sent a casual ping emoji, preparing to probe discreetly, when the entire QQ group abruptly fell dead silent. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Identical messages flooded the screen in manic succession. You recoiled in terror, flinging the phone aside. Its light flickered twice, then died. Outside, utter darkness reigned. Your room grew increasingly frigid. Within that solitary space, where only you should dwell, a familiar woman's voice whispered softly beside your ear. I see you. A crimson haze veiled your vision. Something invasive alien burrowed deep into your mind. You died. Simulation terminated. Survival duration failed minimum threshold. Within beginner protection period, rewards calculated at baseline. Survival duration 1 day. Reward physique 0.01. Retain this simulation's talent. A bead of cold sweat traced a path down Chen Ping'an's temple. Shit, I think I know exactly what kind of apocalypse this is. Just by reading the text description, Chen Ping'an felt an inexplicable eerie aura emanating. In this simulation, he indeed stayed alone at home as originally planned, but in the end, he did not survive even a single day. Moreover, according to the initial apocalyptic description, as soon as the clock struck 1 in the morning, an inexplicable pressure began to manifest. The suffocating sensation that came from all directions caused his simulated self to faint immediately. From the simulation's description, if it weren't for his innate divine strength that pushed his body to its limits, he might have died instantly in his unconscious state. However, even after enduring the first wave, Chen Ping'an only lived for 4 more hours, and soon after awakening, he encountered even stranger occurrences. Ultimately, those bizarre phenomena made Chen Ping'an realize that according to the simulator, the impending apocalypse in his world might be the very scenario he dreaded the most. There's no escape. Based on these descriptions, in 10 days, the apocalypse that will befall this world is likely to be of an eerie nature. Whether it's the strange turn of a Ning in the 3rd simulation or the eerie female voice in the 4th simulation, they clearly indicate the bizarre essence of this apocalypse. The so-called eerie apocalypse refers to an invasion or revival of the bizarre, where the powers of the human world are fundamentally incapable of contending with such unreasonable entities. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an felt a slight sense of despair. So far, the talents manifested in the simulator were all within the realm of humanity, with no elements related to supernatural powers. Moreover, his highest talent had already reached the purple level. Could the system's simulation truly bring hope to himself and this world? Just as Chen Ping'an was feeling hopeless about the future, his phone suddenly rang. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Your grandson is calling you." Chen Ping'an glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and decided to answer. "Hello, President." A rather hoarse voice came from Chen Ping'an's mouth. He didn't expect that due to the pressure his voice would suddenly become like this. "Goodness, Xiao Ping'an, your voice sounds like you're about to die. And Ning told me that she was just a bit scared by you. She doesn't dislike you at all. All right, stop pretending to be dead. Come out, your president will treat you to a meal." Realizing that his voice had become hoarse, Chen Ping'an felt a stir in his heart. Although the simulation was merely text, this unclear principle of simulation might still have a certain influence on his current self. "No, President, you misunderstood. I didn't. Hey, Xiao Ping'an, don't be so polite with me. 6 o'clock tonight, the usual place, don't be late." Before Ping'an could finish explaining, President Yuan hung up the phone directly. Chen Ping'an looked at his phone helplessly. His president was always like this. Caring for his members, but overly enthusiastic. He didn't like to let others finish speaking. Nevertheless, President Yuan's concerns still brought a hint of warmth to Chen Ping'an. The apocalypse was not just his own affair, it concerned everyone around him. When the apocalypse arrives, everything in the present will turn to ashes. Slap. Chen Ping'an forcefully slapped his face with both hands. The slight pain restored clarity to his gaze. "Chen Ping'an, you cannot give up. Keep going." It was only 3 in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time until President Yuan's dinner. Chen Ping'an decided to continue the simulation to see if there were any breakthroughs. System replaced Sea King with innate divine strength. The word Sea King gradually faded from the talent list on the panel. When innate divine strength was fully locked in the talent list, a stream of hot energy, nearly 10 times stronger than before, suddenly flowed through Chen Ping'an's body. This surge of heat lasted nearly 10 minutes before dissipating. As the heat faded, Chen Ping'an stood up and threw a few punches into the air. Without any combat technique, he still produced a strong wind sound in the air. Chen Ping'an had no doubt that with a single punch now he could easily acquire a pair of silver bracelets. The panel currently displayed his physical attribute as 10.704 base attribute, 4 talent bonus. Because the talent of innate divine strength was not enough to break through human limits, he still only had 10 points. Feeling the astonishing power emanating from within his body, Chen Ping'an felt a bit more confident, but still maintained a serious demeanor. He clearly remembered that his simulated self also possessed the same strength last time, yet when faced with the bizarre, he died in an instant. "System, what must I do to break through the limits of the human body? Please continue simulating and explore on your own." Looking at the system's monotonous reply, Chen Ping'an sighed lightly and began to prepare for the simulation. Before the simulation, Chen Ping'an left a warning note on the table. In addition to the previous content, he added a new line. "If I faint one day upon waking, absolutely do not use my phone to send any messages." After leaving the note, Chen Ping'an looked at the simulation panel once more. System. Start simulation. After a moment, the available talents refreshed. Perhaps it was the luck brought by President Yuan. This time, a completely different color option appeared. Please choose a talent: Kidney Enhancement, White, Master of Acting, Blue, Martial Arts, Grandmaster, Gold. Talent levels range from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Kidney Enhancement, White. Do you often feel like your body is being drained? Is she often indifferent to you? Men always have some unexpressed pain. I choose it and become a real man. If she's good, then you're good. Effect: Kidney Function Enhancement. Chen Ping'an looked at this talent, his eyelid twitching slightly. It was clearly a very serious internal enhancement. Why is the introduction so unserious? Now, with innate divine strength, my kidneys are strong. I completely do not need this. But he felt that complaining would mean losing, so Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and continued to look at the next talent. Master of Acting, Blue. Good. You're awesome. You're noble. You're a good person. Everyone likes you. They admire you. I'm shameless. I'm a bad person. I'm so incomplete. You brought me here. Did you ever think about bringing me back? Do you know how much I've suffered since coming here? I just want to step by step reach the top. Ooh, I want to be Zhao Gao. Effect: Acting Talent 3. System. Do you think I haven't seen the Hu Shui version of Myth? To be honest, Zhao Gao's acting is indeed impressive, but I can't just compete in acting with those ghostly things. They don't want to talk, they just want to pull my head off. Chen Ping'an shook his head and continued to look at the last talent. It was a golden word, completely different from all the previous talents. Martial Arts, Grandmaster, Gold. Decades of diligent practice, countless fierce battles between life and death have elevated your understanding of martial arts to an insight into the essence of vital energy. After 9 breakthroughs of limits, you have already touched the true extreme of the human body. But the path ahead is blocked. In the end, you are merely a master among men. Effect: Martial Arts, Grandmaster level talent, Vital Energy unlocked, breaking the first limit of the body. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. Truly, the golden talent had effects that were fundamentally different from the previous levels. Moreover, this talent was the first to mention breaking through human limits. He couldn't help but wonder what the scenery would be like beyond those limits. System. I choose Martial Arts, Grandmaster. Start the simulation. On the first day, you sit alone in the room, your expression neutral, resembling a forest tiger waiting to pounce. You recall the events of the previous night. Aunt Bai from next door knocks on your door again, and you look at her shyly, wearing a professional outfit that exudes allure, yet your heart remains unmoved. Chen Ping'an casually searches on his phone and realizes that indeed it is quite tempting. So her name is Bai Jia. His Aunt Bai, do you have a liking for me? Are you tempted by my body? But indeed, a martial arts master is formidable. He remains unperturbed in the face of a voluptuous older sister. In the next moment, the system panel continues to refresh. After finishing, Aunt Bai limps back to her room with a look of satisfaction, while you sit alone in the living room, your face devoid of emotion. Chen Ping'an's expression slightly dulls. As a virgin, he does not understand. After clearing his throat, he states, cough, it must be that Aunt Bai needs to help with martial arts training. How could we ordinary people speculate on the affairs of a martial arts master? Moreover, with innate divine power coupled with a martial arts master Aunt Bai, you must exercise restraint. As the clock strikes midnight, the first day officially begins, and your face grows serious. You know today is the Doomsday, but what will actually happen remains a mystery to you. As for the information on those notes, you pay it no mind. As a martial arts master, you have your own judgment. Chen Ping'an furrows his brow. The powerful talent makes the simulated self stronger, but it seems he has developed his own thoughts. At midnight, a sudden wave of malevolent intent fills the air, and you feel as if you have plunged into an icy abyss, your body becoming stiff like that of a corpse. You remain expressionless, quietly circulating your internal chi to dispel the surrounding malice. In your martial arts perception, it seems that only outside the doors and windows is there no malicious intent, while deep within your heart, a will seems to urge you to quickly head outside. But when you attempt to push the door open to investigate, your martial arts perception warns you again, preventing you from stepping outside. Awesome, am I finally regaining my ability to move now that the apocalypse has begun? According to the time, the giant palm should be hovering over the city. But as a martial arts master, even without knowing about the giant palm outside, can I detect danger just through the so-called martial arts perception. You stand quietly in the room, your internal chi circulating rapidly, constantly fighting back against the encroaching malice, while the outside world grows increasingly silent. After about an hour relying on your heartbeat to keep time, you suddenly hear a strange laugh. You fainted. After an unknown amount of time, you awaken again and check your phone. It is already 4 in the morning. The invisible malice in the air has dissipated, yet another cold sensation wraps around you. Following a warning you once saw, you put down your phone, ignoring the 99 unread messages in the chat group, and do not send any information. You can feel that the surrounding world seems a bit different. You circulate your chi, dispelling the cold sensation. Your formidable strength gives you the confidence to proceed. You prepare to venture outside to see what has transpired. For hours. This is roughly consistent with the time of your last awakening. It seems that within 4 hours of the giant palm's descent, something I am unaware of must have happened, such as the initial feeling that drew me outside or the strange laughter that emerged during the first hour. And finally, am I about to step outside? Indeed, the skilled dare the bold. Oh, I just wonder if the giant palm in the sky is still there. However, a martial arts master should be able to sense danger and should not look up at the sky, right? I hope to gather more information. You push open the door. The hallway at 4 in the morning is eerily silent. No, it is not just silent, but utterly dead. Staring at the darkened hallway devoid of any light, you pause for a moment before preparing to head downstairs directly. As you pass by Jie's door, your martial arts perception suddenly goes into overdrive, and you circulate your chi, cautiously gazing at the door beside you. You sense that something terrifying is awakening within. The door to Jie opens silently, and a light laugh from within reaches your ears. The familiar laughter from the past now carries less of a plea and more of a monstrous eeriness. The cold sensation that appeared out of nowhere wraps around you once again. The martial arts perception sends a premonition of death. Boom. As your chi circulates, the masculine life force dispels the sudden coldness surrounding you, but as someone who has experienced countless battles, you decide to abandon the thought of resistance at once. You know that what lies before you is beyond your strength to confront. You crash through the glass of the corridor and leap outside. Chen Ping'an nervously watches the continuously refreshing information. Sure enough, Aunt Bai isn't going to let me off easy, but this time it's impressive. She didn't directly attempt to kill me, and I managed to escape through the window. Wait, jumping out the window. I'm on the 33rd floor. Amidst the falling shards of glass, you crash to the ground, easily dissipating the immense impact from falling dozens of stories. At this moment, you are astonished to find that your actions have created no sound. You try to speak, but realize your voice cannot escape. The world before you seems to have muted all sounds. Is a martial arts master this formidable, jumping from over 30 floors without a problem? This body is incredibly strong, and the world has fallen silent. Then how did I hear that laugh? A stronger martial arts master talent allows Chen Ping'an to see many pieces of information he had not encountered before. Gradually, a sense of expectation grows within Chen Ping'an. Perhaps I can survive the first day this time. Feeling uneasy, you survey the street before you, but the entire area seems profoundly silent, devoid of any sound. A few cars are crashed at the roadside. You approach to investigate and discover that the drivers inside are all dead. Strangely, every deceased person wears a smile on their faces. The smiles are quite eerie, as if their mouths were forcibly stretched wide, and their wide-open eyes lack pupils, leaving only eerie hollowness. You briefly check and confirm that these deceased individuals exhibit no other abnormalities. You continue walking toward the outskirts of the city, searching for any possible survivors. This desolate world fills you with an overwhelming discomfort, and you desperately hope to find another living person like yourself. Since escaping the building, you haven't looked up even once. It seems you have sensed something. No one survived on your journey to the outskirts of the city. Every person you encounter has met a ghastly end, their faces still bearing those strange smiles. Along the way, you encounter multiple instances of similar, even more dangerous reactions than Jie. But thanks to your martial arts perception and inhuman agility, you manage to escape each time. However, as time passes, the chi within you diminishes, while the bizarre monsters you face seem to grow increasingly strong and perceptive. The will of the martial arts master keeps you going through countless dire situations, yet your heart sinks little by little. If this world is like this, then what meaning is there in me surviving? Chen Ping'an's heart stirs. As the simulated information refreshes before his eyes, an overwhelming sense of confusion and sorrow arises. Unbeknownst to him, this simulation information seems to be inversely affecting his emotions. From the outcome, it is regrettable that even with the talent of a martial arts master, Chen Ping'an did not survive a single day. However, upon facing this result, Chen Ping'an shows no sign of disappointment. Instead, for the first time, a smile of joy appears on his face. Chen Ping'an naturally felt elated, though this simulation too had failed to survive the first day. Yet within it, he had not only evaded the lethal ambush of their initial encounter, but also secured a critically vital piece of intelligence. That truth was this: the world's order still endured. The apocalypse had not in an instant obliterated all structure and coherence across the globe. Perhaps only he, and the metropolis of Modu, had suffered ill fortune, colliding headlong with the cataclysm's earliest fury. Beyond Modu, then, other havens might yet exist. Hope is indispensable to the human spirit. Recall that in the simulation, Chen Ping'an, already a grandmaster of martial Dao, could evade monstrous pursuers with ease. Yet amid that world of pervasive desolation and hollow silence, his profound solitude had resonated so deeply that even the real-world Chen Ping'an felt its subtle, unsettling imprint. Later, as that martial grandmaster confronted the creatures, he ceased fleeing blindly. Even sustaining grievous wounds in battle may well have been an unconscious catharsis, an outpouring of pent-up anguish. And when he finally encountered another living soul beyond Modu's ruins, his joy was utterly genuine. Chen Ping'an did not rush to select a new talent. Instead, he swiftly probed the implications concealed within this revelation. If survivors persist beyond Modu, then this so-called apocalypse did not annihilate the entire world at once. It likely struck Modu, or perhaps only a handful of locations, first. Thus, if I depart Modu, I may at least evade the calamity's opening hour. Most crucially, only by surviving long enough can I gather meaningful intelligence. At that thought, Chen Ping'an strode directly to his desk, tore down every prior warning notice, and inscribed a fresh resolute one: I am Chen Ping'an. Within 10 days I will leave Modu for elsewhere. Now let me see just how formidable this golden talent, heralding such a pivotal turning point, truly is. In the simulation, he had withdrawn unscathed from monstrous adversaries, even traversed the city's warped, disaster-ravaged streets alone. He could even engage those eldritch horrors in combat until his entrails spilled forth unharmed, a power transcending mortal limits. Each pivotal talent replacement granted Chen Ping'an a quantum leap in strength. Now he burned with anticipation for that new power. System: replace innate strength with martial grandmaster. As the talent panel updated, replacing the first-tier ability, the surge arrived before Chen Ping'an could even register the hollow weakness of losing innate strength. A torrent of warmth dozens of times more intense than before engulfed him entirely. No, it was not merely his body. Heat flooded even his mind, surging through his cerebral depths. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Chen Ping'an instinctively closed his eyes. Within that radiant warmth, he sensed himself reverting to primordial purity, as though returning to life's most fundamental unformed state. Meanwhile, in reality, faint crimson silhouettes began to coil slowly around him. This was true rebirth, complete, irreversible transformation. An hour later, the talent's integration reached completion. He exhaled softly, and the quietly standing Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes. For an instant, the twilight-lit room seemed to brighten. This was one hallmark of supreme martial cultivation, Shu Shengbai, light spontaneously manifesting within an empty chamber. Chen Ping'an gazed into the floor-length mirror where a strikingly handsome youth stood serene and composed. "HM, what's this? Why do I appear even more refined? Ah, I see. No wonder Aunt Bai lost her composure. And I misjudged you." He wasn't indulging vanity. The youth reflected in the glass now possessed flawless 1080p clarity, enhanced as if by a real-world beauty filter. His skin bore not a single blemish. His features were sculpted with extraordinary definition, and an ineffable magnetic aura radiated from his very being. Compelling, unforgettable. The martial grandmaster talent description makes no mention of charm enhancement. Moreover, I've just forfeited innate strength's 1 charm bonus, so why do I appear more captivating? System: what accounts for this? Player: your understanding of charm is flawed. All uniquely exceptional beings possess charisma. Innate strength embodies virile magnificence. But tell me, can a martial grandmaster who has attained the pinnacle of earthly mastery possibly lack allure? Understand this: a grandmaster who has mastered the Tao of Qi and blood seeks nothing less than the ultimate perfection of self, the transcendence of the ego into the sublime. As the system explained, torrents of knowledge about martial grandmasters flooded Chen Ping'an's consciousness. The talent fusion had engaged the brain, the most enigmatic organ of humanity, and during that process, vast reservoirs of information had been seamlessly interwoven into his awareness. Now he recalled every facet of grandmaster cultivation with effortless clarity, as if he had truly lived an entire lifetime in a world where martial arts flourished beyond imagination. The system's conception of a martial grandmaster aligned closely with archetypal figures from Xuanhuan novels, practitioners who cultivated qi and blood, a unique vital energy, harnessing it to propel their own evolution. It was not about mastering techniques nor indulging in reckless bravado. The martial path challenged life's very boundaries. The cultivation itself was an act of self-perfection. And among its paragons, the martial grandmasters, humanity's limits had in essence been surpassed. Hence, in earlier simulations, Chen Ping'an leapt unharmed from the 33rd floor and stood impervious to firearms. A martial grandmaster, broadly speaking, denotes any martial artist who, having trained their physique to its absolute zenith and shattered the first physiological threshold through esoteric methods, attains this exalted state. From the system's metrics, after breaking that first limit, a grandmaster elevates physical constitution from 10 to 11 points. Though seemingly trivial, that single point increase multiplies actual combat prowess manyfold, for two reasons. First, higher-tier attributes yield exponentially greater returns per increment. Second, and far more significantly, upon successfully transcending the first kind blood threshold and ascending to Grandmasterhood, cultivators awaken two extraordinary faculties: kind blood force and martial spiritual sense. Speaking of kind blood force and martial spiritual sense, with a mere flicker of intent, Chen Ping'an summoned a crimson luminescence upon his palm. Eager to test this power, he rose and entered the kitchen. With his palm sheathed in glowing kind blood energy, he sliced gently through the modern alloy cleaver, severing it cleanly without resistance or effort. So this is the kind blood force only a Grandmaster can command. According to memory, my current level is merely nascent, still far from the first qualitative metamorphosis known as kind blood wolf smoke. This was unsurprising. Talents bestowed only the seed, its growth depended entirely on the cultivator. The martial Grandmaster described in the talent represented the absolute apex, the culmination of human potential. That zenith entailed 9 successive breakthroughs of kind blood, culminating in a force as majestic and unassailable as a celestial dragon, the legendary martial sage of mortal realms, the talent's ultimate form. Feeling the ceaseless titanic power surging within him, Chen Ping'an's face softened into an involuntary radiant smile. At 20 years old, this was his first encounter with the transcendent. As for martial spiritual sense, upon completing the first-tier talent swap, Chen Ping'an's countenance sharpened into even greater handsomeness, and his perception expanded markedly. Focusing his attention, he could discern each individual feather on a bird soaring nearly 100 meters beyond his window. His hearing, too, had intensified dramatically. Closing his eyes, he tilted his ears slightly, and instantly captured every sound emanating from next-door Aunt Bai Jie's subtlest movements. From auditory cues alone, she appeared to be murmuring something softly. In the adjacent apartment, Bai Jie held up a newly purchased black undergarment before her full-length mirror. Approaching 30, she possessed a mature, luscious allure, rich, ripe, and effortlessly captivating. After studying her reflection for several moments, she whispered to herself, "With a figure like mine, I wonder which lucky scoundrel will get to enjoy it someday. Though that law firm director keeps glancing at me strangely, I'd better stay vigilant. That old lecher thinks he'll feast on something I've guarded so carefully all these years. Dream on. But if that handsome young man next door grows even more dashing, then I might just throw myself at him outright." Hearing Bai Jie's words, Chen Ping'an's expression turned wry. "Well now, I see why you were so warmly attentive in the previous 2 simulations. So you'd already laid your plans. Who would have imagined? Our cool, aloof lawyer Aunt beneath that composed exterior. In truth, heightened senses constituted only the most rudimentary manifestation of martial spiritual sense. Its true value lay precisely in what the simulations repeatedly demonstrated: the Grandmaster's preternatural ability to sense danger before it manifested. For instance, the anomaly erupting in Bai Jie's apartment next door, his decision not to open the door at the apocalypse's onset, his refusal to glance skyward after leaping from the building. This intuitive forewarning, like a cicada sensing autumn's approach before the wind stirs, was martial spiritual sense's most precious gift. After conducting a brief assessment of these Grandmaster-endowed changes, Chen Ping'an glanced at the wall clock. It read nearly 4 o'clock. Having assimilated the martial Grandmaster talent, he sensed vaguely that repeated simulations might subtly influence his real-world self. Should he remain insufficiently strong, such incomprehensible feedback could potentially corrode his reality from within. Though the spiritual sense's warning carried an odd ambiguity, Chen Ping'an, after careful consideration, decided against testing its consequences. Thus, to mitigate the simulation's enigmatic influence, he must relentlessly fortify his real-world strength. Yet greater real-world strength yielded richer simulation data, while demanding ever more time. Unless facing instantaneous death in simulation, rapid attribute accumulation seemed improbable. Nonetheless, the martial Grandmaster talent revealed something vital: a superior talent might hold greater significance than anticipated. For within Grandmaster lore existed proven methods to enhance both kind blood force and physical constitution. Chen Ping'an resolved to test those methods at the hot pot restaurant. Should their efficiency prove high, his original plan, to accumulate attributes through repeated simulated deaths, could be discarded. After all, the latest simulation had seeded a quiet suspicion within him: perhaps these simulated narratives were not wholly illusory. As Chen Ping'an willed it, the system interface re-entered simulation mode. Perhaps his earlier fortune had been spent. This time, only white and green tier talents appeared on the panel. Select a talent: Night Old Champion, White Sales Expert, Green, Iron Stomach, Green. Talent tiers ascend from white, green, blue, purple, gold, crimson. Crimson talents once bound are irrevocable. Night Old Champion, White. What? Late night activity harms health. Early rising benefits the body. Then simply never sleep at all, and you're practicing longevity. Charge your power bank. Let's burn the midnight oil. Affect liver capacity 1. Sales expert. Green years of sales experience have honed you into a master of client psychology. When you choose to sell, customers unknowingly purchase what they never needed. Affect emotional perception 1. A verbal expression 1. Well now, burning the midnight oil truly does strain the liver. Without a robust 1. Nocturnal endurance ends in collapse. And this sales expert talent, why do its bonuses mirror those of a Sea King so uncannily? System. Is your implication that a Sea King is merely a consummate sales expert who markets himself with unparalleled finesse? Iron stomach. Green years away from home, sustained solely by takeout. 5 meals daily pose no challenge. Your stomach, forged by countless meals of unknown origin and preparation, has hardened into unyielding iron. Whether spicy hot pot one moment or huashisher the next, you'll never become a spray warrior. Affect digestive efficiency 1. E. Toxin resistance 1. Good grief. Just ordering takeout yields toxin resistance. The takeout industry runs deeper than I imagined. After his wry observation, Chen Ping'an settled into earnest deliberation. Since this simulation involved traveling to another city, interpersonal communication would be essential, making verbal fluency indispensable. Internal organ enhancement, however, held little utility for him. As a martial grandmaster, one who had already shattered the first physiological threshold, his circulating Cayenne blood force continuously fortified even his most delicate viscera. Therefore, he made his choice. System. I select sales expert. Initiate simulation. The system interface shifted. Day 1. Midnight chimes echo. Within a luxurious hotel in Beijing's inner ring, you rise slowly, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite at the glittering, breathtaking nocturnal metropolis. I chose Beijing this time. Not bad, though it seems the colossal hand descends immediately. Chen Ping'an watched the simulation's unfolding text with tense vigilance, bracing for Beijing's sudden cataclysmic upheaval. Seconds tick by, the apocalypse does not arrive. Only minor software glitches appear on smartphones. Official announcements swiftly follow, attributing the disruptions to solar storms, with assurances of imminent restoration. Netizens grumble, yet accept the explanation. Knowing the apocalypse has come, you scrutinize your surroundings meticulously, but your martial spiritual sense emits no warning. The end appears absurdly like a jest. Indeed, the apocalypse did not strike globally at once. At least on day 1, Modu may yet be safe. Then let me witness what unfolds next. Suddenly a question surfaced, furrowing his brow. Hold on. Beijing's presidential suite. How exactly do I afford that? Just as you begin to breathe easier, relieved, the apocalypse has not occurred. A pair of slender female arms encircles your neck from behind. This arm had somehow appeared behind a martial arts grandmaster, an unmistakably anomalous occurrence. Chen Ping'an, who had previously assumed the imperial capital was safe, instantly paled. Disaster. Has the imperial capital also succumbed to the anomaly? The arm was pristine white, carrying the delicate fragrance of a young woman, yet its touch felt strangely cold. As a martial arts grandmaster, you registered no reaction whatsoever to its embrace around your neck. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an's expression darkened instantly. Ruined again. Another first encounter kill. Is the strangeness afflicting the imperial capital fundamentally different from that in the demon capital? A martial arts grandmaster, breached at close range without sensing a thing. Enough. Time to restart. At least this run yielded insight. I'll leave a note next time reminding myself to choose a different location. Chen Ping'an had already sentenced this simulation determination, and was deeply troubled by the possibility of anomalies lurking within the imperial capital, when suddenly the simulation interface refreshed with a cascade of text. Feeling the warm, supple arms encircling your neck and the soft, delicate body pressing gently against your back, you show not the faintest trace of surprise. For she is the charming young woman you rescued just days ago upon arriving in the imperial capital. In reality, Chen Ping'an's gaze slowly glazed over, stunned into stillness. She seemed extraordinarily wealthy the moment you saved her. Her eyes sparkled with starlight as she eagerly declared she would take you to see goldfish, a proposal you firmly declined at first. Alas, this beautiful twin-tailed girl offered far too much. You repeated to yourself again and again that it wasn't her exquisite appearance in white-stockinged Lolita attire that swayed you. Yet your body betrayed your resolve, obediently accompanying her into the presidential suite of this very hotel. Only afterward did you learn the hotel itself was her family's private property, and a commingafage gift bestowed by her elder sister. Upon learning the truth, your determination to discipline capitalist privilege intensified markedly. Grandmaster, where is your dignity? Should you not remain unshaken by power, unmoved by poverty? System, why must I inevitably behave lecherously in every one of your simulations? Have you truly done nothing improper? Reflect, player, isn't your fondness for Ning'an rooted precisely in that young maiden's flawless white-stockinged Rem cosplay? Acknowledge your true nature. Do not slander the system. Thank you. Hearing the system's voice echo within his mind, Chen Ping'an, already dazed, froze completely. For the voice resonating in his consciousness was no longer a sterile mechanical tone, but a rich, magnetic, distinctly feminine timbre. System, do you possess sentience? As an observer, I am inherently sentient. I was merely dormant before, so a proxy handled our earlier exchanges. Humph. Little did I expect my first awakening would witness a martial arts grandmaster preying upon a wealthy young lady. Student Chen, your repertoire of poses is impressively varied. Hearing the system's unabashed disdain, Chen Ping'an nearly choked. Even if you're my divine boon, you cannot slander me so recklessly. White stockings. White stockings. White stockings are not why I like Ning'an. His martial spiritual awareness suddenly sensed a piercing gaze of utter contempt fixed unflinchingly upon him. Under that inexplicable scrutiny, Chen Ping'an's voice dwindled until at last he mumbled, well, black stockings aren't entirely out of the question. Player Chen Ping'an, you are refreshingly honest. Surely you can't possibly be imagining, now that you've heard my voice, how you'd materialize me and do this or that. Who on earth would fantasize about doing that to their own system? Besides, there are plenty of tiger tanks with pleasing voices. Though his simulated self appeared to have indulged in such acts, in reality, student Chen Ping'an remained quite definitively a virgin. Stare. Energy expenditure has been excessive. I must return to slumber. Henceforth the proxy will continue conversing with you. Do not dwell on me, sister, for across infinite possibilities this may be our soul communion. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an's heart lurched violently. Though the simulator claimed no connection to the apocalypse, the very fact it could simulate such an event implied this voice held profound hidden knowledge. Don't vanish, you wretch. Tell me, what is the apocalyptic future truly like? But the system fell silent, offering no further reply, while the simulation interface continued refreshing. Day 1 survived uneventfully. No anomalous information surfaced online. By 7 a.m., previously malfunctioning applications had fully restored functionality. A black-haired maiden draped limply over you slept exhausted. Tear traces glistened faintly at her lashes, yet her lips curved in quiet bliss. So indeed, no answers lie within my phone. Chen Ping'an analyzed the interface's latest data with solemn focus. Yet upon reading the final description, the maiden's tender sleeping form, his inner stillness rippled just as it had during the Grandmaster's breakout in the prior simulation. Though utterly unknown to him in reality, a palpable, uncanny bond seemed to shimmer between illusion and truth. Chen Ping'an shook his head sharply, dispelling the strange sensation, and forcibly steadied his composure. Then, what path will my simulated self take next? What deed shall I, now wielding powers beyond mortal limits, undertake? Day 2, having circulated qi and blood all night, without rest you stand once more before the floor-to-ceiling window at dawn. Fortunately, no anomaly disturbed the imperial capital tonight, yet software crashes reappeared, stirring unease. You resolve to act decisively by day. During daylight hours, the maiden procures a Ram cosplay outfit from some unknown source. Confronted with her eager, hopeful gaze, you remain another full day ensconced within the hotel. Simulated me. Do something meaningful. This time, Chen Ping'an remained unaffected by the simulation, instead calmly reflecting upon his simulated self's particular inclinations. Day 3 at midnight, you stand again before the window. Tonight passes without incident. Not even a software crash occurs. You vow, this daytime you will depart. Yes, I'll definitely go next time. As the eternal next time youth, Chen Ping'an inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Daytime, you firmly decline the maiden's entreaty, and as she breaks into sorrowful tears behind you, your gaze burns with the fierce, untamable pride of a lone wolf. Without glancing back, your stride remains resolute, knowing full well this departure may mean farewell forever. Oh, finally witnessing his simulated self poised to act, Chen Ping'an erupted in exhilarated shouts. His outburst startled Aunt by next door, who, mid-fitting of a lace cutout undergarment, feared the young man had suffered some sudden calamity. But the next instant the door swung open, and in strode a woman bearing a striking resemblance to the maiden, yet radiating an air of refined, icy elegance, her elder sister. Surveying the room's disarray, the sister fixed both of you with a stern, penetrating gaze. As a martial arts grandmaster, you inexplicably felt the nervous flutter of meeting one's future in-laws. Yet moments later you and she exchanged astonished glances, realizing you were longtime acquaintances from the same anime club. After an intense, wide-ranging conversation, the day slipped away. Watching her elder sister limp out the door silhouetted against the setting sun, you sighed softly, mourning how time, like sand slipping through clenched fingers, evades all grasp and retention. Staring at the freshly updated interface, Chen Ping'an's mouth hung agape, his emotions swirling in turbulent silence. Can such rapid advancement, even within the simulator, possibly reflect reality? For Chen Ping'an, transforming from a virgin into a human bulldozer within mere 10 days seemed profoundly premature. Could heartbreak have so radically altered the temperament of a martial arts grandmaster? Yet system, why omit all transitional details? Day 4 at noon's chime, you stand again before the window. The nocturnal cityscape gleams unchanged, but your heart now is cold as iron. Cold heart, warm flesh. Is that the new paradigm? By now Chen Ping'an had grown accustomed to wryly critiquing his simulated self. Yet the simulation's residual influence persisted. In a fleeting, irrational moment, he found himself harboring genuine, unbidden affection for the maiden. Tonight remains quiet. Yet something feels amiss. All channels of communication with the demon capital have been severed by official decree, as though some unspeakable event transpired there. Troubled by the demon capital's condition, you prepare to depart once more, only for the maiden to step forward and block your path. You intend to refuse, until her single sentence halts you in your tracks. A message left by the young woman's elder sister appeared before him. At that moment, Chen Ping'an suddenly realized what he had overlooked. Right. How could someone familiar from the anime club possibly appear in the Imperial Capital? The Imperial Capital. Could it be senior sister, Yanqing? Yanqing was one of the 6 members of the anime club. Chen Ping'an only knew she hailed from the Imperial Capital, and that her family was extraordinarily wealthy. Under President Yuan's exacting selection, no unattractive girl had ever joined the club. As a noblewoman of the Imperial Capital, Yanqing naturally possessed both peerless beauty and an equally exquisite figure, yet remained a frost-cold beauty through and through. Still, Chen Ping'an had never heard her mention having a younger sister. The young woman's name was Yanyu. She explained that her elder sister Yanqing had returned to the Imperial Capital 5 days earlier to attend to certain affairs. Yet during those very days, Yanyu had already been staying with him, prompting Yanqing to search frantically for her missing sister, delaying her scheduled return to Modu. So this is the butterfly effect of my saving her sister. Indeed, I'd invited all 6 members in both previous simulations. Senior sister Yanqing must have attended as well. But does she truly hold me in such high regard? She traveled to the Imperial Capital by day, then returned specially that same night for the gathering. Chen Ping'an recalled Yanqing's glacial gaze. Yes, senior sister Qing was the quintessential frost-cold beauty. Except when cosplaying, when she occasionally ventured beyond convention, she dressed with formal elegance. Even her boldest costumes remained meticulously modest, concealing her form with deliberate restraint. Yet no veil could conceal her bewitching face or those flawless legs. Each time she appeared on campus, students from Moda University gazed upon her with undisguised longing, and Chen Ping'an had shielded her from such unwelcome attention more times than he could count. Of course, the other young women brought their own share of complications. All were beauties of equal caliber, and their frequent gatherings amplified their allure exponentially. Truth be told, Chen Ping'an himself still wondered how President Yuan had ever chosen him. After all, the anime club had never admitted male members before. As the sole exception, he'd endured countless death glances from his fellow male students. The hotel's female manager who'd concealed Yenyu's presence had since been reassigned by Yanqing to serve as general manager of the Maldives branch. Though Yanqing resented the manager's silence regarding Yenyu, she acknowledged the woman's loyalty and professionalism. Meanwhile, Yanqing, still in the Imperial Capital, had also noticed the anomalies unfolding in Modu, yet her concern for her younger sister left her little bandwidth to investigate. Only after meeting Chen Ping'an yesterday did she finally breathe easy. Simultaneously, Yenyu, who had intercepted him, revealed herself to be a world-class hacker. Before his eyes, her fingers danced across the keyboard in a dazzling flurry, swiftly retrieving classified government files long buried from public view. Watching her work, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, martial artists are useless in this age, though at least we endure. What? Do you have a problem with my choice to pursue the path of the martial saint? He laughed lightly, then sighed, his hand resting pensively over his heart. The simulation's resonance with reality was undeniable. Strangely, he now felt an inexplicable tender affection for a girl he'd never even met. Still, this price was not unbearable. At dawn, top secret dossiers lay arrayed before him. It turned out Modu was not alone. For several days, one megacity, each home to over 10 million souls, had vanished globally every single day. Every technological observation method failed utterly against these lost cities. Satellite imagery revealed only absolute suffocating blackness where those cities should have been. Chronologically, the vanished cities were Modu, Dongare, Shobong, and most recently Chuancheng and Dian. Strangely, every dossier contained only textual records or third-party testimonies, no visual documentation whatsoever. Just as Yin Yu found the mystery intriguing and prepared to dig deeper, his martial sense flared with danger. In an instant, he pulled her close and kicked the laptop aside. A chilling, unnatural cold radiated from the airborne device. Even under the full force of his blood-infused kick, it remained unscathed. The icy aura made Yin Yu shiver violently. He dispersed the chill from her body with his vital energy and wrapped her in a bedsheet, shielding her behind him. She is mine. Touch her and die. His vital energy surged wildly within him, yet his expression grew graver by the second. Without warning, the imperial capital outside the floor-to-ceiling window, bright with daylight moments before, plunged into eerie twilight. The discarded laptop screen flickered with unnatural light. The threat it emanated intensified with each passing second. Sensing imminent catastrophe, he hoisted Yin Yu onto his back and bolted for the exit, eschewing the perilous window entirely. Instead, he shattered the solid wood door with a single kick and charged down the stairwell. Suddenly, the hallway flooded with sightless, smiling humans, silent, grotesque, and rushing toward him with rictus grins. He recognized them instantly, guests and staff of the hotel, now irrevocably unhuman. With effortless precision, he obliterated the first wave under the awestruck gaze of the girl behind him. Yet the danger emanating from the room he'd just vacated escalated sharply. Worse still, the creature's reassembled moan. The girl behind him was drenched in his blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Then, just as he neared the hotel's exit, a clawed, blood-slicked hand materialized from the void behind him. Without hesitation, it lunged for his skull. This time his martial sense failed him utterly, unaware, defenseless. Yet the girl saw it. Without pause, she chose sacrifice. Her blood splattered across his body. Rage, pure and incandescent, consumed him. He ignited his vital energy, abandoned the doorway mere meters away, and charged back into the sea of grinning horrors. 20 minutes later, his severed head was hurled from the hotel's entrance. Gouged, battered, one eye torn from its socket. The lone remaining orb blazed not with fear of death, but with searing, unquenchable resentment. His head struck the pavement. His final sight, Yan Qing rushing in, face contorted with shock and grief. And beneath the sun, the ordinary bustling street, perfectly normal. A faint, inexplicable smile touched his lips. He died. Chen Ping'an felt weary. The simulation's emotional backlash unsettled even a martial saint's composure. Yet he sensed the lingering resentment and attachment from the simulation rapidly fading. For a fleeting, disorienting moment, however, he saw it. The horrifying image of the young woman pierced through the heart by that crimson claw. A torrent of tangled emotions left him unable to untangle his thoughts. After sitting in stillness for a long while, his inner turbulence finally settled. Yet with each successive simulation, perhaps the real-world youth would slowly transform, beyond recognition. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an addressed the system once more. System, does this sublimation opportunity apply to talents of any rank? Even the highest tier, Crimson Tier talents. Crimson Tier talents represent the system's absolute apex, non-sublimatable. Moreover, please note the standard talent pool yields only up to Golden Tier talents. Crimson Tier talents are by design unobtainable via random draw, so your best item isn't even obtainable by pulling. Has your game designer been lynched yet? The system responded with practiced silence. Defeated, Chen Ping'an pressed on. Then how do I acquire a Crimson Tier talent? The system's mischievous deflection eased some of the emotional residue from the simulation. This sublimation opportunity is one such pathway. And the others? Explore them yourself. Chen Ping'an had seen through his system's evasiveness. With no further answers, he turned his gaze to his talent panel. His sole Golden Tier talent was Martial Saint Gold. If Crimson represented the system's zenith, and if this already explosive talent ascended to that tier, what form would it assume? System, I choose to sublimate the Martial Saint talent. System, I choose to ascend the Martial Dao Master aptitude. As Chen Ping'an's words fell, the pale blue panel floating before him stuttered and froze for a moment. Whoosh. Suddenly, a translucent vortex spun into being at the panel's center. All the lines of text on the panel were drawn into its whirl bit by bit, and the final thing swallowed was Martial Dao Master Gold. Once all the text was consumed, the once transparent vortex gradually hardened into a glittering, immortal gold. After a moment, the vortex accelerated, and your martial spiritual sense perceived that something extraordinary seemed to be gestating in its very heart. Visibly, the golden spiral deepened into a crimson red, and its rotation seemed to reach an absolute limit. The high-speed vortex suddenly dispersed, and upon the tranquil panel, a brand new crimson aptitude appeared in a single line of red text. Congratulations, player has obtained the Crimson Aptitude Martial Myth. Martial Myth. Rank Unique Crimson. Description: on the path of martial cultivation, repeatedly breaking the bodhist limits and ascending to ever greater realms. That is the lifelong pursuit of countless martial Dao masters. Yet even martial cultivation seems to have an edge. 9 breaches of limit and 9 blood renewals leave a martial Dao master's vital chi and blood as mighty as a true dragon, and yet those who have grown strongest still seem to arrive at the end of the road. To have vital chi like a dragon is already the pinnacle of mortal existence. This, it seems, is an immutable law of the world. No matter how gifted, no matter how unrivaled your brilliance at the terminus of martial path, all glory will one day fall silent. Perhaps the so-called martial way, the so-called vitality of chi and blood, truly has no further road ahead. Heaven and earth are boundless, men are finite. The martial Dao master is the utmost limit humans can attain. From the moment you set foot upon the martial path, countless voices tell you the road is severed. When you stand at the summit and seek to stride further, many will claim their way is the only truth. They say you are destined to fail, but you do not believe them. You believe in martialism, by turning weakness into strength, breaking your own limits step by step, the way of self-forging. For that belief you battled the world's champions and became the terror of countless martial souls. For that belief you swept across the lands hailed by mortals as the martial emperor. Years later, when you stand alone upon the world's highest peak, you are neither the feared martial demon nor the most powerful emperor of the realm. At that moment, you are only the purest seeker of the way. Gazing into the boundless firmament from the apex of the world, you throw a single punch at the heavens. On that day, every warrior of the world heard for a fleeting instant a heartbeat that shook the cosmos. On that day, all martial Dao masters could not help but kneel toward the world's highest peak. An indescribable emotion swelled in the hearts of martial folk. When that streak of crimson rose from the vault of heaven, the martial path found a new road. You broke the boundary between mortal and divine, letting the world know that a mortal body can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Effect by choosing this aptitude, the myths of the martial world will be written by you. Evaluation: the way of chi and blood is utterly resolute and strong. Martial myth: better to break than to bend. Do you wish to fuse this aptitude? Warning: once a crimson aptitude is fused, it cannot be replaced. A mortal body shoulder to shoulder with gods. Chen Ping'an's first reaction to the crimson aptitude's description was disbelief. If one speaks of gods, leaving aside mythic beings for the moment, consider the giant hand mentioned in the simulation before a single palm, able to wipe out millions to raise a city to ruin. Could such an existence be called a god? Chen Ping'an shook his head at the thought. If that great hand's aim is the annihilation of sentient life, then that presence behind the colossal palm would be without doubt a world-ending demon. And because it is a demon, Chen Ping'an understood how terrifying such a creature truly was. It made him feel how presumptuous the claim of mortal equal to God sounded. Even the previous martial Dao master aptitude had allowed Chen Ping'an to survive a fall from 100 meters and to be unafraid of ordinary firearms. Yet at the end of the day, that limit-breaking martial Dao master he had simulated was still only a mighty mortal in the eyes of men. But that giant hand and the voice that had killed him time and again in the simulation, such a being was godlike in might, demonic in peculiarity. The version of himself that had been slaughtered in the simulation had only completed a single blood renewal breach and was still an ordinary martial Dao master. The gulf between them was like that between an ant and a dragon. And yet now a crimson aptitude, only one tier above gold, claims to rival gods. Frankly, Chen Ping'an could not wholly accept it. But then he thought of Yin Yue, who had died for him in the simulation, and of himself, who at the end had given up escape and charged toward the enemy to seek death in battle. Chen Ping'an fell silent. The simulation's after effects had largely faded, yet a stubborn indignation still shouted from his heart. Knowing someone would risk their life to protect you. Born of orphanhood, Chen Ping'an felt an unspeakable stirring. Though all this was only a simulation, it was also the reality that would unfold 10 days hence. Even that faint blurred feedback was enough to unsettle Chen Ping'an. If the real Chen Ping'an ever reached that moment, what despair and fury would he feel? The phantom of the girl who saved himself flickered before his eyes. Not only Yin Yue, after that apocalypse those Chen Ping'an cared for would likely meet the same fate in the dead city of the demon metropolis. Just the thought made him ache. Yet it is the fear of loss that births the will to move forward. Vital chi and blood flowed quietly within his body, and Chen Ping'an's gaze cleared. Therefore, I need power. The power to defeat the apocalypse. Whether it be the uncanny, the demon god calamity, or any other scourge, I will crush you one by one. Ambition, a desire to grow stronger, flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes like never before. Strength makes desire a driving force. System fuse martial myth. The moment he spoke, the crimson aptitude on the panel flared with boundless scarlet radiance. In the next instant, the scarlet light turned almost tangible and enveloped Chen Ping'an in a breath. It felt both instantaneous and eternal. When the brilliance subsided, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes calmly. Unlike previous aptitude fusions, this one produced no visible portent. His constitution statistic on the panel remained 11.04 had not increased. His bearing no longer carried the hardened, intimidating edge of a martial Dao master. Aside from his continuing handsome features, he now seemed like an ordinary boy next door, exuding a clear, translucent aura. He was the youth who had weathered 1,000 sails and still returned unchanged. Bright moonlight filtered through the window, draping him in a silver cloak. The youth opened his eyes slowly, a trace of crimson flashed in his deep gaze. Chen Ping'an clenched his fist and tested the body altered by the martial myth fusion. At first his brow nodded slightly, but then the corner of his mouth eased into a pleased smile. So this is the power of qi and blood. After fusing martial myth, Chen Ping'an discovered he could perceive with startling clarity the very essence of the Qi-blood martial way. All the secrets of vital qi and blood were laid bare before him. He gained the confidence to push within 100 days and without external aids to the martial Dao master's 9th blood renewal limit. Do not mistake 100 days for a long span. Even a prodigy needs nearly 20 years of accumulation to break the first bodily limit and grasp the power of qi and blood, becoming the most junior of martial Dao masters. Each subsequent blood renewal breach is a chasm for martial Dao masters, yet for Chen Ping'an, now none of those chasms stood in his way. Martial myth has given me a wholly new starting point. To use the language of games, my growth rating has been raised. With the same time and resources, the ceiling I can reach is now fundamentally different. A legendary card surely has higher stats and greater level caps than an ordinary one. That is the point. As he spoke, Chen Ping'an's grin widened until he could not help but laugh aloud. Having obtained the top crimson aptitude from the simulator, Chen Ping'an finally felt a sliver of hope that he could overcome the apocalypse. Indeed, his goal now was not mere survival in the end times. He intended to destroy the very thing called the apocalypse. Unaware of his elation, Ant by next door, slurping instant noodles, was musing over something concerning him. What on earth is with that handsome boy next door? One moment, he's shouting, the next, he's laughing all afternoon. My walls are soundproof, but I can still hear him. I'm a little worried. Should I go check on him? She wondered aloud, then in a jittery aside. But what if that handsome boy wants to do something to me? Should I give in straight away or resist first and then give in? Red aptitude solidification complete. Temporal information disturbed. Simulator entering hibernation. The real world will resume after midnight. The simulator's sudden notification cut short Chen Ping'an's plan to simulate again. But having secured the crimson aptitude today and lacking a new aptitude slot, there was no way to replace it via simulation, so pausing simulations for now posed little problem. As for stat gains, martial myth itself contains methods to refine qi and blood and thereby strengthen constitution, so the temporary inability to simulate was not a major issue. Still, Chen Ping'an felt as if he had forgotten something. Suddenly a ringtone pierced the room. Grandpa. Your grandson is calling you, Grandpa. Chen Ping'an picked up his phone and saw the caller ID and a string of missed calls. He glanced at the waning moon and realized that his fusion had probably taken far longer than he thought. Checking the time, he hesitated and then answered. Hello, Club President. Ping'an, you finally picked up? I was worried sick. If you hadn't answered, I was going to call the police. Chen Ping'an felt a little embarrassed. Yuan, sorry. I had something at home and my phone was on silent. I didn't hear it. On the other end, President Yuan finally relaxed when she heard his voice. She made a reassuring gesture to a Ning beside her, who had also been worried. President Yuan scolded him playfully. That excuse won't do. I've been waiting here with a Ning for 3 hours. A Ning and I sat for 3 hours. People in the hot pot place were giving us strange looks. Someone even called me a lace. My reputation is ruined, boo-hoo. Listening to the president's theatrical complaints, Chen Ping'an couldn't help smiling. Though he knew she was teasing, he still felt a twinge of guilt for being late. Then President Yuan changed tone. But if you show up within 5 minutes, I'll forgive you. And Ning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing he was okay, immediately tried to intervene. Yuan, maybe don't. This place is quite far from Ping'an's home, and every time he takes a taxi, it takes him 30 minutes. Chen Ping'an, with his keen hearing, heard Ning speak up for him and smiled. He thought, worthy indeed the mother of the child I reserved. Don't worry. I'll straighten you out and snatch you back from this great demon president. President Yuan on the line laughed and pinched Ning's delicate cheek, mouthing a reassuring "it's fine" to her dazed childhood friend. Ning felt President Yuan's soft fingers and her face flushed as she lowered her head and murmured, well, if it's an order from Yuan's sister, I have no choice. Chen Ping'an's smile froze. Why did Ning's voice sound so bashful? President, what are you doing? Great demon. Give me back the mother of my child. On the other end of the phone, the girl in white silk seemed to be playfully teased by a beautiful dark sorcerer wanting to reclaim the boy who belonged to her mother. At this moment, she couldn't afford to lose. Feeling the surging power of blood and energy within him, Chen Ping'an replied, without hesitation, all right. President, if you say 5 minutes, then 5 minutes it is. I'm on my way. Do. Just as the president was about to tell Chen Ping'an not to rush, she had yet to speak when she heard the busy tone from the other end of the line. Seeing this, the president could only helplessly knock on her childhood friend's head. Silly and Ning, I was just teasing him. But he probably heard what you said. Hearing you say that the boy will definitely try to be strong. But honestly, how could he possibly make it here in 5 minutes? Can this silly boy really fly? Upon hearing the president say this, Ning immediately became uneasy. The panicked girl did not dislike Chen Ping'an. In fact, she was even willing to accompany him in many things. However, due to family reasons, she had a natural fear of romance. Looking at the anxious Ning and knowing her feelings and family situation, the president gently patted her head. Don't worry, I can tell that Ping'an's voice is much better than it was this afternoon. Besides, I believe he is not the kind of person to do foolish things. When he arrives, we can have a nice chat with him. Lacking a sense of security, Ning responded softly, but her heart was still quite anxious. Brother Ping'an shouldn't do anything foolish, right? Please don't let anything happen, Ping'an. Under the clear night sky, the light of the bright moon scattered over the grand buildings made of steel and concrete. Meanwhile, the Chen Ping'an, who the president believed would not do foolish things, had already arrived at the rooftop of the building, standing alone at the edge and looking down. Looking down from dozens of floors high, the cars flowing endlessly below made humans appear as small as ants. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had changed into a stylish black trench coat. After merging his talents, the originally clear and transparent aura slightly took on an aggressive nature as Chen Ping'an's mood changed. The boy's already handsome face, after enhancing his physique, became even more attractive, and combined with the subtle aura of a martial arts legend, it added an unspoken charm. So it was no wonder that when Chen Ping'an left the house earlier, the aunt, who also came out to check the situation, collapsed to the ground upon seeing him. However, Chen Ping'an was in a hurry to meet someone, and sensing that aunt only felt slightly warm without any other abnormalities, he gracefully left after standing there. At nightfall atop the skyscraper, the evening breeze blowing between the buildings was quite strong, tousling the fringe on Chen Ping'an's forehead. This wildness made Chen Ping'an at this moment seem like the sweetest poison in the world, waiting for its target to drink it. The boy casually surveyed the surrounding skyscrapers, calculating his next course. The darkness enveloping the skyscrapers could not hinder the vision of a martial arts legend. There are still 4 minutes left, and it's a 30-minute drive to the hot pot restaurant from here. If I had waited a few more seconds earlier, the president would probably have eased up and told me to take my time and be careful on the road. But Ning's silly words did indeed provoke me. Chen Ping'an understood that the president actually cared about him. Yes, she was certainly also concerned about the other girls in the club. If it weren't for the temperature akin to a central air conditioning, Ning probably wouldn't have said she might like her. But after all, she was a rival in love, and Chen Ping'an was still thinking about defeating this beautiful and passionate dark sorceress. Since I've already promised, then Chen Ping'an will keep my word. After confirming the direction of the hot pot restaurant, Chen Ping'an leaned forward and jumped directly from the height of the 50th floor. The fierce winds from the free fall made the boy's trench coat flap wildly. The ground buildings that kept enlarging in his sight constantly reminded Chen Ping'an that death was approaching. In a short moment, Chen Ping'an had already fallen 10 floors. This was a thrill that a mortal could only experience once in a lifetime, but the light in the boy's eyes only grew brighter. This is what it means to be alive. Prepared to face the end of the world, am destined to walk a path of living through death. This leap. The past Chen Ping'an was already dead. In a moment of exhilarating freedom, Chen Ping'an felt as if countless shackles had been broken free. Looking at the ground that was drawing closer, the boy's smile grew ever more profound. When he was only 20 floors away from the ground, the boy suddenly kicked against the wall of the building, and his superb strength dispersed the immense power throughout the entire structure. The commotion was so great that even Aunt Bai, who had crawled back into her room due to her weak legs, did not notice anything unusual. With the massive recoil, Chen Ping'an shot off towards the next building he had already calculated. The flapping trench coat at this moment resembled wings, and the boy whose heart had unlocked its shackles was now extraordinary. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the bustling streets of the Magic City were teeming with people and traffic flowed endlessly. Yet everyone's vision was limited to their immediate surroundings or the small space in their hands. People in the technological age had not looked up at the bright moon in the sky for far too long, nor had they gazed at this real world. Thus, no one noticed that right above them there was a figure in black freely traversing between the buildings. Indeed, Chen Ping'an did not possess the ability to fly, nor could he shoot out sticky webs like Spider-Man. However, with the top-tier martial arts talent he had acquired, he was more agile than any Spider-Man. Simply moving rapidly between the buildings, leveraging superhuman reaction speed and strength control, was merely a basic skill. Even for a martial arts legend, walking, sitting, and lying down was a constant practice. After a few swift movements, Chen Ping'an's figure became increasingly ethereal, making his leaps appear ever more graceful and ghostly. Haha, so exhilarating. In the heart of the Magic City, in the central villa area, a cute little girl exquisitely carved like jade was leaning on the edge of her family's enclosed glass balcony, quietly observing the two bright moons in the sky. The Western-style house where the little girl resided appeared quite ancient, standing out even among the cluster of villas. However, the young face of the little girl gazing at the moon bore a hint of sadness that was inconsistent with her age. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, landing directly above the glass balcony. The noise startled the little girl, causing her to take 2 steps back. The shadow sat up, unharmed, scratching his head awkwardly. The moonlight illuminated the face of the shadow, revealing it to be none other than Chen Ping'an, who had been rushing. Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't be bored enough to deliberately fall and scare the little girl. Just seconds ago, he was still darting between high-rises and was about to jump to his planned landing point. But at the moment Chen Ping'an was about to kick the wall for leverage again, a man with an exposed upper body suddenly climbed out from the window. Goodness, he looked just like a naked pig clinging to the balcony's edge, with both hands appearing as if he were in an extreme challenge. Simultaneously, a woman's panicked voice and a man's questioning sounds came from inside. Instantly realizing the situation from the sounds coming from the room, Chen Ping'an felt speechless. The man hanging at the window was a helpful plumber who had just fixed the water pipes for the lady of the house. Meanwhile, the grateful husband inside was preparing to find him to express his gratitude. As for why the plumber ended up in the master bedroom without even a shirt, one could only say that it was called professionalism. The most annoyed by the situation, Chen Ping'an smiled at the astonished man before putting a little more force into his kick against the wall. By the time Chen Ping'an shot out again, becoming a small dot in the dark night, the husband had probably already rescued the plumber, who was exercising his arm strength. No need to thank me. I, the helpful citizen Chen Ping'an, do good deeds without leaving my name. However, Chen Ping'an was currently unaware of just how strong he had become. After putting in a little more effort, he shot forward like a black bullet, heading for the distant villa area. Perhaps it was fate, as he just happened to crash into this little girl's home. Well, at least as a martial arts legend, the moment the boy landed on the glass windowsill, he dispersed his strength. The helpful citizen Chen Ping'an looked at the little girl who had been startled by him and awkwardly scratched his nose. "So doing Superman for the first time, I guess I was a bit too young. Ooh, I will definitely improve next time. But is this little girl okay? It seems I scared her. How embarrassing." The awkward boy and the wide-eyed little girl stared at each other for a moment. Then suddenly the little girl turned and ran, her small legs moving quickly as she dashed back into her room and slammed the door shut, leaving Chen Ping'an dumbfounded. I shouldn't be that ugly, right? Does the little girl have to be that scared? Chen Ping'an was not afraid of the little girl calling for help, as he could sense that although there were many people in the luxurious villa, the room she ran into had only her alone. Moreover, the closest person to her was at least 100 meters away, and if someone were to come, Chen Ping'an had ample time to leave. But this is the first time I've seen such a large villa. As expected, 9 out of 10 little girls are rich and 1 lives in a villa. Envious, truly envious. In the future, when I have money, I want to build a villa like this and have a few adorable daughters just like this little girl. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, the little girl ran out of her room again, but it seemed she was holding on to something. When the little girl reached the balcony's edge and saw that Chen Ping'an was still behind, her eyes lit up. She took a small chair, opened a small window on the balcony, stretched out her palm, and sweetly said to Chen Ping'an, "You must be a celestial being from the heavens. I saw you coming down from the sky. My mom says celestial beings are good people, so I invite you to eat candy." In her small palm was a tightly gripped piece of milk candy. Chen Ping'an wanted to explain that he was not, but looking at the little girl's earnest gaze. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Was it really good to break this little one's fantasy and tell her that he had jumped off a building and ended up here? That didn't seem quite right. Forget it, let's give this little one a dream. Chen Ping'an reached out to take the milk candy from the little girl's hand, and the flames of blood and energy surged in his hand. The outer layer of candy paper was instantly obliterated, and the milk candy was split in half from the center. Chen Ping'an handed half of the milk candy back to the wide-eyed, amazed little girl and smiled. "Here you go, adorable little girl, your celestial brother is giving you half." Upon seeing the radiant flame welling from Chen Anping's palm, Nanan's eyes lit up with delight, her endearing expression reminding Chen Anping of a certain petite anime girl who chirped "waka waku" with infectious charm. Beaming, she happily accepted the half piece of milk candy he handed back and uttered a sweet, heartfelt "thank you." As they chewed the candy, each watched the other's cheeks puff gently, and an unspoken tender mirth bloomed softly on both their faces. Still smiling, Nanan gazed at Chen Anping before suddenly asking, "Immortal brother, now that you've eaten my candy, will you be my friend?" Chen Ping'an's gaze had already drifted toward the distant high-rises, scanning the skyline as he mentally charted his next course. Hearing her plea, he replied without hesitation, "Of course, I, Chen Ping'an, shall henceforth be Nanan's friend." Overjoyed, the little girl leapt up, only for her chair to wobble precariously beneath her, sending her teetering forward. But a large hand swiftly reached in through the small window, grasping her firmly by the nape. "Careful now, Nan." Lifted by the scruff like a drowsy kitten, the child blinked blankly and nodded. Seeing her flustered state, Chen Ping'an gently set her down, though the clatter of the toppling chair seemed to stir someone inside the house. Chen Ping'an heard footsteps approaching. Sensing she'd done something wrong, Nan immediately lowered her head. Feeling the presence draw nearer, Chen Ping'an quickly whispered, "There now, Nan. Brother must go. Remember not to tell anyone you saw me. If you do, the immortal brother will vanish forever." At his words, Nan lifted her face. Her wide dark eyes no longer clouded with innocence, but shimmering faintly with sorrow. "Does the immortal brother not want Nan anymore?" Chen Ping'an looked at her puzzled. Something subtle yet profound had shifted in the child's aura. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed past Nan into the bedroom she'd left ajar upon stepping out. Facing the doorway sat a small desk upon which lay an open diary. With his preternatural vision, Chen Ping'an effortlessly read the girl's delicate childish handwriting. "Liars. Mama and Papa are liars. You promised you'd return by the full moon, but Nan has waited through so many full moons. Xiao Yu told me you went somewhere very far away. Nan wants to go too, but Xiao Yu won't let me. I can't even remember what you look like anymore." Gazing into the little girl's heartbroken eyes, Chen Ping'an, a fellow orphan, felt a quiet tenderness stir deep within his chest. Though pressed for time, he did not turn away. Instead, he reached out and gently stroked her hair. "Don't worry. Your immortal brother is only stepping away for now. I'll return tomorrow at this very hour." The girl lifted her large, pleading eyes to him and asked softly, "Truly, will you not lie to Nan, as Mama and Papa did, and then disappear forever?" Chen Ping'an nodded solemnly. "Never. Not in the slightest." Nan held his earnest gaze intently, as though weighing whether he too was just another liar, like her parents. Though voices outside grew alarmingly close, Chen Ping'an's composure never wavered, not even as the footsteps grew loud enough for Nan to hear. Watching him remain utterly still despite the noise, Nan's wide eyes trembled ever so slightly, and slowly she nodded. It's a promise." Chen Ping'an smiled warmly. "Yes, a promise. Until tomorrow then, Nan." With that, he waved farewell and leapt away, vanishing into the distance. As Nan watched his retreating silhouette soar across the sky, she murmured softly, "Goodbye, handsome liar brother." Mid-leap, Chen Ping'an nearly tumbled headlong from the air. Girls are terrifying. How can such a little girl be so sharp? Well, it turns out I'm the one who got lured away by half a piece of milk candy. Utterly embarrassing. Recalling how he'd earlier played the part of a benevolent immortal guarding her dreams, Chen Ping'an cringed inwardly, half tempted to dig a luxury villa straight into the ground to hide his shame. Yet though he felt flustered at having been kidnapped by a child, the memory of her raw vulnerability and the fragile trembling script in her diary brought a quiet, genuine smile to his lips. Nan. What an intriguing little girl. After watching Chen Ping'an vanish beyond the horizon, a beautiful poised maid in elegant attire hurried into the room. "Young mistress, are you all right?" Nan sat quietly on the chair, still gazing upward at the twin moons, just as she had before Chen Ping'an arrived. Without turning, she replied calmly, "I'm fine, Xiao Yu. You may withdraw." But the maid, seemingly deaf to her command, rushed forward anxiously. "Young mistress, I heard a tremendous crash just now. What if something happened? What would master and madam say?" I said, "I'm fine." Nan's voice, sweet as honey, sharpened with sudden fury, finally halting the maid in her tracks. Worry flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes, yet her young mistress had spoken with finality. Bowing deeply, she withdrew in silence. Only after the soft click of the door echoed behind her did Nan lift her gaze once more to the twin moons above, her eyes glinting with quiet, unshed tears. "Papa. Mama. Liars. Chen Ping'an, will you lie to me too?" Meanwhile, the very same Chen Ping'an, recently abducted by a little girl, had already landed atop the building adjacent to the familiar hot pot restaurant. From his vantage point, he observed the second-floor window seat of the eatery, where a striking woman with crimson hair was feeding a bite of pastry into the mouth of an adorably short-haired girl. At nearby tables, patrons, men and women alike, stole frequent admiring glances toward them. These two beauties were none other than Yuan, the club president, and Ning'an, just moments after speaking with Chen Ping'an on the phone. "President, no wonder Ning'an has feelings for you, or why others suspect you're a lesbian. Just think of how you treat every pretty girl. Get serious for once, President." Chen Ping'an sighed, inwardly exasperated by his club president's perpetual flirtatiousness. Even if he were a girl himself, resisting her charm would be nearly impossible. This demon queen is simply too powerful. Inside the hot pot restaurant, President Yuan delighted in feeding Ning'an. After all, who could resist such adorable charm? Our little Omping is adorable too. I quite fancy him, President. Just as Yuan indulged in this pleasant daydream, a voice thick with grievance rang out from behind her, startling her. President, weren't you supposed to comfort me, the heartbroken one? Why does merely standing here make my emotional wounds deepen? President, are you certain you didn't come to emotionally slaughter your beloved Omping? Hearing the familiar voice, Yuan turned and realized Chen Omping had already arrived. Glancing at her delicate wristwatch, she exclaimed in genuine surprise, "Oh, Omping, you truly made it in 5 minutes. So you are that fast a man." Chen Omping's brow twitched. "While I suspect you're implying something, let me clarify. I am not fast." "Wait, no? Aside from that, I'm lightning quick." Satisfied, Yuan instantly wrapped an arm around Ning'an and covered her mouth with a playful giggle. "Oh my. Our sweet little Omping just uttered something quite scandalous right in front of 2 innocent young ladies." Startled by the sudden embrace, Ning'an instantly flushed crimson, steam practically billowing from her ears. "Don't drive like that." Chen Omping winced, watching his president veer wildly off-road again. "Yuanjie, I believe Ning'an's innocence. I truly do. But you, Miss Lude, President, are infamous across the club. Shall we invite Qingqingji and the others to arbitrate in a few days?" With that, Chen Omping stepped forward and took a seat across from them at the empty table. He sighed, watching the sly, feigning president and the utterly guileless, steam-blushing Ning'an nestled against her ample bosom. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he mused inwardly, "As a man, I honestly can't decide whom to envy in this scene. Sigh, Yuanjie really is stunning. Pity she was born with such a mouth." Just then, Yuan's expression shifted, her ruby-red eyes flashing sharply toward Chen Omping across the table. "Oh my. I sense our little Omping is thinking something most improper." Her teasing gaze held a flicker of genuine astonishment, for only now at last did she truly see the transformed Chen Omping before her. "Tch, your useless intuition remains unervingly sharp," Chen Omping remarked, feigning disdain. "So I guess correctly, little Omping. Daring to slander your president in your thoughts. I shall reward, you mean punish, you." Yuan, the club president, gazed at Chen Ping'an, whose expression was one of helpless resignation, with her striking crimson eyes a playful glint dancing within them. "Let me think. How best to punish you, little Ping'an?" As Yuan's eyes sparkled with the unmistakable delight of someone who'd just stumbled upon a fascinating new toy, Chen Ping'an knew, beyond any doubt, that no force on earth could reign in this born entertainer. A punishment it is then. After all, President Yuan only seeks amusement and would never truly harm anyone. Whether it's whips or candles, if I so much as flinch. Chen Ping'an admits defeat. Just as Yuan was appraising Chen Ping'an with quiet amusement, she suddenly furrowed her brows. "Little Ping'an, have you been imagining something rather peculiar for your punishment?" Startled by her words, Chen Ping'an nonetheless maintained perfect composure, his martial god-level muscular control ensuring his face remained solemn and unflinching as he replied, "Not at all. I was merely picturing in broad strokes how Madam President might choose to discipline me. Do I possess some latent psychic ability, or is yours the extraordinary one? You've somehow detected even my fleeting thoughts. Truly, you're unmatched, my devious, captivating president." Yuan tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with quiet danger. Forget it. I sense a certain mischievous child isn't being entirely honest. Hee. Then allow me, your elder sister, to assign a simple penalty. Answer one question, truthfully." At those words, Chen Ping'an tensed, not outwardly, but inwardly, his martial intuition flaring an urgent, chilling warning. This was the sensation of death itself. So effortlessly letting me off the hook. That's so unlike you, President. This reeks of danger. Under Chen Ping'an's wary gaze, Yuan swiftly lifted Anning, who sat nestled in her arms, and deftly slipped behind her, using the flustered girl as both shield and stage. Beneath her soft cerulean bob, Anning blinked blankly, utterly bewildered, as she found herself locked in silent eye contact with Chen Ping'an. From behind Anning's dazed silhouette, Yuan's voice chimed, teasing, crystalline and laced with mischief. "Then tell us, honorable comrade Ping'an, President Yuan and dear little Anning alike, how many photographs of Anning wearing white thigh-highs currently reside in the gallery of our anime club's official photographer, Teacher Chen?" Her tone was bright and clear, but the question struck Chen Ping'an like a thunderclap, his eyes flying wide open. "What is this mortifying games? President Yuan, we are sworn enemies. Just wait until our next cosplay event. I'll have very special Doujin-style outfits prepared for you." Yet however fiercely he raged, inwardly reality demanded his full attention. Before him stood Anning, her delicate features flushed, her short, fresh-cut hair framing wide, guileless eyes brimming with innocent confusion. Though his body had long transcended extremes of heat and cold, Chen Ping'an now felt a fine sheen of cold sweat break across his brow. Who dared claim this delight-seeking president posed no threat? Right then, Chen Ping'an felt himself teetering on the very precipice of social annihilation. Ahem, Sister Yuan, you do love your jests. Wiping the dampness from his forehead, Chen Ping'an forced calm into his voice, projecting effortless poise despite the storm within. Oh, I'm quite serious, little Ping'an. You wouldn't deceive us, would you? Yuan's mischievous hands began a slow, deliberate ascent from Anning's slender waist. Beneath her loose-fitting clothes, Anning's hidden charm, gentle yet undeniably alluring, began to emerge. The crimson-haired girl leaned in, pressing her rosy lips close to Anning's ear, whispering softly. Anning agrees too, doesn't she? Honestly, if President Yuan weren't a breathtaking beauty, every bit Anning's equal, I'd be summoning the city watch this very instant. This is a criminal act, demanding immediate prosecution. You wicked woman. What are you doing? Release Anning. No, strike me instead. Anning, who'd nearly regained her bearings, instantly spiraled into utter disorientation the moment she sensed her friend's teasing fingers, her eyes spinning comically, speech dissolving into wordless, flustered stammering. Amid the standoff, Yuan watched Chen Ping'an with eyes alight with mirth, certain from years of knowing him that he would never confess outright. I'll tease him a bit more than let him off the hook. Afterward, I'll craft the perfect opportunity for Anning and him to spend time alone. I trust little Ping'an completely, but I worry Anning still bears the shadow of her father. Yuan's gentle intent was clear: to ease tension, to soothe whatever lingering anguish burdened the youth. She could never have imagined that in less than half a day this young man had already undergone a profound transformation. Once Chen Ping'an would have instinctively recoiled from such topics, haunted by the wounds of orphanhood steeped in quiet self-doubt and hypersensitivity. He cherished Anning deeply, the girl who'd once extended kindness to him, and held sincere gratitude for Yuan and the other senior club members who'd always treated him with warmth and care. Even his confession, when it finally came, had taken a full year of patient companionship, and only after affection had blossomed into overwhelming devotion. That boy, genuine, earnest, unfailingly gentle, was gone. Chen Ping'an, the boy who leapt from the skyscraper's edge, died in that single shattering instant. To confront the coming apocalypse, to shield those he loved from tragedy, he had already begun forging his resolve. So what then was mere social death? He accepted it, without hesitation. His gaze sharpened, his bearing shifted, effortlessly reclaiming the same unrestrained, radiant confidence he displayed while soaring between towering buildings. Yuan, cradling Anning in her arms and observing Chen Ping'an in silence, paused, genuinely taken aback. That boy who used to worry me so deeply has suddenly become a true man. From the moment Chen Ping'an entered the hot pot restaurant, every young woman present found her eyes drawn irresistibly toward him. To onlookers, it appeared a tender, idyllic scene: a clean-cut, handsome young man confessing heartfelt feelings to a shy, blushing girl, held protectively in her best friend's embrace. A warm, approving smile touched their lips, until in the next breath, "President, my phone holds 132 photos of Anning in white thigh-highs, all taken with her full consent, and another 75 of her in black stockings, equally exquisite. Still, I'd dearly love a few barefoot shots, but Anning refused. A genuine shame." "There," I've answered. Yet those words issuing from such a refined young man plunged the bustling hot pot parlor into stunned, absolute silence. "Huh, little Ping'an, you truly are fearless." Her laughter rang out beneath the night sky of Modu, echoing far into the starlit distance. Calmly seated before the bubbling cauldron, Chen Ping'an, freshly socially executed, sat perfectly still. His eyes were fixed intently on the churning broth. His hands moved with lightning precision, swirling succulent ingredients through the scalding liquid. His concentration so absolute it seemed he sought within each swirl and sizzle the ultimate truth of the martial path itself, as though the recent catastrophe had never occurred. Humph, true martial cultivator's master clarity of heart and perception. And yes, I, Chen Ping'an, wholeheartedly admire barefoot maidens. Across from him, President Yuan savored her steamed delicacies with evident delight, occasionally leaning over to gently feed a quietly contemplative Anning, who remained utterly absorbed in the hot pot's mysteries. Chen Ping'an's shockingly bold, unvarnished confession had fully satisfied Yuan, the ultimate connoisseur of chaos, and left her utterly content. Yet during the hours spent waiting for Chen Ping'an earlier, though she'd offered Anning sweet treats to stave off hunger, Yuan, as club president, could not indulge in snacks without first securing her missing member. Thus, having eaten nothing at all, her stomach now growled in earnest protest, prompting her to urgently urge Chen Ping'an to order and begin cooking. Why hadn't she started eating first? Because a devoted president would never serve her cherished junior's leftovers. Meals, after all, taste infinitely richer when shared. Mouth half full of tender beef ball, Yuan burst into laughter, unable to suppress her mirth at the sight of Chen Ping'an's unwavering, almost sacred focus. Chen Ping'an pretended not to hear, maintaining his martial god-level concentration, savoring each ingredient's subtle essence as it transformed in the broth. Nini Ping'an, don't ignore me. President Yuan is so lonely. Propped against Anning, Yuan voiced loneliness, but her eyes remained keenly observant, tracking the two heads bent low over their shared meal. Yuan had summoned Ping'an to dinner for two reasons. First, to ensure the heartbroken youth inflicted no harm upon himself. Second, to mend the fragile bond between Ping'an and Anning, though she hadn't anticipated just how boldly he'd rise to the occasion today. Tisk tsk. These two fools are so close yet can't seem to bridge the final gap. Clearly I must step in as matchmaker. That wretched man, Anning's father, has long since been dealt with, yet clearly his shadow still lingers over her heart. The president fretted endlessly over her members' romantic entanglements, but when it came to her best friend's family trauma, direct intervention felt inappropriate. All she could do was hope Ping'an would remain this courageous, and soon gently guide Anning past her sorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, like a sage immersed in profound enlightenment, remained impervious to the demonist's enchantments. Seeing his unwavering absorption, Yuan reluctantly abandoned her teasing. After all, nurturing young hearts cannot be rushed. And for Chen Ping'an, whose Tao heart had begun to awaken, what had just transpired was hardly worthy of notice. His intense focus on the hot pot wasn't mere distraction, it was rigorous testing of his martial god abilities. As food settled into his stomach, he instinctively activated his vital energy to aid digestion, and immediately made a startling discovery. All three were staunch carnivores, and this beloved local hot pot restaurant prided itself on fresh, generous cuts. No synthetic shortcuts, no dubious additives. Once ingested, the meats dissolved with astonishing speed, merely nudged by a whisper of his circulating qi and vital energy. Simultaneously, each morsel catalyzed a surge of newly generated vital energy, steadily reinforcing Chen Ping'an's physical constitution. Within moments, his system interface, displaying a baseline physique score of 11.04, began climbing increment by subtle increment. By the time Yuan playfully teased him again, his physique rating had risen from 11.04 to 11.14. Merely eating had yielded gains rivaling those achieved through simulated training, a phenomenon utterly unprecedented in the annals of martial grandmasters. According to grandmaster lore, cultivating vital energy demanded relentless daily cultivation, meticulous nutrition, ceaseless refinement, and painstaking accumulation over months and years, yielding only marginal progress. Such rapid spontaneous enhancement should occur only after consuming exceedingly rare celestial herbs or spirit treasures. Yet Chen Ping'an knew with certainty these were ordinary pork, beef, and lamb, fresh, flavorful, and nothing more. Therefore the anomaly lay not in the food, but in himself, and its source was the Crimson Tier talent martial god. If a grandmaster embodied skill perfected into Tao, then the martial god transcended the mundane, transforming the ordinary into the miraculous. Though it granted no mountain-shattering fists, its uniqueness revealed itself in ever-deepening ways. Here, ordinary fare produced effects akin to legendary spirit herbs, a testament to its power. Every movement, walking, sitting, standing, refined control, even cooking hot pot for Chen Ping'an was cultivation in action. Martial god, truly awe-inspiring beyond measure. Add 20 more plates of fatty beef to table 13. Amid the bustling calls, a tall, leggy waitress dashed into the kitchen, swiftly placed her order, then grabbed a tray brimming with dishes and spun around. Her speed so breathtaking that no one in the kitchen even had time to call out. Inside, the kitchen staff watched the waitress's whirlwind pace and began murmuring among themselves. Why add more? Didn't that table just order 10 plates of lamb? Exactly. I counted. They've ordered over 100 plates of meat dishes, all meat. 100 meat dishes for one table. But there are only 4 seats at that table. Where did such an insatiable eater come from, showering us with generosity? This isn't an Aleocaniate buffet. Hey, stop fixating on that. Don't you find it strange that Xiao Ling keeps fetching orders for that table at? True. This lazy girl usually won't budge unless the boss herself shouts. Why is she suddenly so diligent today? Leaving the kitchen chatter behind, part-time waitress Xiao Ling, thrilled beyond measure, hoisted the heavy food tray and with long strides sprinted back to table 13 in moments. In a voice so saccharine it made her own ears ache, and delivered in flawless Mandarin, Xiao Ling addressed the quiet guest seated left at table 13. Welcome, sir. Your additional order has arrived. Please confirm at your convenience. Feel free to let me know if anything is amiss. My name is Xiao Ling. I'm happy to assist with anything you need. Nearby, a waiter carrying dishes for another table froze mid-step upon hearing the voice, his mind reeling. Is this really the same fiery Xiao Ling? If the boss's wife saw her daughter transformed like this, she'd surely suspect foul play, or at least a mislabeled prescription. Yet catching sight of the guest quietly eating, the waiter relaxed instantly. Damn, he's unbelievably handsome. Inside Lao Difong Hot Pot restaurant, every man and woman on the premises found their gaze irresistibly drawn to table 13 by the window. The two stunning young women seated on the right needed no introduction. After all, who hasn't scrolled past countless beauties on Douyin? At most, these two required no filters, and still outshone them effortlessly. What truly captivated everyone, however, was the figure seated on the left, a heavyweight in every sense. After previously drawing attention with a mortifyingly awkward remark, he now sat serenely, wholly absorbed in his hot pot. Such imperviousness to embarrassment. That's the mark of someone destined for greatness. Still young man. Sheer legs and bare feet may be divine, but sheer stockings reign supreme. Black or white, both sacred. Bare skin, heresy. Having silently marveled, a patron turned to glimpse the audacious soul behind such fearless self-exposure. His admiration as profound as any man's could be for another. Yet when his eyes fell upon Chen Ping'an, calmly dining, the man stiffened, then wordlessly nudged his companion and pointed. Like a contagion, the sequence, turn, stare, freeze, rippled outward. Within moments, most guests on the second floor were spellbound by table 13. Chen Ping'an's constitution, surpassing mortal limits, had reshaped him entirely, from the inside out. As mentioned earlier, while others appear in standard definition, he radiates in crisp, luminous high definition. The very aesthetic diverging so starkly that fascination becomes inevitable. Chen Ping'an accepted the tray and began arranging the dishes, unaware of Xiaoling's flushed cheeks beside him. Seeing that his gaze remained fixed solely on the food, never once lingering on her, Xiaoling inwardly scoffed. Humph. Handsome, yes, but blind as a bat. A beauty like me stands right before him, yet he sees nothing but stockings. I could wear them too, you know. Thus Chen's reputation as a stocking enthusiast seemed irrevocably sealed. He did, after all, adore bare feet. Once finished arranging the dishes, Chen Ping'an handed the empty tray back to Xiaoling and smiled warmly. Thank you, miss. Xiaoling felt dazzled, blinded by that smile. When she finally snapped back to awareness, her knees wobbled, balance fled, and she swayed helplessly sideways. Oh no, this smile is illegal. For this young man, I'll wear stockings next time, black and white like a panda. Miss, are you all right? Startled by her sudden stumble, Chen Ping'an assumed fatigue and swiftly steadied her. In that instant, memories surged. Tales of exploitative bosses 996 and 007 work cultures. Who knew the food service industry had become this cutthroat? Life truly is hard. I'm fine, really. Flustered Xiaoling's Sichuan dialect slipped out warm and melodic. Hearing its charming cadence, Chen Ping'an glanced at her anew. He'd long heard that Sichuan and Chongqing bred extraordinary beauty, and indeed her skin gleamed like polished white jade. Yet under his steady gaze, that jade flushed crimson. Face burning scarlet, Xiaoling hastily reverted to Mandarin. I'll clear these plates first. She snatched up the empty dishes, seized the tray, and fled, leaving Chen Ping'an utterly bewildered. Wait, do I look that terrifying? Across the table, Yuan, the club president, had been holding in laughter until her ribs ached. Now seeing Chen Ping'an's dazed expression, she burst into unrestrained laughter. Ping'an, you charm girls without even trying. Never saw that coming. If you were even slightly flirtatious, the title of Ocean King would be yours by birthright. Honestly, your smile just now nearly made me swoon. Meanwhile, Ning, still reeling from her social catastrophe, kept her head bowed over the hot pot. Unlike legendary martial cultivators who master heart-mind clarity, this gentle girl couldn't bring herself to lift her eyes toward the suddenly unfamiliar Brother Ping'an. No matter what unfolded nearby, she maintained her adorable stubborn pose. You don't see me. You don't see me. Yet prompted by Yuan's words, Ning quietly added, yes. Brother Ping'an, your smile just now was very beautiful. Chen Ping'an rubbed his chin, astonished. His first brush with surreal privilege in this life simulation wasn't power or wealth, but sheer unassailable beauty. Still, being a top-tier heartthrob was undeniably exhilarating. Defeating the great demon king and winning back my beloved is now merely a matter of time. He chuckled softly to himself. Whoa, hold on, little Ping'an. I praise you twice and suddenly you grin like some sinister schemer. Yuan studied his sly smirk, her instincts screaming this boy just thought something utterly inappropriate. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth to protest, only for Ning to chime in. Brother Ping'an's smile just now was a bit disturbing. Disturbing. Friends, if a girl says this to you, how would you feel? Especially when she delivers it with utter unblinking sincerity. If your first reaction is excitement, report immediately to the wall, facing it, for disciplinary reflection. Your level is too advanced. Chen Ping'an, who hadn't yet embarked on his disturbing path, suffered an immediate psychic blow. His eyes dimmed, his posture stiffened. He stood frozen statue still. Yuan glanced at the petrified Chen Ping'an, then at Ning, hunched low, feigning death beside her. Recalling her best friend's endearing naivety, a plan sparked in the president's mind. Let's test this ruse. This flustered, muddled girl will surely fall for it. Ning, Ping'an seems gone. As she spoke, Yuan waved her hand before Chen Ping'an's eyes. Just regaining awareness, he instinctively blinked, then met Yuan's knowing, deeply suggestive gaze. Pretend. Little Ping'an. The youth blinked, puzzled. Why? With a sly conspiratorial smile, Yuan answered. Not with words, but with a glance. Just trust me. Rewards await. So Chen Ping'an obediently held his blank expression, then paused inwardly. Wait. Can we communicate telepathically now? President, you definitely have superpowers. Ignoring Chen Ping'an's mental grumbling, Ning, already anxious all day over her hasty refusal that morning, had grown increasingly frantic. After the mortifying incident as the story's heroine, she'd dissolved into pure instinct, eat. Now hearing her most trusted sister declare this, panic erupted. Brother Ping'an, what's wrong with you? Terrified he might truly be unwell, she lunged forward and shook his shoulders urgently. But the moment her hands gripped him, she sensed it. His body was unnervingly rigid. Recalling horror films where corpses stiffen post-mortem, Ning, already overwhelmed, panicked completely. Brother Ping'an, don't die. I'll let you photograph my bare legs next time. Just don't die. And stripes too. Yes, stripes too. Just please be okay, Brother Ping'an. Tears streaming, Ning blurted it out, then suddenly realized that voice sounded familiar. She looked up to find Chen Ping'an watching her, smirking mischievously. I'm perfectly fine. Chen Ping'an braced for scolding. He'd pushed her to tears after all. He shot Yuan a reproachful glance. President, we crossed a line. Ning's crying. Yuan shifted guiltily. Ahem. I didn't expect Xiao Ning to be this innocent. No way. I demand 2 photos of her bare legs. Chen Ping'an glared. President, your legs are longer. Photograph yourself. She's my wife. Before Yuan could retort, the young woman suddenly pulled Chen Ping'an into a tight, trembling embrace. A gentle, milky fragrance enveloped him as the girl's scent washed over the youth, bringing an instant sense of comfort. In her drowsy haze, the maiden had instinctively drawn Chen Ping'an into a tender embrace. Yet since Chen Ping'an remained seated, his nostrils filled entirely with that soft, creamy aroma. He awarded this embrace 8 out of 10. Miss Ning, please keep striving. Just as an impish thought flickered across Chen Ping's mind, a single cool droplet fell upon his cheek. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a tiny calico kitten, weeping joyfully. Woo, I was so frightened, so terrified something might have happened to you, Brother Ping. I didn't know where you'd gone, so I went straight to find Sister Yuan. If Sister Yuan hadn't held me close and comforted me all along, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Brother Ping, please never die. Ning, that innocent girl, harbored not the faintest trace of blame toward either Chen Ping or President Yuan. Worried for him since afternoon, her quiet anxiety had finally erupted, spilling forth in the wake of their light-hearted moment. Her tears were but a release, nothing more. Gazing upon them, Chen Ping felt an unexpected pang stir deep within his heart. Though she now seemed timid, dreamy, and effortlessly vulnerable, it was this very senior sister who, on the day of campus orientation, had reached out and gently taken Chen Ping's hand, soothing the unease of his first steps into an unfamiliar world. The world may abound with fleeting infatuations born of beauty alone, but some rare, quiet moments pierce the soul, lingering long after all else fades. Before hearing Ning cry had only stirred his urge to tease her. This time, however, her joyful weeping, wrought by sheer relief for his safety, filled him with quiet remorse. I should have held back a little more. Still, next time, I'll dare again. With tenderness, he stroked Ning's soft hair and spoke earnestly. There, dear girl, believe me, Chen Ping will never die. Ning, the radiant beauty, stood before him, face streaked with tears, resembling a bedraggled little plush kitten. At his words, her nose twitched shyly as she whispered, really. To Chen Ping, Ning, who cared for him so deeply, had after months of shared days become his family, and he would never deceive those who held him dear. He tapped her nose lightly and smiled. Yes, I will never lie to Ning. Yes, I believe you, Brother Ping. Gazing at the familiar face of Chen Ping, Ning, her cheeks tear-streaked, broke into a foolish, radiant smile. Just as Chen Ping and Ning exchanged tender smiles, Yuan, the ever-observant club president, finally exhaled a deep, satisfied sigh. Fulfilled. Utterly fulfilled. I told you so. Over this past year, your bond has been the strongest in the entire club. How could it possibly fail? Ning, think carefully. Young Ping is the man I, as club president, have personally endorsed. The club president wore the indulgent, affectionate smile of one utterly smitten by a perfect pairing. her crimson gem-like eyes reflecting the two young souls before her. As the guardian of the animation club and devoted mentor to both little Onping and little Ning'an, she longed for these two kind-hearted youths to each find their rightful place in life. Yet knowing Ning'an's family circumstances, she dared not speak openly to Chen Onping, choosing instead to play matchmaker in subtle, careful ways. Still, it seemed that honest, steady Onping had begun to change, perhaps spurred by heartbreak. For now, the shift appears positive. I shall refrain from interfering further. This wise president shall remain aloof from love's entanglements. Young man, young woman, fall in love already. At the president's beaming grin, Ning'an hastily protested, no, it's not like that. You know me, Sister Yuan. I could never date a man. I've always seen Onping as my elder brother. And I think I might. The president tilted her head, curiously watching Ning'an stammer into silence. Might what? Ning'an froze completely, unable to utter another word. Under the president's inquisitive gaze, her cheeks burned deeper and deeper, until steam itself seemed ready to rise from her brow. Puzzled by her best friend's sudden fluster, President Yuan suddenly sensed a gaze thick with grievance, turning to find Chen Onping staring intently at her. Little Onping, anything wrong? That looks rather intense. Won't Ning'an misunderstand? Chen Onping pressed his lips together, his mind roaring with unspoken words. How dare you even ask? You incorrigible jester, wicked woman, grand sorceress of flirtation. How did you twist my beloved Ning'an? I swear, I'll set her straight again. Yet no matter how fiercely he raged inwardly, he had already sworn to Ning'an to keep her secret. And so, swallowing his protest, he deftly changed the subject. No, nothing at all. Just realized. President Yuan is truly beautiful. At those words, President Yuan, whose wit had never faltered all evening, paused just once. Her lovely crimson eyes shimmered softly before she gently turned her head aside. Oh my, has little Onping fallen for an older sister like me? Well, if Ning'an truly refuses you, perhaps this president might consider a spontaneous romance with little Onping. As if fearing misinterpretation, she quickly waved her hands. Never mind. Never mind. We're far too familiar. I simply couldn't bring myself to act. By the time the hot pot dinner concluded, it was already 11 p.m. Since it was late, Chen Onping, ever the gentleman, offered to escort both girls home. It was only then that Chen Onping realized President Yuan lived in the same luxury villa district as the little girl, Nan, he'd met earlier. This was the heart of Modu, the city's most exclusive residential enclave. To dwell here meant one belonged not merely to wealth or privilege, but to its very apex. Who would have guessed our Luzhou club president was a hidden heiress? Still glancing at Ning'an's delicate expressive face, Chen Onping instantly declared an heiress pales beside a maiden. Yet as that thought crossed his mind, the image of the girl who had died, saving him, flashed vividly through his consciousness, like a wound freshly reopened. Is this simulation truly only simulation? And where then does reality begin or end? After delivering President Yuan home, the remaining stretch became a quiet private walk, just Ning'an and Chen Onping. Yet following the evening's cascade of emotion, both walked in thoughtful silence. From the corner of his eye, he watched Ning'an's petite, exquisite profile, and an irresistible urge to gently pinch her cheek surged within him. Brother Onping, I'm home. Ning'an's voice startled him from his reverie. Realizing they'd already arrived, Chen Onping blinked in surprise. Huh? Already? We haven't even left the villa district yet. Wait, this is the detached villa directly behind that wicked woman's house. Meeting his puzzled gaze, Ning'an explained softly, my home is actually right behind Sister Yuan's. We've been neighbors since childhood. I've played with her since my earliest memories. After father abandoned mother and me, I leaned on Sister Yuan more than anyone. So I'm the unwitting third wheel. Has the season of White Album arrived early? Chen Onping, the self-proclaimed pure love warrior, suddenly grasped a startling truth. He was the interloper. And Ning'an, his innocent natural, had just casually revealed a tragic past with such disarming simplicity. Should he offer comfort, or pretend he heard nothing? His mind for once stuttered into near total silence. In that daze, he began to understand why Ning'an had refused him, and recalled President Yuan's knowing glance at their farewell. Was everything part of your grand design, Madam President? Unaware of what she'd just disclosed, Ning'an mistook Chen Onping's dazed expression for lewd thoughts. After a hesitant pause, her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured, that promise I made you. I'll keep it. But you must honor your vow too. Though she declined his confession, Ning'an remained deeply concerned for Chen Onping, especially knowing how volatile heartbreak could make young men. She couldn't bear the thought of him coming to harm, which was precisely why she'd sought President Yuan's help to comfort him. Hearing her words, Chen Onping barely pulled himself from the dizzying shock of realizing he was the third party. Yet he still couldn't recall what promise she meant. Which promise? Ning'an's lovely face blazed even redder, the stripes and bare legs. Were it not for Chen Onping's supernaturally acute hearing, he'd have missed her whisper entirely. But the keywords landed perfectly, and he instantly understood. His gaze drifted to her slender calves clad in pristine white stockings, and imagination bloomed. His pulse quickened as he thumped his chest. Yes, I'll keep it. I'll never do anything reckless or take my own life. And let me be clear, I don't boast lightly. If I refuse to die, few things in this world can kill me. With a playful glint in his eye, he teased the increasingly flustered girl. So, what about those stripes and bare legs? Unable to bear it any longer, Ping'an blushed furiously and dashed straight home, leaving only her breathless reply drifting on the wind. Next time, I promise. Over the past year, members of the Animation Club had interacted almost exclusively during school activities or comic conventions. Ping'an knew roughly when Chen Ping'an would arrive at the hot pot restaurant, not because she tracked him, but because the club often gathered there. Still, members knew remarkably little about each other's personal lives. President Yuan had once said, "We gather through shared passion of friendship thrives on common interests, not exhaustive knowledge of one another." Thus, Chen Ping'an had remained unaware that Ping'an too was a daughter of immense wealth. Had this revelation come before acquiring the simulator, when he was merely an orphan, he might have felt unworthy. Now, however, he felt profound gratitude toward the simulator for granting him the chance to reshape his destiny. Walking once more between towering skyscrapers, Chen Ping'an reveled in the exhilarating freedom granted by newfound strength and burst into song. Upon the sword, I ride the wind, slaying demons beneath heaven and earth. With wine, I soar in boundless joy. Without it, I still dance in wild ecstasy. 1 cup drinks the rivers dry. 2 cups swallow sun and moon whole. 1,000 cups cannot faze me. I am the wine sword immortal. This verse, by the legendary wine sword immortal, was Chen Ping'an's favorite from a classic Xinxia game set in the Great Yin realm. As he chanted, freely surrendering wholly to his heart, his eyes brightened, and his spirit expanded immeasurably. Whether it was carrying President Yuan or Ping'an, whose feelings remained uncertain, they were, after all, mortals. As Chen Ping'an grew ever stronger, they might well fall irretrievably behind him. Deepening bonds with them would only deepen sorrow when the inevitable parting came. A truth many cultivators cite as reason to sever emotional ties entirely, pursuing transcendence unburdened. Chen Ping'an had already tasted loss's bitter sting, though the simulator's backlash had faded significantly. Yet the image of that girl, dying for him, remained seared into his soul. But he refused to see this as obstacle, only as challenge. To flee love out of fear is the hallmark of weakness. Like the martial god enshrined within his talent, whom all declared had reached a dead end, he refused to believe it. Neither did Chen Ping'an. 100 deaths, and his heart would not waver. The martial god's path forged not only physical strength, but an indomitable martial heart. And Chen Ping'an believed, fervently, that life's true weight lies not in its burdens, but in the convictions carried upon one's shoulders, the very force that propels us farther than we ever dreamed possible. He sought power, not for glory but to shield all he cherished. If the apocalypse, 10 days hence, seeks to erase them all, then no despair, however absolute, would compel him to flee. Empowered, he would stand foremost and shatter that doom with his bare hands. Recalling tonight's promise, Chen Ping'an laughed. Light, unburdened, free, I Chen Ping'an, the martial god, I choose not to die. There is no force in this world capable of ending me. You are dead. Simulation terminated. Survival duration failed minimum threshold. During beginner grace period, rewards calculated at minimum standard. Survival duration 1 day. Reward 0. 1 physical constitution. Retain talents from this simulation. A cold bead of sweat traced down the brow of the youth, who called himself the martial god. What was that thing? When Chen Ping'an returned home, it was already midnight. The first day of the Doomsday countdown had passed, and the information on the panel had also changed. Name Chen Ping'an. Race human. Attribute physique 11. 99 points martial arts master limit break blood exchange. Blood vitality increased through eating and circulating qi in a hot pot restaurant. Talent martial arts myth red. Doomsday countdown 9 days. The first day has ended and Chen Ping'an has also acquired his first red talent, breaking the limits of the human body for the first time. It can be said that the simulation of the first day was completed perfectly. When the midnight bell tolled, the simulator panel unfolded before Chen Ping'an once again. Sleep mode ended. The simulator is increasing observational possibilities. Player's second talent slot opened. You can start a new simulation now. Chen Ping'an was seated in his living room, and the first benefit of embarking on the path of qi and blood martial arts had begun to manifest. Despite the ups and downs of his emotions, and a whole day of running around, Chen Ping'an felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, as his physique continuously strengthened, sleep had become a choice rather than a necessity. Ordinary people sleep to allow their organs to rest. It is a physiological necessity. You can go a long time without food, but you absolutely cannot go a long time without sleep. because sleep helps repair the damage to your body and allows certain organs to truly rest. However, for those who have broken the limits of the human body, their bodies are constantly self-repairing and perfecting themselves. Of course, a martial arts master who has undergone a limit-breaking blood exchange cannot completely forego sleep. But at this moment, it wasn't a problem for Chen Ping'an to transform into a time management master, going days without sleep while still engaging in various activities. Has my blood vitality really risen to 1199? It should be harder to increase blood vitality as it goes up, but I only had a meal and this speed is just too astonishing. Chen Ping'an felt the blood vitality within him had grown much stronger. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked by this abnormal rate of growth. It's worth noting that although Chen Ping'an ate a lot, most of it was ordinary food. If he consumed higher nutrition food, the results would surely be even better. In fact, if Chen Ping'an didn't mind the taste and directly consumed high-energy edible substances, his blood vitality could increase even faster. As for whether he would overeat, with his stomach fortified from the blood vitality enhancement, when circulating qi, the food enters and is quickly converted into blood vitality, making it impossible to overeat. Therefore, to increase blood vitality for someone who has comprehended the essence of blood vitality through the martial arts myth talent, all he needs to do is eat. However, thinking about eating, Chen Ping'an suddenly felt a pang of distress. Given how much he ate tonight, this meal would cost at least several thousand. Although it was the president treating, Chen Ping'an felt embarrassed to keep letting the girl pay for him, even if the president's food was indeed delicious. The buffet options were naturally considered by Chen Ping'an, but it wasn't enough. The energy required for blood vitality increases greatly as it grows. Ordinary food could barely sustain him for now, but once he broke through the second limit of blood vitality, he would have to consider medicinal supplements. Just as Chen Ping'an was pondering his next arrangements, a lazy female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I slept so well. Am I still in this world? I didn't expect the energy replenishment for this simulation to be quite fast. I wonder how that lewd martial arts master is doing. I hope he hasn't lost control and turned into a bulldozer in reality. It turned out to be the mysterious female voice, self-proclaimed, as the observer awakened. However, the first words from the observer made Chen Ping'an burst out. That really disappoints you, huh? Not only am I alive, but I've also gained a red talent. And apologize to all the lewd people in the world. In the cold network, only those who seek certain mysterious codes will sincerely wish the host a peaceful life. And it's only been a few hours. What am I pushing for? The apocalypse is coming. Let's deal with lewd matters after I blow up the apocalypse. Chen Ping'an's rapid-fire complaints left the observer slightly stunned. After a moment, the lazy female voice continued, at least you have a conscience and aren't a mindless bulldozer. Let me see what red talent you have acquired. I'm in a good mood and might be able to give you some advice. The martial arts master has actually evolved into this talent. I didn't expect such a possibility. Interesting. If it seems this time the player might last a little longer. Wait, let me take a closer look. The potential of this talent seems a bit. The observer seemed to have discovered something troublesome, and her so-called advice was delayed. Chen Ping'an keenly sensed the key point in her words. Wait, what do you mean by this time's player? The observer, who appeared to be in thought, suddenly realized and hastily feigned a poor signal. You misheard. No, I didn't say anything. Oh no, insufficient energy. I need to sleep again. Bye. The lazy female voice suddenly became anxious and used an unbelievable excuse to escape. After that, no matter how Chen Ping'an called, that female voice did not reappear. Yet the words just now revealed a lot of information. What does this time's player mean? Chen Ping'an felt a slight unease at this phrase, but there was too little information. Speculating was pointless. Forget it. As long as my strength is enough, I don't care what problems arise. I'll just break through them with my strength. The path of qi and blood martial arts has its advantages, but after cultivating, the cultivator is prone to becoming reckless. In simple terms, when faced with indecision, just do it. Clearly, Chen Ping'an, once a simple and lewd person, was gradually evolving into a reckless lewd person. System. Start the simulation. Let me see what this apocalypse can do to me in 9 days. Clearly, after obtaining a top-tier talent, Chen Ping'an had become somewhat inflated. There was no helping it. The martial arts myth red talent was simply too powerful. Even though Chen Ping'an currently only had the level of a limit-breaking martial arts master, it didn't stop him from imagining the scenery after he broke through the martial arts myth. In the midst of his thoughts, the system provided the selection of talents this time. Please choose a talent. Master's thick skin white, hyperthymesia green, ordinary person blue. Master's thick skin white. You often refer to yourself as a martial arts master in public, and even spend a high price to hire foreigners to collaborate with you in shooting a supposedly fake sparring video. Through your trickery, you actually managed to swindle some money, As a result, you became even more arrogant, even genuinely believing that your martial arts have reached mastery. Overly inflated, you even boldly accepted sparring requests from some combat enthusiasts, but unfortunately the fake can never become real. Your master's thick skin only allows you to come out and claim you were ambushed after taking a few punches, saying that those true enthusiasts lack martial ethics. Effect: thickness of skin increased grants a useless skill, lightning 5-strike whip. System: I don't grind in the obscenity district, don't trick me. Is this master surnamed Ma? Will he also have the unique skill of hair transformation? To Chen Ping'an's dismay, after he finished speaking, the effect column on the panel actually added the ability of hair transformation. Moreover, as if eagerly anticipating Chen Ping'an's choice, the entire talent's white font flickered twice. It was quite flashy. Speechless, Chen Ping'an continued to look at the next talent, hyperthymesia green. You can remember every detail you see, but please don't rush to be happy. Trust me, even if you've memorized the book, you still won't be able to answer the questions you shouldn't know how to do. After all, you recognize every word in the language exam paper. Does that mean you can write the strange light flickering in the fish's eye? Effect: brain burden 1, memory ability 3. Ignoring the previous complaints regarding a certain major exams essay question from years ago in the Yin Kingdom, Chen Ping'an looked at this talent with great interest and stroked his chin. This talent is actually quite strong. Chen Ping'an had heard of hyperthymesia before, which is a condition envied by ordinary people. Ordinary people believe they are very smart because hyperthymesia patients can easily remember everything. However, in reality, excellent memory does not bring wisdom, but leads to immense brain pressure. However, the interesting aspect of this talent is that it is the first talent with side effects that Chen Ping'an has seen. Typically, green talents increase ability by 2 points. This talent, while having a slight side effect, actually achieves the level of a blue talent. However, such an increase in ability points is clearly unsuitable for those above the golden talent level. As for issues like brain burden, Chen Ping'an, as a chi and blood martial artist, was not too worried. This talent can be considered as a backup. With that thought, Chen Ping'an looked at the last talent, ordinary person blue. I have no money, I don't like money. Go away, you annoying little spirits, don't corrupt my soul. No way can there really be someone who can't earn a small target. Business is the greatest charity. We made a decision to turn every delivery worker into a self-employed individual so they can buy insurance for themselves. If you can't even earn a small target, how can you dream of becoming the richest person? Effect: streetlight seat 1. After reading this talent description, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of financial pressure hit him, along with an indescribable, terrifying aura creeping in his. That's terrifying. I'm telling you, system, don't mess around. I didn't see anything. His system, hurry up and use the hyperthymesia talent to start the simulation. The system seemed to realize its mistake and quickly withdrew the other talents. When the panel was left with only the martial arts myth and hyperthymesia, the system initiated a new round of simulation. A pale blue system interface flickered to life, flooding with rapidly scrolling data. The apocalypse looms. You stand atop Sky Tower, the tallest structure in Modu. Eyes closed, breathing deep, preparing yourself for the unknown trial ahead. You must attain absolute perfection. And you sense time drawing near. Slowly your eyes open, crimson lights swirling faintly within their depths. And below the colossal iron spire lies the vibrant pulse of mortal life. Crowds surge ceaselessly, radiant with the joy of the coming new year. Yet none of it touches you. On this eve of transition, you stand alone upon the tower's peak, because you know your enemy descends from the heavens. And through certain channels you learned of the coming cataclysm. But having undergone 4 blood transcendence breakthroughs, the surging torrent of vital chi coursing through your veins fuels your unshakable courage in the face of annihilation. And you gaze upward at the boundless firmament, your eyes blazing with invincibility, as if no sky could veil your sight, no earth entomb your will. Humph. This opening carries a rare, commanding aura. To confront ultimate terror hidden from the very first moment. Chen Ping'an exhaled, then furrowed his brows. And yet something feels strange. Though I broke through 4 blood transcendence thresholds in mere days, a feat worthy of the martial Tao myth title. Still, according to my memory, such strength couldn't even cleave rivers or split mountains. And why would the simulated version of me rush straight toward the apocalyptic unknown? And how does the simulated me know the threat originates from the sky? Mean truth, before this simulation, Chen Ping'an left no warning notes, no written clues whatsoever. He wished to observe what his present self would do when faced with the end times. And as his own cultivation deepened, the simulated self seemed increasingly autonomous, possessing its own volition, its own resolve. Yet even this initial display of the simulation's interface left Chen Ping'an bewildered. Nonetheless, undeterred by his doubts, the simulation continued, and the youth suppressed his confusion, watching on. Midnight chimes resounded across the city as people celebrated the new year, countless fireworks burst across the heavens. And this marked the departure of the old year and the arrival of the new. Humanity still clung simply and earnestly to the belief that the world would grow ever better and tomorrow's sun would rise as always. And inside Sky Tower, young women from the anime club gathered together, gazing up in delight at the blossoming pyrotechnics. In the bloom of their youth, each glance, each smile was itself a masterpiece of beauty. Yet they were not joyful, because they could no longer find you. And hours earlier you had arrived at Sky Tower with them, intending to welcome the new year side by side. And the martial Tao granted you unwavering confidence to protect them. You believed without hesitation that you could shield those you cherished, under any circumstance. And but minutes before the countdown ended, an inexplicable sense of dread seized you. And guided solely by that premonition, you ascended alone to the tower's summit. And you felt it, an immense looming peril descending from the heavens. And unaware of the threat's true nature, you chose solitude and focused inward, drawing strength from your surging vital chi, confident it would sustain you through any crisis. Chen Ping'an watched the unfolding simulation with complex, searching eyes, and at last understood his simulated self's intent. His simulated self sought to crush the calamity at its inception, to spare everyone harm. And even now Chen Ping'an sensed faint, yet unmistakable, the profound protective instinct burning within that simulated heart. The simulation's feedback appeared to be far more than mere attribute points. Yet, could the apocalypse truly be so easily overcome? Pushing aside his turbulent thoughts, Chen Ping'an refocused on the newly refreshed simulation text. In the martial Tao path demands exactly this. Confronting apocalyptic terror is inevitable. Then let me see just how far the martial Tao myth talent can carry me. The chime of midnight rang out again and again. The first day had officially begun. In this moment marked the apocalypse's arrival. And your gaze locked onto the moonless crystalline night sky. At the instant the final chime struck, your perception accelerated to its absolute limit. And within your martial Tao vision, the world around you slowed to a crawl, yet the oppressive dread emanating from the heavens reached its zenith. And above you, however, nothing stirred, except two luminous full moons hanging serene and silver in the void. Yet your eyes remained riveted to that precise point in the sky, until in a fleeting haze you perceived a speck darker than absolute night itself, suspended impossibly within the firmament. And before you could examine it further, boom, the sky shattered. A colossal fissure, 10,000 li long, ripped open across the heavens, pulsing with iridescent chaotic light. In that instant, an incomprehensible titanic hand descended, obscuring the entire sky. Its hue was ashen gray, lifeless, saturated with unspeakable ill omen. And beneath that palm the world fell utterly silent. And fireworks still blooming in the distance lost all color and sound. Crowds cheering outdoors collapsed like wheat stalks cut down by a scythe. And standing atop the tower's pinnacle you stared upward, speechless before that boundless, ominous hand. In a single breath you confronted terror beyond comprehension. Torrents of maddening, malevolent thoughts flooded your mind like physical force. And your eyeballs began to itch violently, straining to tear free from their sockets. And your lips twisted upward into a grotesque, involuntary grin, even if it meant rending your own cheeks apart. And such afflictions would kill any ordinary person instantly, but your supremely young infused vital chi bare. That was your final thought. And you died. And simulation terminated. Survival duration failed to meet minimum threshold. During beginner's grace period, rewards calculated at base rate. And contamination purged. Energy absorption and conversion in progress. And survival duration 1 day. Reward physical constitution 0.01. Would you like to retain this simulation's talent? A cold bead of sweat traced a path down the brow of the man who bore the title Martial Tao Myth. And what in the world was that? A Martial Tao Grandmaster who had achieved 4 blood transcendence breakthroughs and possessed the legendary Martial Tao Myth aptitude, had not even brushed against the enemy's presence. Merely by meeting its gaze and perceiving its true form, he perished instantly, slain by some unfathomable anomalous mechanism. And for Chen Ping'an, who had staked his entire confidence upon the supremacy of vital chi cultivation, this was a shattering blow. Yet after a brief pause to steady his breath, Chen Ping'an calmed his spirit. Martial Tao Grandmaster remained, after all, a mortal being. His simulated self had not yet attained the true realm of the Martial Tao myth. Moreover, if this was truly the apocalypse, such horror was perhaps unsurprising. And if it was strong, then he would simply become stronger still. The Martial Tao was the path of self-mastery. And blaming fate or lamenting injustice was the refuge of the weak. His duty was to learn to adapt and return stronger to face the entity that brought ruin upon the world. Exhaling slowly, Chen Ping'an settled into lotus position and began analyzing the simulation's insights. And, though I failed, this trial yielded extraordinary revelations. First, I have finally uncovered why in my previous simulation I was ambushed in the imperial capital. That colossal hand is not only forbidden to behold, it is perilous even to record. Its very image carries lethal contamination. And second, vital chi does resist the apocalypse. It works. In this simulation, Chen Ping'an did not die immediately upon gazing at the hand. Though forcing himself to avert his eyes cost him bleeding from all 7 orifices, it was vastly preferable to the instantaneous catastrophic death he suffered in earlier simulations. Clearly, this reflected the tangible progress gained through his 4 blood transcendence breakthroughs. Yet his eventual demise stemmed largely from one fact: the hand's true form remained indelibly imprinted upon his mind. This phenomenon likely resulted from his hyperthymesia talent. His extraordinary memory preserved every visual detail with photographic fidelity. Yet this very gift became his undoing, proof that the hand's true visage carried terrifying inherent danger and contagious corruption. A martial Dao grandmaster who had undergone 4 blood transcendence breakthroughs could be killed merely by seeing it. And no wonder in the prior simulation the classified dossier obtained by Yin Yu contained only textual descriptions and third-party accounts, never a single image. The hand's horror extended even further. Staring at the simulation log, specifically at his final words before death, Chen Ping'an fell into deep contemplation. His simulated self had distinctly sensed something emerging from within his own skull. Chen Ping'an dismissed no such sensation as illusion. And the truth was almost certainly this: the hyper-detailed mental imprint of the hand had somehow awakened, manifesting as something alien and alive within his brain. It had taken root, grown, and emerged, ultimately claiming the life of a martial Dao grandmaster. And thus the hand required no physical action to destroy a city. Its mere existence seeded countless anomalies, spontaneously, inevitably. In realizing this, Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave and unyielding. While vital chi clearly offered some resistance against such strangeness and against its insidious proliferative nature, he remained utterly defenseless. Once the hand manifested, every human in the city would perish in an instant, leaving him no time to intervene or protect anyone. And I am still not strong enough. In the next simulation, I'll trade space for time. I must gather deeper intelligence about this apocalypse. And with that resolve, Chen Ping'an penned a note instructing himself to leave Modu for the imperial capital and initiated the next simulation. System: discard the hyperthymesia talent. Proceed with simulation. At this moment, Chen Ping'an's physical constitution stood at 12 points, 8 points short of his 2nd blood transcendence breakthrough. As the voice fell, the content on the simulation panel changed quietly. A new set of talents available for selection appeared on the simulation panel. Talent extraction complete. Please select a talent: breeding stallion, blue, Taoist, air, green, small town singer, white. Small town singer, white. You have loved singing since childhood, but your parents do not support you. They believe students should focus on their studies, thinking that singing would only distract you. Consequently, your talent was buried, but your persistent longing will surely resonate. Until that day you picked up your grilled gluten in front of the camera during an interview. Effect: slight increase in singing talent. In truth, everyone possesses talent. It is just that life often lacks the soil for it to sprout. Chen Ping'an, who knew the story of Gluten Brother, felt a pang of emotion upon seeing this talent. However, this talent offered no assistance in the apocalypse, and Chen Ping'an directly looked at the other 2 options. Taoist, air, green. In a world torn by warlords where people suffer, it is far too common for a child to be abandoned in such an era. Yet you were fortunate to be saved by the old abbot within the Taoist temple. Inside the temple, the abbot and the senior brothers treated you as family. Although you never knew who your parents were, you never felt lonely. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long, as the warlords continued to clash. The land awaited rebirth, while the invasion of external enemies began anew. As the saying goes, in chaotic times the Taoist flourishes, in prosperous times the monk thrives. After spending a night in deep contemplation, the old abbot decided to lead the brothers down the mountain. Before departing, he patted your head and instructed you, his youngest disciple, to take good care of the temple. As long as the temple remained, they would have a place to return. That year, the old abbot took 12 brothers down the mountain. Seasons changed and time passed. After several cycles of cold and heat, that little Taoist who struggled with fetching water grew into a bright-eyed youth under the power of time. And the war also came to an end. One evening, the setting sun cast its glow upon the small path in front of the temple. The one-armed old abbot returned, his face weathered. He told the little Taoist that the war was won, the enemies were driven away, and peace had returned to the land. The chaos was over, so he had come back. The little Taoist asked why the senior brothers had not returned, but the old abbot merely patted his head, just as he did when he left. As the little Taoist looked on in confusion, the old abbot gazed at the desolate temple and murmured, "They have returned. All have returned." 5 years later, you buried the old abbot, and in this once bustling temple only you remained as the sole Taoist, along with an abandoned baby boy whom you had taken in. Standing on the hilltop, you gazed at the smoke rising from the kitchens below, knowing that many, like your senior brothers and masters, had traded their lives for peace. Effect gained a serene heart state of mind, increasing resistance to external evils. Chen Ping'an silently stared at this talent for a long time, even though it was merely a green talent. Yet Chen Ping'an felt a surge of power within this talent, not the self-empowerment of a martial myth battling to break limits, but a force named responsibility. Countless ordinary people burdened with responsibility, like those Taoists who descended from the mountain, buried themselves in foreign lands fighting for their families and the bloodlines of future generations to carve out a piece of peace and tranquility. Even though this talent was merely green, Chen Ping'an was deeply moved. It was not only because of the power described within that shook his soul, but also because it was the first time a somewhat metaphysical power had emerged. Nodding slightly, Chen Ping'an turned to the last talent. Breeding Stallion Blue, you discovered from a young age that you had a unique talent that became increasingly apparent as you grew older with boundless energy. Until the year of your college entrance exam, when you failed to get accepted and the landlady opened the door to a new world for you. Effect: the reproductive system is greatly enhanced. In fact, from an academic perspective, this talent is quite strong. However, as a practitioner of martial arts, although crass, my endurance in various aspects is top-notch. Perhaps due to the intention of the previous talent, Chen Ping'an refrained from criticizing this talent this time, instead offering a simple and objective commentary. After all, a mere youth cannot compare to a martial arts master who can train tirelessly day and night. Shaking his head and ignoring the system's peculiar talent pool, Chen Ping'an had already made his choice. System: I choose Taoist Air. Begin the simulation. Talent loading successful. Simulation started. The observer began recording, and the simulation information is being updated. Day 1. Thanks to inexplicable information, you spent a calm day in a small hotel in the capital city. Last night, there were no abnormalities. The apocalypse seemed not to have arrived. The only thing to note is that someone always likes to slip colorful cards under the door of your room. After observing these images, you gave up on the idea of thwarting a scam and instead began gathering information related to the apocalypse online. To your surprise, aside from the beautiful country across the sea stirring up trouble, it seemed nothing unusual was happening in the world. Day 2. The cost of living in the capital is too high, and in order to survive, you found a brick-moving job in the city. You tried your best to conceal your strength, but in half a day you moved the equivalent of 30 people's worth of bricks, making others look at you as if you were a superhero. Moreover, when the cafeteria auntie served you food without spilling, others looked on with envy. However, glancing at the auntie's flirtatious glances, you felt it might be better to escape in a couple of days. Day 3. The boss of the construction site fawned over a high-ranking leader who came to inspect. Because of your looks, you were also pulled to greet them. You wanted to refuse, but the offer was simply too generous. To your surprise, the so-called group leader was actually your senior, Yanqing, dressed entirely in black and surrounded by a crowd, her expression revealing unmasked sorrow. Throughout the event, Yanqing seemed a bit distracted, even failing to notice you standing behind the crowd. That night, through the conversations of your co-workers, you learned that 12 days prior, the boss' younger sister had been murdered and the killer had yet to be caught. The entire capital was in an uproar over this incident. Even those hauling bricks daily at the construction site were aware of it. Yanqing's sister was murdered. In an instant, the air in the room seemed to freeze, and for the first time, an astonishing, killing intent flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Did something happen to Yanyu? The simulation only provided text, but the intense information impacted Chen Ping'an's heart in a reactive manner. At that moment, the image of the girl pierced by claws flashed before Chen Ping'an's eyes, along with her words urging him to run. Everything was hazy, but just the thought of it incited an impulse within him to obliterate the murderer. With that thought in mind, Chen Ping'an's expression turned cold as he continued to gaze at the simulation panel. He needed to know who the killer was. He believed that his simulated self would certainly take the initiative to investigate. On the third night, you took the initiative to find Yanqing. Yanqing indeed knew the identity of the killer, but their power was too great. Now Yanqing was using all her strength just to protect herself, and seeking revenge, even if it meant mutual destruction, was beyond her capabilities. You held the weeping Yanqing, never expecting this ice-cold beauty to cry like a helpless child one day. You slightly displayed your abilities, earning Yanqing's trust. After obtaining the name of the killer, you avenged Yanqing's sister that very night. To you, the worldly powers seemed to have completely lost their threat. On the fourth day, you returned to Yanqing's side only to find her having avenged her great grievance, contemplating ending her life in front of you. You stopped her. Afterwards, you learned that this ice beauty was actually warm inside, and after abandoning the thought of ending her life, Yanqing leaned against your chest, informing you of the complete loss of contact with Magic City. Yanqing felt uneasy about the loss of contact with Magic City, but previously due to her sister's death, she had no time to care. However, she did not truly believe anything serious had happened. After all, it was a metropolis with millions of people, and if something were wrong, there wouldn't be silence for several days. Yet Yanqing failed to notice that upon hearing this news, your expression turned extremely ominous. You remembered the mysterious note left on your desk, which bore your handwriting, leading you to choose to trust it. But at that moment, a sense of regret and unease surged within your heart. At this point in reality, Chen Ping'an's eyes flickered with a hint of turmoil. I left a note to go to the capital just to ensure that the simulation version of myself doesn't stay in Magic City. I know myself too well. If I had known that giant hand would appear, I would never have escaped. In reality, Chen Ping'an had long decided to confront the giant hand hidden at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Therefore, all the information collected during this simulation, as well as the acquisition of talent, was for the coming apocalypse in 9 days. However, at this moment, looking at this information, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of reluctance. He chose to endure the future hardships, but led the simulation version of himself to choose to evade. If you truly are me from a potential future, then hate me as much as you want. I will carry your hatred forward until I obliterate the apocalypse. Feeling anxious, you decided to immediately return to Magic City, but only then did you discover that all routes leading to Magic City had been completely sealed off. Equally concerned, Yanqing continuously dialed phone numbers, trying to mobilize forces to help you reach Magic City. Unfortunately, the power of money was now nearly zero. Day 5, as the sun rose on the horizon, you could no longer wait. After ensuring that Yanqing would no longer have thoughts of ending her life, you set off alone on the journey home. With no flights, no trains, and not a single vehicle heading to Magic City, you directly set off on foot using the strength of a martial arts master who had broken through 6 limits. Hours later, when you arrived at Magic City, it was nearly noon, and Magic City came into your view. However, from your perspective, the distant Magic City was shrouded in a shadow descending from above. Observing that shadow, your martial arts intuition blared alarm bells. It was a foreboding that threatened your life. As you approached Magic City, drones patrolling the skies detected you. Moments later, you saw green military vehicles rushing toward you from the direction of Magic City. You encountered the city defense army, which urged you to turn back. But needing intelligence from Magic City, you did not continue to hide. Instead, you directly showcased your strength. Although they could not comprehend, they were greatly shocked. You became a guest of the city defense army and met the highest-ranking officer stationed in Magic City, who surprisingly recognized you. Raging vital energy surges through your body like a thundering river. Your blood and chi coalesce into perfect unity. This very moment, you transcend mortal form and awaken as a true dragon. Before attaining the rank of Martial Grandmaster, one must temper sinews and bones, refine internal organs. Every effort directed towards shattering the limits of the human body. Once the first blood refinement breakthrough is achieved, cultivation shifts focus entirely to forging and mastering this newly awakened vital force. According to the legendary martial cultivator's innate aptitude, when blood and chi manifest as a dragon, the physical form has already begun its irreversible departure from humanity. At this apex, a grandmaster who has undergone all 7 blood refinement breakthroughs can regenerate severed limbs and cleave rivers with a single fist, truly a terrestrial immortal. All reconnaissance soldiers who entered the demon metropolis have been annihilated. After dispatching survivors to relay intelligence, you charge alone into the shadowy veil shrouding the city, amidst cries of shock and disbelief. You burn with desperate concern for your friends, and with searing hatred for the version of yourself who left behind that fateful warning. In that fleeting days under the simulation's reactive feedback, he truly hears a roar, a voice he knows intimately, for it is his own. Yet even so, Chen Ping'an's eyes hold only unwavering resolve. The simulation may be illusion, mere extrapolation of foreseen future, or even a parallel reality unfolding in real time. But regardless of its nature, he chooses confrontation, walking the entire path of this 10D simulation not as a living man, but as a corpse, embracing death itself as his final step. What kind of ending must he forge? What final blow must land to bring this simulation to its definitive close? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chen Ping'an turns his gaze once more upon the freshly updated simulation log. The instant you pierce the shadow veil, the world transforms utterly. Before you lies a realm of absolute, suffocating silence. Suddenly, an eerie feminine voice whispers at your ear. You strain to listen, yet grasp not a single word. Within the dead stillness of the demon metropolis, no shout, no strike, no shattered object yields sound. Only this haunting voice lingers, circling endlessly. Its unnatural presence stirs deep alarm, but stronger still is your purpose for entering. Fixing your course, you prepare to advance deeper into the city. Yet the moment you take your first step, the woman's voice swells violently. as if shrieking directly inside your skull. No, it is not merely sensation. Something has entered your mind. Within your vital sense perception, grotesque, tentacled flesh blooms rapidly within your brain. It multiplies with terrifying speed. Your gaze hardens. With a surge of will-forged vital energy, you obliterate the abomination within your cranium. But your defiance provokes the voice from every direction surrounding you. Shrill, harrowing cries erupt, each wail seeding corruption deep within your body. Bone, muscle, blood, viscera. No part remains untouched, all twist, mutate, decay. You flood your frame with vital energy, obliterating aberrations as they spawn. Ribs burst through flesh and skin, organs rupture under malignant influence, torrents of blood, laced with shredded viscera, flood your mouth. Your vital energy depletes relentlessly while the voice grows louder, drowning thought. In fading consciousness, you hurl yourself toward the nearby shadow barrier and burst forth drenched in crimson into blinding sunlight. Distant armored vehicle sirens echo as darkness claims you. When you awaken, you lie in a military encampment, drained, hollow, trembling with exhaustion. Worse still, the voice remains echoing coldly. In reality, it is deep night. Moonlight spills through the window like liquid silver. The pure white moon hangs high tonight, one of the twin moons. Beneath the moonlight, Chen Ping'an rubs his temples and rereads the updated log. During the simulation, the emotional resonance was strongest precisely when his simulated self surged with hatred. Yet the moment his simulated self crossed into the demon metropolis shadow veil, that visceral pull vanished entirely. Contamination purged. Chen Ping'an suspects the cause. After steadying his breath, the youth turns his attention to the newly selected Taoist disciple talent. He accepts his simulated death without despair. After all, the apocalypse defies reason, an irrefutable truth confirmed across multiple simulations. Rather than lament failure, he resolves to grow stronger. Alone, top-tier talent proved insufficient against such surreal annihilation, leaving him powerless, extinguished before he could strike back. Still, it is vastly superior to his earliest attempts, where a single glance brought instant death. What intrigues him most, however, is how his simulated self regained lucidity in that final fleeting instant. Even as the legendary martial cultivator, whose blood and chi roared like dragons, succumbed to madness. The sole explanation he can conceive is this modest green rarity Taoist disciple talent. The path of vital energy teaches force over finesse. Let 1,000 spells and 10,000 stratagems gather, my fist shatters them all. Yet against an apocalypse that scorns physics itself, brute strength may not suffice, though perhaps mine simply isn't quite strong enough yet. Still, diversifying one's arsenal is essential. I wonder whether this talent can evolve further. System. I confirm retention of the Taoist disciple talent. Instantly, the system interface updates. Martial legend red, Taoist disciple green. As the talent fully integrates, a profound sense of mental clarity washes over him, like dust swept from a still pond. Though he has resolved to stand alone against the apocalypse, the weight upon his spirit had been immense. Yet now Chen Ping'an feels a deep, quiet calm settle within. Is this the mind-purifying effect? Not bad at all. After a brief internal scan, astonishment flickers across his face. A soft luminescence of vital energy flares across his skin, his inner blood and chi churn violently surging with newfound intensity. His refined perception confirms it. The rate of vital energy circulation has measurably accelerated. Clearly, the mind-purifying effect does not merely soothe the spirit. It actively enhances cultivation. No wonder. Though both simulations began with 9 days until apocalypse, in the latter I attained the dragon blood state, whereas during the former I'd only reached the 4th blood refinement breakthrough when the cataclysm struck. Feeling the heightened flow of vital energy, Chen Ping'an is wholly satisfied with the Taoist disciple talent. Unless a markedly superior option emerges today, he intends to retain it. Having settled the talent question, Chen Ping'an reviews critical insights gleaned from this simulation. 1. The demon metropolis is sealed beneath an unknown shadow barrier, possibly linked to the colossal hand that first appeared. Other fallen megacities were not referenced in this run, or divergent phenomena may exist there. 2. The shadow barrier begins expanding on day 7. Within it, technology fails, sound cannot propagate, yet visual perception remains unimpaired, allowing observation of both interior and exterior. Moreover, entities within the shadow grow stronger in tandem with time's passage. On day 1, even a first breakthrough martial grandmaster escaped the city, but by day 7, even a top-tier master whose blood and chi roared like dragons barely survived. 3. By day 9, corpses of the grinning dead converge at the demon metropolis perimeter. What follows remains unknown, but given the barrier's relentless expansion, few corners of the world may endure much longer. The data paints utter desolation, yet Chen Ping'an's eyes betray no surrender. The martial legend talent, the first red rarity gift, fundamentally reshaped him. And each simulation's psychic backlash continues transforming the boy who once broke heart over love. Only through sacrifice do great ambitions rise, daring to reshape sun and moon. As the Taoist disciple talent, fused images flickered in his mind, ordinary mortals descending mountain staff in hand. Those Taoist priests were merely men, facing steel and gunpowder, just as he now confronts eldritch horror. Both paths demand the ultimate wager, life itself. If those who came before refused to yield, how could he, their successor, bow his head? Nodding silently, another crucial insight surfaces. The youth lowers his pen and writes the final point. 4. Yin, you will be killed this noon. He must alter that fate. Her death flashes in his mind like a hazy vision from another timeline. Yet even that faint echo ignites a furnace of fury and refusal within him. He will not warn Yin Yu directly. In reality, he has no idea what precise danger she faces or why she dies. To approach her sister Yin Qing with vague warnings risks disbelief, and worse, unpredictable butterfly effects that could doom everything. Checking his phone, Chen Ping'an sees it is 3:00 am. He has 9 hours until noon. To save Yin Yue, he must cross 1,200 kilometers, reach her side, and intercept every threat before it strikes. Without hesitation, he opens his apartment door and leaps from the 33rd floor. As his navigation app activates, the youth sets his course due north, sprinting toward the imperial capital. But just as he bursts from the residential complex gate, Chen Ping'an slams to a halt. Wait, what does Yin Yu even look like? And where in the imperial capital does she live? East of the demon metropolis, within a lavish mansion, silken black hair spills freely across a plush bed. Beneath ivory silk sheets lies a flawless, unclothed form. This normally aloof young woman stirs uneasily in her sleep, her delicate brows knitted in distress. Suddenly her phone rings, shattering the quiet. She keeps her private line open even while sleeping, so though irritated, she rises and answers. Long, elegant legs step onto the carpet as the white silk sheet slips away. Bathed in moonlight, she is a vision of ethereal beauty, yet her voice carries unmistakable menace. Ping'an classmate, would you like to experience the water temperature of Donggara Bay at 3 am? Encased in concrete. If not, give me one compelling reason, right now, for this call. Otherwise, you'll find out tomorrow. The pure white moon bathed the earth in its serene, luminous glow. Chen Ping'an preferred its pristine radiance over the ashen hue of the other moon. Yet now, standing atop a street lamp, Chen Ping'an listened to the elegant, mature voice emanating from his phone and felt a quiet wave of helplessness. Who could have imagined that Qing Xuejia, such a stunning and aloof beauty, harbored a notorious morning temper? Dipping into the Donggara Bay to gauge the water temperature. Surely that was just a joke, wasn't it? Wiping imaginary cold sweat from his brow, Chen Ping'an cut straight to the point. Senior Sister Qing, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but I urgently need your help. Hearing the urgency in Chen Ping'an's voice, Yin Qing's expression instantly turned grave. She knew he would never call her in the dead of night without dire cause. This junior brother, whom she held in especially high regard, would not speak of urgency lightly. Something serious must have occurred. All right, tell me, what do you need? Yin Qing held Chen Ping'an in high esteem, diligent, sincere, grounded. Above all, his gaze when meeting hers remained clear and unclouded, unlike the hungry, leering stares of other men. Indeed, within the entire Magic Capital University, Chen Ping'an stood alone as the only male peer she truly considered a friend. Though admittedly there were moments when Ping'an, just occasionally, fixed that very same disquieting gaze upon Anning whenever she wore white thigh-highs. Surely a trick of the light. After all, her own legs were far more exquisite. Yet he'd never stared at her like that. As Yin Qing drifted into reverie, Chen Ping'an's cheerful voice burst through the phone. Senior Sister Qing, you're willing to help me. That's absolutely wonderful. I knew you'd be the most reliable one. Hearing his buoyant tone, Yin Qing felt a quiet, tender warmth bloom within her. No formalities between us. Just tell me plainly, Ping'an. I'll help you no matter what. Heartened by Yin Qing's unwavering trust, Chen Ping'an blurted out, without hesitation, Senior Sister Qing, do you happen to have a younger sister who favors white thigh-highs paired with Lolita dresses? Please, give me her full details immediately. I need them desperately. Yin Qing froze. Had her ears betrayed her? Could she truly have heard those words from her junior brother? Her voice trembled slightly as she sought confirmation. I'm sorry, Ping'an. I think my signal's weak. I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it? Assuming he'd spoken too hastily, Chen Ping'an promptly repeated himself. After all, hadn't Senior Sister Qing just said they owed each other no pretense? Senior Sister Qing, do you have a younger sister who wears twin tails and white? No? Get lost. Before Chen Ping'an could finish, Yin Qing slammed the call shut in fury. For a fleeting, chilling instant, Chen Ping'an even sensed murderous intent in her voice, as if he stood on the verge of being cleaved down by a hatchet. What went wrong? I described Yin Yu's attire as clearly as possible to establish credibility. So why did senior sister Qing become so enraged? And the simulator's data is definitive. Senior sister Qing does have such a sister. The martial artist, blunt, earnest, and utterly unversed in social nuance, stared blankly at his disconnected phone. No time left. I must locate Yin Yu now, or disaster will strike. Sorry, the subscriber is currently unavailable. No matter how many times he redialed, Yin Qing refused to answer. Thinking of the girl who had once sacrificed herself for him, and who might be murdered this very noon, Chen Ping'an's anxiety deepened. He cursed his ignorance of Yin Qing's exact address, otherwise he'd already be racing to her door. Reporting this to authorities would be futile. How could he possibly tell the city guard? I foresee the future. I know a girl named Yin Yu in the imperial capital will be killed at noon today. Uttering such words would land him straight in a psychiatric ward, and our tale would devolve into a simulated reality from inside an asylum. Suddenly inspiration struck. Though he didn't know Yin Qing's address, one crimson-haired woman certainly did. Inside a villa in the heart of Magic Capital, a mobile phone rang sharply. A pair of striking crimson eyes fluttered open. Their owner reached for the device, and spotting the caller ID, a knowing smile curved her lips as she answered. Little Ping'an. What urgent matter brings you calling at 3 a.m.? Hearing the club president's mischievous voice, Chen Ping'an felt his inner tension begin to ease. President Yuan, this is life or death. Do you know senior sister Qing's address? I need to find her immediately. Oh, Little Ping'an. You've barely been rejected by Anning, and already you've set your sights elsewhere. And not on me, the radiant beauty herself, but on Qing. My, how unexpectedly beastly you are. And yet, you dare call me the wicked woman. How ironic. At her teasing, Chen Ping'an sighed helplessly. If not for her countless past kindnesses, he'd have hoisted her upside down and given her 100 lashes. Exactly 100. He swiftly recounted to the president his ill-fated attempt to obtain her younger sister's information from Yin Qing. No sooner had he finished than the president's rich, unrestrained laughter filled the line. Ha ha ha. Little Ping'an, you truly are blunt. 3 a.m. Asking Qing for her sister's details, and specifying white thigh-highs and twin tails. Given Qing's temperament, I'd suggest you flee the city. By dawn she may well toss you into the sea. Shall I arrange your escape route to Dongare for you? On the other end, President Yuan casually tapped open a sleek black tablet, as if plotting his getaway in earnest. President Yuan, stop laughing. This is utterly serious. Chen Ping'an inwardly raged. He couldn't reveal Yin Yu's plight lest he trigger unpredictable butterfly effects. After all, even he didn't yet know precisely what danger threatened Yin Yu. Without concrete leads, how could he possibly locate her amid the teeming millions of the imperial capital? Unnoticed by Chen Ping'an himself as his agitation swelled, the green Taoist disciple talent icon in his innate ability panel began to emit a faint, steady luminescence, as if suppressing something profound. All right. Since our little Ping'an has pleaded so earnestly, of course I'll help you. Here, Yea's photo and profile are sent. Just don't misuse them. With a tap, President Yuan dispatched the file. Chen Ping'an, stunned, scarcely believed his luck. Scanning the received data, he found it astonishingly comprehensive. Not only Yin Yu's photograph, but also her contact number and current residence. Wicked woman. Madam President, you actually believed me. And how on earth did you obtain Yea's information? President Yuan's crimson eyes narrowed playfully. I sense you almost uttered something highly improper. Oh, never mind. I'll let it slide. Even without your explanation, your voice alone told me everything. Your desperation was palpable. As for Yea's details, TSK, do you truly underestimate your President Yuan? There is nothing beyond my reach. Her unwavering faith warmed Chen Ping'an to his core, a gentle, steady current flowing deep within his chest. Yes, no matter the hour, this woman, though delightfully wicked and ever eager for amusement, would never fail those she claimed as her own. Thank you, President Yuan. I'm leaving for the imperial capital now. I'll explain everything when I return. The line went dead. President Yuan rose from her bed. Her lithe, flawless form stood bare, identical in its unadorned elegance to Yin Qing's. The crimson-haired beauty gazed upward toward the pure white moon suspended in the heavens. How could I ever doubt you? Little Ping'an. As she murmured his name, her scarlet eyes gleamed, not with malice, but with the fierce, glittering delight of one who has just discovered a captivating new toy. But if your reason proves insufficiently fascinating, don't blame me for spoiling you later. I suspect Little Ping'an won't object to his president's brand of spoiling, will he? Day 9 of the Apocalypse Countdown. 900 M. In a luxurious estate within the imperial capital of Dian. Yin Yue, her skin as pale as snow, joyfully slipped on white silk stockings and a Lolita dress. Gazing into the mirror at her twin-tailed, pure white reflection, a picture of adorable elegance, Yin Yu beamed with delight. Though her elder sister always teased her for looking like a little girl whenever she dressed this way, and you adored it all the same. That awful elder sister. Her chest never grew because she was so terrible. Yenyu's own bust had already surpassed her sister's. When they met again for the new year, she'd sleep curled up beside her every night, just to prove how not little she truly was. Thinking of the new year just days away, and of seeing her sister again, Yenyu couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune, her lips curving upward despite her playful grumble. Admiring her fully attired reflection in the floor-length mirror, Yenyu gently lifted her skirt and spun delightedly in circles. "Young mistress, the car is ready." Suddenly, housekeeper Zhao's voice echoed from beyond the door. "Ah, understood, Aunt Zhao. I'm coming right away." In a flurry of excitement, the young lady smoothed her dress and dashed headlong out of her room. Today was the birthday of Li Yu, Yenyu's closest friend. They had been classmates in high school. Both shared the character Yu in their names, and Yenyu had always felt an uncanny kinship with her. Even after university, their bond endured. Being invited to Li Yu's birthday celebration filled Yenyu with genuine joy, so much so that she'd spent the entire morning choosing her outfit, ultimately selecting her favorite Lolita ensemble. Not little at all. Where exactly was she small? "Young mistress, please slow down. Mind your safety." Housekeeper Zhao, nearing 50, watched helplessly as the exuberant girl burst forth from her chamber. Madame Zhao had watched both young mistresses grow up. After that incident, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to assisting Yin Qing, loyal beyond reproach. Yet Zhao could never quite fathom how had such serene, dignified grace in the elder sister given way to such unbridled vivacity in the younger. "Good morning, everyone." Laughing all the way, Yenyu sprinted toward the villa's grand entrance, cheerfully greeting every maid she passed. Every servant smiled back warmly. Second young mistress, Yenyu's open-hearted charm, had won the sincere affection of every soul in the household. Within moments, Yenyu had bounded into the waiting vehicle. Once the elite female bodyguards, handpicked by her elder sister Yin Qing, took their positions, the motorcade glided smoothly out of the Yin family estate. Morning light glistened upon the glass facades of towering skyscrapers. The ancient city reborn in this new era pulsed with vibrant, renewed life. Unnoticed by anyone within the Yin residence, atop a distant high-rise 1,000 meters away, a black-clad youth stood gazing intently toward their estate. "So that's Yenyu." Chen Ping'an studied the photograph sent by Elder Yuan on his phone. After careful comparison, he sighed softly. His perception so acute it felt as though Yenyu stood before him even across that vast distance. Truly identical to the photo. On Chen Ping'an's screen, a delicate young woman, appearing no older than 16, beamed a radiant, carefree smile directly into the lens. Chen Ping'an had initially assumed the photo was years old, taken long before. But seeing her in person now, he reluctantly conceded Elder Yuan had sent him a current portrait. "Oh, this is absurd. In that simulation, my past self marched willingly to death. Yet how could he possibly bring himself to harm someone so unmistakably doll-like?" Through Elder Yuan's intelligence, Chen Ping'an knew Yenyu had turned 18 last month. But his simulated self hadn't known that. True, her figure was more voluptuous than Yin Qing's, but her face, undeniably that of a cherubic young girl. Who would have guessed his simulated self, broad-browed and earnest, was secretly a devotee of youthful charm? Utterly scandalous. The man standing atop the rooftop was none other than Chen Ping'an, rushed here without delay. Mudu City lay 1,200 kilometers from the imperial capital, nearly 6 hours by high-speed rail. Yet when Chen Ping'an received the alert, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't risk waiting for the train. By 9 a.m., Yenyu might well have left home. And once she vanished into the city, finding her would become near impossible. Nor were there late-night flights available to the capital. Chen Ping'an seemed utterly stranded, powerless to prevent the catastrophe unfolding 1,000 miles away. Ordinary people relied on vehicles, but for a master of martial cultivation, other paths existed. After swiftly mapping the route to the capital on his phone, he made his choice. Chen Ping'an leapt from a lamppost and broke into a full sprint. In his prior simulation, 6-time blood refinement transcendence had enabled him to run from the capital back to Mudu in just 2 hours. At speeds exceeding 1,080 kilometers per hour, movement crossed into supersonic territory. Yet even 6-time blood refinement transcendence granted him only 600 kilometers per hour, still astonishing, yet far below true sonic velocity. Even on foot, his simulated self had outrun the fastest high-speed rail. But now his physical constitution stood at a mere 12.0. Having just barely achieved first-time blood refinement transcendence. Such strength could never sustain a 1,200-kilometer dash in 2 hours. Absolute speed. Impossible. Endurance. Equally out of reach. So Chen Ping'an chose to cheat. In simulation, direct death triggered the newcomer protection period, guaranteeing a minimum daily attribute gain. His constitution would rise by at least 0.01 points, even if this growth paled beside deliberate refinement through nourishing foods and dedicated cultivation. Yet in this desperate moment, it became his sole lifeline. And triggering immediate death in simulation was simple: erase all preparation, then launch the simulation outright. There he would remain trapped in Mudu, and inevitably confront that sky-obscuring colossal hand. Six-time transcendence had also sharpened his memory to superhuman clarity, surpassing even the hyper-remembrance trait he'd once selected. Thus, even if he evaded instant death from gazing upon the hand, memory corruption would claim him soon after. All of this, requiring precisely 10 seconds in reality. And so Chen Ping'an began his frenzied cycle of sprinting and simulation. Whether fortune or misfortune, none of the countless simulations along the way yielded a single golden tier talent, only occasional purples. Guided by an inexplicable premonition, he steadfastly retained the Taoist disciple talent. 5 relentless hours later, by 8 o'clock in the morning, he finally reached the rooftop of this very building. After 1440 simulated deaths over 4 hours, his constitution had surged to 2649, successfully breaking through the second human limit. But after hundreds of draws, with no guaranteed golden tier reward, he'd grown thoroughly weary of this unforgiving gacha system. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an, as he tore through the capital's skies, a pair of eyes deep within the city's heart slowly opened. Upon reaching the vicinity of Yan Yu's residence, Chen Ping'an, his vision supernaturally acute, spotted her dining in the breakfast room through the window. Only then did his tension ease completely. He even ensured uninterrupted surveillance as she changed clothes in her bedroom. Crisis could strike at any moment. How could he stand idly by? A lapse in protection might cost everything. He'd certainly watched countless dance videos by lovely young women on platforms like Bilibili, but witnessing one change clothes, that the young man admitted was entirely new territory. After carefully studying garment coordination for several minutes, he soon saw Yan Yu dash out of the estate and climb into the waiting car. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an fell into step behind her, now precisely 9 a.m. According to the simulator's data, Yan Yu would meet her end at noon, most likely during this very outing. Her destination, Li Yu's residence, a standalone villa significantly smaller than the Yin estate. Yet in the imperial capital, such a dwelling belonged unquestionably to wealth and influence. Inside, however, the birthday party Li Yu had promised was nowhere to be found. Instead, black-clad men stood motionless throughout the grand hall. Upstairs in Li Yu's private chamber, muffled cries of feminine pleasure echoed repeatedly. The skirmish inside the chamber lasted no more than 2 minutes. Within Li Yu's private boudoir, a young woman stood beside the bed and addressed the man lying upon it. "My lord, is there anything else you require?" Compared to the more voluptuous, youthful Yan Yue, this woman appeared markedly less striking, her figure and features alike unremarkable. Her prominent cheekbones lent her face an air of sharpness, even severity. This woman was Li Yu, Yan Yu's closest friend. Yet it remained unclear why she, who had originally agreed with Yan Yu to host a birthday gathering, now found herself playing cards with a complete stranger. At Li Yu's call, a man rose from the bed, his aura steeped in sinister stillness, and pulled her sharply into his embrace. Yet he did not indulge her expectations. Instead, he leaned close, his lips brushing her ear as he murmured, "Enough, Li Yu. Our target is nearly here. Go prepare yourself. Lure her inside. When all is done, I shall reward you handsomely." Reward? A flicker of memory crossed her face. She trembled, lost in sudden, fevered anticipation. Watching her daze, the man's eyes narrowed with impatience. But at the thought of the prey soon within reach, and what would follow her capture, his pulse quickened, his breath growing shallow. Yet when he glanced up, Li Yu remained frozen in place, motionless, unresponsive. Irritation flared within him, and with a sudden brutal shove, he sent her crashing to the floor. Before Li Yu could even register the violence, his voice sliced through the silence. Cold, glacial, "What are you waiting for? Know your place. To me, a scion of the main branch, you are no better than a dog." His frigid tone and gaze struck her like ice water, jolting her back to awareness. Memories, humiliating, unbearable, flashed through her mind. She bowed her head, instantly, voice trembling, "Yes, young master. I will prepare at once. I swear I will deliver Yan Yu to you." "Humph. Be gone." Having delivered his command, he did not spare her another glance, as though she were nothing more than a discarded tool. Once outside the room, and beyond his sight, Li Yu broke into a hurried retreat. Yet beneath her breath, resentment simmered. "You wretched fool. If not for the luck of your birth, what right have you to strut about so arrogantly? And if I'm a dog, then what, pray tell, were you doing just now?" "Humph. Men." 5 kilometers from the Li family estate, along a quiet roadside. "Hee, Sister Wang, do I look all right? Any flaws in my outfit?" Yan Yu's clear, bright voice chimed from the rear seat. From the front passenger seat, the bodyguard Wang Feng sighed inwardly before replying, "My dear second miss, this is the 6th time you've asked me that since we left. Rest assured, you are utterly radiant, utterly charming. Your friend will fall in love with you the moment she sees you. Yen nodded eagerly, her small head bobbing with delight. Liu had in truth been her very first friend. Yet why, given Yen gentle nature, had she made so few connections? The answer lay years in the past. After a family upheaval, her elder sister, Yen assumed control of the clan's business affairs. Left orphaned and vulnerable, the Yen sisters became easy prey, like tender morsels tossed among ravenous vultures in the cutthroat arena of commerce. Yen bore the burden alone, striving tirelessly to keep the family enterprise afloat, though always reassuring her younger sister, "Don't worry, everything is under control. I'll handle it all." Her strength masked deep exhaustion. One day, however, Yen discovered her sister weeping silently in the study, alone, overwhelmed adrift. Later, only the timely intervention of a crimson-haired girl allowed the Yans to survive those perilous early days. Thereafter, Yen was placed under strict protection. Yen could not bear the thought of losing her last remaining kin. Thus, Yen hired only female bodyguards and vetted every soul permitted near Yen with ruthless scrutiny. As a result, Yen had never formed a single friendship at school. Liu arrived only in their final year of high school, transferred from another academy. Only because her own family maintained ties with the Yans was she granted permission to approach Yen. Yen smoothed the delicate folds of her dress, determined to present her most graceful self at her friend's birthday celebration. From the rearview mirror, Wang Feng watched Yen's beaming face and let out a soft, silent sigh. She owed Yen profound gratitude for this position and cherished both sisters dearly. Yet sometimes she wondered whether the elder sister's vigilance had hardened into something too severe. Yen was 18, yet still cloistered, shielded from even the simplest chance at friendship. And that Miss Li. Frankly, Wang Feng distrusted the cold glint in her eyes. But since Yen held her in affection, discretion demanded silence. Such was the duty of a bodyguard. 3 additional vehicles trailed closely behind Yen's car, each occupied by women selected personally by Yen elite female bodyguards trained to the highest standard. Though all were women, each had mastered firearms and excelled in close-quarters combat, refined by relentless discipline. To hone survival instincts, many had even faced down massive pythons in the wild, armed only with combat knives. Yet even these consummate professionals failed to detect the black-clad figure leaping between rooftops above, racing alongside the convoy with predatory precision. Chen Ping'an had discovered that after surpassing the second human physiological limit, intense focus enabled him to filter ambient noise and selectively attune his hearing to specific voices. Through this extraordinary auditory acuity, he overheard multiple exchanges between Yen and her bodyguard Wang Jie inside the vehicle, and learned for the first time that Yen was en route to attend her best friend's birthday party. If my assessment is correct, each of Yen's guards approaches a physical rating of 9, especially the one conversing with her whose rating has already exceeded that threshold. In actual combat, they'd shatter far more than just a man's pride, and each appears armed. Given such rigorous security, what catastrophe could possibly claim Yen's life by noon today? Preliminary intelligence pointed to a killer, but the data was too sparse. I must identify the true imminent threat. With that thought, Chen Ping'an scanned the surrounding roadways, finding no signs of impending vehicular hazard. Still, as precaution, he closed the distance, positioning himself within 200 meters of Yen. From there, he could reach her side in under 3 seconds. Soon the convoy approached the Li family estate. Yen spotted her friend awaiting her at the gate. Unseen by her, intricate mechanisms had already been rigged into the grand hall's ceiling. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Li residence, a pair of sinister eyes peered through a narrow gap in the curtains, watching the approaching convoy with the patient, ravenous stillness of a wolf awaiting its prey. Tension coiled, ready to snap. Before the grand Li residence, Liu stood calmly in formal attire awaiting at the main gate. Yet as the approaching motorcade drew nearer, a growing, almost predatory smile spread across her face. Though every move was commanded by the young master, as a woman herself, she could not help but envy the princess-like life of that girl. Screech. No sooner had the motorcade halted before the Li residence than Yen, radiant with delight, flung open the car door and leapt out in a flurry of motion. "Liu, I'm here. Happy birthday." Gazing upon the effortlessly vibrant Yen, the Li heiress stepped forward with a warm, welcoming smile, while inwardly seething, "Why must you be so stunning? Why does everyone adore you so? You have no idea how many young men covet you, were it not for your elder sister's ironclad protection, huh? But today the young master will teach you, once and for all, just how treacherous the human heart can be." No matter how bitterly she raged within, Liu's face bloomed with honeyed sweetness, and her lips uttered words utterly at odds with her thoughts. "Ah yeah, you look absolutely exquisite today. I'm truly overjoyed you've come to celebrate my birthday." Yen Yu chuckled softly. Praise from a friend for her carefully chosen ensemble filled her with genuine, unguarded joy. In the past, her elder sister had shielded her so fiercely that not even boys, let alone most girls, were permitted near her. Thus, Yen Yu cherished these friendships deeply. Yet gazing upon Yen Yu's guileless smile, Li Yu's envy burned fiercer still. Recalling the young master's precise instructions, Li Yu stepped forward and feigned affection, drawing Yen Yu into a close embrace. While concealed within her palm, a custom-designed anesthetic needle pierced Yen Yu's skin with feather-light precision. This needle, one of the young master's specialized instruments, was no larger than an ordinary steel pin, yet housed an exquisitely intricate internal mechanism. Upon deployment, it instantly severed the victim's voluntary control over their body. Yet its minuscule reservoir held only a low dose of the proprietary anesthetic, effective for barely 30 minutes. Yen Yu felt a faint, almost imperceptible prick, so slight she dismissed it as mere imagination. Yet when she attempted to return Li Yu's embrace, her limbs grew leaden, her mouth strained to speak, yet yielded only a whisper. Seizing the moment, Li Yu tightened her grip, using her own body to fully support Yen Yu and conceal the fact that her friend was now utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, she guided the paralyzed Yen Yu toward the mansion, her voice light and affectionate. "Oh dear, standing like this must be exhausting. Come, let's go inside. The banquet is all set. Only you are missing." Li Yu cradled the helpless Yen Yu with practiced intimacy. Out to any outsider, they appeared nothing less than devoted sisters. Wang Jie, the bodyguard stationed beside the car, watched Li Yu draw Yen Yu into that embrace, and an unsettling dissonance stirred deep within her. It was the same primal warning she'd once felt in the wilderness, moments before a python struck. Before Wang Jie could intervene, Li Yu had already turned Yen Yu toward the mansion and vanished inside, slamming the heavy doors shut behind them. Wang Feng's expression hardened instantly. Her sharp eyes caught it, the unnatural stiffness in her young mistress's gait the very instant she crossed the threshold. "Everyone, move, now. Protect the young mistress." With military precision, the female bodyguards surged forward as one, racing into the Li residence at Wang Feng's command. But the moment they flooded into the grand hall, thud, a reinforced glass dome pre-installed in the ceiling dropped without warning, trapping every guard beneath its impenetrable seal. "We're trapped." Wang Feng's gaze snapped to Li Yue, who stood nearby, her expression triumphant. Without hesitation, Wang Feng slammed her thumb onto the emergency beacon at her waist. Then she glanced at her comm unit and watched cold dread flooding her veins as all signal bars vanished. "Li Yu, do you have any idea what you're doing? You dare abduct the second young mistress, openly defy the Yin family. Do you truly believe you'll escape our retribution?" Trapped beneath the dome, Wang Feng's voice rang out fierce and unyielding. She could not fathom Li Yu's betrayal. Though personally disdainful of the woman, she knew well that the Li and Yin families had been allied for generations, bound by decades of mutual trust. It was precisely this bond that had allowed Li Yu, of the Li clan's collateral branch, to enter Yen Yu's inner circle. None could have foreseen that she would turn on the second young mistress today. Faced with Wang Feng's furious accusation, Li Yu's smile sharpened, laced now with quiet contempt. She offered no reply, merely guiding the immobilized Yen Yu up the staircase. Paralyzed by the drug, Yen Yu's body lay limp, but her mind raced with lightning speed. Why? Why would Li Yu do this to me? She did not like Wang Feng question her friend's motives in disbelief, for anyone bold enough to act thus must possess formidable backing. Though sheltered and perceived by outsiders as innocent, Yen Yu was in truth a girl of exceptional intelligence. In an instant, clarity struck. No, it's not me she wants. I'm merely bait. Her true target is elder sister. She was, after all, nothing more than a protected daughter, a girl whose sole strategic value lay in being used as leverage against her elder sister. In this world, only she possessed the power to sway her sister's judgment. Thus, whatever Li Yu's motive, her endgame undeniably revolved around elder sister. Her gaze fell upon Wang Feng and the others helplessly ensnared below, and a steely resolve ignited in Yen Yu's eyes. No matter what, elder sister must not be harmed. Li Yu failed to notice that Yen Yu's fingertips, though seemingly lifeless, twitched ever so faintly. The anesthetic needle, muffled by layers of formal attire, had taken weaker effect than anticipated. "Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's banquet." As Yen Yu quietly tested the limits of her returning strength, a deliberately grave male voice echoed down from the second floor. When Yen Yu was led upstairs, she beheld a young man whose aura carried a subtle, unsettling malevolence, flanked by 6 hulking black-clad enforcers. The young master of the Li family fixed his burning gaze upon Yen Yu, confirming that the meticulously guarded caged songbird had finally fallen into his grasp, and burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha! The younger daughter of the Yin family is now mine. Let us see how that wretched Yin Qing dares refuse me now." At the mention of Yanqing, the young master's studied composure shattered, his features twisting into something monstrous bestial. Liu observed him in silent scorn. Tisich, a pitiful fool, relying on such vulgar tricks. No wonder Yanqing rejected the marriage alliance. Yanyu stared at the snarling man before her, utterly unfamiliar. Who are you? Her frail, breathless question enraged the young master. What? Has Yanqing never even mentioned me? Let me enlighten you then. That contemptible woman abruptly withdrew from our engagement. But no matter, now that I hold you, the entire Yin family shall be mine, and both of you, sisters, shall become my playthings. Ha! That red-haired wretch has severed ties with her own clan. She won't save you this time. To understand this, one must trace events back several years. The previous head of the Yin family and his wife perished tragically. In the ensuing grief, the newly installed Yanqing struggled desperately to defend the family enterprise against multiple hostile factions poised to seize it. Outwardly, the Li family, long-standing allies, offered assistance, even proposing a marital alliance. To safeguard her younger sister and her parents' legacy, Yanqing reluctantly agreed. What Yanqing did not know was that the Li family secretly orchestrated those very attacks, seeking to dismantle the Yans from within. Only the timely intervention of a red-haired girl saved the orphaned sisters from ruin. Forced to abandon their plan of swift annexation, the Lis shifted strategy, waiting instead for Yanqing to marry into their house, after which they intended to dismantle the Yin family at their leisure. They never anticipated that last year, while studying in Shanghai, Yanqing would publicly renounce the engagement. Though she compensated the Lis generously with corporate assets, such restitution meant little to them. What they coveted was not a fraction, but the entirety of the Yin family. Thus, a shadowed conspiracy against the Yin sisters began to unfold, coinciding precisely with Li Yu's sudden transfer to Yanyu's school. Unaware of the Li's true nature and burdened by guilt, Yanqing permitted Li Yu access to her younger sister. Hearing the young master's brazen confession of desire, Yanyu's heart sank, but her mind remained ice calm. Having already deduced their objective, she felt no panic, only a deeper, sharper resolve blazing in her gaze. Yanyu's calm demeanor left Li Dashao feeling displeased, as he did not see the terrified expression he had imagined. He couldn't help but recall the cold beauty who had rejected their engagement, wearing a similar disdainful expression. This made Li Dashao furious. What? Why aren't you afraid? I have kidnapped you. How do you think I am joking with you? Let me tell you. I will call your sister shortly. I will make her kneel before me, begging me to let you go. Do you think your beloved sister will yield? Right, I should make her strip completely before she kneels. Li Dashao became increasingly excited, as if he could already envision Yanqing yielding before him. However, at this moment, Yanyu's heart felt devoid of even anger. She knew that what he said was indeed true. Her foolish sister would really give in. As long as I am still here. Yanyu silently lowered her gaze, sighing inwardly, Sister, I can no longer accompany you. Yanyu's calm expression, however, infuriated the delusional Li Dashao. What he wanted was fear-terror screams. Aren't these women all such brainless creatures? Why isn't this little wench afraid of me? Damn it. Why are both of you sisters like this? Always wearing this calm and lofty expression. Li Dashao suddenly stepped forward, intending to slap Yanyu directly, but as he approached and saw her beautiful figure and face, a flicker of heat appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't bring himself to strike. This well-protected canary was someone he was seeing for the first time today, and perhaps before using her as leverage, I can first enjoy her properly. With various sadistic scenarios swirling in his mind, Li Dashao eagerly shouted to Li Yue, who was standing at the edge of the corridor, Li Yue, bring her over to me, I want to educate her properly. Upon hearing this, Li Yue, the so-called best friend, felt a mix of regret and a thrill of revenge at the thought of the delicate little princess, Yanyu, being humiliated by Li Dashao. In her excitement, Li Yu momentarily became dazed. But it was during this instant that Yanyu seized the opportunity. Recovering some strength, she suddenly stomped down hard on Li Yu's toes. Off. The pain completely contorted Li Yu's already harsh features, causing her to instinctively loosen her embrace around Yanyu. Yanyu took the chance to escape from the embrace and charged toward the corridor window behind her. The crowd, momentarily distracted by Li Yu's scream, looked on in shock as Yanyu fled. Useless. The eager Li Dashao cursed at Li Yu before immediately ordering the men in black behind him to capture Yanyu. You all go after her. Make sure to catch her. However, Yanyu did not choose to run away, as she knew that she, who was not good at sports, could never outrun those strong men. Moreover, she was in the Li family, and it was absolutely impossible for her to escape alone. Therefore, the second miss of the Yin family made a choice that Li Dashao would never expect. You must understand, this was not Yanyu's first time visiting the Li family. She was very familiar with their layout. Bang! The delicate canary, perceived as weak and innocent by others, smashed through the large window at the edge of the corridor. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the girl plummeted outside. Upon witnessing this, Li Yue, forgetting about the pain in her toes, exclaimed in shock, "It's over." Outside the window were sharp spikes. If she fell, she would die. Hearing Li Yu's words, Li Deshao's face changed dramatically. Using Yin Yue, who was still alive, to threaten Yin Qing, and facing the retaliation of a mad sister were completely different concepts. Li Deshao could not imagine what that woman Yin Qing would do once she lost her beloved sister. "Miss." Downstairs, Wang Feng, hearing Li Yu's words, desperately crashed into the glass cover. In just a short moment, she was bloodied from the impact, but could not budge the several tons of heavy special glass in the slightest. The frenzied scene inside the house had nothing to do with Yin Yu anymore. As she broke through the glass window and fell toward the sharp spikes, Yin Yu felt as if time had slowed down. Gazing at the sharpness so close at hand, a series of flashbacks crossed the girl's mind, her carefree days with her sister when their parents were still alive. After their parents' tragic fate, the warmth of her sister embracing her when she felt lost and helpless. In the dead of night, the sight of her sister crying alone. "Yaya is going to die. A dying like this must be very painful, right? Sister, I'm sorry, Yaya has to leave you now. This time let Yaya protect you." Regardless of how swiftly the memories flashed before her eyes before death, they could not change the fact that Yin Yu was about to die. The sharp spikes were nearly within reach. The girl who feared pain could not help but shut her eyes in fear. "Sister." Time passed second by second, but the pain she had imagined did not come. Instead, a warm breath enveloped her. Yin Yu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she wanted to open her eyes, but the second miss was afraid that she had actually arrived in the underworld. This mix of wanting to see yet being afraid made someone smile. "Don't be afraid, open your eyes." A gentle voice rang in her ears, and Yin Yu inexplicably felt as if she had heard this voice before, perhaps in a past life. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw Chen Ping'an smiling at her, gently winking. Little Yin Yu was tightly embraced by Chen Ping'an, the warm aura dispelling the fear brought by facing death. Unclear about the situation, Yin Yu timidly asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Yin Wang?" After several hours of rushing, Chen Ping'an finally caught Yin Yu at the moment of her true death. She had not been killed by someone, but had chosen to end her own life to protect her sister. Holding the little Yin Yue, Chen Ping'an felt a certain unwillingness within him gradually dissipating. Looking at Yin Yue, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he had seen her in a past life. However, upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Chen Ping'an realized that this silly girl probably hadn't even realized she had been saved. In a playful mood, he tried to put on a fierce expression and leaned close to Yin Yu's little face, saying, "Yes, pretty little girl, I am Yin Luo Wang. Chen Ping'an, you have already died and have been brought to the underworld by me." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's round eyes widened as she stared at the handsome older brother in front of her, looking as if she had been completely stunned. Seeing Yin Yue, who had turned into a dazed Chen Ping'an, suddenly felt a bit unsettled. Did I really scare her? Suddenly, a soft and smooth sensation brushed against Chen Ping'an's cheek. It turned out that while Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, Yin Yu had directly leaned in and kissed him. "Yia is not an idiot. Which underworld has the sun hanging in the sky? Thank you for saving me, handsome Ping'an brother." After being caught off guard, Chen Ping'an exaggeratedly exclaimed, "My first kiss. What a loss." This scene made it seem as though he had suffered a great injustice. Hearing Chen Ping'an's comical voice, Yin Yu pouted in anger, saying, "Yaya's first kiss too. And Yaya is so beautiful. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. At worst, Yaya will take responsibility for you. I will marry you. Off." Hearing Yin Yu's domineering statement, Chen Ping'an was directly stunned. Shouldn't a hero saving a beauty result in the female party offering herself? Why did it turn around to him being the one to be married? At this moment, Yin Yu also realized what she had just said and couldn't help but blush. The two people, who inexplicably felt very familiar with each other, silently gazed at one another. Poochie. The next moment, both of them couldn't help but laugh. But as Yin Yu laughed, tears began to flow down her cheeks. An indescribable emotion surged forth within her heart. In her emotional outburst, the second miss became incoherent. "Well, you didn't die, sister. Yia was so scared. Thank you, brother." At this moment, Yin Yu truly began to recover from the fear of death. Although Yin Yu could resolutely choose to give up her life to protect her sister, in essence, she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had always been well protected. Looking at the crying Yin Yu, who was thanking him, Chen Ping'an fell silent. In the simulation, she must have sacrificed herself to protect me, just like earlier. And if I hadn't appeared today, that moment when she fell from the windowsill would have been the last moment of her life. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of destructive anger burning within him. Meanwhile, in the corner of the hidden talent panel that Chen Ping'an had retracted, the frequency of the green Taoist air talent was flickering ever faster. Chen Ping'an gently stroked Yin Yu's little head. "Sorry, I arrived late." Chen Ping'an had witnessed everything that had transpired from the beginning. This included Li Da Xiao peeking from the second floor and Li Yu's subtle movements controlling Yin Yu. When Li Deshao spoke arrogantly insulting the sisters, Chen Ping'an nearly rushed into the room. However, to find out the true cause of Yin Yu's death, Chen Ping'an chose to endure. And when Li Deshao attempted to bully Yin Yu, to hell with endurance, Chen Ping'an charged directly toward the mansion. At that time, he was still 100 meters away from the Li family mansion, but he was confident that he could rush in an instant and interrupt Li Deshao's attempt to touch Yin Yu. However, Yin Yu's subsequent actions completely caught Chen Ping'an off guard. Everything happened too quickly. Not only were the kidnappers from the Li family shocked, but even he had only saved Yin Yu at the last moment. But now that he had helped Yin Yu overcome her fatal fate, it was time to settle some scores. In the corridor of the second floor of the Li family mansion, young Master Li, enraged and terrified upon hearing the news that Yin Yu might be dead, stormed toward Li Yue. "You good-for-nothing wretch. Why wasn't it you who died?" Amid Li Yu's horrified expression, young Master Li kicked her violently to the ground, and ignoring her piercing screams, continued savagely stomping on her. As he brutally beat the very woman who had moments earlier shared intimacy with him, young Master Li barked orders at the burly man behind him. "Hurry up. Kill every security guard downstairs. Then eliminate this contemptible wench, and stage the scene to look like a home invasion robbery. Under no circumstances must Yin Qing discover the truth. Damn it. The deal with minis is ruined by this fool. You couldn't even capture a mere girl. No wonder you deserve to die here." Young Master Li, his face twisted with fury, glared down at Li Yu, her face already drenched in blood from his kicks. Though plotting revenge against the Yin sisters had been his own idea, seizing the entire Yin conglomerate was part of the Li family's clandestine agreement with minis. The Yin group originated in high-precision electronics. Cutting-edge industries were the world's foremost superpower across the ocean, had long sought to strangle the Yan's technological ascent. That was why years earlier Yin Qing's parents had been secretly assassinated under the guise of an accident. Under the original plan, the Li family would assume control of the Yin enterprises, and then per Minnie's directive covertly undermine the Yan's strategic development. But unexpectedly, a red-haired teenage girl with government ties intervened at that critical moment, saving both sisters and foiling the Li family's and Minnie's scheme. Fortunately, the conspiracy remained undetected. The Li family thus prepared to proceed as planned, first securing control through marriage, then gradually absorbing the Yin assets. Yet over the past year, the Yin group appeared to receive extraordinary support, achieving successive breakthroughs in semiconductor and AI technologies, prompting genuine alarm in minis across the ocean. Compounding this crisis, Yin Qing abruptly called off the engagement, shattering the Li family's patient incremental strategy. That is why young Master Li resorted to such desperate measures. Amid his assault on Li Yue, young Master Li's mind suddenly sharpened into cold clarity. He issued fresh orders to the black-clad enforcers standing nearby. Hearing young Master Li's words, Li Yu, ignoring the searing agony of her wounds, crawled forward and clutched his legs, sobbing desperately. "Young Master, spare my life. I swear I'll keep silent. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll serve you faithfully. However you wish to use me, I'll submit without resistance." Knowing full well young Master Li's ruthlessness, Li Yu trembled uncontrollably. When her pleas elicited no response, she dropped to her knees and began pounding her forehead onto the floor in frantic supplication. Each resonant thud echoed with the force of her utter desperation. Blood streamed from her brow, splattering across the polished marble floor. This venomous woman, who had betrayed her closest friend, now groveled with the abject humility of an ant. Yet her cries only stirred irritation within young Master Li's heart. The treacherous heir of the Li family gestured casually toward the nearby enforcers, then took a handgun from one of them and leveled it directly at Li Yue, who knelt there weeping and trembling. Click. The safety disengaged. The sights aligned precisely over her skull. In the next instant, young Master Li would pull the trigger and obliterate her head. Suddenly, a black-clad enforcer near the window shouted, "Young Master, Yin Yu isn't dead. Someone saved her." At this news, young Master Li abandoned the shot entirely, kicking Li Yu aside and sprinting toward the window to verify for himself. Though Li Yu convulsed with pain from the kick, her eyes locked onto the pistol in young Master Li's hand, its safety now disengaged. For the first time, she felt profound, visceral gratitude that Yin Yu was still alive. The second miss is still alive. Inside the glass enclosure, Wang Jie, already battered nearly unconscious, exhaled sharply upon hearing the shout and instantly collapsed into oblivion. Outside, Yin Yu wept like pear blossoms drenched in rain. Her naturally delicate face unadorned, her large eyes brimming with tears, her little nose twitching with each sob. She looked just like a helpless kitten, so endearing one could not resist stroking her. Two large hands gently cupped her cheeks. Still sniffling, Yin Yu gazed up dazedly at the young man who had just rescued her, wondering what he intended to do next. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an flashed a mischievous grin. and swiftly began kneading her cheeks. There. Don't cry anymore, yeah. Tears spoil your beauty. Wah. I can't breathe. Poor Yin Yue, her words mangled by his playful kneading, yanked his hands away in mock indignation. Annoying. Thanks to Chen Ping'an's light-hearted banter, Yin Yu's terror and trauma from her narrow escape dissolved completely. Then, a voice boomed down from above. Young master. Yin Yu isn't dead. Someone saved her. At that cry, Yin Yu's expression turned stark with alarm. Knowing full well what awaited inside, she urgently urged Chen Ping'an, "They're after me. Big brother, run. Don't worry about me." But Yin Yu soon despaired. The handsome young man who claimed his name was Chen Ping'an showed no sign of leaving. In fact, he stepped firmly in front of her, shielding her with his body. Her heart clenched with panic. "Fool. They're armed. If you don't flee now, it'll be too late." Her tiny fingers gripped the hem of Chen Ping'an's shirt. She truly did not want the young man who had saved her to suffer harm. Yet no matter how hard she pushed, he remained immovable. Just as despair tightened its grip, his calm voice brushed her ear. "Yeah, stop crying. I will protect you. No one shall ever harm you." Those words froze her in place. Years ago, on the night her parents died, her elder sister had whispered the very same promise. Gazing at this youth who stood before her now, just as steadfastly protective, Yin Yu's heart hammered wildly, and for a breathless moment, she simply stood transfixed. Meanwhile, with his back to Yin Yue, Chen Ping'an felt a white-hot fury ignite deep within his chest. He wanted nothing more than to dismantle with merciless precision every soul who had dared hurt this girl. Suddenly, Yin Yu's voice grew quiet and steady behind him. "Your name is Chen Ping'an, right?" "Yes. What is it, Miss Yin Yu?" "Will we die, eh?" "No. If Chen Ping'an vows to protect someone, neither heaven nor earth can take them from me." "Huh. Chen Ping'an, you're boasting again." Just as Chen Ping'an opened his mouth to chide her for doubting his word, her voice rang out once more, firm, unwavering. "But I believe you. If we survive, may I become your girlfriend, yeah. Chen Ping'an, I think I've fallen for you." Hearing those earnest words, Chen Ping'an fell silent for a heartbeat. Just as Yin Yu trembled with nervous anticipation over her bold confession, Chen Ping'an turned, bent low, and grinned playfully at her. "Second, miss. Was that love you felt?" "That was lust. You're just craving my physique." On the second-floor balcony, the black-clad enforcers watched the pair below, and inexplicably felt a strange sense of satiety. They didn't even notice young Master Li approaching beside them. Seeing Yin Yu alive below, he surged with euphoric triumph. So long as the girl lived, Yanqing would have no choice but to comply, no matter what he demanded of her. But when young Master Li saw a man so devastatingly handsome, he felt humiliated, standing protectively before Yin Yu. Rage flared in his chest. "Who's this pretty boy? Daring to play hero before me? Watch me put a bullet in your skull." With vicious intent, young Master Li harbored no thought of warning his target. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping'an lowered his head to reply to Yin Yue. He raised the pistol. Bang! Muffled by the suppressor, the report was soft, barely more than a whisper at the windowsill. Below, Yin Yu, still preparing to bite the cheeky man who teased her confession, thought fiercely, "Craving your body. Fine, I crave it, and I'll bite you until you scream." Yet from the corner of her eye, she suddenly glimpsed that vile, sinister man appearing at the window, gun aimed squarely at Chen Ping'an. But Chen Ping'an, still grinning lazily at her, seemed utterly unaware. A standard bullet travels roughly 350 meters per second, and young Master Li stood barely 5 meters away. This shot would strike Chen Ping'an's skull in just 0.014 seconds. At the instant the gun cracked, the triumphant smirk on young Master Li's lips and the horror in Yin Yu's eyes had barely begun to form, when the bullet would already pierce Chen Ping'an's head. In young Master Li's imagination, the boy's skull would explode like fireworks. At that very moment, Chen Ping'an seemed doomed beyond salvation. But a crimson glowing hand flashed across the bullet's trajectory. As the projectile passed, it closed effortlessly around the speeding round, as if grasping a motionless toy. Upstairs, young Master Li erupted into manic laughter the moment he fired. "Ha ha ha. I'll see you die yet. Trying to flaunt your romance before me, eh? Yin Yu, stand still where you are, or I'll shatter your legs with my next shot. I've handled revolvers since I was 10. Don't question my speed or accuracy." His arrogant laughter echoed down from above. He didn't even glance to confirm the result. Doing so would insult the reputation of a master marksman. He had trained rigorously in Minnie's elite combat doctrine, the revolver draw technique. His gaze now fixed solely on Yin Yu, his thoughts consumed only by how he would torment the sisters next. Yet he quickly noticed Yin Yu remained frozen, utterly unresponsive. "Yin Yu, why won't you answer? Have you gone catatonic with fear?" Incensed by her silence, he snapped at a nearby enforcer. "You, jump down and seize her." The enforcer obeyed instantly, leaping from the second floor. But as he drew nearer, Yin Yu remained rigid, her wide-eyed stare vacant, as if blind to his approach. Her reaction unsettled the ministrained operative, And as he closed the distance, he finally understood what felt profoundly wrong. Why hadn't this man fallen? At the instant the gunshot rang out, you could only watch in terror as the villain fired at Chen Ping'an. She had no time even to warn him. Yet in the next moment, as Li the young master arrogantly proclaimed his victory, convinced he had slain Chen Ping'an, just as Yin Yu believed the elder brother who had captured her heart was about to perish before her eyes, Chen Ping'an, who faced her, gently extended his hand toward her. In Yin Yu's stunned gaze, Chen Ping'an, his back still turned to Li the young master, slowly opened his palm. There, pinched firmly between his thumb and forefinger, rested a deformed golden-yellow bullet. Witnessing this, Yin Yu momentarily wondered whether she had already died, and whether all she saw now was but a phantasm of the afterlife. The black-clad thug who had leapt down from the balcony, intending to seize Yin Yu, now also sensed something deeply amiss in Chen Ping'an. This man who should have collapsed lifeless from the gunshot remained upright, still facing away from him. The thug slid his hand toward the backup firearm holstered at his waist, then shouted without turning back, "Young master, this man is not right." Still reeling from the earlier life-or-death crisis involving Yin Yu, Li the young master had yet to notice that not a single drop of blood had spattered upon Chen Ping'an. To his subordinate's cry, he snapped impatiently, "What's wrong with him? Hurry up and grab Yin Yu. If you let her escape, you'll wish you were dead." Consumed by lustful fury, Li the young master's mind was already consumed with fantasies of how he would torment Yin Yu. He had no patience for a lackey's idle observations. But the youth who should have been dead turned slowly, his gaze locking onto the sinister figure on the balcony. "Indeed, what is wrong? Enlighten me if you would." At these words, Li the young master nearly leapt in shock. Renowned across the imperial capital's elite circles as a lightning-fast marksman, he was utterly certain his shot had struck true. How could this man, utterly motionless, have emerged unscathed? Chen Ping'an stared coldly at the young master who had harmed Yin Yu. "Oh, by the way, didn't your mother teach you not to litter? Here, you may have it back." With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Ping'an sent the flattened bullet hurtling through the air, its passage instantly generating a miniature sonic boom cloud. Whoosh! Screaming through the air at supersonic speed, the bullet lanced back toward Li the young master. Bang! A sharp, brittle impact echoed, immediately followed by Li the young master's shrill, agonized scream. Guided by Chen Ping'an's inhuman strength and peerless precision, the tiny projectile struck Li the young master's shoulder with devastating force. With a sickening crack, the kinetic energy coiled within the bullet tore through his entire arm, ripping it clean away. Though struck only by a pistol round, Li the young master crumpled as though hit by a heavy sniper rifle. His severed right arm rocketed upward into the air, while crimson blood gushed from the stump like a fountain. My hand. It hurts." Unaccustomed to such excruciating pain, Li the young master's face blanched ghostly white. His body, hollowed out by years of debauchery, began trembling violently, verging on shock. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Neither the stupefied Yin Yu nor the paralyzed black-clad thug could believe their own eyes. Does it hurt? This is only the beginning. You'd best endure it well." As he scoffed, a strange blood-tinged radiance flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Martial heroes defy law through strength, scholars subvert order through rhetoric. Now that Chen Ping'an wielded transcendent power, divinity, or demonhood hung upon a single thought. The youth, his heart brimming with lethal intent, brushed dust from his immaculate outer robe, then gently took Yin Yu's hand and drew her tenderly into his embrace. "Come, I'll take you to kill." The girl felt everything around her slip into surreal unreality. Only when drawn into Chen Ping'an's arms, feeling the warmth radiating from his chest, did reality begin to settle once more. Hearing his words, the dazed girl instinctively murmured a soft, breathless "ma." In the next instant, she felt herself lift off the ground. Cradling Yin Yu, Chen Ping'an vaulted forward, a black blur flashing across the courtyard. The black-clad thug blocking their path felt a sudden crushing weight strike his skull, then darkness swallowed him forever. Using the momentum, Chen Ping'an launched himself straight through the shattered second-floor window. Li the young master, writhing in agony upon the carpet, nearly slipping into unconsciousness, jolted awake at the sight of Chen Ping'an looming before him. Summoning some final desperate surge of strength, he scrambled backward on hands and knees, leaving a trail of unidentifiable fluid behind him. "Kill him, quickly!" Down the corridor, Li Yu and 5 other hulking thugs had just witnessed Li the young master's limb explode outward as if struck by an anti-material rifle, blood and viscera spraying everywhere, leaving them frozen in shock. Now roused by Li the young master's command, they fumbled for their sidearms, determined to turn both Chen Ping'an and Yin Yu into bloody sieves. But Li Yu, her intuition screaming danger, turned to flee downstairs. Yet, too slow. That was the last thing the thugs ever heard. A black shadow flickered, then the thugs froze mid-draw. In the next heartbeat, flump. Li Yue standing nearby hadn't even turned before she was drenched head-to-toe in flying limbs and arterial spray. Aya! Staring at the 5 men whose bodies had vanished halfway, Li Yue shrieked, a sound torn from the depths of absolute terror. Trapped below inside the sealed glass chamber, the others could not comprehend what had transpired. They could only shield their unconscious team leader waiting anxiously for fate's verdict. And as oxygen dwindled within the airtight enclosure, their breathing grew increasingly labored. Bodyguards, unable to protect anyone. Enough. The icy male voice ringing in her ears made Li Yue clamp both hands over her mouth, terrified even a whisper might draw the attention of this harbinger of slaughter. She dared not utter a sound, lest she too be reduced to splattered ketchup. Monster! You're a monster! Li the young master watched wide-eyed as his bodyguards were shattered, literally kicked apart, by this man. Fragments of bone and gore rained down around him. The coppery stench of blood plunged him into a vision of hell itself. Such impossible horror drove him to the brink of madness. Didn't your mother teach you not to insult others? Chen Ping'an's voice echoed again beside Li the young master's ear. Recalling those same words moments earlier, and the immediate loss of his arm, he trembled, desperate to beg for mercy. Crunch! Li the young master felt his jaw go numb, while teeth scattered like hailstones before him, eerily familiar. Oh, apologies. I forgot men like you don't have mothers. Li the young master now lived only to plead, to declare himself heir of the Li clan, promising Chen Ping'an anything he desired in exchange for his life. Women, wealth, status, let me live, and you shall have it all. But his shattered jaw could produce only muffled, guttural cries, driving him to near madness, as if he longed to tear open his own throat. Chen Ping'an regarded the dying nobleman with glacial disdain. Are you trying to tell me your family wields such influence that killing you would bring great peril, or sparing you would yield great reward? Li the young master nodded frantically, delirious with hope. Then, suddenly, he was airborne, staring down at a headless torso collapsing slowly onto the floor. That was the final image seared into Li the young master's consciousness. Oh, then by all means bring your strongest forces forth. To slay you? Not even the celestial sovereign himself could stay my hand. Chen Ping'an calmly withdrew the foot that had ended Li the young master's life. Not a single drop of blood stained his person, or Yen Yu's, as the carnage-strewn second floor descended into a grotesque tableau of hell. With vengeance fulfilled, the crimson hue faded from his eyes, and deep within his soul an invisible chain shattered completely. Meanwhile, upon his system interface, the green talent labeled Taoist disciple underwent a profound, irreversible transformation. Having run on foot for 1,200 kilometers from the metropolis of Mo due to the imperial capital, he arrived at the final moment and saved Yin Yue, who had been destined to die. At that instant, Chen Ping'an, having just slain the arrogant young master, Li felt not the slightest trace of unease, despite it being his first kill. On the contrary, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged through him. Even the circulation of his vital qi within his body flowed more smoothly, harmonized by this newfound clarity of heart. This was the way of the martial cultivator: grudges repaid, favors returned. Truths upheld not by words, but by fists. So this is what it feels like to wield true power. To ordinary people, he had already become a force of nature akin to a cataclysm. And scathed Chen Ping'an had disarmed and dispatched 6 heavily armed men, barehanded in an instant. He was even confident that were their numbers multiplied tenfold, so long as they did not unleash concentrated gunfire, he could still prevail. Yet this feat was achieved merely after his second blood refinement breakthrough. Though he could now evade bullets, it was less due to physical speed, and more to his martial intuition, a premonitory divine sense honed through cultivation. To truly disregard conventional firearms, he would need to transcend the 4th blood refinement limit. Only then would the laws of the mortal world lose their binding authority over Chen Ping'an. As Chen Ping'an immersed himself in this profound inner transformation, a mechanical chime resonated within his mind, and in congratulations, player. Your innate talent has broken through. In your talent, Taoist disciple, green has evolved into the chivalric path, gold catalyzed by the influence of martial mythos, red. And in the chivalric path, in rank, immortal, gold in description, in martial cultivators defy heaven and challenge earth. They live by vengeance and virtue alike, trusting only the fist in their hand, walking only the path dictated by their conscience. Chen Ping'an, the martial cultivator, dwells amid blades drawn, bare slays amidst the dust of mortal affairs, and traverses 3,000 li by night, all to redress the injustices that stir unrest within his heart. Na grand chivalric hero serves nation and people, but a true knight wields his 3-foot Jin not for glory, but to level every injustice beneath heaven. You are a true martial cultivator. You have found your chivalric heart. And effects in 1. Movement speed increased by 102. Attack speed increased by 103. Chivalric heart, a knight, knows no doubt. Chen Ping'an opened his system interface and saw that his second innate talent slot, formerly occupied by Daoist disciple Green, now bore the radiant new title, the Chivalric Path Gold. Its characters blazed with lustrous gold, a testament to its extraordinary nature, and merely gazing upon them stirred within him an unquenchable surge of valor and resolve. System, what is happening? Can talents evolve on their own? The system responded without hesitation. In this system records talents as manifestations of both innate endowment and cultivated essence. When specific conditions converge, evolution is not only possible, it is inevitable. And especially given your primary talent, martial mythos red, a unique exclusive ability. And under its influence your potential for growth is inherently exceptional. And after all, if mortals may spontaneously develop talents, how much more so for one who bears martial mythos. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an finally understood his talent system was neither static nor predetermined. Even talents deemed fixed could transform, given the right crucible of experience and intent. Still, this makes things far more interesting. I am flesh and blood, not some scripted avatar. Perhaps this talent system is simply another lens through which my life reveals itself. Yet as he contemplated self-evolving talents, a crucial question surfaced in if even Daoist disciple could ascend. Might martial mythos, already a red-tier talent, evolve further? The highest tier recorded in this system is red. Data on tiers beyond red is unavailable. Thus the system cannot confirm or deny such possibility. And the reply was enigmatic. Yet notably it did not dismiss the notion outright. It cannot answer, not that it denies the possibility. As Chen Ping'an pondered this mystery, the mechanical voice abruptly shifted, softening into a mysterious feminine timbre. In what now? Who's dragged me from slumber again? Has that perverted player finally kicked the bucket? And the familiar tone prompted an instinctive retort. In well. First words out of your mouth, and you're already cursing me to death. If I could lay hands on you, I'd give you a proper Aruba. How terrifying. You pervert. You'd even Aruba a beauty. Let me see what's transpired. Only day 2. You wretch, I'd barely dozed off. No, well, awake I am. Let's review recent events. No, your talent broke through. Huh. Did you pick some Playboy tier talent and evolve into a high-voltage electric eel? And stung by the slander, Chen Ping'an bristled, ready to launch a scathing rebuttal at this enigmatic observer. But before he could speak, a voice, shocked beyond measure, rang sharply in his mind. In what the? You elevated the mind cultivation talent Daoist disciple directly into golden tier, the chivalric path. In hearing her unguarded astonishment, a faint knowing smile curled at the corners of Chen Ping'an's lips. From her tone alone he knew he had struck gold. Inwardly he teased, and honestly I've no idea how it happened. It just rose on its own. And since it's only gold tier, it must be rather mediocre, right? TCH. Stop with the false modesty, Chen Ping'an. Mind cultivation talents are rarer than phoenix feathers. There are scarcely any in the entire talent repository. And even that former green tier Daoist disciple outweighed most purple tier talents in rarity and depth. Moreover, you're the chivalric path, emerged organically, forged by your own deeds, your own convictions. And you have no idea how precious it truly is, not only for its 2 universal tier percentage bonuses, but for the chivalric heart, itself a golden tier mind cultivation trait unparalleled in lifelong value. Meaning the current talent pool, few golden tier talents surpass it. Hearing the system's words, Chen Ping'an's spirits soared higher still. Even this infuriating, inscrutable woman, so often mocking, had been left speechless by him. Haha, no need to flatter me so much. After all, doesn't your system grant talents like these routinely? And that's precisely why you don't understand. Naturally evolved talents are exclusive. They exist nowhere in the system's database. Chen Ping'an's eyes gleamed faintly as he probed the system's boundaries. And fascinating. Current version implies others exist, and perhaps the talent pool can expand further. And if the pool expands, might stronger talents of the same tier emerge? Just as Chen Ping'an drifted into contemplation, the woman's voice stilled, then spoke with gravity he had never heard before. Chen Ping'an, you are without question the most promising player I have ever witnessed, and I hope you survive the coming apocalypse. Then, perhaps, you will glimpse a fragment of the truth. And her words sent a quiet ripple through him in system. What truth do you mean? But no matter how urgently he called out within his mind, the mysterious voice remained silent. And, back in reality, Yin Yue, cradled tightly in Chen Ping'an's arms, first felt herself lifted skyward, then heard the panicked shriek of young Master Li. Yet strangely she felt no fear. The warmth of his embrace enveloped her in absolute, unshakable safety. Moments later, she heard the agonized cries of Li's men, and Chen Ping'an's voice cold and unwavering. To Li, Chen Ping'an was a demon incarnate. Yet to Yan Yue, the protected this moment was one she wished would last forever. When Chen Ping'an delivered his final words and sent Li's head flying, the entire scene fell into utter silence. Only Li Yue, trembling at the stairwell, stood frozen, her hands clamped over her mouth, her body quaking uncontrollably. Beneath the hem of her gown, a spreading yellow stain bloomed. She had urinated in terror. Downstairs, the trapped bodyguards, deprived of oxygen, gasped, crimson-faced, glancing helplessly at one another, utterly unaware of what had transpired above. Yet the ghastly screams, and the rain of blood and severed limbs splattering against the glass dome, left them mute and paralyzed, leaderless and terrified. When silence reigned absolute, Yan Yu cautiously lifted her small head from Chen Ping'an's chest. Though mentally prepared, Yan Yu still flinched upon seeing the mangled corpses strewn across the ground, a sight far more jarring than any clandestine film she had ever watched. Startled, the young girl hastily drew her head back. Yet moments later, she cautiously peeked out once more, scanning her surroundings. Thus she repeated this cycle several times before finally growing accustomed to the grim scene. Not only because Yan Yu possessed a gentle exterior but an unyielding core, but also because she knew these dead men were villains who had sought to harm both her and her elder sister. And standing beside her, responsible for this carnage, was Chen Ping'an, her savior. At that thought, Yan Yu glanced toward the lifeless, wide-eyed Li young master nearby, stuck out her tongue, and mocked, "Pfft, you despicable villain, daring to covet my sister." Yet as she stared at Li's unblinking eyes, even her mockery gave way to a tremor of fear. This being her first encounter with such visceral horror, the young girl instinctively nestled closer into Chen Ping'an's embrace, only to realize after a moment that he had fallen utterly still. Lifting her gaze, Yan Yu found Chen Ping'an lost in thought. Gazing upon his refined, handsome features, she recalled how he had just rescued her, how he had shielded her, how he had vowed to kill on her behalf. Her eyes softened, drifting into quiet reverie. Chen Ping'an truly is breathtakingly handsome. Suddenly the memory of his mischievous grin flashed vividly in her mind. Recalling how her very first confession had been met with such a flippant response, Yan Yu's indignation surged to its peak. "So you're lusting after my body? Fine. I Yan Yu am lusting after your body." Humph. Gazing at Chen Ping'an, strikingly handsome, yet edged with cold lethality in the aftermath of slaughter, the young heiress felt desire rise, unbidden audacity bloom within her chest. Rising onto her toes, she pressed her soft pink lips forward. Poor Chen Ping'an, a martial arts grandmaster, had through sheer carelessness been assaulted twice in a single day by a certain twin-tailed heiress. Yet deep within his consciousness, where outward stillness masked inner activity, Chen Ping'an was urgently summoning that enigmatic female voice. When no reply came despite repeated mental calls, he fell into silent contemplation. Each time the mysterious voice appeared, it revealed cryptic fragments concerning the simulator, yet none bore clear relevance to the looming apocalypse. Neither the apocalyptic cataclysm, still shrouded in obscurity, nor the system's elusive truth failed to weigh upon him. His strength remained insufficient. Once this matter concluded, he would need to accelerate his cultivation of Ki-blood energy, where abundant dietary supplementation proved swifter than simulator-based advancement. Perhaps upon returning he might pay a visit, or rather a reckoning, to some Aleocaniate buffet establishments. As Chen Ping'an pondered his next steps, a sudden warmth bloomed upon his lips, shattering his reverie. When his vision refocused, he beheld a wealthy young woman violating the virtue of an upright youth. Yet observing how earnestly she kissed, with eyes tightly shut, the ever-helpful Chen Ping'an resigned himself to her advances. Surprisingly sweet. Feeling the faint, cool movement of Chen Ping'an's lips beneath hers, Yan Yu dared part her eyelids, just a sliver, only to lock gazes directly with his knowing, teasing smile. Chen Ping'an had assumed she'd recoil in embarrassment upon discovering him awake, even preparing witty barbs to tease this bold little vixen for her audacity. Yet what followed defied even a grandmaster's foresight. Yan Yu's wide eyes locked onto his while her arms encircled his neck, and her kiss intensified, fervent and unrestrained. Stunned, Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in disbelief. Help! A female bandit. Oh, she's even using her tongue. Thus young men everywhere tread carefully beyond your threshold. It was in this very moment that Chen Ping'an first grasped that sobering truth, his rueful, self-deprecating smile curling at the corner of his mouth, though admittedly he had already lifted Yan Yu into his arms and deepened the kiss. After an indeterminate span of breathless entanglement, Yan Yu let out a muffled whimper and began pounding Chen Ping'an's chest, jolting the novice kisser back to awareness. He looked down and saw her eyes rolling upward, nearly white. Alarmed, he released her, instantly startled from his daze by the lingering sweetness of her milky fragrance. The moment her feet touched the floor, Yin gasped desperately, ugh. So kissing is actually dangerous. But movies never showed it like this. Hearing her bewildered lament, Chen Ping'an rubbed the back of his head abashed. Overwhelming physical prowess does pose certain practical complications. Must remember to modulate next time. Otherwise romance risks becoming manslaughter, far too thrilling for comfort. Once recovered, Yin blushed fiercely at her own boldness, then gathered her courage and declared, Brother Ping'an, I know a place, with an enormous luxuriously soft bed. Want to come see it? Chen Ping'an stared speechless. This seemingly innocent heiress concealed a thoroughly shameless heart beneath her porcelain exterior. No wonder in the simulation's crushing pressure of apocalypse, they had surrendered completely to one another. Yet Chen Ping'an, who knew the true horror awaiting them, knew each pre-apocalyptic day held irreplaceable weight. That heiress's invitation would have to wait until after the end. And though deeply fond of the girl before him, Chen Ping'an remembered well, he owed explanations to two people. Gently ruffling her silky hair, he smiled. All right, you little flirt. I came here specifically to rescue you. Though you're safe now, you've endured something grave. Call your sister immediately to reassure her. Yin blinked puzzled. Brother Ping'an, how did you know I even have an elder sister? And you say you came specifically for me. Did you already know this villain planned to ambush me? Chen Ping'an shook his head. I only sensed a mortal threat hanging over you today. The details emerged only just now. As for why I intervened, perhaps because I simply could not bear to see such a radiant girl harmed. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred within him. The hazy memory of a girl saving him long buried in his mind dissolved entirely without a trace. Without letting her ask further, he continued, I'm your sister's university classmate. Tell her what happened today. This man appears to be the eldest scion of the Li clan. I suspect their conspiracy extends far beyond merely capturing you. Though your sister resides in Modu, a timely warning may prove vital. His concern was not unfounded. Having overheard fragments of conversation outside the building earlier, Chen Ping'an had already pieced together a plausible outline of the situation. If the Li young master sought to seize control of the Yin family, such ambition could never be his alone. Though he had slain the Li heir, Chen Ping'an could not guarantee that Yin Qing, thousands of miles away, would survive the apocalypse unscathed as she had in the simulation. After all, rescuing Yin today had already triggered a profound butterfly effect. Hearing his words, Yin grasped the gravity of the danger, her concern for her sister surging instantly. Frantically grabbing her phone, she discovered, much to her relief, that the signal jamming field inside the room had vanished without a trace. After a few rings, a low, composed voice answered, distantly overlaid with the murmur of an elderly professor lecturing you. What brings you calling so suddenly? I'm still in class. Yin Qing cast an apologetic glance toward the professor at the podium, then quietly responded to her younger sister, her hand lifting in a small, graceful wave. The professor nodded slightly. Yin Qing, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yin family, was known for her poise. Surely this call signaled urgent news. Yet what followed shattered her composure entirely. Sister, the Li clan is trying to kidnap me. What a... Yin Qing shot to her feet, crying out in shock. A reaction so uncharacteristic from the campus's famed Ice Queen that every student turned astonished. Before she could act, however, Yin continued calmly. But a big brother named Chen Ping'an saved me. He says he's your friend. Ah, Ping'an. At that familiar name, Yin Qing instantly recalled last night, the same Chen rogue who'd brazenly demanded photos of her sister in white stockings. After hanging up, she'd sat motionless on her bed for a long while. By nature, anyone daring to lay claim to her sister would find 3 limbs broken, without exception. Yet each time she reached for her phone, she found herself unable to act against this junior classmate. In the end, frustrated beyond measure, she hurled her phone aside and buried her face beneath the covers. I must have misjudged him entirely. If he wants white stocking photos, I could even oblige. But why target my sister? That grievance robbed her of sleep all night. Now unexpectedly hearing his name from her sister's lips, Yin Qing's thoughts whirled, while beside her in the classroom the club president, Yuan, perked up instantly at the mention of Chen Ping'an. Her crimson eyes narrowed playfully, a wry, amused smile curving her lips. Little Ping'an, just what have you done? Such a reaction from Qing. Truly unprecedented. Yin listened to her elder sister's astonished tone, feeling utterly bewildered, yet continued explaining what had just transpired. Elder sister, I was deceived by Li Yu. She conspired with a man who claimed to be the young master of the Li family, intending to kidnap me and hold me hostage to coerce you. Yin nearly never saw you again. At first Yin had all but lost hope. Yet fortunately Brother Ping'an rescued me. And he's extraordinarily formidable. He actually caught a bullet barehanded. Huh. Hearing this, Yin Qing began doubting whether last night's insufficient sleep had conjured auditory hallucinations. Catch a bullet with his bare hands. Yin, have you been watching too many action films? Had she not known her younger sister never lied lightly, Yin-Qing would have snapped back in disbelief. Yet the phrases, young master of the Li family, and kidnapping truly struck a nerve. Regarding the proposed marriage alliance, and its subsequent annulment, with the Li family, Yin-Qing had never breathed a word to her sister, instinctively recoiling from that entire clan. Nonetheless, she deeply feared the Li family. Upon hearing her sister's words, the eldest daughter of the Yin household disregarded the stunned gazes of her elderly professor and classmates, and bolted from her seat straight out the classroom door. The venerable professor, who had merely been savoring the spectacle, watched dumbfounded as her star pupil dashed off. She hastily reached out and called, "Ah, Miss Yin-Qing, what on earth is happening?" But Yin-Qing vanished in the blink of an eye, without pausing for even a moment's explanation. Meanwhile, Yuan, the club president seated nearby, rose immediately upon witnessing Yin-Qing's abrupt departure and offered a courteous apology to the professor. "My apologies, Professor Sun. Qing has an urgent matter, I must assist her. Would you kindly grant us both leave of absence?" Without waiting for Professor Sun's consent, Yuan swiftly rose and sprinted out the door. Only Professor Sun remained at the lectern, sighing helplessly before murmuring under her breath, "Young mistress, what on earth are you and Miss Yin up to?" Suddenly, Professor Sun recalled rumors about the young mistress's extraordinary popularity among women, and her eyes sharpened with dawning suspicion. Hearing the commotion on the other end of the line, Yin-Yu finally realized. Her elder sister apparently knew nothing of Brother Ping'an's true capabilities. Realizing she might have spoken out of turn, Yin-Yu shyly stuck out her tongue, then glanced at the serene young man beside her. Yet somehow holding this secret alone, knowing Ping'an's true nature, felt quietly satisfying. Chen Ping'an, seated nearby, had heard every word of their conversation, and even perceived with uncanny clarity the reactions of everyone else on the other end of the call. He felt no concern over the exposure of his strength. After all, he had never intended to remain hidden forever. Indeed, given the opportunity, he even contemplated proactively approaching government authorities. He'd withheld the truth earlier for two reasons. First, his cultivation level had been insufficient. Second, he'd feared jeopardizing the rescue operation for Yin-Yu. Now, however, though only a martial arts grandmaster who had twice shattered the human limit, he was virtually impervious to conventional firearms, so long as he remained within the city. So why continue stifling himself? He would not act recklessly, but to protect these small precious joys around him. Chen Ping'an saw no reason to hesitate in erasing every obstacle from existence, just as he had done with young Master Li and his men. For what Chen Ping'an truly sought was to halt the apocalypse 10 days hence, before it annihilated everything. Not to survive as some aimless warlord upon a desolate wasteland, gazing upon the ruins of humanity's millennia-old civilization, shattered by an inexplicable cataclysm. Fueled now by the spirit of the chivalrous heart, Chen Ping'an had never felt so resolute, so fiercely certain he would defy the apocalypse itself. "This land, this realm, I shall safeguard." On the other end of the line, Yin-Qing, having burst from the classroom, spoke with grave urgency. "Yin-Yu, turn on video now. I need to see your situation firsthand." Hearing her elder sister's command, Yin-Yu hesitated. Though unharmed herself, the surrounding environment was decidedly unsuitable for broadcast. Just as Yin-Yu faltered, Chen Ping'an gently took her phone, nodded reassuringly, and spoke into the receiver. "Senior Sister Qing, I am Chen Ping'an." "Ping'an, you're really there? What exactly happened?" Yin-Qing froze upon hearing his voice. "I killed a young master of the Li family. He planned to seize Yin-Yu and use her to threaten you. Rest assured, I've already rescued her." "You killed someone, Ping'an? Are you injured? Is your location secure? I'll dispatch help immediately. If the Li family dares move against us, Yin-Qing will not let them off lightly." The torrent of revelations left Yin-Qing utterly stunned, yet instinctively she neither doubted his words nor questioned his account. Her sole concern was their immediate safety. Yuan, the club president, had drawn near. Hearing their exchange, her crimson eyes shimmered with intense curiosity and exhilaration. "We're perfectly safe, Senior Sister Qing. Please take a deep breath. Don't become overly agitated." Hearing the youth's familiar calm voice, Yin-Qing's racing pulse gradually steadied. Yet a sudden memory flashed through her mind last night. When Chen Ping'an had mentioned her sister, he'd casually described her as twin-tailed and wearing white stockings. And that very twin-tailed girl in white stockings was standing right beside Chen Ping'an at this very moment. Instantly uneasy, Yin-Qing asked, "Ping'an, may we open video? Are you and my sister quite all right?" Chen Ping'an reached to activate video, but paused, glancing at the gory scene around them, and at Yin-Yu immaculate amid the carnage. Hesitating, he replied awkwardly, "I believe all is well. Though the confrontation was intense, I didn't so much as soil Yin-Yu's clothing. However, our current surroundings aren't suitable for video. We'll return shortly." Beep, beep, beep. Mid-sentence, the call abruptly cut off. Chen Ping'an sighed, lowering the phone. He'd forgotten signal jamming inside the mansion had reactivated. After several futile attempts to reconnect, he set the phone aside. No matter. I've conveyed the essentials to your sister. Yin-yu, we'll descend now. This place is far too grimy. Also, those bodyguards' oxygen supply is nearly depleted. With practiced ease, he lifted Yin-yu into his arms and turned toward the stairs. Li-yu, still standing trembling in the corridor, hand clamped over her mouth, had ceased breathing. She had died of sheer terror. At Modi University. Beep, beep, beep. Staring at her suddenly disconnected call, Yanqing's elegant phoenix eyes widened sharply. What did you say? Why emphasize that you didn't soil my sister's clothes? Since when have you grown so familiar with her? Calling her Yin-yu so casually. Why can't you open video? What does once we're finished even mean? Chen Ping'an, answer your phone. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently out of service. Arg. At that moment, the Li family meant nothing to Yanqing. All she craved was answers. What precisely had that wretched Chen Ping'an done to her little sister? Yuan, the master provocateur, the ultimate spectator, the one who thrives on escalating chaos, watched Yanqing's unraveling with unrestrained delight sparkling in her eyes. After knowing Qingqing for so many years, this is the first time I've ever seen her like this. Huh, that glacier of hers has finally shattered. Little Ping'an, you've delivered. Yet who among spectators fears chaos growing too large? Leaning close to Yanqing, Yuan whispered like a temptress beside her luminous earlobe. Qingqing, don't panic. Look on the bright side. Near collapse, the fiercely protective elder sister grasped onto her friend's voice, regaining just enough composure to fix Yuan with a desperate questioning gaze. Suppressing an irrepressible urge to burst into laughter, Yuan spoke with solemn sincerity. Yin-yu is of age now, Qingqing. Try to stay open-minded. You may soon gain a brother-in-law. A sharp, silent snap echoed in Yanqing's mind, the final thread of rationality snapping taut. Chen Ping'an, I'll drown you in the deepest sea. That day, every student in Building 3 of Modi University would remember the name Chen Ping'an. And only then did the professor realize one handsome young man named Chen Ping'an had also gone missing from her lecture. Musing, she quietly jotted a note in her personal ledger. So handsome, and still skips my class. Your participation grade is revoked. Inside the Li family manor. In the grand hall, a group of female bodyguards were trapped behind reinforced glass, their faces flushed as they gazed upward toward the second floor. Do not mistake it. This was merely hypoxia worsening with every passing moment. Far more urgent than the looming threat of suffocation was the question of what had just transpired upstairs. Though they had witnessed nothing directly, the young master's final agonized scream and the severed limb that slid down the glass surface spoke unequivocally of unspeakable horror unfolding above. When silence finally settled, only faint murmurs drifted down from above. Then, to their astonishment, a youth appeared at the stairwell, cradling the second miss in his arms as he descended. The instant they beheld Chen Anping's face, every bodyguard felt an imperceptible tremor ripple through their frozen hearts. The unrestrained charisma of the Shaka Xing cultivation technique fused with the ever-refined elegance of his enhanced physique rendered Chen Anping nothing short of a living aphrodisiac for women. Even these rigorously trained female guards faltered, momentarily overwhelmed. After gently placing Yin-yu beside the stairs, Chen Anping approached the glass enclosure. There he surveyed the trapped women, faces crimson with oxygen deprivation, and felt a quiet disapproval stir within him. Had he not been present today, both Yin-yu and these guards would have perished. As protectors, they had utterly failed their duty. Yet his gaze fell upon Wang Jia, the senior guard, slumped motionless in the center of the crowd, her face drenched in blood. Chen Anping sighed softly. Though negligent, they had proven loyal unto near death. The guards watched Chen Anping frown, then sigh, bewildered, uncertain of his intent. One guard, assuming he was searching for a way to free them, spoke up. Sir, thank you for saving our second miss. But there's no need to search further. This is military-grade reinforced glass, denser than steel. Not even a rocket launcher could breach it. Abandoning us is the most rational choice. Please take the second miss beyond the signal jamming radius immediately and contact our eldest miss. This place remains the enemy's stronghold. Your safety and hers hangs by a thread. Before the words fully faded, the guards watched Chen Anping gently shake his head. No need. Hearing this, one guard, terrified he might leave, grew visibly agitated. Sir, we're deeply grateful you wish to save us. Yet please trust our professional judgment. And do not grieve for us. We accepted the risk of sacrifice the day we took this oath. Moreover, so long as the second miss lives, the eldest miss will honor our service in full. So please, flee with her now. Chen Anping offered no further explanation. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. As the guards watched his movement, confusion mingled with speculation. Does he truly believe himself omnipotent, just because he's slain a few men? Tragic. He's breathtakingly handsome, yet stubborn to a fault. Take the second miss and go, before the enemy returns. Up close he's even more stunning. I'd surrender myself willingly, just once before death. Under the gazes of dozens of stunned eyes, Chen Ping'an drew a slow, deep breath, channeling his vital energy into his right arm. His pale forearm shimmered faintly, pulsing with crimson light. Fingers clenched, power coalescing within the fist. As Chen Ping'an moved, the guard's scattered thoughts dissolved entirely. Every eye was drawn, magnetized to that single gathering fist. Even through the barrier harder than steel, they felt a lethal pressure emanating from him, something they'd never known, not even when confronting colossal serpents alone in the wild. That oppressive weight intensified, until at the peak of his gathered vitality, a resonant hum vibrated through the air. Within the glass enclosure, all saw only a fleeting scarlet afterimage. When vision cleared, Chen Ping'an had already turned, reaching out to gently cover Yen Yu's ears. Before the guards could process it, boom, a deafening explosion sent them clutching their ears. Their already flushed faces blanched crimson with shock. In their wide-eyed terror, the tempered glass dome, once an unbreakable prison, shattered instantly into countless glittering fragments. Amidst the cascading chime of falling shards, the guards felt as though snowflakes rained upon them, cold, silent, countless. Within moments, the last fragment settled. Where the impenetrable barrier had stood, only a carpet of glittering debris remained, no trace of its former defiant presence. Staring at the ruins, the guards' eyes widened in disbelief. They half wondered whether they'd been drugged, plunged into collective hallucination. Meanwhile, the little girl, whose ears Chen Ping'an still shielded, pressed eagerly against his side, eyes alight with exhilaration. To Yen Yu, terms like rocket-proof glass meant nothing. She knew only one truth: Chen Ping'an was extraordinary. Chen Ping'an lifted the girl effortlessly and addressed the guards. I'll take Yen Yu back to Modu to meet her elder sister. The rest falls to you. Whoosh. Before the guards could respond, Chen Ping'an and Yen Yu vanished from sight. Gazing at the scattered shards, the guards exchanged dazed, hollow glances, their senses reeling with surreal disbelief. What precisely had just happened to this world? Leaving the guards to their existential awe, Chen Ping'an carried Yen Yu from the manor and soared freely across the cityscape, leaping between towering skyscrapers. Far more intense than any parkour, this aerial sprint ignited Yen Yu's wonder, eyes wide, heart pounding. Though sheltered since birth, she possessed the bold spirit of a true adventurer. His destination, the capital's high-speed rail station. Yes, Chen Ping'an intended to return to Modu by bullet train. Why not simply sprint there again? Hadn't the Shaoxing technique granted him even greater speed? The answer was simple: Yen Yu's frail frame could not withstand such acceleration. Even now, leaping between rooftops, he deliberately restrained his velocity. Otherwise, the abrupt lurch from stillness to near-sonic velocity would deliver no thrilling force. It would be sheer, brutal, fatal acceleration, a literal embrace kill. At the station, thanks to China's ubiquitous EAD system, Chen Ping'an and Yen Yu purchased tickets to Modu using only their smartphones. One had never left Modu in her entire life, the other never stepped beyond the capital, both riding the high-speed rail for the very first time. Inside the vast, luminous terminal, beneath soaring ceilings and amid throngs of travelers, they gazed in awe at the gleaming white trains gliding along distant tracks. Two newcomers to the world's greatest high-speed rail hub, wide-eyed, curious, utterly absorbed in every detail. No trace remained of the carnage they'd just endured, proof perhaps of astonishing emotional resilience. Yet a strikingly beautiful young girl paired with an exceptionally handsome Chen Ping'an inevitably drew attention, even in the capital. Only the lingering aura of lethal authority, still clinging to Chen Ping'an after his recent slaughter, kept onlookers at bay. Boarding the train, watching the ceaseless flow of high-speed rail across the capital, Chen Ping'an felt a deeper, more visceral understanding of his homeland. The railway station pulsed like a heart, pumping countless people and resources along arterial rail lines into the ancient soil of the great Yin Empire, silent for 1,000 years. An individual's strength may be modest, but when hundreds of millions unite under a shared purpose, building a great nation together, no matter the suffering endured, that nation shall rise, unshakable, sovereign, destined to reach the stars and sail the cosmic seas. On the homeward-bound train, the little girl, exhausted by the day's relentless thrill, fell fast asleep beside the window. Even in slumber, her small hand remained tightly clasped around Chen Ping'an's. Brave as she was, today's horrors had shaken her deeply. Beside her, Chen Ping'an reopened his simulation interface, resuming the day's unfinished life simulation. Both talent slots were filled. The red talent in the first talent slot remained locked, immutable. Yet during simulation, he could still select one additional talent to carry forward. The interface shimmered into view. Guided by his will, a new life simulation commenced. Though fortune proved unkind, 2 white-tier talents enhancing hearing and strength, and 1 green-tier talent subtly augmenting appearance. Chen Ping'an barely glanced at them, selecting the green talent without hesitation. Yet this time anticipation stirred within him, for he now bore a transcendent golden-tier talent, unprecedented in scale and power. He wondered, what transformation would this golden gift unleash within the simulated world? Temporal anchor stabilized. Observer commencing record. Day 1 New Year's Eve. Crowds flood the streets of Modu jubilant and expectant. Under dazzling lights, city guards strain to hold back the surging tide of revelers. None noticed the black-clad youth standing resolute atop Sky Tower, the tallest spire in Modu. Winter winds howl across the summit, yet chill him not at all. By moonlight he drinks the last drop from his gourd, calm, unwavering. His inner count reaches its end. The apocalypse begins. With a casual flick of his wrist, the iron gourd dissolves into glittering dust. Each particle catches the moonlight, scattering like stardust as if he had just flung a galaxy into the night. At midnight, fireworks erupt across the heavens. Crowds roar in celebration of the new year. Alone atop the tower, the solitary sentinel watches the sky, serene, yet knowing its peace is illusory. Within the tower, those he vows to protect remain blissfully unaware. And high above, where no eye can see, a 7-hued rift tears open across the heavens. The sky has shattered. Beneath the sky blazed the metropolis, alive with New Year's fervor. Above it gaped a colossal sudden rift tearing across the heavens. And there you stood, alone between heaven and earth, facing the apocalypse unaided. Across that fissure shimmered a kaleidoscopic radiance. You strained your gaze to its utmost, yet could discern nothing within. Only an indescribable malice, cold and suffocating, flooding your heart the moment the rift appeared. First second, before your stunned eyes, a hand of unimaginable scale erupted into the sky above the metropolis, vast enough to blot out the entire firmament. For a fleeting instant, its shadow seemed to swallow both sky and land whole. Second, beneath that shadow the world fell utterly silent. Fireworks bloomed midair, crowds surged forward, faces still wore New Year's smiles. Yet the vibrant scene froze as if muted by an unseen hand. All sound vanished in an instant. Only you perceived every shift, the sole witness to the unraveling world. The immediate peril had not yet claimed your life. To flee now might grant you solitary survival. Yet your heart beat with the code of the chivalrous. No foe, however terrible, could make you flinch, and no predator dripping with malice would ever see your back. When fate forces confrontation, only the courageous prevail. There is no retreat. This battle admits no surrender. Shatter. You surged your vital energy, deliberately rupturing your own eyes, now grotesquely animate. Pain lanced through your nerves, the heavens' malevolence screamed in your spiritual sense. Blood streamed down your face, twisting your features into something feral. Yet even as frost and fire raged around you, and though sight fled forever, you roared with unbroken, exultant laughter. Sound returned into this absolute silence. Ninth second. For the first time, the myriad eyes upon the palm turned toward you. A single insignificant human ascending from the mortal realm. An incalculable host of indifferent gazes fixed upon you. As their collective attention converged, the warped will of the cosmos magnified geometrically, crushing, suffocating. Wails shrieked inside your skull, not echoes but presences, tormented souls surging up from hell's abyss, reaching for you with skeletal hands. 10th second. Your brain, torso, viscera, limbs all began mutating irrevocably. Your martial energy raged, yet the alien force steadily overwhelmed it. Your cultivation instincts screamed a dire truth. A monstrous entity was birthing within you. You could not slay the hand in the sky, and soon you yourself would become the scourge that ravaged the world. Without hesitation, you reversed your vital energy's flow. With a cataclysmic boom, a wave of scarlet erupted across the twisted heaven. No, not yet. 11th second. A dragon's roar, shattering the sky. At the moment you embraced death, you breached the boundary between heaven and humanity. Your will and vital energy fused as one. Shards of your shattered martial body spiraled upward, recoalescing with impossible speed across the firmament. Though drained to the point of dissolution, a new power surged forth, one so potent it made even the celestial monstrosity pause in wary recognition. 12th second. A 5-clawed crimson dragon, forged entirely from vital energy, materialized high above the heavens. Roar. Your vital energy was nearly spent. Though you had broken through once more, you possessed neither time nor resources to stabilize your new realm. Yet no regret flickered in your gaze, only boundless, undying battle lust. The martial path is the path of supreme contention. Even in death you shall fall only while charging forward. Amidst the desolate dragon's cry, the crimson serpent soared, its body glowing white-hot from atmospheric friction trailing a blazing blood-hued wake as it hurtled like a meteor straight toward the colossal palm. Once again the glyphs upon the palm twisted into staring eyes, gazing down at you with impassive, unassailable finality. 13th second. A voice echoed beside your ear, cold, vast, utterly devoid of empathy. Insect. Under that oceanic malice, the exhausted dragon of vital energy collapsed mid-flight. You died. Simulation terminated. Survival duration failed minimum threshold. During novice grace period default settlement applied 1 day survival. Survival duration 1 day. Reward 0. 1 physical constitution. Player, do you wish to retain the talent acquired in this simulation? Warning. Unknown entity has contaminated the observer. Observer currently sealed. Contamination has inflicted measurable damage. Repair required. Due to observer damage, life simulation system has entered hibernation. All simulations are suspended. Estimated restoration time in local space-time 12 hours. Heed this warning, the apocalypse you face is far more complex and far more terrible than it appears. Chen Ping'an calmly closed the simulation interface aboard the high-speed train. The system's collapse elicited not a flicker of surprise. Chen Ping'an turned his gaze blankly toward the train window. Outside, the magnificent mountains and bustling cities of Yen State streamed past like liquid memory, etching themselves silently onto his retinas. De Yen. His voice was hoarse, laden with emotions too intricate for words. Only Chen Ping'an knew that this resplendent nation, and indeed the entire world, would begin its descent into annihilation 9 days hence. Indeed, this simulation had shaken him to his core. The martial myth was his greatest asset, so formidable that it had even granted him the chivalric path, talent astonishing the system itself. Yet within the simulation, even after shattering the heaven-and-man barrier and attaining the first realm of the martial myth, he proved powerless against the unknown entity looming in the sky. One slender thread of hope remained: the simulated version of himself had not yet reached the absolute zenith of the martial myth. The martial myth comprises 3 realms. In the simulation, he broke through only after self-immolation, driven purely by raw, unyielding will. Given sufficient time and resources to cultivate to truly ascend to the ultimate peak of martial divinity, perhaps he would stand a chance, even against that cosmic horror. But now only 9 days remained until the apocalypse. The closer the hour drew, the heavier the despair settled, dense, inescapable, absolute. Effortlessly slaughtering armed men like Li Dashe had briefly lulled him into believing he had transcended mortal rules. Yet this simulation had stripped away his arrogance, restoring calm clarity and grim humility. Just as that final alien voice declared before the coming cataclysm, he was nothing more than an insect. Still, Chen Ping'an would never yield, not for the sake of all he cherished, nor for the pride burning fiercely in his soul. When the apocalypse descended, he would raise his fist to the heavens, just as he had done in the simulation, and strike back with everything he was. Even if he fell, he would fall charging forward. Ping'an stopped tugging my twin braids from behind. Yen Yu's sweet, flustered voice pierced the quiet carriage. Her adorable tone and startlingly bold words instantly drew every gaze in the cabin. Under their curious stares, Chen Ping'an still clung to the aura of battle, though his eye twitched faintly at the corner. Does this girl talk in her sleep? Fine, sleep talking is acceptable. But in broad daylight, what kind of dream is she having? Twin braids. They're not a steering wheel. Yen Yu's louder, more emphatic cry left every passenger momentarily stunned. A little girl seated opposite them tugged her mother's sleeve and asked, voice pure and innocent, "Mommy, why is a twin braid a steering wheel?" Passengers who'd been straining to remain solemn finally burst into laughter. Joyful mirth filled the carriage. Chen Ping'an, who moments earlier had dwelled in somber gravitas, now wished desperately to leap from the window and sprint alongside the speeding train. If given the chance, he'd steer a wheel, exactly 100 times. Chen Ping'an, wielding the peerless control of a martial arts legend, restrained the surge of blood and chi throughout his body to prevent himself from blushing. Then with serene composure, he turned slightly and gently rubbed the head of a drowsy young girl, still lost in some unfathomable dream. The girl blinked up at his calm, handsome face and seemed to recognize him as Chen Ping'an. Still half asleep, she instinctively reached out and embraced him, even tilting her head as if to kiss. But a firm hand settled firmly atop her head, halting her motion. That single gesture jolted Yen Yu fully awake. "Good morning, brother Ping'an. Did I fall asleep just now?" Chen Ping'an nodded impassively. Upon hearing his reply, Yen Yu gasped and instantly covered her face with both hands. "Oh no, did I say anything in my sleep? My sister told me I tend to talk, or do other things, while unconscious." Chen Ping'an shook his head slowly, his gaze utterly lifeless. What else could he do? Forgiveness was inevitable. Meanwhile, the other passengers, having overheard Yin Yu's confession, finally understood it was merely a case of innocent, sleepy confusion. Compassionate and discreet, they promptly turned away, spared the young man further mortification. Still, a few teenage girls couldn't resist glancing back at Chen Ping'an. So this handsome guy enjoys such playful affection. I'll grow twin braids too. And strangely enough, the next day, most young women aboard that very train carriage appeared with twin braids. For the remainder of the journey, Chen Ping'an maintained rigid control over his facial expression, using his cultivated qi, and yet his hand never ceased gently kneading Yin Yu's cheeks. Forgiveness granted, but relentless qi crubbing remained mandatory. Meanwhile, Yin Qing had just received her bodyguard's report. Only then did she realize her grave misjudgment. Chen Ping'an had appeared suddenly, not to indulge in impropriety, but to rescue her younger sister. Regaining her composure, Yin Qing calmly dispatched operatives to launch a counteroffensive against the Li family. Yet shortly thereafter came another shock. What? You mean Chen Ping'an fled, with my sister in his arms? Stunned, Yin Qing immediately redialed both Chen Ping'an's and Yin Yu's numbers. Both lines rang endlessly, only to return the same automated message: out of service area. At that very moment, the Daiyan high-speed rail, already plagued by notoriously weak signal, was plunging deep into an exceptionally long tunnel. Inside the carriage, Chen Ping'an continued his stoic qi crubbing upon the pitifully drowsy Yin Yu. Neither noticed the missed calls that later lit up their screens. Answer it. Why won't either of you answer? Yin Qing, who had only just regained her icy poise, erupted once more. And from the shadows emerged Yuan Mao, the perennial connoisseur of gossip, whose devilish voice slithered into her ear. A lone man and a lone woman bound by shared peril, and one of them is none other than Shun, our longtime enthusiast of white stockings. Ching, by this time next year you may well be an aunt. With that, Yuan Mao gazed expectantly at his friend, eager to witness her reaction. This time, however, Yin Qing did not rage. Instead, her voice dropped low, unervingly calm. President, our anime club may soon lose a member. Only then did Yuan Mao, the seasoned gossipmonger, sense true danger. Staring into Yin Qing's hollow, shattered gaze, he frantically thought, disaster. Disaster. Little Ping'an, Qing has broken. On the high-speed train, Chen Ping'an shivered, as though sensing some impending calamity. By now the train had traversed half its route. Yin Yu, thoroughly needed, had drifted off again. Gazing at the faint trace of drool on his fingers, Chen Ping'an sighed helplessly. Fortunately, she slept quietly thereafter. Had second miss Yin uttered anything else astonishing, Chen Ping'an feared he might truly have to sprint, carrying the entire train, into exile. Just before arrival it struck him he still had no idea where Yin Qing lived, and thus no way to deliver Yin Yu safely to her elder sister. He picked up his phone and found 1 missed call from Yin Qing and 5 from President Yuan. Puzzled, Chen Ping'an tapped the contact labeled "That Troublesome Woman" and dialed back. The line rang unanswered, until on the 9th chime it abruptly connected. President Yuan's urgent voice crackled through the receiver. "Don't ask questions, just come straight to my place." Suddenly a slender hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Simultaneously a chilling voice froze his hand midair, poised to hang up. "President, whose call is this?" "Ah, Qing. It's that boy Ping'an finally calling me back. See, I was just about to hand it over to you." With exaggerated docility, Yuan Mao offered the phone to Yin Qing beside him. On the other end, Chen Ping'an frowned. "Hello, President. What did you mean by that? And I heard Qing Senior Sister's voice just now, didn't I?" "Yes, Ping'an. I'm here." "Haha, Senior Sister Qing. Why does your voice sound so frosty all of a sudden?" "Don't worry, Yin Yu is right beside me. She even drooled in her sleep." "Oh, you've noticed Yeye's little habit too." For a fleeting second, was it his imagination? Her voice grew colder still. Yet, buoyed by the joy of nearing home, Chen Ping'an continued cheerfully, "Yes, she's sleeping right beside me. Senior Sister, rest assured, we'll return to Shanghai tonight. Just send me your address, and I'll bring her straight to you." "Oh, very well. I shall thank you properly, Ping'an." "Haha, between us who needs formalities? We're old friends." Beep, beep, beep. Ah, cut off again. Signal vanishes the moment we enter tunnels. Chen Ping'an stared helplessly at the disconnected line. In truth, the despair that had gripped him earlier had entirely dissolved. First under Yin Yu's sleepy ramblings, then through exchanges with his 2 anime club friends. Though orphaned, he was far from alone. He had friends, people with whom he could lean, confide, share burdens. That warmth was genuine, precious. His qi no longer strained to mask his expression. A quiet, unguarded smile softened the corners of his lips. After racing 1,000 li and enduring 1442 grueling simulations, he finally felt the weight of exhaustion. The system too was dormant. So Chen Ping'an decided, just for a little while, to grant himself respite. Smiling softly, he closed his eyes. After 30 hours, Chen Ping'an slept again. Meanwhile, within the Yin ancestral residence, his dear friend, Yin Qing, stood expressionless, sharpening an exquisitely crafted pair of scissors. Beside her, President Yuan, wearing the meek, obedient smile of a model child, knew deep down that this time he'd truly overreached. This prank may have gone too far, but don't worry, little Ping'an. Your ever-loyal president will absolutely save you. As Chen Ping'an embarked on his journey home, a coldly elegant elder sister, fiercely protective of her younger brother, raised her blade to purge evil. Meanwhile, within the Li family mansion in the imperial capital, the female bodyguards left behind reported to their young mistress, then fell silent upon surveying the grand hall strewn with severed limbs, before swiftly springing into action to manage the aftermath. After the hero had rescued the damsel, the onlookers, now reduced to mere spectators, had only one remaining vocation of consequence: cleaning up the scene. Wait, this is private property. What do you think you're doing? A thunderous crash echoed as the solid wood door was kicked inward, and a procession of figures clad in black uniforms surged through the gaping entrance. When the stunned bodyguards inside turned toward the doorway, all they saw were several of their comrades, already incapacitated and defenseless. Who are you? Why have you invaded the Li residence? The lead bodyguard glared fiercely at the intruder's, voice sharp with authority, and with a subtle glance signaled the others to block the staircase leading upstairs. Within seconds, the grand hall of the Li residence had become a stage for tense confrontation. Two factions locked in silent, immovable opposition. Yet strangely, though the black-clad intruders bore no visible weapons, the bodyguards inside felt an unprecedented suffocating pressure, weighty and inescapable. The lead bodyguard barely mustered the courage to finish his question. But the intruders, unmoved, unimpressed, paid no heed to these hollow threats delivered with trembling resolve. Like water parting before stone, the black-clad figures flowed seamlessly into two parallel lines, clearing a path down the center of the hall. From that corridor stepped a woman with indigo-dyed hair, her bearing unmistakably that of a commander. Her brows carried a storm, her gaze sovereign stillness. She ignored the bodyguard's demands entirely, instead sweeping her eyes across the disordered ground floor. When her gaze fell upon the glittering shards of broken glass, and beneath them mangled limbs drenched in blood, her lips curled into a faint, biting sneer. The Li family. Do you mean the Li family whose heir you've already slaughtered? Or the Li family deemed traitorous to the realm, and thus already erased by us? Hearing her words, the lead bodyguard's heart lurched. He realized the uncleaned carnage below had betrayed them, and the implications buried in her speech were too staggering to risk a careless reply. Clenching his jaw, he forced composure. I have no idea what you're talking about. Under the Da Yin Code, no one may enter a private residence without authorization. Leave this place, immediately. At mention of the Da Yin Code, the woman arched a delicate brow, then glanced half-amused at the black-clad figure beside her before returning her gaze to the lead bodyguard. How curious. Yun-san should one day be lectured on law by a mere bodyguard. Just as the bodyguard believed his invocation of law had finally struck a chord, she smiled, for the first time. Beautiful, and utterly frigid. Here, I am the will of Yen. Moments later, every remaining female bodyguard stood dejectedly to the side. Some had attempted resistance, but none even managed to draw their firearms before being subdued. Their assailants' martial prowess eclipsed theirs completely. Faced with futility, they surrendered silently, allowing the black-clad intruders to search the mansion at will. Yun-sen stood motionless at the hall's center, idly grinding a shard of glass between her fingers, as if deciphering some profound hidden truth within its fractured surface. Madam Yin, we found 8 corpses. In total 6 on the second floor and 2 in the garden. 6 males, presumed bodyguards. 5 on the upper floor had their torsos pulverized beyond recognition. The 6th in the garden suffered complete cerebral liquefaction. The killer's technique was flawless, each strike instantaneous and fatal. Yun-sen showed no surprise. Her eyes remained fixed on the glass fragment in her palm, as though it held the weight of revelation itself. Her subordinate, undeterred by her silence, continued. The 7th corpse, a male, has been identified as Li Yang, the Li family's eldest heir. His head was torn from his body by immense force. His expression at death suggests overwhelming terror, absolute paralyzing dread. The sole female victim was Li Yu, of the Li clan's collateral branch. At this, the subordinate hesitated. Yun-san's gaze still lingered on the glass. Calmly she asked, "Speak. How did she die?" A chill ran down his spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he whispered, voice trembling, "Madam Yun, Li Yu died of sheer terror. Given the unnatural deaths of the others, I suspect those things may be involved." Humph. Yun-sen finally lifted her eyes from the glass, turning them cool and assessing upon her visibly trembling subordinate. "What is it? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" The black-clad man stiffened, affronted, as if insulted, then shouted, voice ringing with forced conviction, Madam Yun, I am not afraid. Yun-san watched the faint tremor still coursing through his frame and sighed softly. Rest easy. This time, it is not those things. As for you, you'll be reassigned to internal logistics upon return. To fear them is to surrender before the battle even begins. She opened her palm. The glass shard had dissolved, reduced to stardust fine powder. Let us go? Since this is not their doing, and since she has already extended her greeting, we have no further business here. Upon hearing his reassignment, the subordinate's face flushed crimson, as though branded with disgrace. To them, frontline service was honor incarnate, logistics, the refuge of the weak. Yet deep within him, undeniable relief stirred. Finally, we need not face them again. But as Yun-san turned away, her eyes held a quiet, ineffable sorrow. She glanced toward the bewildered female bodyguards nearby and issued a quiet order to the middle-aged black-clad man standing beside her. Yin erased their memories. Jean exists only in Diane's shadows. Ordinary people must never know we exist. Yin, a gaunt, weary man with deep-set shadows beneath his eyes, gave a slight nod and strode forward without hesitation. Halting before the bodyguards, he suddenly raised both hands and pressed them firmly against his temples. The women watched puzzled, until one by one their eyes fluttered shut and they collapsed into unconsciousness. Once cleanup concluded, the black-clad intruders departed the mansion as swiftly and silently as they had arrived. The instant the mansion's front door clicked shut, every unconscious bodyguard snapped awake, as if triggered by some unseen signal. Their eyes vacant, they rose like puppets, mechanically beginning to tidy the hall. When the room gleamed spotless once more, as if some invisible switch had flipped, their gazes regained focus, lucid, alert, untroubled. No one questioned why the mansion now gleamed immaculate. No one wondered how the gatekeeper sisters had entered unnoticed. It was as though nothing, not a single thing, had ever happened. Meanwhile, seated in a sleek black sports car, Yun-san answered a call. Yes, Your Majesty. This incident was not caused by those things. It appears to be a newly awakened physical-type cultivator, though his strength already approaches mine. Remarkable potential. Xiao Yuan sent word last night instructing us to safeguard the second daughter of the Yin family. Yet, unexpectedly, we've drawn a far greater prize, Chen Ping'an himself. At this, Yun-san recalled the shattered high-grade security glass. The bodyguards had refused to speak, but under Yan's ability, no mortal could conceal truth. Cross-referencing prior intelligence, she effortlessly linked the formidable physical cultivator with Chen Ping'an, a man who punches through reinforced glass with bare fists. Surely you gave it your all. Chen Ping'an, still too weak. Next time we meet, I, your elder sister, shall show you, with my fists, the true scale of this world. A flicker of dark amusement tightened her breath. From the other end of the line came a voice, youthful yet layered with ancient authority. Yin girl, rein in that breathing. I can hear it clearly. I've reviewed the report. Have Chen Ping'an's mental stability assessed. If viable, recruit him into Jean. Anomalies multiply daily, and your unit is dangerously understaffed. As for the Li family, they maintain ties with minis. For now, containment, not eradication, is prudent. A note of weary resignation tinged the youthful voice. Though Yin stood as a rising titan, historical constraints prevented it from claiming global supremacy. Minis, the undisputed world hegemon, viewed Yan's resurgence with deep suspicion. Through veiled sabotage and open provocation, it sought to undermine Yan's ascent, frustrating the voice on the line beyond measure. By the way, Yin girl, head to Modu immediately. Since noon today, I've sensed a profound, ill omen gathering there. Yun-san's expression hardened. As your Imperial will commands, divine sovereign. Modu high-speed railway station. Chen Ping'an arrived, accompanied by a young girl. In the great Yin kingdom outside the high-speed railway station in Modu. Wow. Brother Ping'an, is this Modu, the metropolis of the great Yin kingdom? How breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Yu exclaimed in delight as she stepped out of the station, gazing upon the dazzling nocturnal skyline of towering skyscrapers and unparalleled prosperity. Night had just fallen, only now did Modu begin to unveil her true radiance, the luster of the great Yin kingdom's pearl. Yin Yu's hometown, the imperial capital, served as the nation's political and cultural heart, its architectural style imbued with a profound sense of historical weight. Though equally vibrant, it possessed an entirely distinct character from Modu, the economic powerhouse of the realm. This young girl, who had never before ventured beyond her native city, formed an immediately favorable first impression of Modu. Of course, that impression was also colored by the fact that this city was the hometown of the youth standing beside her. Hearing Yin Yu's admiration, Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, then stepped forward and swept his arm toward the glittering metropolis behind him, wearing a smug grin as he declared, Heh. Impressive, isn't it? All this I have conquered, for you, my beloved Yaya. At Chen Ping'an's words, the young girl wrinkled her nose in protest. Humph. Naughty brother. You must not speak disrespectfully of the sovereign emperor. Though they had spent only a brief time together, a subtle resonance, born of the simulation, had kindled an inexplicable sense of closeness within Chen Ping'an toward Yin. Without hesitation, he gently pinched her fair soft cheek and teased with a playful grin, "Had no harm done. The great sovereign emperor would never hold such trifles against me." Feeling the warmth of his palm, the young girl blushed deeply. Her composure utterly dissolved, leaving her disarmingly vulnerable. Indeed, in the great Yin kingdom, the title sovereign emperor held singular significance, a figure straddling the blurred boundary between legend and verifiable history. It was said that a century ago the sovereign emperor emerged suddenly at the zenith of national peril, when the great Yin kingdom teetered on the brink of collapse under foreign invasion, and delivered the realm from annihilation. During that cataclysm, the sovereign emperor displayed powers far beyond mortal comprehension. Yet after the old dynasty fell and a new sovereign state rose in its place, transforming the great Yin kingdom into a nation governed by its people, the legendary sovereign emperor vanished without trace, never to reappear. Strangely, though rudimentary photographic devices already existed at the time, not a single image of the sovereign emperor survived. Consequently, many of the kingdom's younger generation now openly question whether the sovereign emperor ever truly existed. Some even posit that the sovereign emperor of the great Yin kingdom was not an individual at all, but rather a collective identity adopted by heroic patriots who rallied to save their homeland. Curiously, the imperial administration remains conspicuously silent on such conjectures. Unless outright slanderous or egregiously absurd, most rumors are left unchallenged and unregulated. Thus, popular lore surrounding the sovereign emperor abounds with fantastical variations. The sovereign emperor is ageless and deathless, having guarded the great Yin kingdom since antiquity. The ancestral guardian deity, the sovereign emperor, possesses unfathomable wisdom, laying the very foundations of Yin civilization, even guiding its modern enlightenment. The sovereign emperor wields peerless divine might, once leveling mountains and expanding seas to carve out habitable lands for the people. Bolder tales claim the sovereign emperor commands 3,000 celestial consorts and ascended to immortality in broad daylight, and yet none surpasses the rumor Chen Ping'an once heard, that the sovereign emperor is in truth a petite silver-haired, crimson-eyed girl of ethereal charm. To this, Chen Ping'an could only respond, absurdity incarnate, absurdity squared, absurdity absolute. Had those words been uttered by anyone other than his own club president, whom he'd revered since childhood as the living embodiment of the sovereign emperor's legends, he would have certainly challenged the speaker to a duel. Inspired by his president's outrageous theory, Chen Ping'an even briefly suspected her of harboring an unhealthy fixation on young girls, fearing she might descend into criminal depravity. Only when he observed her consistently flirting with older women did his anxiety ease, until that as she turned her predatory charm upon the very senior sister he secretly admired. Before his parents' tragic demise, countless childhood nights had lulled Chen Ping'an to sleep beneath the gentle cadence of his mother's sovereign emperor tales. After losing his parents and becoming an orphan, the sovereign emperor, once a mythic figure, evolved into the most enduring symbol of his lost childhood. Perhaps the system had not selected this youth at random, for deep within his heart, long before reason matured, the silhouette of a savior hero had already taken root. The child who once gazed heavenward in awe of the sovereign emperor, who defied cosmic collapse, now stood poised through the system's intervention to become a hero himself. Gazing upon the luminous sprawl of Modu behind him, Chen Ping'an recalled the sovereign emperor of his mother's bedtime stories, the one who dwelled in the realm of childhood dreams, and the calamity soon to descend from the heavens 9 days hence. Perhaps destiny had been woven from the very beginning, that a heartbroken youth might yet rise as the nation's savior. A quiet cascade of thought passed through his mind, and his eyes shimmered with a depth known only to himself. Yeah, I love this place. I love its people, its cities, its land. Should it ever face peril, I wish to stand as the sovereign emperor once did, and become the hero who saves this nation. The young girl could not fathom the depth of his sentiment, but she yearned wholeheartedly to stand beside this boy who had rescued her, and perhaps, just perhaps, bear him children. Just as the young girl contemplated this audacious fantasy, certain to provoke her elder sister's wrath, a passing youth overheard her words and burst into laughter. Hey, what's so funny? Brother Ping'an can absolutely do it. Yin bristled instantly at the mockery directed toward Chen Ping'an. The snickering youth, astonished to see such an adorable girl defending what he deemed a fool, instinctively sought to rebut Chen Ping'an, to assert his own presence before her admiring gaze. But the moment he looked up and truly saw Chen Ping'an, he froze, as if struck by lightning. Chen Ping'an's gaze remained fixed upon the distant, glittering metropolis, yet seemed to pierce far beyond it into something infinitely deeper. To the youth's eyes, the exceptionally handsome boy before him exuded an aura so transcendent, so profoundly sovereign, that kneeling felt like the only natural response. Chen Ping'an remained wholly unaware of the youth's derisive laughter. His consciousness had slipped into a rare, profound epiphany. This nation had endured countless trials, its forebears once forced to meet invading artillery with nothing but flesh and blood. In those darkest hours, how many ordinary souls, drowning in suffering, had fervently prayed for a celestial sovereign to descend, banish all invaders, and restore the great Yin kingdom's pristine skies and tranquil rivers. Thus, in the hearts of today's Yin people, the sovereign emperor has become less a person and more a living embodiment, the crystallized spirit of countless nameless heroes who saved the realm. Still, Chen Ping'an believed unwaveringly that a true sovereign emperor had once walked among them. Yet he believed even more fiercely that the true masters of the great Yin kingdom were those countless unsung souls, those who bore the nation through tempests, sacrificed themselves utterly, and vanished without leaving even a name. As Chen Ping'an's thoughts surged, the crimson vitality coursing through his body resonated in kind, roiling with awakened intensity. In that instant, his will seemed to brush against something vast and ancient. Meanwhile, unseen by him, the dormant system interface trembled violently, its talent grid previously holding only 2 slots vibrating with unprecedented force. At the position where the 10th talent slot should appear, 8 days hence, a searing crimson light pulsed, straining to break free. That scarlet radiance burned with such brilliance it seemed poised to dye the entire talent grid, and perhaps the world itself, in its hue. Then the enigmatic female voice, long absent, resurfaced, weary and hushed. Wait. Too many possibilities remain. Your time has not yet come. At her words, the crimson light flickered, reluctant, yet ultimately subsiding into stillness. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an regained full awareness. The dormant system interface flared open before him. Name: Chen Ping'an. Apocalypse, countdown 9 days. Race: human. Attributes: Constitution 31, Spirit 11. Talents: Martial Godhood Crimson, The Wanderer's Ballad Golden. System dormancy, recovery time remaining 10 hours, 42 minutes, 53 seconds. Staring at the interface, Chen Ping'an's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His recent epiphany had elevated his constitution to the 3rd breakthrough of human physical limits. Sensing the surge of his revitalized vitality, he had already anticipated this, so it brought no surprise. What truly astonished him was the sudden appearance of a new attribute, Spirit, on his stat sheet. Before he could even formulate a question about it, the interface dimmed and vanished, leaving his curiosity suspended unanswered. Meanwhile, the youth who had earlier mocked Chen Ping'an now knelt motionless on the ground. Yan Yuan, meanwhile, tilted her chin upward with triumphant pride, like a victorious young general returning from battle. Chen Ping'an recalled the epiphany he'd just experienced, the youth's immediate prostration upon seeing him. It must have stemmed from that moment, when his own will had merged, however fleetingly, with a vast millennia-old consciousness rooted deep within this land. The youth's fleeting, ill-intentioned thought colliding with that overwhelming will had triggered his involuntary act of submission. Still, he'd likely recover shortly, no lasting harm done. Chen Ping'an gently ruffled Yen Yu's hair. Yeah, don't you find what I just said laughable? After all, isn't aspiring to be a hero often considered naive, or even ridiculous? Yen Yu nuzzled her head against his palm like a contented kitten and murmured softly, I don't understand such things, but I believe in Brother Ping'an. Because the moment you saved me, you became my hero. Meeting her earnest gaze, Chen Ping'an's heart warmed. But the young girl's next words shattered the tender moment. Brother Ping'an, may I stay at your home tonight? I promise I won't sneak into your bed. She blinked her large dewy eyes, tears welling as if ready to spill at the slightest refusal. Yet in Chen Ping'an's eyes, those same eyes gleamed with unmistakable mischief. I absolutely will. He tapped her forehead lightly. No use dreaming second miss. I promised your elder sister I'd deliver you home safely. Let's depart now. Yen Yu rubbed her small head, pouting slightly, but then brightened at the thought of soon reuniting with her sister. She resolved inwardly to beg her sister to help forge a bond between herself and Brother Ping'an. Sister, she whispered, your little sister has grown up. She's found her own brother-in-law. Yen family residence. Yen Qing gripped freshly honed shears, snapping them twice into empty air, testing their lethal sharpness. A glint of chilling frost flickered in the cold beauty's eyes, making even the club president shiver. President, I've changed my mind. The animation club shall admit girls only. Brother Ping'an's troubles surely stem from that troublesome appendage, so allow me to relieve him of it once and for all. When he awakens again, he'll be a girl. Gazing upon Yen Qing's unsettlingly obsessive aura, the club president could only manage a strained chuckle. Little Ping'an, don't come near. Right now Qing is terrifying. I'm about to wet myself. Little Ping'an, Please, for the love of heaven, stay away. Ching right now is utterly terrifying. I swear I'm on the verge of peeing myself. At 8 p.m., a taxi pulled up before the Grand Yin residence. Chen Ping'an escorted Yin Yu to the entrance and gently pressed the doorbell. The security camera at the gate subtly adjusted its angle. Upon recognizing the two figures, the massive gate slid open silently, accompanied by a smooth robotic voice. Xiao, your intelligent home assistant welcomes Miss Yu home. So this is the latest AI-integrated villa. I've heard there are fewer than a handful in all of Shanghai. Never imagined I'd see one in person. Chen Ping'an gazed around the opulent estate with genuine curiosity. But Yu beamed with pride as she slipped her arm through Chen Ping'an's and declared smart home systems are actually a Yin family product. And our family's dominance in this market rests squarely on the shoulders of a genius teenage engineer. As she spoke, Yu tilted her chin upward with unmistakable self-satisfaction. Her expression all but whispered, "Go on, praise me." Chen Ping'an, far from naive, glanced at her skeptically. Could this girl truly be the prodigy she claimed to be? Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. In earlier simulations, Yu had hacked into a classified archival system using advanced cyber techniques, triggering that inexplicable eerie assault. This seemingly airhead girl was in fact a bona fide genius. Just as Chen Ping'an prepared to commend her, a cool, crystalline female voice rang out from within the open doorway. "What are you two doing loitering at the threshold? Come inside now." Unbeknownst to them, Yanqing and President Yuan had already arrived at the entrance. This was Yanqing's first encounter with Chen Ping'an after his transcendence beyond human limits. His striking, refined features made her eyes narrow instinctively. Yet her composure, honed by years of poise, reasserted itself swiftly. Chen Ping'an turned toward the two senior sisters, but wondered not for the first time whether he was imagining things. Something about their demeanor felt distinctly off. Yanqing was usually reserved with strangers, yet warm and approachable among those she trusted. Why then did her gaze feel colder toward him today, even colder than it ever was toward outsiders? And what of President Yuan? Why was she standing so obediently behind Yanqing? And why kept darting him covert, exaggerated glances? Chen Ping'an twitched his nose. His heightened sense of smell caught a faint saline tang emanating from President Yuan, strongest near the seam of her jeans. Was the president unwell? Yanqing maintained an elegant, courteous smile, the very essence of her icy beauty radiating with flawless control. Yet the moment her gaze fell upon her sister's arm linked tightly with Chen Ping'an's, her eyelid flickered twice. "Very well, Mr. Chen Ping'an. Thank you for rescuing my sister today. Let us continue this discussion indoors." Unlike Yanqing's welcoming gesture, President Yuan frantically shook her head behind her back, only to snap instantly into a picture-perfect demure expression the second Yanqing turned away. Chen Ping'an stood bewildered. Had the Li family already acted against Yanqing and President Yuan? Were they now sending him silent signals? At that thought, Chen Ping'an abandoned his plan to depart immediately. Instead, he followed Yanqing inside with Yu in tow. As President Yuan fell into step beside him, she silently mouthed the words, "Run. Now? Run. Idiot. Go any further, and you'll become Ping'an's sister." Chen Ping'an responded with unwavering confidence, nodding firmly at her. "Don't worry, President Yuan. I'll ensure no one gets hurt." Upon entering the Yin residence for the first time, Chen Ping'an's overwhelming impression was one of immaculate purity. The entire house bore no ornate embellishments, only austere elegance, serene minimalism, and profound stillness. This residence perfectly reflects senior sister Yan's aesthetic, refined simplicity, graceful clarity, and pristine calm. Guided by Yanqing, they entered the living room and took their seats. What struck Chen Ping'an as curious was the complete absence of servants, so far. Yanqing approached the low coffee table and tapped it 4 times. Moments later, a tray-carrying service robot glided in, precisely arranging tea and pastries upon the table. Once the service concluded, Yanqing lifted her cup of black tea and fixed her gaze upon Chen Ping'an. Then, "Mr. Chen Ping'an, may I ask what precisely transpired between you and my sister this afternoon? How is it you know she drools while sleeping?" Baffled by the question, but seeing no harm in answering, he replied plainly, "She slept right beside me this afternoon. I naturally noticed." Hearing this, Yanqing, who had clung to a sliver of hope, trembled faintly. Her voice wavered as she asked, "I see. So aside from sleeping, you two did nothing intimate?" "Nothing at all." Only then did Chen Ping'an realize her misconception, that she suspected he'd taken advantage of her sister. He couldn't help but laugh. "Senior sister Yan, you know my character. How could I possibly do such a thing to your sister?" At his words, President Yuan, straining to maintain her composed facade, nearly spat out her tea. "Little Ping'an, don't you know your own reputation?" Meanwhile, Yanqing's mind echoed last night's chilling confession she'd overheard from Chen Ping'an, White Stocking's twin, Tails Lolita little sister. Her gaze flickered between her sister, still clinging to Chen Ping'an's arm without pause, and the girl who even upon seeing her dearest elder sister hadn't rushed forward for a hug. In Yanqing's ears, Chen Ping'an's innocent remark twisted into awe. Senior sister, Yin, your long legs, just don't cut it. But your sister's white stockings. Absolutely perfect. Yanqing was now hallucinating from sheer rage, and yet it wasn't over. You pouted, brother Ping'an, you to do that with me. My very first time nearly ended in suffocation. At her words, Chen Ping'an recalled that breath-stealing kiss, and sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. But to Yanqing, already seething, Chen Ping'an no longer appeared bashful or boyish. Instead, her imagination conjured the unspeakable an entire afternoon spent, unreachable by phone, where Chen Ping'an the beast gripped her sister's slender calf, licked his lips, and murmured, "Your sister is so moist." Her trembling hand sent tea splashing violently across the table. A few drops landed on Yanqing's chest, dampening her ivory blouse, revealing the delicate contours beneath. Amidst the expanse of pale silk, something dark and sharp nestled between her collarbones. Startled by the spill, Chen Ping'an rose instinctively to assist, only to freeze as Yanqing snapped her head up, her eyes blazing with glacial fury. Ryup. With a single violent motion, she tore open the front of her blouse, drawing forth a gleaming black pair of scissors honed to lethal precision, and lunged straight at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an. I'll cut you right here. Chen Ping'an and Yin Yu were both stunned upon witnessing senior sister Qing pull out a pair of scissors from her chest. Senior sister, how could your thoughtless snip be so unexpectedly audacious? Meanwhile, President Yuan, who had been observing Yanqing closely for some time, immediately flung aside her cup of black tea and shouted, Xiaoanping, run, or you'll turn into a girl. Shouting this, the ever-loyal president, trembling inwardly at the sight of the dangerously obsessive Qing, lunged forward and seized Yanqing's slender waist from behind. In an instant, the two young women tumbled to the floor in a flurry of limbs, overturning the teacup. The spilled tea soaked through their garments, rendering them translucent. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, somehow, now held the very pair of scissors that had moments earlier rested in Yanqing's hands. This formidable cultivator, whose strength had long surpassed mortal limits, stood agape, mouth slack with astonishment, gazing down at the two rolling campus beauties. Oh, who would have guessed? President Yuan is surprisingly bold. Truly, even brawling maidens are breathtaking to behold. Yuan Jia, will you still shield him? He dared to sleep with my sister. She's only just turned 18. Qing, calm down. Though Ping may be impulsive and admittedly overzealous in his first attempt, he is unquestionably sincere and will take full responsibility. As the two beautiful maidens rolled and tussled, they appeared to utter something utterly astonishing. Chen Ping, who had been watching their scuffle with rapt fascination, gradually sensed something deeply amiss. Only then did Chen Ping and Yin Yu realize they had been embroiled in a colossal misunderstanding. With resigned sighs, they exchanged glances, Ping even detecting a faint melancholic reproach in the petite Loli's gaze. Ah, but though she's legally an adult, indulging such impulses would only harm her. Qing recalled, didn't Ping first seek your approval, as his elder sister, before proceeding? Yes, he's impulsive, but he's also honest. It was truly Yin Yu's irresistible charm that overwhelmed his restraint. Hearing President Yuan's words, Chen Ping's lips twitched faintly, though he dared not voice his inner protest. Please stop fighting. Don't fight anymore. Unable to bear the escalating chaos, the increasingly disheveled attire, the mounting frenzy, Yin Yu dashed forward and cried out. Seeing the petite Loli intervene, Chen Ping ceased his passive observation. He carefully set aside the scissors, then rushed to the entangled pair and effortlessly separated them. President Yuan immediately ceased her struggle upon Chen Ping's arrival, but Yanqing, recognizing him as the one restraining her, grew only angrier. Her gaze flickered toward her delicate younger sister, imagining how her beloved junior brother had wronged her. Clenching her teeth, Yanqing prepared to bite Chen Ping when, "Big sister, stop this at once." Yin Yu cried out, covering her face, her shoulders shaking as if she were on the verge of tears. At the sight of her sister's tears, Yanqing instantly panicked. "Yaya, don't cry. I was wrong." Frantically rushing to her sister's side, the usually aloof corporate executive stood helplessly, utterly at a loss as to how to soothe the girl she cherished most. Yet the moment Yin Yu saw her sister regain composure, she dropped her hands and flashed her a mischievous grimace. "Pfft. You're always like this, big sister. Once you fixate on something, nothing can halt you. If I hadn't intervened, you'd have bitten brother Ping right then and there." As Yanqing's closest confidant, Yin Yu knew her sister's temperament intimately, outwardly serene, yet inwardly fastidious and stubborn, prone to spiraling into obsessive fixations. Once ensnared in such a loop, Yanqing wouldn't cease her frenzy unless her sister shed tears, or until the storm within her had spent itself. Seeing Yaya's smile, Yanqing finally exhaled in relief. Much of her fury had dissipated in the commotion. With a sharp, exasperated glance at Chen Ping'an, Yan-Qing returned to her seat, ignoring her rumpled attire, and addressed them both now. Let's speak plainly. What exactly transpired? Seeing Yan-Qing restored to her usual composure, President Yuan likewise resumed her seat, her expression alight with eager anticipation as if awaiting the opening chapter of a riveting tale. Chen Ping'an then recounted, in his own words, everything he had experienced inside the Li family manor, omitting only the incident wherein he had been forcibly kissed by a certain petite loli. After all, one's first kiss ought never be coerced. It would be profoundly humiliating. Upon hearing his account, both Yan-Qing and President Yuan gaped in disbelief. Had Yan-Yu not nodded along earnestly, they would have dismissed his story outright as pure fabrication. The bodyguard's earlier report had merely stated that Chen Ping'an had rescued Yan-Yu in them, without elaborating on the extraordinary details. His claims, catching bullets barehanded, tearing enemies limb from limb, shattering reinforced shields with a single punch, sounded like plot lines ripped from third-rate patriotic dramas. But honestly, Inazuma had submitted to the Geo Archon centuries ago. Such melodramatic wartime fantasies hadn't held sway over even 3-year-olds for decades. Yet Chen Ping'an narrated his tale with unwavering conviction, and corroborating testimony from both Yan-Yu and the guards left Yan-Qing and President Yuan exchanging incredulous searching glances. Could it possibly be true? Has Xiao Ping become superhuman? Observing their stunned expressions, Chen Ping'an sighed inwardly. After all, having spent over a decade steeped in materialist doctrine, suddenly confronting a world governed by Xinxiao logic felt jarringly excessive. I must devise a way to prove my newfound power beyond doubt. His gaze fell upon the scissors he'd placed aside moments earlier. A spark ignited in his eyes. Seizing them, he turned to the two skeptical seniors. Seeing is believing. Let me demonstrate this transcendent ability right before your eyes. Two pairs of luminous eyes blinked up at the youth, his expression brimming with theatrical confidence. In the next breath, crimson light enveloped his palm. Within that swirling scarlet radiance, the ornate pair of scissors, so elegant in appearance, softened like malleable clay beneath his fingers, yielding effortlessly to his will. Within moments, the sharp, hardened steel collapsed entirely into his clenched fist. As his fingers flexed slightly, both young women found their attention wholly riveted upon his hand. Thud! His palm opened, and a gleaming, perfectly spherical metal orb tumbled onto the pristine marble floor, spinning away with a soft, resonant chime. Now, surely you believe me. Gazing at the rolling orb, then up at Chen Ping'an, then back at the faintly glowing sphere, the two young women nodded mechanically. Humph, my hand looks rather impressive, doesn't it? President Yuan wanted to watch the spectacle. Well, consider yourself thoroughly startled. Beneath his solemn exterior, Chen Ping'an savored a quiet triumph, finally having outshone his beloved president. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning. Warning. Guest Chen Ping'an has damaged owner's artifact. No. 13. The dragon embossed iron scissors. According to Assistant A, estimated loss 8 million Dine credits. Assistant A's announcement redirected every gaze squarely onto Chen Ping'an, leaving the atmosphere thick with awkward silence. Under the weight of their collective stares, Chen Ping'an wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and chuckled nervously. Senior Sister Qing, I had no idea your scissors for subduing people were so extraordinarily expensive. A sudden stifled giggle broke the tension, then spread like wildfire. All three young women burst into unrestrained laughter, except Chen Ping'an, who remained frozen in mortified silence, recalling his earlier blunder. Leaning gently against her sister, Yan-Qing's eyes shimmered with quiet warmth as she assured him, "Don't worry, Ping'an. We won't hold you liable. After all, I struck first." Her gaze lingered thoughtfully upon this junior brother, whom she had admired for quite some time, before she spoke with quiet gravity. Ping'an, thank you for saving my sister. I shall present you with a token of gratitude soon, a sincere gesture which I hope you'll accept without hesitation. And thus the mission to rescue Yan-Yu was successfully concluded. After arranging their next meeting, and promising Chen Ping'an a special gift, Yan-Qing gently guided her reluctant, love-struck sister away, dragging her home under President Yuan's despairing gaze. Chen Ping'an escorted President Yuan toward home. Standing side by side at the bus stop beneath the winter moon's pale silver glow, neither spoke, both lost in unspoken thoughts. It wasn't until they boarded the bus that Chen Ping'an, unable to endure the uncanny silence any longer, ventured, "By the way, President Yuan, you must come from immense wealth. Why ride the bus with me instead of summoning a private car?" Humph, classified information. Settling into the window seat, President Yuan gazed idly at the city's glittering lights, then casually posed another question. "Speaking of your recent experience, Ping'an, during your trip to the capital, did you happen to encounter anyone unusual? Someone perhaps clad in a severe black uniform, cold and commanding?" From his vantage point, Chen Ping'an could only see the exquisite curve of her porcelain cheek. The question puzzled him, But after a moment's reflection, he replied, honestly, no, I'm afraid not. Who did you have in mind, President Yuan? She paused, long enough that Chen Ping'an assumed she wouldn't answer, before her voice drifted across the aisle soft and wistful, a woman who nearly became my wife. A woman who nearly married the club president. Hearing the president's explosive remark, Chen Ping'an was instantly stunned. Could it be that our president truly likes women? Wait, if the president is into lace, can Anning still escape her clutches? As Chen Ping'an's mind overloaded and he fell into a daze, the president, who had been gazing out the window, turned around. Smiling, she looked at his dumbfounded expression. Astute as she was, President Yuan could roughly guess what this fool was thinking. Suddenly, a mischievous smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, and her right hand quietly reached for Chen Ping'an's head. Clang! President Yuan quickly rapped Chen Ping'an on the head, only to be surprised that the blow produced a metallic sound, as if striking metal. Caught unprepared, President Yuan yelped and clutched her finger in pain. Ouch! Ping'an, your head is made of iron. Chen Ping'an, awakened, stared at his president with a baffled expression. Seeing that Chen Ping'an was still clearly mentally overloaded, the president explained exasperatedly, stop imagining things. I do not like women. She is simply my childhood playmate. If she had been born a boy, I suppose I would have married her. You know those arranged betrothals by family acquaintance. Chen Ping'an tilted his head and considered the president's words, thinking how complicated the world of the wealthy seemed. While they enjoyed privileges ordinary people lacked, they also bore corresponding obligations. Perhaps freedom in marriage was only the smallest of those costs. Rubbing her reddened finger, President Yuan continued to explain, I am not very clear what she is doing now, but last year she told me that if anything happened in Daidu, we could turn to her. So after I took your call last night, I asked her to look after Yenyu. After all, you sounded like something important was about to happen, yet you refused to say anything. Only then did Chen Ping'an realize that President Yuan had quietly arranged so much the night before. It was not surprising their playful president, though fond of gossip and teasing girls, cared deeply for her own people. Ignoring the approving gaze of his junior, the president opened her fair hand, curled her long fingers, and remarked casually, if you hadn't met her, then you never did. She's a martial fanatic. If she saw how formidable you are, she'd probably want to fight you. But now that you're so fierce, if she couldn't defeat you, you would be in trouble. A rather peculiar kind of trouble. Saying this, President Yuan could not help but appraise Chen Ping'an from head to toe. Only when he began to feel awkward did she continue. Honestly, when we ate last night, I sensed that you, Ping'an, had changed greatly. I did not expect you to do something so drastic today. Earlier at Senior Qing's house, because of that farce that nearly turned Chen Ping'an into a little sister, everyone had forgotten to ask why he had undergone such a profound change in such a short time. Now alone together, the president noticed just how abnormal Chen Ping'an's transformation was. After all, they had known each other for a year, but she knew whether he had ever been exceptional. In this life, aside from the little girl he had once seen in childhood, President Yuan had only once before encountered such an inexplicable existence. It was quite simply fascinating. Meeting her keen gaze, Chen Ping'an knew her curiosity was fully aroused. Trusting her deeply, he recalled his plan to come clean and recruit allies. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to speak, a mysterious female voice in the system, the one called the Observer, suddenly sounded in his mind. If you don't want her contaminated, then don't speak. Last time, because the simulation awoke that thing, I was grievously wounded during observation. If you reveal related information again, the apocalypse will come sooner. The urgent voice that had erupted in his head stopped Chen Ping'an from continuing. The matter seemed truly critical. Though sounding weary, the mysterious female voice quickly added, Chen Ping'an, you may reign supremely in the coming days and revel in whatever you desire. But if you wish to prevent the apocalypse, do not discuss anything about them with others before it begins. They watch this place constantly. Do not indulge in wishful thinking. You are still too weak. Their gaze could annihilate everything you possess. Remember, Chen Ping'an. You have 8 remaining opportunities to open talent slots. The Observer's voice weakened with each word, and after that last sentence, it vanished completely. Only the system panel, still counting down, remained. Chen Ping'an, who had intended to confess and gather companions, now grew solemn at the Observer's warning. The sudden interruption froze Chen Ping'an's expression, and President Yuan mistook that look for concealment of something awkward. Suppressing her curiosity, the understanding president sighed. A soft hand touched Chen Ping'an's cheek. The warmth brought him back to himself. All right. The rule in our anime club is that we do not pry into each other's secrets. So, if you are some ancient martial lineage, a cultivator, a cybernetic, or a traveler from another world, I will not question you. Her words were kind and respectful. Yet Chen Ping'an watched the crooked twist of her mouth and could not help but think that no matter what she said, this woman desperately wanted to know. Though the Observer's riddling voice deserved punishment, Chen Ping'an acknowledged that his power had come from her. Thus he resolved for now to heed the system's counsel and keep the apocalypse secret. Still seeing his president's pitiful expression and remembering how she had defended him without regard for her own safety, when Senior Qing had gone berserk, he sighed. Chen Ping'an exhaled and said, "It seems the identity I've hidden for so many years can no longer be kept, President." "Yes, Ping'an, speak. I'm listening." The gossip-loving president fixed her wide, bright eyes on him, as if expecting a world-shattering revelation. "Actually, I am the reincarnation of the great Yin sovereign. My mission is to save the world in the future. For only 100 yuan you can unlock my ancient treasure and restore my lost powers." "President, I, the great Yin sovereign, send money quickly. Once the deed is done, I will hand you half the realm." Chen Ping'an's words made the president roll her eyes skyward. "Huh? I told you, our sovereign is a little girl. You handsome man, stop pretending to be the sovereign. Do I dare have Qing cut your hair if you continue? From now on, we will all be sisters." Recalling Senior Qing's unhinged, shearing, a chill crept through Chen Ping'an. "Ahem, I was only teasing. The specifics are inconvenient to reveal now, but when the time is right, I will tell you." President Yuan shot him a look and after a moment's thought let him off. Still miffed that Chen Ping'an had dared to claim sovereignty as a prank, she huffed, "Fine, I'll let you off this time. Let's talk about something else." Ever the gossip, President Yuan declared, "Tell me what happened with Yaya. That girl looks dazed, but like her sister, she moves with fierce resolve. I don't believe you lecher who adores white stockings. Did you really manage to restrain yourself this afternoon? Tell me, did you make a move on our Yaya?" "President, don't sully my innocence." Thus the two bantered and jostled all the way to their destination, the Modu Central Villa District. Before parting, President Yuan watched Chen Ping'an joke and tease as usual and finally set aside her worries about his mental state. After all, having suddenly acquired power and having killed for the first time, it was only natural she would be concerned. As for killing itself, given President Yuan's family background, such things were viewed with comparative detachment. Her concern for Chen Ping'an was why President Yuan chose to take the bus home. She needed more time to observe him and to calm this junior, whom she could not easily let go. At their farewell, now reassured, the president said earnestly to Chen Ping'an, "Ping'an, I know you may be far more powerful than I imagine. Qing has taken care of the aftermath this time. But if anything happens in the future, I hope you will consult with us first. Just as when I recruited you, I asked you then to try to trust your president no matter what." Chen Ping'an was surprised to hear the president's earnest tone. Watching her rare seriousness, he began to understand why she had chosen the long bus ride and had allowed him to see her off. His gaze softened. He said quietly, "Yes, I will always trust you." Slightly earlier at the garrison base outside Modu, an executive jet from the imperial capital had just completed its landing. On the winter night runway, only a few black-clad soldiers waited. The passengers on that jet held extraordinarily special status, even within the military apparatus. All eyes turned to the descending jet, curious about the legendary personnel aboard. Bang! The steel cargo door was kicked open with a single foot. The door slammed against the fuselage with terrifying force. In the soldiers' astonished moments, a striking woman with long legs leapt directly out of the plane's doorway. Beside the airport runway, liaison officers who had received prior orders stared in stunned silence at the beautiful woman descending from a height of over 10 meters. A faint azure glow flickered and vanished the instant she began her descent. Yet despite the great height, her landing was utterly soundless. It was not until Yun-san approached within 10 meters that the liaison officer recalled his duty. He snapped to attention with a crisp military salute, then stepped forward and handed over a dossier he had prepared in advance. Yun-san accepted the file, casually broke the wax seal marked Top Secret, and began scanning its contents. At the top of the dossier sat a photograph of Chen Ping'an, who beneath it lay a series of psychological evaluations and background investigation reports. The intelligence division's speed remains as impressive as ever. Old Yin truly delivers. His psychological assessment classifies him as secure. TCH. Did those analysts not witness the pulp remain strewn across the Li family estate? If he's deemed secure, how am I even supposed to spar with him? Yun-san flipped through the remaining pages with mild irritation. As lead investigator for this review, it was her solemn duty to comprehend every facet of this probationary candidate. She paused only when she reached the final page, a freshly taken close-up photograph of Chen Ping'an. Upon seeing the surveillance image captured by a public bus camera, Chen Ping'an laughing and conversing easily with Director Yuan, Yun-san, who had grown increasingly restless, suddenly stilled. A subtle smile curved her lips, and deep within her irises an ethereal azure light swirled. Behind her, the liaison officer felt every hair on his body rise, an instinctive primal chill as though standing before an apex predator. Yet the pressure vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Just as the liaison officer stood bewildered, Yun-san issued her command, "Prepare the training ground. I intend to spar properly with this young man tonight." "Yes, Senior Yun." At the heart of the central villa district on the second floor of an elegant villa blending Eastern and Western architectural styles beside a glass balcony, Nanan, clad in a white dress, sat quietly upon a crimson chair gazing up at the twin moons suspended in the night sky. Tonight the dual lunar discs appeared fuller than yesterday. Her expression remained unchanged at the sight of the shifting moon phases. Her delicate doll-like face was exquisitely crafted, yet devoid of life, as still and vacant as porcelain. "Miss, it is already 11:30. You should rest." Her personal maid Xiaoyu spoke softly from behind, but Nanan continued staring at the twin moons, offering no reply. Xiaoyu sighed, inwardly helpless. Normally her young mistress retired promptly at 9 o'clock. Tonight, however, she seemed entranced by the moon, bewitched almost. Though reminded 3 times, the young mistress showed no sign of stirring and uttered not a word in response. This time, however, upon hearing the maid's voice, Nanan's crystalline eyes shimmered faintly. 11:30. Understood. I shall retire now. Xiaoyu, you may withdraw. Relief washed over Xiaoyu at her mistress's reply. After confirming the indoor heating functioned properly, ensuring warmth against the winter chill, she bowed deeply. Xiaoyu exited the room and closed the door behind her. Hearing the soft click of the latch, Nanan turned her gaze back to the twin moons and murmured, "Chen Ping'an, are you also a liar?" Her heart sank. The petite girl rose expressionlessly, preparing to turn toward her bedroom. Time was drawing near. Unseen by any, a single tear traced a silent path down the child's cheek. Another promise broken. Thud. Thud. Suddenly a sharp rapping echoed against the glass. Nanan turned, and there outside the balcony window stood Chen Ping'an, the very person she had waited for all evening. Chen Ping'an regarded the little girl with quiet remorse. In truth, he had arrived above her window around 10 o'clock. But the ever-vigilant maid, who had stayed awake precisely because Nanan delayed her bedtime, had prevented him from revealing himself. Only after the maid's footsteps receded into the distance did he finally dare appear. Having overheard the girl's whispered words and pieced together fragments of her parents' fate from her diary, Chen Ping'an felt a profound tenderness for this fragile child. "Immortal elder brother, you've finally come." At the sight of Chen Ping'an, light bloomed across Nanan's face. The more radiant her joy, the sharper his ache grew. What kind of childhood had this child endured? "Nanan, I'm sorry, I arrived late tonight." To this, Nanan simply laughed. In that instant, the doll-like girl came alive, warm, breathing, real. "No, you kept your promise. You didn't lie to Nanan." Chen Ping'an stared, momentarily transfixed by Nanan's smile. Though Ning and senior sister Qing were already rare beauties among mortals, this little girl's laughter left him breathless. When she grew older, she would surely captivate empires. "Wait, no, I'm absolutely not a Lilicon." He slapped his own cheek, jolting himself back to awareness. Nanan tilted her head, puzzled. Though brilliant beyond her years, she could not fathom why this elder brother would strike himself. The peculiar elder brother tapped lightly on the small window. Nanan instantly understood and opened it. Chen Ping'an grinned, pulled out a milk candy he'd bought en route back from the capital, and offered it to her. "Here, Nanan. Today elder brother treats you to sweets." The little girl watched the candy in his palm, her eyes shimmering with a light Chen Ping'an could not decipher. In Nanan's gaze, Chen Ping'an's figure overlapped with another, faded, unreachable, yet achingly familiar. Memory blurred, distant. But the warmth, the safety, sent a quiet tremor through her heart. As Chen Ping'an hesitated, Nanan gently accepted the candy and thanked him with a tender smile. For the next several minutes, Chen Ping'an leaned against the glass enclosure, gazing up at the twin moons, while Nanan sat obediently on her chair, listening as he recounted amusing anecdotes from university life. It was then Chen Ping'an realized Nanan was profoundly quiet. No matter what he said, she responded with unfailing grace and courtesy. She bore none of the boisterous, grating energy typical of children her age. Soon Chen Ping'an heard footsteps approaching from inside the house. "Nanan, someone's coming. I'll visit again when I have time." A flicker of reluctance crossed Nanan's eyes, but dutifully she nodded in quiet agreement. Yet Chen Ping'an did not depart immediately. Instead, he fixed her with a playful, teasing grin. "Elder brother has excellent hearing, you know." Puzzled, Nanan studied him, wondering why at this moment of parting he would say such a thing. "You praised me as handsome last night, but let me clarify, I am not a thief, clever Miss Nanan." Only then did Nanan grasp it. That one who could hear footsteps from afar must certainly have overheard her whispered lament. Her perfect doll-like face flushed rose pink, her serene composure shattered completely. Watching her flustered, Chen Ping'an chuckled softly. "Until next time." In the next instant, before she could reply, he vaulted off the windowsill and leapt soaring into the star-strewn sky. "Naughty elder brother." Nanan pressed her burning cheeks with both hands. After a pause, she rose silently from her chair and returned to her room. As the door clicked shut behind her, she gazed at the eternal night sky and whispered good night. And for the first time, the slowly waxing twin moons no longer felt cold. Xiao Yu paused briefly outside the balcony door, then turned and continued deeper into the mansion. At midnight, the chime of 12 resonated, and a shadow spilled silently across the estate. All lights extinguished at once, except those illuminating Nanan's balcony and bedroom. Had Chen Ping'an remained, he would have witnessed the entire Lin family compound vanish entirely from its foundations. In its place loomed a hazy, translucent phantom. Within that spectral echo, Xiao Yu walked steadily down the darkened corridor, her steps unwavering though no light remained. Across the hollow mansion, the rhythmic tap-tap of high heels receded into eerie distance. After walking for an indeterminate span, Xiao Yu halted before a blood-red door. Upon that crimson surface, countless black grotesque characters writhed like living things, crawling ceaselessly across the threshold. As the midnight bell tolled, the second day of the Tindai apocalypse drew to a close. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an had just vaulted clear of the central villa district's perimeter wall. Ever since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, Chen Ping'an found himself growing increasingly reluctant to use doors, just as he prepared to head home and begin another day's simulation. Suddenly, a black silhouette shot straight toward him. Without warning, a shadow erupted from the gloom beside a dim street, hurtling at breakneck speed toward Chen Ping'an, who had just leapt out of the villa compound. The shadow moved so swiftly that even Chen Ping'an, having already surpassed his physical limits 3 times, failed to detect it at first. Only when it closed and did, he hastily raised his arms to block. Thud! A muffled detonation exploded between the shadow and Chen Ping'an. Leaves scattered violently as the air itself cracked, but strangely the street, normally abuzz with life, lay eerily silent. It was as if the entire world had narrowed to just these two combatants. With a soft thud, both figures landed firmly on the pavement, unshaken, poised and ready. Only now did Chen Ping'an clearly see his assailant, a tall, statuesque woman radiating icy pride. Her long indigo hair cascading to her waist, her sleek black tactical suit failing to conceal her formidable physique. Yet this breathtaking beauty had just unleashed raw power and velocity, rivaling Chen Ping'an's baseline strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he studied her. Yun San observed Chen Ping'an across the distance, intrigued. Her sudden assault had been fully absorbed, not evaded, not deflected, but borne. No, not merely absorbed. Clenching her slightly numb forearm, Yun San felt her anticipation surge. This boy's potential was far greater than she'd anticipated. Not only was his brute strength exceptional, he possessed reflexes rare even among corporeal awakeners. With proper cultivation, he'll make the perfect sparring partner. A mischievous spark kindled in her eyes as she imagined possibilities. Chen Ping'an, sensing her blazing intensity, could only stare back, bewildered, utterly lost. He was certain the force and precision she'd just displayed were beyond any ordinary human's capacity. Though she appeared fiercely disciplined, Chen Ping'an was equally certain she practiced no martial art rooted in qi or blood cultivation. Instead, her aura subtly clashed with the very essence of vital energy. "Who are you and why attack me?" At his question, Yun San's lips curled into a battle-hungry smile. No explanation offered, no apology given. Feeling the pure, unadulterated will to fight radiating from her, Chen Ping'an instinctively scanned their surroundings, preparing for what came next. The street remained unervingly still. Not even the distant hum of the villa compound reached them. Noticing Chen Ping'an's subtle reconnaissance, Yun San glanced toward a nearby high-rise, where another figure in black lurked concealed. When the man flashed an OK sign, Yun San finally called out, voice ringing clear. "Kid, you've got real grit. Come on, let's spar. Give me a good fight, and I'll tell you everything you want to know." She stomped down, her obsidian combat boot striking asphalt with a deep resonant thud. In an instant, she became a streak of indigo, blurring forward with speed that eclipsed even her first assault. Too fast. A jolt of shock surged through Chen Ping'an. Her velocity now edged past his own baseline and neared the level he displayed catching bullets at the Li family manor. What truly stunned him, however, was how thoroughly she defied every law his materialist education had ever taught him. Her speed, her strength, utterly unscientific. As for himself, he'd earned his advantages fair and square. Why should he be bound by science at all? Before he could dwell further, her leg lashed out, already inches from his face. At such velocity, her kick seemed a blade of azure light, so close he could taste the wind's metallic edge. But Yun San's swiftness, though blinding to mortals, was still merely human speed. Since his innate talent had undergone metamorphosis, Chen Ping'an had ascended to a new tier of mastery. Thud! In a flash of perfect timing, his hand rose, intercepting her strike with unwavering certainty. Seeing her opening fail, Yun San's eyes ignited with fiercer delight. "That's it. Bring out your full power, kid. Don't disappoint me." Awakening technique. Azure Gale. Tangible ribbons of azure light poured forth from Yun San's body. Where they flowed, the wind thickened, charged humming, and her speed surged anew. Her long legs became twin blades of indigo steel, ripping through the air, slashing toward Chen Ping'an with terrifying ferocity. Each strike carved shrieking vacuums, a leg after leg blurred into a storm of lethal motion. High above Yan, the awakened operative stationed atop the building, furrowed his brow. Though my realm generator has sealed off this space, rendering it undetectable to outsiders. The more fiercely this newcomer resists, the more ecstatic our captain becomes. Oh no, she's already activated her awakening technique. She's utterly lost in the thrill of battle. Startled, the middle-aged Yin shot upright, ready to intervene. But before he could utter a word, what unfolded below froze him in absolute disbelief. Riding the torrent of her wind affinity, awakening Yun San felt exhilaration flood her veins. It had been years since her second awakening. Years since she'd met an opponent who stirred such fierce excitement. Sharp cracks echoed through the sealed street. Beneath inhuman impacts, the pavement, once solid, began fracturing fissures, spiderwebbing outward. Shrill gales assaulted the silent youth. Gradually, the battle-hungry woman sensed something amiss. After yet another kick was effortlessly blocked, Yun San's brow furrowed, not in frustration but in dawning realization. This kid is holding back. Amid the heat of combat, Yun San finally saw it. The deliberate restraint beneath his calm. At first his blocks had been clumsy, clearly inexperienced. Yet within moments his counters grew sharper, smoother, more instinctive. He remained under pressure, but now occasionally he struck back. That sliver of danger, that razor-thin edge of risk, it made the fight glow. Sensing his hesitation, Yun San cried out, exhilarated. Go all out. This is a sealed space. No one will witness your true strength. Unleash everything, and I'll show you just how vast this world truly is. But if you're too weak, don't blame me when I carry you out unconscious. Then you'll officially join my squad. The moment the words left her lips, a violent primal sense of peril exploded in Yun San's mind. In that heartbeat, she felt like a child trapped in the jaws of a ravenous beast, certain that the slightest clinch would end her. Instinct took over. She vanished from Chen Ping'an's side, azure light flaring as she retreated a full 100 meters before the dread finally receded. Gasping twice, she lifted her head and stared incredulous at the youth she'd just dominated. There he stood, serene as a mountain, brushing dust from his sleeves, and smiling, not with arrogance, but with the electric thrill of a hunter who'd just confirmed his prey's worth. I think I know who you are. Since you asked so nicely, I'll oblige. Watch closely. This is my true strength. Boom. A torrent of crimson vital energy erupted from Chen Ping'an's body, radiating outward like a sunrise breaking over the horizon. His aura swelled, monstrous, ancient, overwhelming. It was transcendental power. It was the aura of a wushu grandmaster. Yun San, still trembling from the aftershock, watched, and her lips twitched. I was just joking, and somehow reeled in an actual dragon. Damn it. Chen Ping'an meanwhile paid no heed to her muttering. This was his first real clash since attaining the mythic martial talent, a confrontation with someone nearly matching his baseline power. And in that instant his warrior's blood roared to life. Vital energy ignited. Heroic journey. 100 amplification. Boom. His foot slammed down. The already cracked concrete detonated like packed dynamite, shattering into jagged shards. From the rising cloud of dust, a streak of crimson shot forth, meteoric, unstoppable, hurtling straight toward Yun San. 100 meters, crossed in less than a breath. Yun San blinked, and the tranquil youth had become a crimson war god bearing down upon her. As an awakened master, she saw his motion, but her body refused to obey. But her body lagged behind. Woman, clench your teeth. His voice, once gentle, now rang with ironclad command. Instinctively she obeyed, jaw locked tight. Boom. It felt as if a mountain had struck her Hedon. Yin, who'd been preparing to descend, and Ryn and his captain stood paralyzed. As a mental awakened observer, his perception was acute. Yet in that split second, Chen Ping'an had moved beyond sight. Less a blur, more a teleportation. All Yin registered was a surging tide of defiant scarlet vitality. Then his captain flew, like a stone skipping across water. Slap, slap, slap. Skimming across the earth, Yun San tumbled, rolling, bouncing, careening wildly. Each impact jarring her bones, each bounce stealing her breath. Dazed, disoriented, her face numb, and buzzing, her skull echoing with hollow thunder. Thud. Finally, momentum spent, she crashed into the towering perimeter wall of the villa compound, leaving behind a deep, unmistakable impression in the reinforced concrete. Lying there, vision swimming, she fixed her bleary gaze on Chen Ping'an, now turning away, the crimson radiance fading from his form, and her last conscious thought was, what a damnably thrilling kid. Xiao Yuan sis is. Darkness swallowed her. Chen Ping'an, pausing mid-turn, called up to the stunned figure on the rooftop. Hey, you up there? Time to clean up. Don't worry, I held back. She's just unconscious. Yin snapped back to reality, stunned. He sensed me. Wait, Captain. Frantically, the black-clad man deactivated the realm generator and contacted military logistics waiting beyond the barrier. When the medics arrived with stretchers, their expressions turned to disbelief. They'd been summoned to treat Chen Ping'an, not to retrieve their legendary captain laid low on the pavement. As they loaded Yun San into the vehicle, Chen Ping'an, still brimming with unanswered questions, engaged Yin in calm, measured dialogue. With no other recourse, and watching his captain skip across the ground like a pebble, Yin offered the youth his most guileless, disarmingly innocent smile. Along the expressway of Modu, a military vehicle painted deep green sped forward at breakneck pace. In the front passenger seat, a logistics officer repeatedly glanced back as if searching for something, yet the cold, sealed compartment barred any view into the rear. Inside the compartment. So, you two are from the Imperial Capital's Special Unit Gene, and you've come all this way to recruit me. Yin sat rigidly gazing up at the striking young man before him, utterly unable to reconcile this composed figure with the legend of the man who'd knocked out their team captain in a single punch. Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, Yin hastily nodded. So you and that woman. Ah yes, Yin-san, you're both awakened. Yin nodded again, then added eagerly. Not just us, Mr. Chen, you're an awakened too. In fact, the most formidable physical awakened I've ever encountered. How did you determine I'm awakened? Chen Ping'an regarded the black-clad man with mild bewilderment. He trained martial arts, not some bizarre awakened physiology. Yin replied matter-of-factly. In this world, humanity has only one kind of transcendent being, the awakened. If you weren't awakened, you'd be one of those things, a derivative entity. At this, Yin cast several uneasy glances toward Chen Ping'an. Sensing the shift, Chen Ping'an frowned slightly. If there's more, just say it outright. Don't stare at me like that. Perceptive as he was, Yin immediately sensed Chen Ping'an's irritation and hurried on. Ah yes, at first I truly wondered whether you might be one of those things. But the vibrant, unyielding aura radiating from you bears no trace of them whatsoever, so you must be awakened. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. You keep saying those things, what are they exactly? Yin hesitated, glancing cautiously at Chen Ping'an before replying. They are what they are, I cannot describe them. To do so would invite calamity. If you truly wish to know, you'll have to join us first. We can then reveal the truth through sanctioned means. At these words, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. An unspeakable entity. Could they also be warriors standing against the coming apocalypse? Indeed, those monsters must have existed long before the cataclysm. It's merely that they'll erupt fully 8 days from now. Chen Ping'an glanced at Yun San, still unconscious on the stretcher beside him. Her body seems to conceal another layer of latent power. Though she'd be less than an insect before that colossal palm, she should be more than capable against ordinary anomalies. With that thought, Chen Ping'an turned to Yin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Are you warriors who oppose those things? Then surely your ranks hold many formidable individuals. How strong is your strongest? Yes, Yin state has endured for millennia. There must exist methods to overcome them. Find that method, and this world still has hope. Yin, hearing Chen Ping'an, scratched his head awkwardly and shifted his gaze toward Yun San, still unconscious on the stretcher, her right cheek bearing a vivid crimson fist print. Chen Ping'an followed Yan's line of sight, and seeing the imprint he himself had left, he assumed Yin was silently reproaching him for injuring their comrade. Ah, sorry about that. First time I've landed such a satisfying blow. I just couldn't hold back. Still, I sensed no malice from her, so I held back my killing intent. Rest assured, she'll be fine. Ha ha ha, probably. Yin paid no attention to Chen Ping'an's words, or to his hesitant trailing probably. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Yun San, his voice solemn as he declared, Mr. Chen, allow me to formally introduce her. This is Ms. Yun San, the commander-in-chief of our organization, Da Yinjiang, Gene, and its undisputed strongest warrior. Oh, pain. That was Yun San's first conscious sensation upon regaining awareness, the numbness in her face now giving way to searing, piercing agony. Before Yun San could gather her bearings, a familiar male voice rang out nearby. This? You mean she's Jin's strongest? Wait, do hidden organizations in your country really have such low prestige? Though disoriented, she sensed unmistakably this man was speaking with startling impoliteness. Yun San's consciousness sharpened further, and soon Yan's voice reached her from the side. Mr. Chen, please lower your voice. We're a covert organization. Disclosing operational details is strictly prohibited. That voice, it's Yan's. Who is he speaking to? Be honest with me. Surely there's a deeper, more secretive tier. Something like the Yin State Dragon Corps, the Round Table Knights, or perhaps shadow powers pulling strings behind the state itself. After all, isn't that how it always goes in novels? Chen Ping'an felt his composure fraying, having just believed he'd found allies, only to realize he'd just knocked out the leader of a clandestine force with a single punch. Against the coming apocalypse, their strength was utterly insufficient. "No, I am not the strongest." Suddenly a frail female voice broke through. Chen Ping'an turned to see Yun-san somehow already awake. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened instantly. "I knew it. There must be hidden masters." As he waited eagerly for her explanation, however, Yun-san's gaze shifted directly onto him. A chill ran down his spine. He asked cautiously, "You're not about to claim I'm the strongest, are you?" Yun-san shook her head firmly, reigniting a fragile spark of hope in his chest. Gazing at Chen Ping'an, her eyes blazing with fervor, Yun-san declared, "Give me your seed. We'll forge the strongest warrior Yin state will ever know." The declaration froze both Chen Ping'an and Yin in place. They exchanged stunned, wordless glances. Chen Ping'an blinked slowly. "Did your commander just lose her mind?" Yin blinked back. "No idea. She's never shown interest in men before. She's always been perfectly composed." Then, as if recalling something, Yan's expression hardened with suspicion. "Mr. Chen, was that punch too powerful?" Under Yan's intense scrutiny and Yun-san's fervent gaze, Chen Ping'an instinctively turned his face away. "No way. This ice-cold battle fanatic got turned into a fertility goddess by one punch. My boss will execute me." Indeed, during the earlier battle, Chen Ping'an had already suspected her identity. After all, a battle-mad woman clad entirely in black. It was impossible not to think of her, the woman who'd nearly married his boss. And when Yin mentioned their arrival from the imperial capital before boarding, that suspicion solidified. But his boss's childhood friend, knocked senseless by his fist, now demanding his genetic legacy. What on earth was he supposed to do? "I can feel you thinking something deeply inappropriate. Don't overthink it. I want your seed, not you." The Yun family has a long tradition of cultivating elite warriors. You know Xiao Yuan, don't you? Had I been born male, I'd have married her. But alas, I'm female, and Xiao Yuan never awakened. Before Chen Ping'an could ask how his boss connected to the awakened, a sharp click echoed. The compartment door swung open. On the highway outside the Magic City, a green military vehicle sped along. It was already the early hours of the morning. Having distanced itself from the clamor of the city, this highway at the edge of town appeared somewhat dim and cold. In the driver's seat at the front of the cabin, 4 logistics personnel were crammed in. 1 was driving while 3 were medical staff. These were all logistics personnel temporarily borrowed from the military stationed in the Magic City by Yun-san. Initially, she was afraid that she might accidentally injure Chen Ping'an by overexerting herself. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was she who was carried onto the vehicle on a stretcher by these people. The medical staff, all in their 30s, found themselves unable to partake in gossip due to the cabin's constraints. They could only abide by the rules and quietly wait for their destination to arrive. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the back seat, resembling something being opened. The sound seemed to originate from outside the vehicle. The medical personnel did not notice that everyone except for herself appeared to be fading away. The sound seemed almost magical, compelling her to investigate. However, when she looked towards the window, she found nothing unusual. It simply felt too dark on the road in the early morning. She couldn't see any light. The medical personnel felt a sense of disharmony, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She turned to speak to the other medical staff about the strange sound she had just heard, but upon turning, she encountered a pair of bloodshot eyes pressed close to her face, staring at her. A terrified female voice erupted from the cabin. Click. The noises within the cabin fell silent. The military vehicle continued to race down the highway while the road seemed to grow even darker. On the empty highway, the driver's seat in the cabin was now completely unoccupied. Inside the cabin, "Unfortunately, I am a girl, and Xiao Yuan hasn't awakened either." Yun-san expressed her regret to Chen Ping'an, as if not being able to marry President Yuan was a great misfortune. This made Chen Ping'an's gaze toward her become quite peculiar. "I thought you were like a bodhisattva of childbirth, but it turns out you're just seeking a partner and are eyeing our president's beauty." "Having a great time, huh, Captain Yun?" But from what she said, being the president and awakening are related. What exactly is awakening? Chen Ping'an was about to ask. Click. A sound resembling something being opened came from the door, instantly capturing the attention of the 3. They saw that the large door at the rear of the cabin had been opened, though it was not the highway visible beyond the door, but rather an expanse of complete darkness. When the cabin's light shone there, it seemed to be entirely devoured by some entity. The 3 stared at the bizarre scene, falling silent. Yun-san, possessing a remarkable physique, had just barely regained her ability to move and wave gently at Yin. Upon seeing Yun-san's gesture, Yin pulled out a strange rectangular device from her waist. Yin aimed the device at the darkness that devoured all light. Moments later, the device displayed a yellow number 30, and both Yun-san and Yan's expressions turned grim upon seeing this number. Chen Ping'an appeared puzzled, completely unable to comprehend the actions of the two beside him, who suddenly seemed to be pantomiming. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to speak, Yun-san hurriedly gestured for him to be quiet, then took out her phone from her pocket and quickly began typing. After a moment, Yun-san raised her phone, allowing Chen Ping'an to see what she had typed. "We have encountered something bad. Don't speak. If this thing hears a sound, it will attack directly. The entity we are encountering is very strong. Don't think about resisting. It is currently 2 a.m. Once dawn breaks, this thing will leave." Chen Ping'an looked at the message on Yun-san's phone deep in thought. Is this what Yin was referring to earlier? It seems different from the anomalies encountered in simulations. Yet this darkness gives me a very bad feeling. Chen Ping'an was about to step forward to investigate further. But Yun-san, observing Chen Ping'an's actions, jumped up from her seat and pounced on Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an halted his progress, turning to look at Yun-san in confusion. Yun-san glared at Chen Ping'an's bewildered expression, feeling an intense anger. What is this guy trying to do? With a level 3 anomaly, if I were in perfect condition, it would only be possible to barely fend it off with a full team. This guy is strong, but he is merely physically enhanced. Without special weapons, he can't harm these entities at all. Fuming, Yun-san rapidly typed on her phone and angrily tossed it to Chen Ping'an. "Don't move. I know you're strong, but these entities cannot be dealt with physically. We currently have no equipment at hand and cannot confront it. Remember, absolutely do not make any sound." Yun-san's companion, Yin, looked at Chen Ping'an with a face full of terror. Having experienced numerous life-and-death situations, Yin understood that if Chen Ping'an attracted the entity outside, everyone would perish. After the establishment of the Gene Organization, what they had to face were these entities known as anomalies. The Gene Organization once believed that there were only level 1 anomalies in this world, just as awakeners could only awaken once. However, since the first level 2 anomaly appeared last year, the frequency of anomalies has been increasing. The previous instance of 3 anomalies appearing was only due to Yun-san's last-minute breakthrough, achieving her second awakening and utilizing special equipment to barely fend off the anomalies. Indeed, the Gene Organization could only repel them, not kill them. Though they had dealt with these spirits for decades, their understanding of them remained quite limited. After sacrificing countless lives, they could only confirm a few ironclad rules. First, absolutely do not make a sound in front of them. They will attack any human that makes noise and kill everyone present. Second, do not fear. They can amplify the fear within a person. Third, aside from special weapons and sunlight, nothing else can drive them away. Yin looked at Chen Ping'an with hopeful anticipation, wishing he would heed the captain's words. During their last encounter with a level 3 anomaly, a team member had screamed out of fear. If it weren't for the captain's last-minute breakthrough with special weapons, everyone would have perished. Yet even so, after that anomaly was temporarily driven away, the team involved in that operation suffered heavy casualties. Chen Ping'an observed the grave expressions on Yun-san, and Yin, sensing that the atmosphere was amiss. At that moment, he wondered why the others in the strange cabin had not reacted. The darkness outside the cabin began to swirl ominously. An impenetrable darkness into which not even light could seep began to churn violently. Moments later, a grotesque head, composed of 4 severed human faces, emerged from the abyss. Yun-san and Yin stared at the familiar features upon that monstrous visage, their eyes flickering with both fury and sorrow. Chen Ping'an, noticing the sudden shift in their gazes, instinctively turned back to see what had occurred. Furious over the slain medical staff, Yun-san failed to restrain Chen Ping'an in time. The moment she saw him turn his head, her heart lurched, and Yan's did too. "It's over." A pair of blood-red eyes, eyelids torn wide open, pressed themselves flush against Chen Ping'an's face, locking onto him with unblinking malevolent intensity. "Damn it. Didn't your mother teach you not to scare people in the dead of night?" Startled, Chen Ping'an blurted out the retort reflexively, even as his fist shot forward, striking the grotesque head with crushing force. Thud! In an instant, the monstrous head shattered into a storm of splinters. The rear half of the carriage vanished beneath a crimson deluge of flesh and bone. Chen Ping'an gazed at the pulverized remains of the bizarre head, baffled, unable to fathom why Yun-san and Yin had feared such a feeble thing. Yet recalling how easily he'd been startled, he turned sheepishly and said, Sorry. It just caught me off guard. I swung on instinct. Next time I'll go easy." At the sound of his voice, Yun-san's and Yan's expressions grew complex. Now largely recovered, Yun-san stepped silently before Chen Ping'an, while Yin advanced 2 paces closer. Chen Ping'an watched them puzzled. Yun-san, however, kept her gaze fixed on the carriage door, and the darkness beyond that still refused to recede. As she spoke, voice grave, "Chen Ping'an, you're a civilian. It is my duty to protect you. Get behind me. I'll hold it off as long as I can. If you're lucky enough to survive until dawn, remember to visit my grave each year." The moment the words left her lips, a delicate emerald green radiance shimmered across Yun-san's body. Bathed in its glow, her presence became ethereal, like a woodland spirit descended into mortal realm. So this is the hidden power I sensed within her earlier. Chen Ping'an observed her now with keen, intrigued interest. Suddenly the darkness outside the carriage roiled once more. Plop! A grotesque sound echoed, and the scattered gore coating the rear compartment surged upward as if summoned by command. Within moments the monstrous head reassembled itself midair, its four fused faces now burning with chilling predatory malice. Plop! Its lower jaw split open, revealing a cavernous maw lined with countless razor-sharp teeth. After twisting into a ghastly grin, it shot forward, aiming straight for Chen Ping'an, the one who had first spoken. Moved. Seeing Chen Ping'an remain frozen despite her warning, Yun-san lunged forward in desperation, intent on shoving him aside. But the instant her arm made contact, she felt as though she were pushing against an immovable mountain. Chen Ping'an calmly observed her futile effort. Even enveloped in that verdant aura, Yun-san's speed had surged astonishingly, but her raw strength remained unchanged from their prior sparring. So this latent energy only enhances velocity. And this power, it feels like wind itself. The grotesque head watched the human who had dared speak remain motionless, neither dodging nor flinching, as if utterly petrified. Its malevolence deepened, coiling like venom. Its maw yawned wider, the rows of serrated teeth whirring at dizzying speed. Captain! Yin cried out in alarm as Yun-san collided with Chen Ping'an. The monstrous head was now less than a meter away, its jaws poised to shear them both in half. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an swept the flustered Yun-san behind him. A radiant aura of vital energy erupted from his entire being. In the next heartbeat, every ounce of that chi converged upon his right fist, so fiercely that he felt for a fleeting moment as though he held a miniature sun in his grasp. Ugly as sin, and still you dare haunt the night. Die! Boom! His fist, charged with blazing vitality, slammed into the hideous visage with cataclysmic force. This time the head did not shatter, but instead bore a deep crimson fistprint across its face before hurtling backward, crashing violently against the very edge of the darkness. The darkness itself seemed solid, resounding with a thunderous physical impact. Yet the creature's eyes burned with undiminished hatred. Yin and Yun-sen showed no relief. They knew well, this abomination could not be killed. Yet in the next breath, uncertainty flickered across its pupils, then twisted unmistakably into terror. For around the crimson imprint left by Chen Ping'an's blow, hairline fractures began to bloom, and through each fissure searing light poured forth. The cracks widened, the light intensified, until the creature unleashed a shriek of pure agonized horror. Both Yun-san and Yin stood frozen, stunned by the transformation unfolding before them. When the radiance reached its zenith, boom! The grotesque head detonated into 1,000 incandescent shards, each one instantly wreathed in scarlet flame. In the blink of an eye, the monster was reduced to ash. Simultaneously, the light-devouring darkness dissolved, revealing the ordinary road bathed in the steady glow of street lamps. Chen Ping'an flexed his fist thoughtfully, pleasantly surprised by the satisfying resistance it had offered. Next time that punch could be even cleaner. He glanced at the two beside him, still pale and wide-eyed, and sighed, spreading his hands in mild exasperation. I told you, I'm not an awakened one. I'm a martial cultivator. We cultivators cultivate yangqi, robust, radiant, unyielding. One punch, one monster. Quite scientific, wouldn't you agree? Deep within the largest estate of the central villa district of Modu, a blood-red gate stood in silent repose. Upon its surface, eerie serpentine glyphs writhed as though alive, flowing ceaselessly across the ancient wood. Then abruptly they froze. In the next instant, each glyph transformed into a wide-open human eye. Hundreds, thousands, of eyes aligned in unison, all gazing toward a single direction beyond Modu's city limits. On the highway outside Modu, three figures stood in resigned silence, watching a military-grade armored vehicle sink slowly into the river. After escaping that unnatural darkness, Yun-san and Yin stared at Chen Ping'an as if he were a specter, stunned that a single punch had obliterated the abomination. At his explanation, Yun-san rolled her eyes skyward. That so-called martial master from Diju, who claims to practice traditional kung fu, was beaten black and blue just weeks ago. And you, with one punch you annihilate a reality-warping horror, and tell me you're just a martial artist. Please. Yet recalling how he'd instinctively shielded her, how she'd never known such protection before, a strange, unfamiliar warmth stirred within her. If this man truly possesses such strength, perhaps our method of conception need not remain conventional. At that thought, her gaze upon Chen Ping'an sharpened, not with clinical calculation, but with a newfound fervent intensity. However, before Yun-san could once again request Chen Ping'an for the seeds, as the large vehicle rounded a bend, an unmanned vehicle crashed straight through the guardrail. Beyond the guardrail was a rushing river. Under the night sky, the dark waters seemed as deep as an abyss. Fortunately, none of the three were ordinary people, and at the very moment the vehicle lost control, they successfully leaped out of the cabin. The result was that the three stood by the riverbank, helplessly watching as the large vehicle sank into the torrent. "Captain, I have already contacted the station troops in the Magic City. They should arrive in about 30 minutes. Ing put down the communicator and spoke to Yun-san, who was standing not far away. Yun-san nodded lightly and turned back to Chen Ping'an, saying, "Since we still have time, let me explain the question you just asked me. The head we just encountered is one of the enemies we have been combating, but that was merely one of its manifested forms. As for more detailed information, I can only explain it to you once we reach the special room at the military base, because what I say now could be overheard by them." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an displayed a pensive expression. Were there unspeakable restrictions? Those things seemed somewhat similar to the bizarre phenomena in simulations, yet there appeared to be differences. But since it wasn't convenient to explain right now, I could ask another question. What about the awakener you keep mentioning? What exactly is the so-called awakening? Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, Yun-san gave him a sidelong glance. Aren't you yourself an awakener? After each of us awakens, we can feel our differences. Listening to Yun-san's words, Chen Ping'an honestly replied, I'm really just a martial artist. I used to have a slight natural talent for strength, but now I rely entirely on martial skills. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yun-san merely regarded Chen Ping'an as joking. There was no way to teach awakening. Ushi waved her hand in surrender and said, all right, my martial saint. Since that's the case, let me explain. An awakener, as the name implies, is someone who has awakened the hidden power within their body. The most common type is the physical awakener, who accounts for about 90% of all awakeners. As for the remaining 10%, it gets a bit more complicated because there are currently too few awakeners to categorize them further. They might possess elemental abilities, or be like Ing with a mental awakening, or even be strange awakeners like yourself. Chen Ping'an had already given up on correcting Yun-san's views. After all, she was the one with the larger chest, so she decided what was true. As for how awakening occurs, we aren't quite sure. Often it happens suddenly. A person awakens. The most basic characteristic of an awakener is a significant enhancement in physical fitness and mental resistance. You saw that thing earlier. In the first instance, an ordinary person would be mentally disturbed, magnifying their fear, which would then trigger taboos, ultimately leading to their demise at its hands. However, as awakeners, we have already developed a disparity after the transformation of awakening. Unless we fall into fear, the bizarre won't easily erode us. Basically, this is all we know about awakening. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an frowned and said, aren't you a national organization? Is this all the information you have on awakening? Yun-san helplessly spread her hands and asked, then Ping'an, how long do you think our organization has existed? Hearing this question from Yun-san, Chen Ping'an replied curiously, aren't you known as the Shadow of Dian? Our Dian has existed for thousands of years. You should have at least 1,000 years of history, right? It should be like the kind of secret organization in novels guarding humanity in the shadows of history. Yun-san sighed and replied, don't be so melodramatic. You should read fewer novels. 100 years. Until this year, our organization Gene has only been established for 100 years. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Ping'an found it hard to believe his ears. This duration might be long for an individual, but for an organization, it was far too short. It's important to note that the entire new dynasty of Dian has only been established for 100 years. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. Did you establish your organization after the new dynasty of Dian was founded? Seeing Yun-san nod, Chen Ping'an excitedly said, I knew it. The hidden organization boss can't be as weak as you. You must just be a newly emerging small organization. There must be older, deeper hidden organizations lurking in the shadows of Dian. Yun-san's forehead twitched and she gritted her teeth, saying, if I'm so weak, then I really apologize. But don't get your hopes up. He'll clearly tell you that in Dian we are the only organization of awakeners Gene. There might be a few scattered awakeners among the populace, but it is currently impossible for there to be any beyond the second awakening. And I, dear sister, am the only one from our Gene organization to have achieved a second awakening in 100 years. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Chen Ping'an lightly made a fist gesture towards Yun-san, exactly the same motion as when he had knocked her away earlier. Chen Ping'an couldn't understand why Yun-san would say that. After all, if she was indeed what was called a second awakening, he felt he was definitely at a higher level than her. Observing Chen Ping'an's mocking gesture and puzzled expression, and recalling how he had been taken down with one punch, Yun-san felt a surge of frustration. Tisk, I really don't know how you're so strong. Anyway, there won't be any awakeners beyond the second awakening. That's what the Emperor told us. Wait, you're talking about the Emperor? Yes, our Gene organization was founded by the Emperor after the establishment of the nation. Our purpose for being founded was to combat those things that suddenly appeared at that time. Forget it. Explaining these things is too troublesome. In the future, if you get the chance, just ask the Emperor yourself. With that, Yun-san turned around somewhat annoyed. She had thought she was already the top powerhouse in this world. However, this time, whether it was being defeated by a punch or Chen Ping'an resolving the bazaar with a punch, made Yun-san feel like this world had become unfamiliar, very unscientific. Upon hearing Yun-san's words, Chen Ping'an expressed disbelief, asked the Emperor, "Are you saying the Emperor is still alive? Wait, if His Majesty the Emperor is around, how dare you claim to be the strongest?" Remembering the legendary figure who was incredibly brave, driving away invaders and reshaping the world for Dian, Chen Ping'an's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, Chen Ping'an was still extremely concerned that such a high-profile organization as the Shadow of Dian would have its most powerful expert easily overwhelmed by him. This isn't how it's supposed to be. This woman must be deceiving herself. If the Emperor is still around, how could she be worthy of calling herself the strongest? Feeling the disdain in Chen Ping'an's tone regarding her strength, Yun-san's chest trembled with anger. However, unable to fight back, Yun-san could only reluctantly explain, "The situation with the Emperor is very special. He currently can't fight. The specifics involve state secrets, and I can't say more." At this point, Yun-san raised an eyebrow. "We have already investigated your family background and psychological evaluation. Chen Ping'an, you have no major flaws other than being lecherous. So what do you say? Would you like to join us?" Chen Ping'an was not surprised about being investigated, as it was a government organization and such capabilities were to be expected. However, he was quite concerned about one particular remark: "It's a matter of youth. How can that be considered a flaw? At my age, I get woken up by it every day. Not liking beautiful women is a flaw. That's what a eunuch would be." Yun-san looked at Chen Ping'an, who openly admitted to being lecherous, and showed no sign of disdain. Instead, she regarded him with a rather curious gaze, speaking in a teasing tone. "It's fine, being lecherous is good." Feeling a bit creeped out by Yun-san's gaze, Chen Ping'an hurriedly pulled the topic back. "All right. So joining your gene organization is fine by me, but I have two conditions." At 4 in the morning, a military jeep slowly drove into the military base outside of Modu. As the vehicle ventured deeper, one could see elite soldiers armed to the teeth with numerous tightly secured checkpoints along the way. However, upon seeing Yun-san behind the wheel, all the checkpoints opted to let them pass. No one bothered to question Chen Ping'an, who clearly appeared to be a civilian in the passenger seat. As for Yen, upon arriving at the base, he went to report the relevant circumstances of the night to the senior management. After driving for several minutes, the vehicle arrived in front of an unusual stone house. Strangely, within the heavily guarded base, there were no soldiers stationed at this location. The stone house appeared to be only about 5 or 6 square meters in size, not large, with only a single low story, and it had no windows, just a large door for entry. There was no cover on the door, but strangely, Chen Ping'an could not see the interior of the stone house at all despite his keen eyesight. A stone structure starkly contrasting with the modern instruments of the military base. This was indeed Yun-san's destination. "All right, come inside with me. Only in this stone house can I discuss information about them with you." Chen Ping'an curiously surveyed the stone house before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The moment he stepped into the stone house, Chen Ping'an felt as if a layer of something had been removed from him, bringing a sense of relief, as if he had shed some burden. Simultaneously, all sounds from outside vanished. The interior of the stone house, devoid of any light source, was exceptionally bright, and one could see the entire space at a glance. However, the stone house contained no items, appearing utterly empty. This stone house appeared here a century ago. In fact, this base was established later around this stone house. At that time, 3 mysterious stone houses appeared throughout the Yen Kingdom, and no matter what means we employed, we could not destroy them. Yet the stone houses did not exhibit any danger. They stood empty, just as you see now, with nothing of value inside. These stone houses merely stand silently upon the earth, seemingly unrelated to humanity. It wasn't until those anomalies appeared that we recognized the value of the stone houses. Seeing the puzzled expression on Chen Ping'an's face, Yun-san continued to explain, "The anomalies are the entities we encountered which suddenly appeared in this world a century ago. Aside from the several rules I previously mentioned, everyone who has seen them and survived must adhere to another principle. Do not mention them again, nor even think of their form that you once saw. I do not know how you managed to do it, but over the last century we have only been able to barely fend off these anomalies. However, while we fend them off, it seems we have also been marked in some way by them. Every time we speak of or recall them, our connection with them deepens. They will re-emerge from the darkness, seizing every opportunity to devour those of us who have come into contact with them. When the anomalies first appeared, we suffered great losses due to our ignorance of their characteristics. But it was then that we discovered that as long as we entered the stone houses, we would feel a sense of relief, as if we had shed some burden. After that, those who entered the stone houses would not be attacked again by the revived anomalies unless they violated the anomalies' taboos once more and were marked again. At this point, Yin-san looked at Chen Ping'an with a strange gaze. Chen Ping'an, I do not know how you managed to do it, but for decades we could only temporarily fend off these anomalies. But this time is different. Yun-san's eyes became fervent, surveying Chen Ping'an, as if he were a precious treasure. That anomaly has been completely exterminated. I heard the anomalies wail for the first time. Do you know? In the past, no matter how hard we tried, they would only look at us mockingly, as we were merely prey to them. Yet this time, after I entered the stone house speaking before the anomaly, I felt no sense of relief, as if I had shed something, so I am certain that it was you who killed that anomaly. Upon hearing Yun-san's words, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. What was this sensation of having shed something? Why did he feel it? But before Chen Ping'an could ponder further, Yun-san continued fervently, So Chen Ping'an, let's have a child together. Children of awakened ones have a high probability of also being awakened, and even if this generation does not awaken, later generations may awaken similar abilities. Yun-sen slightly opened her tight leather outfit, her well-toned figure appearing quite alluring in its reflection. Looking at Yun-san's eager, yet somewhat bashful expression, Chen Ping'an lifted her smooth chin. Gazing at her proud face, which now bore a youthful demeanor, Chen Ping'an felt an impulse to gallop forth. While I find your proposal quite tempting, I, Chen Ping'an, most enjoy saying no to confident individuals like you. After saying this, Chen Ping'an turned and exited the stone house. Of course, if it weren't for his waist bending to conceal the banner it had raised, he might have looked more graceful. Perhaps it would have appeared more effortless. My goodness, this enchantress is truly something. But this stone house is too strange. Why do I feel as if something bad is being shed from me? What is going on? In truth, if Yun-san had said this in a different context, perhaps Chen Ping'an would have relented. However, in this stone house with no doors at all, doing that would be far too challenging for Chen Ping'an. On the blood-red door within the central mansion of Modu, pairs of open human eyes stared intently in a certain direction. If one were to extend their view to the height of the entire Modu, and then draw a straight line from the gaze of those eyes, they would find that the eyes were fixated on Chen Ping'an's direction. Countless pairs of eyes watched the void before them, gradually seeping within human malice. Yet once Chen Ping'an entered the stone house, all the eyes on the blood door seemed to lose their target, and the malice gradually dissipated. After a few minutes, these eyes transformed into strange characters, and the blood-red door returned to tranquility. Yin looked at Chen Ping'an, who walked out of the stone house, his expression somewhat restrained. There was no way around it. Seeing Chen Ping'an punch through the bizarre ghost head at close range was simply too thrilling. The last time Yin encountered a level 3 anomaly, it resulted in a brutal battle that left half of the entire team dead. This made Yin still unable to believe what had happened before. If it weren't for his confidence as a spiritual awakener, Yin would have doubted whether he had fallen into an illusion. Mr. Chen, your first request has been arranged. Upon hearing Yan's words, Chen Ping'an slightly nodded and followed Yin as they walked towards another direction of the base. He hadn't felt it while in the car, but now walking within the base, Chen Ping'an realized that the entire base was a constantly expanding concentric circle. And the core of this circle was the mysterious stone house they had just seen. Strangely enough, for a brief moment, he felt as if the entire base was spinning like a gigantic whirlpool. But when Chen Ping'an looked again, everything had returned to normal. Only the stone house behind him stood steadily at the center, unchanged. Before dawn, the cafeteria of the station military base had already become bustling with activity. This enormous cafeteria had to provide nutritious meals for tens of thousands of soldiers in the entire base every day. So many chefs had to be busy early in the morning. The early rising soldiers, while enjoying the meticulously prepared delicacies by the chefs, couldn't help but be drawn to the figure at the center of the cafeteria. The figure was Chen Ping'an dining, but his food was a bit special. In addition to a large amount of high-energy delicious food, there were also various supplements such as mountain ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, bear bile, and deer antler. Chen Ping'an's first request was to provide him with a large amount of high-energy food and nourishing medicinal dishes within the next 8 days. Which organization in this world possesses the most resources? Companies? Capitalists? Guilds? None of them. At least in Dai, the state controls the largest resources. After receiving Yan's communication, the base in Modu quickly mobilized all nearby nourishing medicinal materials within a very short time. One giant truck after another followed closely behind Chen Ping'an and the others to the base. And the skilled chefs, after a hard-fought battle, transformed the ingredients and medicinal materials from the trucks into the exquisite food Chen Ping'an was enjoying at that moment. Delicious. After drinking a bowl of fragrant and sweet blood swallow, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, everyone in the room heard a sound as if something had shattered. The soldiers who had undergone rigorous training felt the hairs all over their bodies stand on end. It was as if a sharp needle was about to stab down from less than an inch away from their eyes. But a hint of joy appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he casually withdrew the pressure he had inadvertently released. In the next moment, the soldiers felt that unusual sensation like a needle prick disappear. Chen Ping'an stopped, eating, a look of satisfaction on his face. The fourth limit of his body had been broken. After a lavish meal without regard for cost, a large amount of nourishing ingredients became resources for Chen Ping'an's advancement. At this moment, Chen Ping'an's physique had broken through to 41 points, and his spirit had broken through to 15 points. The fourth extreme breakthrough was a qualitative change at the master level from which the vitality became as thick as smoke and could manifest externally for extended periods, while the physical body also began to nourish the spirit. From this stage onward, martial arts masters gradually approached a non-human state. Below the 3 levels of vitality, martial arts masters had to rely on martial arts perception to evade firearms in advance. However, from the day the vitality smoke rose, the martial arts body began to condense. The physical bonus defense and recovery would continuously enhance under the nourishment of vitality. At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt the greatly increased power within him and thought that if he fought Yun-san again, he could even defeat her with just a finger. Yun-san, how polite of you. After completing the breakthrough in vitality, Chen Ping'an opened the simulators panel once again. The countdown for recovery had ended, and he could simulate again. System update complete. Temporal anchor increased. Talent library updated. Third talent slot opened. Would the player like to start simulating? Looking at the familiar panel, Chen Ping'an suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. If he hadn't obtained this golden finger, perhaps he would have become a corpse with a strange smile resting in Modu after 8 days. However, the information from this update is quite intriguing. Temporal anchor. An anchor is usually something used for fixing what has the system fixed. Moreover, the subsequent talent library has been updated, so will my system continue to grow. Also, I wonder what changes will occur in the future after I join the Gene organization. Looking at the refreshed information of the system, Chen Ping'an's mind was swirling with complex thoughts. System. Start simulating. Please choose a talent. 5 Tiger breaking door knife, green elf bloodline, blue dragon bloodline. Purple talent levels are ranked from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Seeing the talents displayed by the system, Chen Ping'an was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the system's talents had changed somewhat. Interesting, is this the effect of the talent library update? 5 Tiger breaking door knife, green, a move commonly seen in martial arts worlds. Often a burly man wielding a large knife is defeated by a delicate young man with a small sword, which is quite unscientific. Effect: gain 3 years of knife technique training experience. 3 years of knife technique training experience. That's quite vague. There's no explanation on what knife technique, how to cultivate it, or what the cultivator's talent is. However, this category is interesting. I really haven't paid attention to the issue of technique. All along, I completely relied on my stronger physical fitness to directly crush my opponents. But when I battled Yun-san before, I had suffered from the lack of battle experience. If I had martial arts techniques to assist, I could produce several times the effect with a fraction of the effort, which would be quite good. Chen Ping'an nodded at this martial arts talent. It seemed the system had finally decided to do something useful. Elf bloodline, blue, a common bloodline in fantasy worlds. It is said that elves are beautiful and have long lifespans, but male elves may be relatively weak in certain aspects, so the beautiful elves often become the concubines of orc warriors in legendary stories. Effect: attractiveness 2, lifespan extended by 300 years. Sexual ability 1. Forget I said anything. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste. Is the system messing with me? Why does the elf bloodline have side effects? I can accept that elves have proud personalities, but what's up with these side effects? The first appearance of a bloodline talent in the system should have been a joyous event. But looking at these side effects, who would dare to choose it? Next, dragon bloodline purple. Dragon bloodline purple. Dragons soar among the 9 heavens above and dive into the 9 nether realms below, the most exalted beings birthed by heaven and earth. With eyes open, they perceive all things under heaven. With eyes closed, they transcend the passage of seasons. Innately transcendent, such are dragons. In your childhood, you once glimpsed a dragon's shadow in the great wilderness. Its aura subtly infused you, granting you a faint trace of draconic bloodline. Effect: inferior dragon bloodline. Chen Ping'an stared silently at the final purple talent, lost in thought. And something was profoundly amiss, both in content and magnitude. His previous talents, save for Martial Dao Grandmaster and its ascended evolution Martial Dao Myth, had leaned distinctly toward realism. But after this talent library update, even skills like Woohoo Duanmen Blade, steeped in martial arts tradition, or Elven bloodline, imbued with high fantasy resonance, stood in stark contrast to earlier talents. especially the final purple talent dragon bloodline. It defied all reason. The dragon here bore no resemblance to the Western mythic dragon, a grotesque, bat-winged lizard, unworthy of bearing that sacred name. And if merely glimpsing a dragon's shadow suffused by its aura could bestow a purple tire talent, then what manner of being was that dragon? Could such a creature truly still exist in this world? And system, what exactly triggered this talent library update? Where do these talents originate? And why do these talents feel markedly stronger than their predecessors of equal rank? Chen Ping'an expected silence, as had always been the system's way. Yet unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, the system responded instantly. In this talent library update results from temporal anchor stabilization. Talents are manifestations of world-recorded archetypes. The tiering algorithm operates on internal logic beyond player explanation. In hearing this cascade of arcane terms, Chen Ping'an felt both enlightened and utterly bewildered. And I don't quite grasp it, yet it sounds formidable. System, could you clarify further? Seeing the system unusually forthcoming after the update, Chen Ping'an pressed for deeper insight, and astonishingly received it. Version updated. Each patch births a new god. Designers, balance rationale. Na veteran of countless predatory game studios, Chen Ping'an instantly understood. Fine then. System, I select Dragon Bloodline Purple. Initiate simulation. And let me see what awaits me now. Me who knows only that apocalypse looms, yet remembers nothing of prior simulations. At that moment, Chen Ping'an's character panel displayed a third vacant slot beneath Talents. Upon his choice, all other talent options dimmed, while the purple dragon bloodline pulsed with enigmatic radiance, ascending smoothly into the third talent slot. Martial Dao Myth, Red in Shaka Xing, Golden in Dragon Bloodline, Purple in Talent installation complete. Temporal anchor secured. Simulation commencing. In day 1 yesterday, Yun-sen sought you out to fulfill the second covenant. You accompanied her to the imperial capital. And so the covenant won't be enacted until 7 days from now. Still, I hadn't anticipated it would shift the simulation's starting location entirely. Knowing the apocalypse approaches, you leveraged Jin's authority to gather everyone you hold dear in the imperial capital. They assumed it was merely an ordinary trip, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. Jin's authority runs deep. It seems joining them has indeed introduced profound variables into this simulation. Though you know not the apocalypse's nature, the oceanic torrent of ki-blood surging within your body remains your greatest assurance, the bedrock upon which you will safeguard all you cherish. At these words, Chen Ping'an's gaze turned complex, haunted perhaps by the crimson azure dragon that once soared alone into the heavens during his last simulation. Ki-blood, like an ocean, 9th tier chi blood limit, the absolute apex of human potential, not yet mythic, but already beyond the reach of his present self. Yet before some vast unknowable terror, it may still fall short. As you survey those gathered in the imperial capital, an unsettling hollowness lingers, as though something vital is missing. At midnight, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the Inner Ring Grand Hotel, you gaze upon the imperial capital's glittering metropolis. And the chime tolls. New year arrives. This is the deadline you know marks the apocalypse's onset. Yet outside, nothing stirs. Your martial intuition emits no warning. You exhale softly, relief fleeting. For should the apocalypse unfold, all this splendor may crumble to ash in an instant. Suddenly, 2 slender arms, pale as hoarfrost, encircle your neck from behind. No, so it's Yaya again. Recalling his return to the imperial capital, his stronghold, and this familiar hotel setting, he realized with resigned amusement that the petite girl had struck once more. System, you really ought to show the process next time. It's rather unfair. Ignoring Chen Ping'an's cheeky complaint, the interface continued updating. A strand of azure black hair falls gently beside your ear. Yun-san, utterly unclothed, presses herself fully against you. Faced with such brazen provocation from a former adversary, you resolve to demonstrate the divine artifact wielded by you the Great when he tamed the floods. And wait, what? When did Captain Yun succeed? Chen Ping'an stared at the screen, a wild, unbidden image galloping across his mind. Amidst the thunderous gallop, your gaze traces Yun-san's flawless back, recalling how this close combat began. 9 days past, you attempted to teach Gene members chi blood cultivation, only to discover their bodies, though transcending mortal limits, remained incapable of practicing it. And later, following an unforeseen incident, you and Yun-sen shared an intimate encounter. Afterward, she achieved her third awakening outright, while your own chi blood surged to unprecedented heights. And since then, a raven-haired beauty has visited your chamber each night for fierce, passionate duels. What you did not know, Ant, by residing next door, found their rhythmic pile-driving deeply vexing. And so awakened individuals cannot cultivate chi blood arts. And yet, such intimacy can serve as training. As for the pile-driving Chen Ping'an, dismissed it outright. After all, two vigorous young adults, however soundproof the walls, might well overwhelm even Aunt Bai's impeccable insulation. Moments after the duel ended, Yun-san's communicator chimed beside the bed. As you listened and you learned that Shanghai had gone completely silent. Na sharper disquiet tightened in your chest. You sensed acutely that something vital had slipped your memory. Enyu and Yun-san proceeded to Jin's headquarters, where all members stationed in the imperial capital had assembled. This was no ordinary anomaly. A metropolis of 10 million souls severed from all contact constituted a catastrophe unprecedented in Jin's history. Following a fruitless meeting, Yun-san detained you, preparing to escort you before the Sovereign Emperor. An audience with the Sovereign Emperor, that was your second request. In truth, Chen Ping'an had already been willing to join Jin the moment he learned of its existence. His two requests were merely trivial add-ons. The first was to find a method, outside the simulation, to enhance his vital energy and blood vitality. The second was to meet His Majesty the Emperor as soon as possible, a sovereign of the great Yin Empire who had reigned for over a century and who appeared deeply knowledgeable about both awakened ones and aberrations. Chen Ping'an sensed an intuition that the Emperor would be pivotal in resisting the apocalypse. Yet upon hearing the first request, Yun-san readily agreed without hesitation. As for meeting the Emperor, however, Yun-san hesitated faintly, only promising to arrange it swiftly. Chen Ping'an never imagined his first encounter with His Majesty would occur within the simulation itself. Yun-san leads you deep into Jin's headquarters, where an ancient stone chamber emanates an aura of primordial desolation. Another stone chamber. I recall Yun-san mentioning that the great Yin Empire has discovered only 3 such stone chambers. One in Modu, and among the remaining 2 one lies right here in the imperial capital. You follow Yun-san into the chamber, and there you behold the eternal emperor of the great Yin Empire. Your eyes meet his, and for an instant something strangely familiar stirs deep within both your bodies. And in what is my connection to the emperor? Could I possibly be a lost scion of the imperial bloodline? The emperor appears to possess precognitive abilities, yet his vision remains hazy, revealing only that a terrifying transformation has occurred in Modu. When he attempts to probe deeper, he suddenly spits blood and collapses into unconsciousness. And can the emperor truly foresee the future? And he sensed the cataclysm in Modu. Yet the emperor himself harbors immense secrets. If merely perceiving that colossal hand caused only bleeding and unconsciousness, then his resilience far surpasses expectation. Clearly the emperor is vastly stronger than Yun-san. So how dare she claim to be the strongest? Having gained little from this encounter, you settle the emperor safely before returning with Yun-san to the hotel to rest. You both require greater strength. In that night, you and Yun-san train relentlessly until dawn. Nothing extraordinary occurs. And by morning, reconnaissance reports arrive from Modu's garrison. The entire city lies shrouded beneath an unknown colossal shadow. Sunlight shines normally beyond the shadow's edge, but within all contact with the outside world has been severed. Every scouting team dispatched has vanished without trace. Yin, still stationed in Modu, leads several Jin operatives into the shadowed metropolis. 5 hours later, Yin emerges alone. Ni's eyes have been gouged out, his tongue severed. When rescue personnel arrive, he is already dead. Yet at the corner of his tongueless mouth lingers a grotesque, sinister smile. Enyu and Yun-san resolve to enter Modu yourselves. As a level 7 awakened one, Yun-san summons a tempestuous gale and carries you skyward toward the city. In gazing down at the minuscule earth below, you cannot help but feel a pang of envy for the awakened one's dazzling array of abilities. Unlike yourself, who can only brute force your way through empty air, trading elegance for raw, unrefined power. You simply lack appreciation. Robed in pure white, striding across the void that is the true romance of a man. Upon your arrival in Moda headquarters, transmits urgent news. The capital of Inazuma, a metropolis of 10 million souls, Dongara, has likewise fallen silent. As a tributary state, Inazuma has urgently appealed to the great Yin Empire for aid. And worse still, the naval fleet of Minis shows signs of unusual movement, appearing poised to enter great Yin territorial waters. And with the emperor still unconscious, Yun-san, nominal supreme leader of Jin, must depart overseas to ascertain Minis' intentions. And in my prior simulation in the imperial capital, 4 megacities, Modu, Dongara, Shobong, and Chuanqing, fell silent in succession precisely 4 days before the apocalypse. Yet Dongara sought aid from the great Yin immediately after going dark. In my earlier simulations, I assumed the role of an ordinary civilian. I had no access to such intelligence. And Minis' fleet, when the world teeters on annihilation, must this troublemaking nation hasten its own disintegration instead of meddling in our affairs? Viewing the apocalypse through different identities, Chen Ping'an uncovers new layers of revelation. and fresh uncertainties. Could it be that so much unfolded after the cataclysm began? You meet Modu's highest-ranking garrison commander. He seems oddly familiar with you. You assume it's because he recognized you from a previous visit to the mess hall and think no more of it. And after a brief exchange of intelligence with Modu's garrison, you venture alone into the shadow. And you step into Modu beneath the shadow and instantly feel a suffocating pressure pressing down upon you subtly, impeding the flow of your vital energy and blood. In your martial artist's spiritual sense traces the source of this oppressive force, the sky above Modu. And you lift your gaze and freeze. In Modu's sky is not overcast, but a churning, iridescent vortex. Its heavens shattered into chaotic, clashing hues. Merely beholding it stirs nausea within you. And sensing something amiss in your martial body, you lower your head, refusing to stare any longer at that unnatural firmament. And you press onward toward the city's heart, and soon encounter countless bodies strewn across the streets, all lifeless. In grief and fury surge, but so too does quiet relief. Those dearest to you are not among them. NASUADV. You rush forward, only to find a sprawl of corpses frozen mid-crawl, long since dead. Yet the moment you turn away, the sound resonates, somewhere beyond your field of vision. And you pivot again, only to see the corpses shifted ever so slightly in position. You kneel, examining them closely with your vital energy, and confirm they are ordinary corpses, not aberrations. And still their grotesquely split lips and hollowed eye sockets send faint tremors of dread, even through your 9-to-mesh physique. And you break into a sprint toward the city's core, the crawling sounds swelling behind you, now seeming to brush against the nape of your neck. Unable to bear it, you whirl around, only to find emptiness behind you. And without realizing when you've already reached Modu's central villa district. Na voice, soft insistent, seems to beckon you onward. In silence thickens unnaturally, you hear each breath you draw. At Modu's absolute center, a colossal gate of crimson looms from the earth. At that very instant, memory surges, what you had forgotten. In 7 nights before the apocalypse, you stood here, for the 3rd time. And then, cold fingers close upon your shoulder. And in I have found you, and in you die? You have died. The simulation has ended. This time your survival lasted for 2 days, earning you a physique reward of 0. On the morning of the 3rd day, in the cafeteria of the military base, Chen Ping'an stared at the simulation panel before him, making no choice, but instead sorting through the gains of this simulation. In total, this simulation lasted for 2 days, taking approximately 10 minutes of real time. However, during this simulation, some information seemed to have been disrupted while refreshing, which caused the time to elongate. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an did not pay much attention to this issue, as the speed at which he consumed food to replenish his vitality had already surpassed that of the simulator. The most important thing now is the information obtained through the simulation. Some previously known information will be set aside. This time, regarding the apocalypse, Chen Ping'an mainly gained the following 3 crucial pieces of information. First, the giant hand disappeared on the 2nd day. According to the simulation panel's description, the sky of the magic city turned into a bizarre vortex. Even the 9th limb itself would feel uncomfortable if observed for too long. However, in such a sky, the strange giant hand was no longer present. Gazing directly at the sky, while still risky, was no longer a guaranteed death option. But if the giant hand has indeed vanished, where has it gone? Thinking of the incident in the East Heat on the 2nd day, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but form some speculations. Second, after the giant hand disappeared, a blood-colored giant door appeared in the central villa area of the magic city. In the simulation, he was ultimately killed by an unknown entity in front of this blood-colored giant door. This indicates that after the apocalypse, in addition to the giant hand, there are other entities capable of killing the 9th limit. Moreover, when thinking of the center of the magic city, what Chen Ping'an could recall was a small, sensible figure. Third, in the simulation, it seemed that he had forgotten the existence of Nan Nan. Furthermore, the last bit of information from the simulation made Chen Ping'an feel particularly concerned. On the evening of the 7th day before the apocalypse, which is tonight, the simulated self seemed to have visited Nan Nan's house for the 3rd time. And thus the simulated self forgot. This is extremely unreasonable. Before starting the simulation, he had already achieved 4 limit breakthroughs. Therefore, the self heading to Nan Nan's house in the simulation should at least have been in that state. Yet this self, having ignited the flames of vitality capable of defeating Yun San with a single finger, actually lost his memory. What exactly did he encounter at Nan Nan's house? The information swirling in his mind left Chen Ping'an feeling a bit chaotic. And compared to the above 2 pieces of information, meeting the Emperor has already become an added bonus. Since one simulation isn't enough, I will conduct more simulations. As my strength increases, I will surely obtain more information. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an chose to continue the simulation, but before the simulation, he decided to retain the Dragon Bloodline Purple. After clicking the Confirm option, the Dragon Bloodline Purple was fixed in the third talent position. As Chen Ping'an sat in the cafeteria, he felt a powerful surge of heat erupting within him, and under the impact of this heat, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Moments later, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes, a brief golden ripple flashing across his gaze, and he curiously clenched his fist. It seems a bit different now. The system panel suddenly opened right in front of Chen Ping'an, and at this moment his personal information had undergone a new change. Name: Chen Ping'an. Apocalypse Countdown 7. Race: Human Dragon. Attribute: Physique 41. Mentality 15. Talent: Martial Myth Red Knights. Journey: Gold Dragon Bloodline Purple. Chen Ping'an felt that his strength had nearly doubled compared to before, and his eyesight had also improved significantly. After a moment of thought, Chen Ping'an understood what was happening. Is a point of physique in humans the same as a point of physique in elephants? Perhaps at extremely high life levels the power gap between the two would narrow, but at lower levels the physical qualities brought by a point of physique among different bloodlines are completely different. In simple terms, after merging with the dragon bloodline, even with the same 40 points of physique, the increase in strength is nearly doubled compared to when he was purely human. Because the physique value does not refer to strength, but symbolizes the degree of life's evolution. 9 limit breakthroughs are better described as the path of continuously ascending to higher life levels. It can be said that the essence of the vitality martial arts is the path of mortals towards the extraordinary. After quickly adapting to the changes brought about by the bloodline talent, Chen Ping'an chose to initiate the simulation again. Unfortunately, in the next 10 simulations, no better talent than the dragon bloodline appeared, and even some unclear talents like the orc's iron rod and tentacle power emerged. Moreover, the results of the simulations were not satisfactory. Chen Ping'an even chose to leave a note hoping to prevent the emperor's coma or explore more possibilities. However, this time, Chen Ping'an discovered that the information he left behind had no effect on the self in the simulation at all. In 10 consecutive simulations, each time the self in the simulation would choose to go to the magic city and under the call of some mysterious power ultimately die in front of that mysterious blood-colored door. System: why can't I leave notes now to interfere with myself in the simulation? Your action of leaving information may increase your risk of exposure each time you die in the simulation. Exposure. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brows in contemplation of the system's response. Exposed to whom? What would be the consequences of exposure? But no matter how Chen Ping'an inquired, the system would only repeat this answer. Chen Ping'an had no choice but to give up, but it was certain that, in future simulations, unless Chen Ping'an's real-world status changed, otherwise the self in the simulation would merely carry talents knowing that the apocalypse is coming but unaware of what the apocalypse truly is, thus conducting survival in the apocalypse. So if more information is needed, Chen Ping'an must explore more in reality. Ping'an, are you still here? Have you eaten well? Come on, let me show you our privileges properly. Just as Chen Ping'an was pondering what to do next, he suddenly felt a shadow blocking his line of sight. Looking up, Chen Ping'an saw whom he couldn't see the face, only 2 towering peaks standing before him. Viewing from the side, they formed a ridge on the horizon, truly a pair of perilous heights. What are you looking at? You just rejected me, now you're looking. Did you discover my charm? The peaks stepped back 2 paces, creating distance, revealing Yun San, who had come to the cafeteria. At this moment, she was wearing a blue knitted shirt beneath her windbreaker. Whether it was the color or the angle to Chen Ping'an, the mountains seemed magnified. As Yun San inquired, the peak's fluctuations were even visible to the naked eye. This I would gladly call you the blue-clad war goddess. However, recalling from the previous 11 simulations, every time at the start I had to engage in a friendly match with this woman. Chen Ping'an's expression became somewhat peculiar. I wonder who exactly pushed whom the first time. With my courage, surely I wouldn't be the one being pushed, right? After being rejected by Chen Ping'an, Yun San pondered where the problem lay. Clearly, according to the emperor's words, I am quite good-looking, and those men usually gaze at me with a certain intensity. So why didn't Chen Ping'an directly accept me? Being single for over 20 years, Yun San contemplated for the first time the topic of how to flirt with a man. The results from her search on her phone suggested that most men prefer something fiery. Having received combat training since childhood, Yun San didn't understand what fiery meant. However, after watching a few videos that supposedly made men feel hot, she decided to dress up in this manner. Looking at the somewhat dazed Chen Ping'an, Yun San couldn't help but whisper to herself, If I have your seeds, I shall secure them. As if recalling something triumphant, she couldn't help but giggle. Chen Ping'an, coming to his senses, looked at Yun San, who was grinning foolishly, and felt that he must have overeaten to find this battle man attractive. All right, Captain Yun, let's go. I'm quite curious about Jean as well. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yun San remembered the main purpose of their trip and led him out of the restaurant. On the way, Yun San explained Jin's responsibilities and powers to Chen Ping'an. In simple terms, Jin's primary duty was to maintain the peace of Dian, to ensure that those bizarre, inexplicable existences do not harm the citizens of Dian. Correspondingly, Jin's powers were also quite formidable. Jin's organization had the authority to intervene in all matters concerning the safety of Dian, and all official agencies within Dian had an unconditional obligation to assist Jin. After listening, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but ask curiously, with such great power, isn't there a fear that absolute power leads to absolute corruption? Yun San's answer was quite simple. Because the Emperor has always been guarding this country in the dark, and Jin is an extension of the Emperor's will. As long as the Emperor continues to care for the citizens of Dian, then Jin will forever remain a shadow of Dian. If that's the case, Captain Yun, I would like the officials of Magic City to help me investigate something. Chen Ping'an stopped in his tracks and said seriously to Yun San. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a document marked as top secret was handed to Chen Ping'an. Here, Chen Ping'an, this is the information you wanted to see. At this point, Yun San looked at Chen Ping'an with a somewhat peculiar gaze. However, the investigation results seemed to differ significantly from your description. Upon hearing Yun San's words, a sense of foreboding flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind as he casually opened the sealed envelope in his hand. Inside the topmost item was a black and white photograph taken on site. The black and white photograph depicted a grand luxurious villa identical to the one Chen Ping'an had seen at Nanan's house in the evening. Indeed, what Chen Ping'an had tasked the officials of Magic City to investigate was the information regarding Nanan's home. Regardless, he had lost his memory when heading there tonight. Moreover, even in the simulations, he had not recalled the lost memories despite breaking through to 9 extremes. Only when he personally arrived in Magic City during the simulation did that memory begin to resurface, but each time the memory returned, a voice would sound in his ears, leading to his immediate demise. Chen Ping'an moved the black and white photograph aside to reveal a colored photograph beneath it, and upon looking at the colored photo, his pupils slightly contracted. In the upper right corner of the photograph was the date it was taken, which was exactly 9 o'clock that morning. Although the scene had changed drastically, Chen Ping'an could barely discern that the colored photograph depicted the same place as the black and white one. However, the massive mansion he remembered had now turned into a pile of ruins. This ruin appeared to have been abandoned for many years, yet no weeds grew. Instead, it exuded an eerie gray hue, as if it had stepped out of the black and white photograph. In stark contrast to the surrounding modern villas, this ruin appeared so out of place. Yes, this is indeed the home of the little girl you mentioned. If you hadn't pointed it out, we might never have discovered such a ruin in the central villa district of Magic City. We don't know how many years this ruin has stood in the heart of Magic City. Even after the investigator took this photograph, they also experienced memory loss. It was only when Yin came to assist that they successfully retrieved the photo. In the electronic archives of Magic City, there was also no information about this ruin. However, fortunately, we found some ancient paper records in the oldest archive of Magic City. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brows tightly, put down the photo, and picked up the last paper investigation report from the envelope. According to the records, this ruin should be about 100 years old, and the owner of the mansion was surnamed Lin. The Lin family seemed to have been quite influential in old Magic City a century ago, but their descendants were not numerous. According to records, the last head of the Lin family had only one daughter. A century ago, when the Japanese invaded Dian, the first battle unfolded in old Magic City. It seems the Lin family had some contact with the invaders, and after that great battle in old Magic City, there were no further records of the Lin family in either official or civilian documentation. It seems everyone forgot about the existence of the Lin family. All investigators who approached within 10 meters of the ruins would faint directly. Those who were pulled out would only awaken after about 10 minutes, but they would forget the existence of the ruins. All mechanical devices would similarly malfunction upon entering 10 meters of the mansion. Due to the bizarre circumstances, no attack experiments were conducted. The Japanese Empire was the former name of Inazuma, a country that brought profound suffering to Dian a century ago, and it was then that the emperor emerged, repelling the invaders and restoring the land. After being driven back to their homeland, the Japanese Empire unconditionally surrendered. From then on, it was renamed Inazuma. Ping'an, do you know what the term Nan means? Yun San's voice resonated in Chen Ping'an's ears as he furrowed his brows. He looked at Yun San in confusion. Nan is merely a term, it means little girl. I don't believe any child's real name would be Nan. I don't know what you've seen, but this bizarre phenomenon is something we have never encountered before. I do not recommend you continue to investigate this place. The black and white photograph depicts a young man and woman alongside an adorable little girl. Behind them stands the complete Lin family manor. The man wears an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, such as one might only see in period dramas, lending his bearing an air of unwavering integrity and quiet strength. Beside him, the young woman dons an elegantly tailored cheongsam. Though rendered in monochrome, her gentle demeanor and exquisite features remain unmistakable. Chen Ping'an felt a faint suspicion stir regarding their identities. The third figure in the photograph was a little girl seemingly 8 or 9 years old. She wore a Western-style Lolita dress and beamed with radiant joy, happily holding the hands of the couple beside her. She looked every bit a blissful little princess. Yet Chen Ping'an murmured, "She is not Nhan." After careful scrutiny, he compared her face to the image etched in his memory. He realized Nhan's features were far more delicate, so exquisitely refined that even now Chen Ping'an found himself momentarily entranced. No. A sudden jolt surged through him. He had awakened the martial cultivator's intellect talent from the Shaka Xing cultivation manual. Under the influence of the Shaka heart, how could he possibly lose himself upon seeing Nhan? That was deeply unnatural. Such beauty surpassed the bounds of mortal existence. Yun-san watched Chen Ping'an's shifting expression and sighed. "Ping'an, this is the final generation of the Lin family patriarch and his wife and daughter. Beyond this, we've uncovered no further records, not even their names. It appears some force has erased all traces of their existence within the great Yin Empire. Moreover, every ordinary investigator involved in this case has forgotten the Lin family entirely. These documents were retrieved solely by Yin, the awakened investigator, after painstaking effort." At this, Yun-san lifted his gaze, his eyes grave as he fixed them on Chen Ping'an. "Let it go, Ping'an. Like those stone houses. If this manor has stood at the heart of Modu for a century, then let it remain as it is, untouched, unchallenged." Chen Ping'an paused slightly upon hearing these words. Indeed, the strangeness of this matter had long exceeded his capabilities. Yun-san's counsel held merit, but Chen Ping'an had no choice but to investigate. And would Nhan truly harm him? Memories of his 2 brief encounters with Nhan rose unbidden in his mind. She was a sorrowfully endearing child, intelligent, serene, and profoundly still. Being with her brought Chen Ping'an a rare, deep tranquility. Perhaps because in her quiet solitude he sensed a resonance with his own orphaned soul. "Nhan wouldn't harm me. We've met twice. If she intended harm, she'd have acted long before now." Yet this certainty birthed fresh questions. Why in the simulation did he lose his memory after visiting Nhan's home tonight? Who erased his recollection? And if such power existed, why not simply kill him outright? Why wait until the apocalypse descended to take his life? And who precisely killed him in that simulated reality? What connection, if any, did the colossal Crimson Gate bear to the coming cataclysm? Why did it stand alone at Modu's center after the giant hand vanished? And why, of all places, did the eerie Lin family manor manifest there? The questions multiplied relentlessly, yet the simulation stalled precisely here, yielding no further insight. Pushing aside the torrent of unanswered questions, Chen Ping'an turned to Yun-san, whose eyes shimmered with quiet concern, and said, "I need more food. Captain Yun, please arrange again the same meal you provided this morning. I'll need far more than before." Strength, greater strength, alone would yield the final answers. Whatever the mystery, resolving it demanded only one thing: eliminating its source. Before the apocalypse arrived, he would become utterly invincible. As resolve hardened in Chen Ping'an's heart, his first talent, martial Dao myth, flickered faintly while the violet radiance of his third talent subtly shifted. A true martial cultivator wages war against heaven and earth. He may be cunning or upright, lustful or reckless, but he must never yield. On the evening of the 3rd day at 7 o'clock, Modu's central villa district, a black-clad Chen Ping'an stood before the Lin family manor. Yes, he had resolved to meet Nhan once more. Whether to uncover the truth behind the manor or to discern Nhan's true nature, evasion offered no solution. Evasion was not shameful, but in this moment Chen Ping'an refused to betray his martial Dao heart. If he retreated now, would he flee again when the apocalypse struck? At the heart of the villa district, the gray, uncanny ruins, once desolate, had reverted with nightfall to their appearance a century prior. A lavish villa now rose at Modu's very center, yet all surrounding structures lay plunged in absolute darkness, for Yun-san had evacuated every person within a 3-kilometer radius. On the glass balcony of the villa's 2nd floor, Nhan sat upon her small red chair, gazing silently upward at the twin crescent moons, growing ever fuller in the sky. Perhaps it was illusion, but the unrelenting sorrow in Nhan's eyes seemed just slightly to ease. Tap tap. A soft rapping sounded at the window. Nhan looked up, and there stood Chen Ping'an, his gaze upon her heavy with complexity. "Big brother." Her face lit with pure delight. She hadn't expected Chen Ping'an, who had promised to return, to arrive so soon. Seeing him outside the window, Nhan felt an inexplicable surge of joy, yet Chen Ping'an offered no smile in return. Instead, the depth of his conflicted expression only intensified. Once Chen Ping'an's extraordinary hearing had allowed him to track others' footsteps inside the manor. Now aware of its abnormality, he listened again and swiftly detected something wrong. Each footstep echoed at identical intervals. The figures within the manor were repeating the exact same steps over and over. And Chen Ping'an's exceptional memory recalled the very same rhythm from his previous visit. Those treading these halls were unlikely to be human at all. When Chen Ping'an remained silent, his expression growing increasingly somber, Nianyang sensed something amiss. Fear flickered across her face, and she rose timidly, retreating toward her room. At that moment Chen Ping'an spoke, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. "Nianyang, I have a question for you." Hearing his words, Nianyang halted mid-step. Her keen intuition told her his tone held no malice, only a strange melancholy sorrow. What would Big Brother like to ask Nianyang? She lifted her head, her large, beautiful eyes gazing up at him, soft, tentative, luminous. Chen Ping'an gazed softly at Nan before him, her delicate features almost otherworldly, and asked gently, "Nan, how long have you lived in this home?" At Chen Ping's question, Nan's expression instantly relaxed. "Big Brother, you scare me to death. I thought you were about to do something terrible. I've lived here since I was little, so many years as my age." Nan replied fluently to Chen Ping's inquiry, but faltered slightly at the end of her sentence. The little girl suddenly froze. "Strange, how old am I?" It seemed as though she had stumbled upon an unsolvable riddle. She lowered her head and rubbed her small temple, straining to recall. "How odd. I remember only gazing at the moon, waiting for Mama and Papa." "Mama and Papa? Why must I wait for them? Aren't they already? Who is Papa? Who is Mama?" Her voice grew increasingly fractured. Watching Nan's growing disarray, a flicker of sorrow softened Chen Ping's eyes. If his suspicion held true, Nan might have perished long ago. Yet Chen Ping, intently focused on Nan, failed to notice that beyond the balcony the lights of the Lin family mansion dimmed one by one, vanishing into darkness. "Who are you?" A cold feminine voice pierced Chen Ping's ear. "Who?" He recoiled sharply, several paces back, and whirled around. There where he had just stood a beautiful woman clad in a maid's uniform. Her gaze was glacial as she watched him retreat, yet she made no move to pursue. Her eyes softened, however, as they fell upon Nan on the balcony, lost in bewildered thought. "Little mistress, it is time to sleep." Her voice carried an uncanny hypnotic resonance. Upon hearing it, Nan's limbs went slack, and she collapsed silently. Upon the pristine white carpet, tiny Nan lay utterly fragile. Seeing her slumber peacefully, the maid Yujie turned toward Chen Ping. "An awakened one. This is your third visit to Miss Nan. Out of respect for her, I shall spare your life, but your memories of this place must be erased." Without another word, Yujie vanished, blurring forward with lethal speed. Only then did Chen Ping realize this woman had no heartbeat. No, not only her. Within the entire mansion, every footstep besides Nan's belonged to a being without a pulse. And yet, even as Yujie signaled intent to strike, Chen Ping sensed no malice radiating from her. Not a whisper of aura betrayed her presence. No wonder she'd approached him undetected. She was the perfect assassin. Now braced and alert, Chen Ping raised his arm just in time to block her onslaught. Boom. Their titanic clash sent visible ripples shuddering through the air. Yujie's eyes widened, just slightly, in surprise at having her strike intercepted. How could an awakened one of this era possess such strength? Still, this level falls far short. I've barely exerted 3/10 of my power. Yujie lunged, a devastating kick arcing from beneath her maid's skirt, her black pantyhose-clad legs slicing the air with a thunderous crack. Chen Ping, having absorbed the blow, cast a strangely quizzical glance toward Yujie. Mistaking his gaze for lewdness, Yujie's fury flared hotter, and her kick gained even greater force. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Yujie unleashed countless kicks, each more ferocious than the last, until she nearly forgot her original intent, merely to knock him unconscious. Yet Chen Ping blocked every strike, and his gaze, growing ever more peculiar, only deepened Yujie's wrath until she finally committed her full strength. Her next kick tore faint condensation, a shimmering sonic halo, from the air. Snap! Chen Ping's hand closed firmly around her calf. Yujie remained suspended midair in a perfect split, frozen in stunned disbelief. Her all-out assault had been stopped, utterly effortlessly. Chen Ping, wearing an oddly awkward expression, murmured, "You seem rather weak." Yujie's face flushed crimson. She strained desperately to wrench her leg free, but his grip held like iron, unyielding. Thus Chen Ping, still holding the pantyhose-clad maid aloft in a rigid split, fell into quiet contemplation. So she doesn't intend to kill me, only erase my memory. Her strength and speed appear equivalent to 6-fold human limits. No wonder in earlier simulations I lost all memory upon entering here at only 4-fold limits. But, feeling the boundless ocean-deep power coiling within his body, Chen Ping paused, momentarily stunned. Perhaps he'd overprepared excessively. He refused to flee the Lin residence's eerie reality, but neither would he court death needlessly. His sole recourse had been to push his physical constitution to its absolute zenith before arriving. Bolstered by limitless high-energy rations from the military base, Chen Ping'an's vital energy had surged beyond imagination. Now his ki-blood churned like a fathomless sea, each circulation resonating with a deep sonorous dragon's roar echoing from within his very bones. On his simulation interface, Chen Ping'an's physical attribute had reached 100, the ultimate perfection attainable after ninefold transcendence of human limits, the true apex of mortal potential. Beyond this point, no nourishment, no training, no effort can advance him further. This is the pinnacle of the martial sovereign path. The path ahead lies severed, and the only force capable of shattering this final barrier, rekindling destiny itself, is the mythic martial god. Yu Jia cried out sharply, jolting Chen Ping'an back to awareness. His gaze dropped instinctively and met a fleeting glimpse of bare skin beneath her skirt. My apologies. Die. The moment Chen Ping'an loosened his grip, Yu Jia wrenched her leg free and leapt backward with blinding speed. She fixed him with a glare of utter revulsion, as if he were some grotesque pervert. Thud, thud, thud. From within the house erupted several shadowy figures, each upon closer inspection an identical Yu Jia in maid's attire. Yet unlike the Yu Jia who had just fought, their eyes held no spark, no soul, only hollow vacancy. Attack. Sever his third leg. A sharp chill shot down Chen Ping'an's spine. Even the mightiest man fears injury to his most vital appendage. Miss May, please hear me. I absolutely did not see any bare skin. Silence. Enraged, Yu Jia slashed her hand downward, and the phalanx of maids charged. Each possessed Yu Jia's exact speed and strength. Yet no number of 6th-tier adversaries could harm Chen Ping'an, now standing at the absolute summit of 9th-tier transcendence. Watching the battlefield crumble under Chen Ping'an's effortless dominance, Yu Jia grew frantic, just as she hesitated, wondering whether to deploy her final desperate recourse. Enough. Xiao Yu, stand down. A cold voice imbued with authority echoed through the air. On the balcony, the girl had awakened, though it was unclear when. As soon as the girl spoke, all the maids who had been attacking Chen Ping'an halted their assault, bowing in unison before quietly retreating. Yu Jia, who was commanding the battle, heard this voice. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and in the next moment, she hurriedly knelt on the ground, lowering her head to the girl. Master, Xiao Yu has failed in her duties and disturbed your sleep. Please punish me. The girl ignored the bowing Xiao Yu and instead turned her gaze towards Chen Ping'an. Her eyes made Chen Ping'an feel a sense of unfamiliarity. The once clearly defined black and white of the girl's large eyes had transformed into beautiful golden-red pupils. Yet being stared at by those eyes made Chen Ping'an, who had reached the limits of human capability, feel a sense of pressure. Who exactly are you? Chen Ping'an asked. The girl did not respond directly, but continued to observe him as if she had discovered something marvelous within him. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to approach her to take a closer look at her state, the girl finally spoke. Xiao Yu and I are merely the guardians of the door. Since I can remember, I have been responsible for suppressing the great door deep within this residence. The door? Could it be the blood-red door that stands in the center of the demon city after the apocalypse? Just as Chen Ping'an was preparing to continue his questioning, the space before him suddenly shifted. He was transported from the broad world outside the glass balcony of the residence to a dark space. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had no time to ponder how he had been moved here without his knowledge. His gaze was completely captivated by the bizarre phenomenon before him. It was a door tall enough for a person, looking very ordinary, just like the bedroom doors found in every household. Yet upon closer inspection, this door was anything but ordinary. The entire door appeared to be stained with blood, and on its dark red surface countless strange characters seemed to flow as if they were living beings. The moment he caught sight of the door, a voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's heart. Open it! Open it! Open it! The attributes on the simulation panel began to fluctuate slightly. Chen Ping'an's gaze grew vacant, as if he were under some control, wanting to step forward towards the door. As Chen Ping'an lifted his foot to take the first step, roar! A golden dragon shadow flashed before his eyes, and simultaneously a massive roar seemed to echo in his ears. Chen Ping'an's eyes suddenly cleared. What just happened to me? The awakened Chen Ping'an felt a bit disoriented. After a moment, he remembered what he had almost done and was filled with dread. I was silently controlled. What on earth is that door? After awakening, the blood-red door in his mind seemed to have lost its magical allure. Just as Chen Ping'an was preparing to observe what was happening, in the blink of an eye, a pair of malicious eyes was suddenly right in front of him, staring intently at him. The blood door, which should have been far away, had somehow come right before Chen Ping'an's eyes. All the strange characters on the door had vanished, replaced by countless human eyes that covered its surface. Countless eyes were fixed on Chen Ping'an, and within each eye was an impenetrable malice. Head devour. A strange and inexplicable sound emanated from the door, and just hearing it made Chen Ping'an feel a stirring sensation in his flesh and blood. But before Chen Ping'an could fully process it, the space shifted again. Before him appeared Xiaoyu kneeling and pleading for mercy alongside the girl who looked at him with calm eyes. The girl's expression was astonishingly calm, her tone flat and devoid of any fluctuation as she asked Chen Ping'an, "You saw that thing, didn't you?" Upon hearing the girl's question, Chen Ping'an realized that the recent spatial shifts were orchestrated by this seemingly innocent young girl. What exactly was that? The scene of the strange characters on the door transforming into eyes reminded Chen Ping'an of the colossal hand that obscured the sky during the apocalypse. In a previous simulation, when he observed the giant palm up close, he had seen it covered with countless bizarre characters. After Chen Ping'an launched an attack in the simulation, those characters had similarly transformed into strange human eyes. Now seeing the same thing again made him suspect there was a connection between the two. In response to Chen Ping'an's question, the girl with golden red pupils maintained her calm tone and replied, "That is the door I guard. I have been here watching over it for 100 years. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ping'an quickly pressed on, "What exactly is that door? What would happen if it were opened? Why must you guard it? Who are you, Wan?" At this moment, Chen Ping'an had many questions he wanted to ask. After finally finding something related to the apocalypse, he poured out a stream of inquiries. Watching Chen Ping'an's eager expression, the girl gently shook her head. "I do not know. Since I became conscious, I have been here guarding the door. It seems a woman who felt familiar once told me never to let this door open. But 100 years is too long. I began to seek things to pass the time. It seems I have the ability to create puppets. I made many puppets and Xiaoyu is my most perfect creation. Other than lacking a heartbeat, she is no different from a human. After creating Xiaoyu, since she is not human, she would not be deceived by that door. I let her continue guarding it while I entered a very long dream. In the dream, there was a little girl with loving parents. But one day after the father left, he never returned, and the mother began to weep for the girl. The girl knew nothing, but her mother's crying made her feel a pang of sorrow. Yet being so young, she could do nothing but hold her mother tightly, believing that this would ease her mother's pain. At this point, a look of confusion returned to the girl's eyes. "I do not know who I am. I only remember that someone once called me Wan, and thinking of that voice makes me feel nostalgic." Seeing the girl's bewildered gaze, Chen Ping'an, who felt anxious inside, calmed down. "Wan, if you are the guardian, can you ensure that door will never be opened?" Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's question, the girl firmly nodded. "Since I became conscious, I have known that as long as I am alive, that door will never be opened." Chen Ping'an listened to Nanan's words, his expression complex, though he had no idea where her confidence stemmed from. Yet the silent, effortless teleportation she had just performed left no doubt in his mind. This little girl was far more extraordinary than she appeared. But if, as Nanan claimed, the Great Gate would remain sealed so long as she lived, then how could it be that on the second day of the apocalypse, his simulated self had clearly witnessed that very gate thrown wide open? Only one conclusion remained possible: the girl before him had died in the future. Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply. The thread of clues had snapped entirely. Nanan did not know why she had become the gatekeeper, nor, according to her own words, could the gate ever be opened. Then whence truly had the apocalypse arisen? Had it truly been that colossal hand, suddenly shattering the heavens 7 days later and descending upon their world? No, that could not be right. That gate must be tied to the apocalypse. It defied all reason for such uncanny coincidence, the giant hand appearing over Modu on day 1, and at Modu's very heart a gate inscribed with eerie alien script. Just as Chen Ping'an stood deep in thought, his brow knotted tight over the riddle of the apocalypse. A small hand gently settled upon his forehead, smoothing away his frown. "Big brother, please don't look so sorrowful. I feel sad too seeing you like this." Unbeknownst to him, Nanan now hovered weightlessly before his eyes, gazing at him with quiet concern. "This tone, are you really Nanan?" Nanan's eyes still shimmered gold and crimson. Puzzled, she tilted her head and asked, "Has big brother grown duller?" Nanan has always been Nanan. Awake or asleep, it's all me. I've only just woken up, and I'm still a bit groggy. Oh, but I'm sorry. I was still dazed from waking, and I accidentally sent big brother off to gaze upon that gate. Someone once told me that gate must never be shown to just anyone. Ordinary people would suffer grave consequences. Chen Ping'an sighed inwardly, gazing helplessly at the apologetic girl. Had he then been collateral damage from her mourning days? Seeing Chen Ping'an innocently caught in the crossfire, Nanan sheepishly stuck out her tongue and swiftly changed the subject. "Ahem. Big brother, I've just remembered something. I can fly too. Come on, I'll take you soaring." With that, she reached out and clasped his large hand firmly. In the next instant, she lifted her gaze toward the 2 silver moons hanging in the sky, her eyes flashing with an otherworldly luster. Whoosh! An invisible force enveloped Chen Ping'an, and under Nanan's gentle pull he soared upward, lifting high into the boundless night sky. 100 meters. The altitude climbed steadily, the grand manor beneath them dwindled to a mere speck. Xiao Yu, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, leapt upright in shock and cried out, "Pervert! Release my young mistress." Chen Ping'an felt the immense, unyielding force encircling his body and glanced down speechless at Xiao Yu's frantic cries. "Wait. Miss Maid, you can't claim that with a straight face. She's the one who abducted me." Yet he had no chance to defend himself. Though his exceptional vision and hearing allowed him to see and hear Xiao Yu's desperate shouts below, he himself was utterly powerless, carried aloft against his will. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. As the altitude surged ever higher, the vista beneath widened dramatically, until the entire metropolis of Modu unfolded before Chen Ping'an's astonished eyes. Countless streams of vehicles lit by gleaming headlights coursed like luminous blood along Modu's radiant avenues. At that moment, the brilliance of human civilization pierced the primordial darkness that had reigned since the sun's descent. Ever since humanity first kindled fire, night itself ceased to bar its advance. Neither mountains, nor oceans, nor darkness could halt its stride. Step by step, humanity conquered this world, not through the feats of any solitary transcendent being, but through the tireless intergenerational labor of ordinary souls like you and me, building, preserving, and passing on the torch of civilization. Soaring freely at such dizzying heights for the first time, gazing down upon the miraculous works of humankind, Chen Ping'an felt a quiet, profound emotion well up within him, tender, reverent, unmistakably moving. The anxiety that had coiled around his heart, the dread of impending doom, seemed to loosen, almost dissolve. Suddenly a cascade of silvery laughter rang out from above. He looked up, and there was Nan-Nan, radiant with delight, gazing down upon the vast expanse of earth beneath them. "Ha! Big brother, Nan-Nan has watched the moons for 100 years. Someone once made a promise with me about them, but the details have slipped beyond my memory." At this, she gave a soft, thoughtful shake of her head, the effort of recollection stirring a faint discomfort in her mind. After a pause, she smiled again at Chen Ping'an. "Now Nan-Nan is so strong. I feel I can fly higher and higher. This is my first time leaving home, and I never imagined our world seen from the moon's vantage would be so breathtakingly beautiful." Wonder shimmered in her eyes as she beheld the land below. For a century the world had been confined for Nan-Nan to that tiny patch of sky visible beyond her glass balcony. But now, having met Chen Ping'an for the first time, she yearned to step beyond. Watching Nan-Nan's joyful face, Chen Ping'an's own gaze softened. Left alone on the ground, Xiao Yu paced back and forth in mounting distress. Yet her eyes could no longer trace her young mistress's form. In anxious murmurs, Xiao Yu whispered to herself, "Disaster. That pervert has actually spirited away my young mistress. I've heard rumors. Human society harbors wicked men who prey upon little girls. If that monster even laid hands on me, what peril must my young mistress now face?" The flustered maid failed in her panic to recall that her young mistress was, at the very least, 100 years old. Should true danger arise, it would be Chen Ping'an, not Nan-Nan, who was the tender, vulnerable one. Just as Xiao Yu fretted deep within the manor's shadowed recesses, the blood-red gate's eyes flickered open once more. Malice still burned in those eyes, but now confusion flickered alongside it. Had the seal grown weaker? Seizing the opening, it hurled itself violently against the barrier's edge, straining to break free. Above the manor, two figures streaked downward through the air with a sharp, tearing cry. Thud. A muffled, thunderous impact echoed far across the dark chamber. The seal, suddenly restored to full strength, repelled the gate with brutal force, sending it hurtling backward in stunned recoil. From within the tumbling gate erupted a furious guttural roar that shook the entire void. "Damn you, sovereign emperor. Young mistress." Xiao Yu, spotting her mistress safe and sound, dashed forward and snatched the beaming Nan-Nan from Chen Ping'an's grasp, immediately burying her deep into her own broad protective embrace. Then, as if warding off a thief, she instantly recoiled, putting firm distance between herself and the equally cheerful Chen Ping'an. "Sch. Ed. Room." Nan-Nan's muffled voice emerged from Xiao Yu's chest, but the maid paid her no heed, instead fixing Chen Ping'an with a fiercely suspicious glare. "Young mistress. Let's go home immediately. Men who look that handsome are always scoundrels." With that, Xiao Yu clutched Nan-Nan even tighter. Chen Ping'an stared helplessly at Nan-Nan, now completely submerged beneath the maid's formidable bosom, too overwhelmed even to protest the slander. Instead, he offered a quiet warning. I think Nan-Nan might be suffocating." Gasping desperately, Nan-Nan, ignored by Xiao Yu, raised her right hand in indignation and swept it outward. An irresistible force seized Xiao Yu, effortlessly prying her arms apart, and only then did Nan-Nan escape, gulping air with wild, ragged breaths. In that fleeting moment of near asphyxiation, Nan-Nan had glimpsed the threshold of the afterlife, and from that jolt fragments of long-buried memory stirred awake. After wriggling free from Xiao Yu's arms, Nanan's mind flickered with a sudden memory the grand courtyard of the Lin family estate. Don't worry, Wanru. Take good care of Nanan. I will return. Everything will be fine. A man in a Zhongshan suit waved cheerfully at the mother and daughter, yet deep anxiety smoldered unseen in his eyes. Behind him stood a contingent of foreign soldiers, short in stature, clad in olive green uniforms, their gazes glinting with chilling malice and cruelty. The mother, draped in an elegant cheongsam, clutched the trembling little girl tightly to her chest. No one noticed that her own hands trembled faintly. The scene froze. Nanan's consciousness hovered like a silent observer watching the tableau unfold before her. An inexplicable ache stirred in her heart. Nanan gazed blankly at the image as if some long-buried emotion were surging up from the depths of her awareness. Nanan! 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 Little mistress! Little mistress! Suddenly 2 voices rang out. Distant at first, then rapidly drawing near. Chen Ping'an stood flustered. After slipping from the clumsy maid's embrace, Nanan had abruptly gone vacanted. At first, Chen Ping'an assumed she was merely lost in thought. But moments later, blood began trickling from her nostrils, and the invisible force controlling Xiao Yu vanished entirely. Xiao Yu, who had been suspended midair in a spread-eagled pose, plummeted downward. Yet before she could cry out in pain, both she and Chen Ping'an were frozen in shock by Nanan's transformation. As Nanan's gaze dulled and crimson streaked her nose, fine cracks spiderwebbed across her delicate form. Xiao Yu had served Nanan for decades, ever since Nanan's primary consciousness fell into slumber. She had guarded her young mistress like a devoted mother, all while fulfilling her solemn duty as gatekeeper. Yet even Xiao Yu had never witnessed Nanan in such a state, fragile, fractured like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Chen Ping'an sensed far more than Xiao Yu did. His martial artist's spiritual intuition shrieked in alarm. With every new fissure blooming across Nanan's body, the overwhelming sense of peril made him feel death breathing down his neck. Both cried out desperately for Nanan. Though neither understood what was happening, it was unmistakable. Something grave had befallen her. Fortunately, their calls worked. Gradually, Nanan's eyes regained their luster, and the web of cracks dissolved as quietly as mist at dawn. When Nanan's spirit fully reawakened, 2 anxious faces filled her vision. Big brother Xiao Yu, why are you looking at Nanan like that? With consciousness restored, the memory she had glimpsed sank once more into the hazy recesses of her mind. Puzzled, little Nanan gazed at the pair before her, only to feel something cool and wet trace a path down her cheek. She gently brushed her cheek and discovered silent tears streaming from her eyes. She tried to wipe them away, yet the tears flowed unceasingly. How strange. Why is Nanan crying? Today was so joyful. Playing with Big Brother made me truly happy. Her voice broke into soft sobs as she lifted her head, her peerless beauty now veiled by an ineffable sorrow. Woo. Nanan doesn't know why. Her heart aches so deeply and she just wants to cry. Little mistress. At the sight of Nanan's grief, Xiao Yu's heart shattered. She lunged forward again, ready to enfold Nanan in a fierce protective embrace. Why, you stop. Terrified, Nanan cried out sharply, halting both her tears and Xiao Yu's motion. Chen Ping'an, observing the master-servant dynamic, couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. It's all your fault. You've made our young mistress cry. Xiao Yu shot Chen Ping'an a scathing glare over her shoulder. Standing before Nanan, emboldened as if shielded by her presence, Xiao Yu glared at Chen Ping'an with fierce indignation, completely forgetting her earlier thrashing. Well, you've got the bigger chest, so you win. A true gentleman avoids quarrels with women, Chen Ping'an mused wryly, vowing inwardly to thoroughly best this clumsy maid next time. Their glances locked fiercely in midair. No, it truly was joyful playing with Big Brother. It's just that for no reason at all my heart suddenly felt unbearably heavy and sorrowful. Nanan's sweet voice drifted out from behind Xiao Yu. The 2 instantly abandoned their silent duel and rushed to her side, recounting the eerie episode in hushed tones. After listening, Nanan shook her head gently. I don't know what happened either. Just now I seemed to recall something, but upon waking the memory slipped away, blurred and elusive. But I do remember one thing. I must not stray too far from here. Perhaps that strange occurrence was triggered by my wandering beyond its bounds. At this, Nanan quickly bowed her head in apology to Chen Ping'an and Xiao Yu. I'm so sorry, Big Brother Xiao Yu. I was just being playful and caused you both such worry. Gazing at the obedient little girl before them, Chen Ping'an and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance, then found themselves speechless. Moments later, they looked away in unison, each uttering a quiet, dismissive humph. Xiao Yu stepped close to Nanan and took her small hand. Mistress did nothing wrong. It was this foul man's grim, apocalyptic expression that prompted you to take him out for a stroll. This time, Chen Ping'an had no desire to bicker further with someone who appeared mature, but was in truth less composed than Nanan herself. Instead, he joined Xiao Yu in soothing her. Nanan, there's no need to blame yourself. Soaring through the sky with you today, this moment will remain etched in my memory forever. Thank you, Nan Nan. With those words, Chen Ping'an gently stroked Nan Nan's hair, under Xiao Yu's murderous glare, and only then did Nan Nan's worries finally melt away. What Nan Nan could not see was the renewed clash of glances above her head, between the man and woman whose eyes met once more. Let go of her hand. Filthy man, don't touch our young mistress. Humph, clumsy maid. Wasn't it you who erased my memories inside the simulation? Next time you'll experience the full terrifying weight of paternal discipline. Ah, already midnight. Nan Nan's startled exclamation shattered the silent standoff overhead. Hearing her, Xiao Yu's expression shifted instantly. She swept Nan Nan into her arms and dashed toward the grand mansion. Simultaneously, the other puppet maidens, named Xiao Yu, surged forward in unison. Ugh! Fong! Kai! Wait! Nan Nan cried out excitedly. But before she could raise her hand again to command Xiao Yu with that mysterious power, both she and the legion of puppets vanished into the mansion's threshold. Only then did Xiao Yu's voice drift back faint, but clear. We may appear only between 6 p.m. and midnight. Please return at that hour to visit our young mistress. Moments later, the midnight chime tolled, and the opulent mansion dissolved into gray, crumbling ruins, as if the maid and Nan Nan had been nothing more than phantoms conjured by moonlight. Chen Ping'an stood rooted in place, gazing upon the grand manor, now reduced once more to rubble, and felt a disorienting rift in time and space. Yet upon hearing Xiao Yu's final words, a faint smile rose on Chen Ping'an's lips. Well now, so this clumsy maid isn't entirely incompetent after all. Xiao Yu, who deeply disliked Chen Ping'an, had still invited him back one last time, because she knew her young mistress cherished him dearly. Her own preferences as a creation held no weight, only her mistress's desires mattered. Thus, though she loathed this lecherous man, she extended the invitation, for her mistress's sake alone. Such was the solemn duty of a maid, and of a creation, though the true nature of that eerie gate within the manor remained shrouded in mystery. Yet having confirmed that Nian Yin posed no threat, but rather was an ally, Chen Ping'an's mood remained relatively light. Deeper enigmas would have to wait until his strength grew far greater, until he could subdue even the most unsettling phenomena that had preceded Nian Yin's appearance. A moment earlier, while Chen Ping'an drifted helplessly in the void, his mind ensnared by the grotesque Crimson Gate, a primordial roar shattered the haze. Roar! A vast ancient bellow pierced through his consciousness, simultaneously in some unfathomable place and time. An immense golden eye, beyond all scale of imagination, slowly opened. Dawn of the fourth day, outside the villa district, Yun San and Yin stood anxiously before the fully cordoned-off zone. By days in the area had been confirmed as profoundly anomalous, though for now the manor, like the stone cottage, exhibited no overt danger, merely erasing the memories of ordinary people who drew near. Yet if Chen Ping'an's claim held true, that a little girl capable of coherent dialogue dwelled within that manor, the implications shifted entirely. The gene organization had never encountered anything like it, an anomalous entity capable of meaningful communication. Ordinarily, aberrations, their sworn enemies, were nothing but manifestations of malice and deceit. They toyed with human minds, cruel and cunning, but never conversed. Just as a person would never speak to a plate of roasted chicken. Standing outside the perimeter, Yun San recalled Chen Ping'an's parting words before entering. Captain Yun, the worst that could happen is I lose my memory. When you see me again, tell me everything about this manor. Indeed, Chen Ping'an had prepared a failsafe, backing up his attempt to contact Nian Yin. According to his simulations, the encounter on the third night posed no mortal danger. Thus, he'd instructed Yun San to await him outside, ensuring that even if his memory were erased, he could reclaim it through her. All right, danger neutralized. Everyone well done. Suddenly, a familiar male voice rang beside Yun San. Startled from her reverie, she looked up, and there stood Chen Ping'an, having appeared beside them without a whisper. Chen Ping'an, are you unharmed? What exactly happened inside? As Yun San and Yin watched with mounting urgency, Chen Ping'an concisely recounted the events within the manor. He withheld nothing regarding the Crimson Gate, since it manifested in reality, bearing no connection to that monstrous otherworldly hand. So you're saying the little girl, the maid, even the entire manor, they're all mere sentinels. Their sole purpose, to guard that accursed Crimson Gate. Yin spoke stunned. He knew Chen Ping'an's prowess well, capable of shattering a Tier 3 aberration with a single fist. Yet even such a man had fallen under the gate's control. How terrifying then must that gate truly be? What Yin did not yet know was that at the time of that confrontation, Chen Ping'an had only just completed his third blood limit break, his peak state. Yet in less than a day, expending an entire warehouse of rare medicinal herbs, he had surged beyond all prior limits, achieving his 9th blood limit break, standing now one step shy of becoming a living myth of martial cultivation. And yet, Even this Chen Ping'an had been subdued by the Crimson Gate. Beside him, Yun San's demeanor grew strangely pensive. Ever since hearing of the gate, she had lapsed into deep contemplation. After Yan's exclamation, Yun San suddenly snapped her fingers, the four heaven seal. Her eyes lit with sudden fervor as she turned to Chen Ping'an. I remember now. It matches what His Majesty the Emperor once described. Chen Ping'an seized her hand, voice urgent. Captain Yun, do you know what that Crimson Gate truly is? Feeling the warmth of his palm, Yun San, who rarely showed vulnerability, felt an unexpected flush rise to her cheeks. Well, I'm not certain really. I only recall His Majesty mentioning something similar once. But His Majesty's circumstances are exceptional, so he offered no details, only noting that entities like this Crimson Gate exist in sets of 4. At her words, a thunderclap seemed to detonate within Chen Ping'an's mind. Four metropolises, each exceeding 10 million souls, fell sequentially at the onset of the cataclysm. Then the collapse ceased. I always assumed the cataclysm struck megacities first by chance, if instead its pattern followed a deliberate design. Those eldritch runes upon the Crimson Gate bear uncanny resemblance to the markings on the colossal hand, and afterward an identical gate materialized wide open at the heart of Modu City. It must be, the Four Heaven Seal is inextricably linked to the cataclysm's origin. For the first time he had grasped its trailing edge, and exhilaration surged through him. Ping'an, gentler please, you're hurting me. Yun San's soft cry broke through his euphoria. In his excitement, Chen Ping'an had unconsciously tightened his grip. Thankfully, Yun San's timely protests spared her from injury. Yin stared dumbfounded, not at the gate's dominion over Chen Ping'an, but at his own captain heavens above. Has our indomitable captain actually blushed? Chen Ping'an instantly released her hand. Upon inspection, only faint red marks remained. No harm done. Yun San shot him a wry, reproachful glance. Who would have thought this seemingly guileless youth possessed such rough hands? A delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks, as if recalling something tender. Embarrassed, Chen Ping'an quickly composed himself. Captain Yun, I must meet His Majesty immediately. Please arrange it. Please make the arrangements. Ping'an, as a gene operative, your audience with His Majesty is assured, but current circumstances are extraordinary. You'll need to wait 6 days before you may enter his presence. Watching Yun San's troubled expression, Chen Ping'an's thoughts raced. She keeps stressing His Majesty's condition is exceptional. What has befallen him? Even if she won't say, I already know where he resides. I need only ask for the location. Next, Yun San was unwilling to relent, insisting that he could only meet the Emperor in 6 days. However, Chen Ping'an, aware of the Emperor's location, remained unfazed. As long as he knew the whereabouts of the Jin headquarters, he was prepared to seek out the Emperor alone. Thus, Chen Ping'an shifted the topic. By the way, Captain, I've just joined Jin and am not too familiar with the organization. Could you take me to the headquarters? I want to meet more Awakeners. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an awkwardly change the subject, Yun San cast him a suspicious glance. Yet seeing the calm expression on Chen Ping'an's face, she pondered for a moment and ultimately agreed, sure. After saying that, Yun San seemed somewhat worried and added, Ping'an, don't rush. The Emperor is indeed not in a convenient position right now. After 6 days, I will definitely take you to meet the Emperor. I'm sorry, but I promise to keep matters concerning His Majesty confidential, so I can't share anything with you, Ping'an. At 1 o'clock in the early morning of the 4th day, at the military base airport in the Magic City, Yun San and Chen Ping'an were seated side by side in Jin's supersonic jet. Under Yun San's watchful gaze, Uncle Yin obediently went to the cockpit to chat with the pilot. However, the encouraging glance he shot before leaving made Yun San feel a bit unsettled. Speaking of which, I actually have 2 tasks for coming to the Magic City, Yun San said, noticing that Chen Ping'an's attention had been piqued. Yun San raised one finger and stated, the first objective was to test your strength and recruit you into Jin, which has been successfully accomplished. As she spoke of testing strength, she noticed Chen Ping'an's half-smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yun San hurriedly raised a second finger and continued, the other objective comes from the Emperor's premonition. Premonition? Chen Ping'an looked at Yun San with some confusion. The simulation indeed mentioned that the Emperor could vaguely sense future events, so was Yun San here because the Emperor had sensed something? Yun San nodded and elaborated. I need to explain that the Emperor can vaguely perceive future information. This time the Emperor sent me because she sensed that a disaster would strike the Magic City. At this point, Yun San seemed to recall something and added, it was the afternoon when you saved the second miss of the Yin family that the Emperor suddenly had this premonition. Yun San smiled and said, it seems that the disaster she sensed should be that bizarre or eerie Lin family's mansion, but fortunately with you around, everything was resolved perfectly. Yun San looked at Chen Ping'an with fiery eyes, increasingly satisfied with the powerful and handsome man before her. After sending Uncle Yin away, the cabin had been sealed off in advance, creating a space that was just right for deepening the relationship between a man and a woman. In the supplementary materials, Yun-san had studied the male and female leads, often had indescribable experiences in such environments. However, Chen Ping'an at this moment was completely oblivious to Yun-san. His mind was preoccupied with her previous words. This was the first time he learned that the Emperor had sensed impending trouble in the Magic City. But was it really something bizarre or related to the girls? Why did he feel such a strong sense of unease after learning this news? At this moment, the supersonic jet had taken off, and as Chen Ping'an gazed out of the window at the scenery rising beneath him and the splendid lights of the Magic City in the distance, his sense of unease grew even stronger. Just as he intended to turn around and discuss this feeling of unease with Yun-san, he suddenly heard, "Oh no, Chen Ping'an, something has come back with me." A mysterious female voice abruptly echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. At the same time, a pitch black suddenly appeared in the dark night sky over the Magic City. The black that was even darker than the night itself, and just by looking at it one could feel a strong wave of despair and fear. The black dot suddenly expanded and then vanished. In the place where the dot had been, a figure with its head bowed appeared. Under the moonlight, a man dressed in modern clothing stood silently with his head lowered. But no one would truly consider him ordinary, for he was hovering thousands of meters in the air. The figure remained suspended in midair, maintaining its bowed posture. Except for Chen Ping'an, who had astonishing perception, no one on the plane or in the ground forces of the Magic City noticed him at that moment. Chen Ping'an's face instantly turned extremely grim. Ever since that man's appearance, he had felt an unprecedented sense of intense threat. Just as he intended to take a closer look, the figure suddenly vanished. As Chen Ping'an was about to search for it, a ghostly face pressed against the cabin window merely a finger's breadth away from him. Its mouth was split open to the point of near rupture, forming a bizarre and twisted smile. The eye sockets were completely hollowed out, leaving only two deep black holes from which blood flowed. As if sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze, the ghostly face opened its mouth, revealing not a throat, but a gigantic human eye. "Yun-san, hurry and notify the Magic City base. The disaster the Emperor sensed is here, and you all need to escape quickly," Chen Ping'an shouted urgently, not waiting for Yun-san to respond. He grasped the aircraft door and gently applied force, warping the steel door open. With the opposing airflow, the aircraft momentarily lost control, but fortunately Yun-san, not being an ordinary person, quickly grabbed the seat to steady herself. Chen Ping'an, completely ignoring the impact of the airflow, fixed his gaze on the bizarre floating figure outside the door. With a push off the ground, Chen Ping'an leaped out of the doorway, casually pressing the warped door back into place, causing the strong, opposing airflow in the cabin to finally dissipate. Bang! The cockpit door was suddenly thrown open, and Uncle Yin rushed out exclaiming, "Captain, we must make an emergency landing immediately." The recent rush of air into the aircraft had startled both Uncle Yin and the pilot. However, after a moment, everything returned to normal, but the aircraft had sustained structural damage and needed to land for repairs. Uncle Yin came out to assess the situation, but upon opening the cabin door, he was met with a scene of chaos inside the cabin and the distorted, deformed steel door. Yun-san, seeing Uncle Yin, finally regained her composure. Without time to explain to Uncle Yin, Yun-san hurried to the window to look outside. Upon seeing the scene outside, her face turned pale as she turned to Uncle Yin and shouted, "Quickly contact the Magic City ground forces. We need support at the highest level." Behind Yun-san, a severed arm had crashed against the glass, leaving countless cracks on the aircraft's windows. Through the cracked glass, the dismembered Chen Ping'an was facing off against a grinning humanoid figure. As Chen Ping'an burst through the cabin door, the grinning humanoid also distanced itself from him. The figure hovered in the air, not far away, observing Chen Ping'an with its human-like eyes. With a forceful step, Chen Ping'an created layers of shallow sonic boom clouds beneath his feet. Like treading water, he gained an upward buoyancy by stepping through the air. As Chen Ping'an assessed the grinning humanoid before him, he felt an undeniable certainty at first glance. The disaster that the Emperor had foreseen was indeed this creature. In the perception of his martial arts spiritual awareness, the mere existence of this figure was accompanied by waves of twisted malice continuously spreading around. This characteristic, combined with its appearance, instantly reminded Chen Ping'an of the mutated humans killed by a giant hand in the Demon City 10 days later. For some reason, the humanoid did not attack directly, but continued to observe Chen Ping'an with its human-like eyes. "Chen Ping'an, quick, kill it. It is using this vessel to locate this spacetime." A mysterious female voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. Strangely, he thought he could faintly hear sounds of fighting from her side. The woman's words darkened Chen Ping'an's expression. "Hey brother, you look so ugly, you might as well roll off to reincarnate." As soon as the words fell, a huge sonic boom cloud formed beneath Chen Ping'an's feet. With the immense reaction force, he instantly lunged toward the grinning humanoid. Rip! Just as his fist was about to strike, the grinning humanoid vanished instantaneously, and along with it Chen Ping'an's attacking right hand. Chen Ping'an maintained his stance of stepping into the void, but his expression turned extremely serious. Blood and energy had already suppressed the bleeding from his severed arm. The grinning humanoid reappeared at the edge of the cabin, grasping Chen Ping'an's right arm. It lifted the severed limb, sniffed it twice, then seemed to lose interest, and casually tossed it aside. The severed arm crashed against the cabin window. Behind the window stood Yun-san, pale-faced in shock. Chen Ping'an felt the intense pain from his arm being torn off, yet his mind remained remarkably calm. Teleportation. No, wait, I saw a slight movement trail that was just too fast. Is it still watching me instead of attacking directly? Am I not the primary target? As the humanoid's human-like eyes continued to survey this world within an ancient stone house in the imperial capital, a slumbering figure opened its tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils. Yun-san nervously watched the sky. Chen Ping'an's earlier display of power had exceeded his comprehension. Yet even such a powerful Chen Ping'an was torn apart in mere moments. Upon receiving a communication from the nightmare, the troops stationed in the Demon City immediately mobilized, and reconnaissance instruments detected two figures in the sky. However, when the figures appeared on the army's display screens, shock filled everyone's eyes. How could humans stand in the sky? Chen Ping'an watched as his severed arm slid down the cabin glass, glancing at the bizarre creature nearby that was observing him and this world. Chen Ping'an gently shook his head, grasping his severed arm at the shoulder with his left hand, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hey monster, do you know what a martial arts master is? The voice was simultaneously recorded by the observation instruments and transmitted to the command room at the base. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. Martial arts master. Someone really skilled in martial arts. I heard that in the last years of the previous dynasty, several masters were shot dead by invaders with guns. What is martial arts? Isn't it just some flashy moves? The highest commander did not stop his subordinates from discussing, but looked at Chen Ping'an with a hint of surprise. Is it him? Looking at the unresponsive, grinning humanoid, Chen Ping'an continued to ask and answer himself. You wouldn't know, not even everyone in this world knows. So tonight, let me tell you what the ultimate martial arts master of the human realm is. Those who break the human limits with blood and energy are known as martial arts masters. A myriad of deep red rays began to emanate from Chen Ping'an's body. If the sight of the grinning humanoid instilled fear and distortion, then gazing at the emanating crimson brought forth a sense of upliftment. When breaking human limits for the 7th time with blood and energy, the martial arts master enters the final stage, blood and energy, transforming into a dragon. The red blood and energy radiating around gradually took shape, resembling a 5-clawed red-scaled dragon looking down upon the world. As the red dragon manifested, waves of blood and energy gathered at the sight of Chen Ping'an's severed arm. In mere moments, surrounded by the glow, a complete arm regrew. Chen Ping'an flexed his brand new right arm, feeling the pain from moments ago when the monster had torn his body apart, a glint of red flickering in his eyes. I've kept you waiting. Now, let's start the second round. Allow me, the only martial arts master in this world, to properly entertain you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping'an's figure instantly flashed in the air, appearing before the grinning humanoid. The humanoid showed no signs of surprise. Just like last time, it extended its hand to try to rip off the arm of this food. But this time it was different. Chen Ping'an's eyes had completely turned golden red. This was the 8th level of blood and energy, the finishing touch, where his will began to merge with his blood and energy, resulting in a higher reaction speed. At this moment, the previously bizarre speed of the humanoid held no advantage in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Before the humanoid could grasp Chen Ping'an, he seized the humanoid's arm first. A smile appeared on both combatants' faces. The malice emanating from the humanoid coalesced entirely at its arm, forming visibly dark fluctuations. The malicious fluctuations began to spread along the arm that Chen Ping'an was holding, continuously invading him. Seeing the humanoid trying to pollute him and feeling the malice that could twist thousands, Chen Ping'an's smile remained unchanged. There are only 9 levels in the human realm. When the masters reach their peak, they continuously enhance their blood and energy. Although they can never achieve a qualitative change, the ultimate quantity is the essence of the 9th level. The 9th breakthrough of human limits. Blood and energy soaring. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed from the mouth of the blood-red dragon behind Chen Ping'an. In an instant, an almost infinite amount of terrifying blood and energy surged from Chen Ping'an's body. The boundless night was illuminated by his blood, turning it crimson across the sky. The wave of black malice under the relentless wash of blood and energy dissipated in no time, and this boundless sea of blood and energy transformed into an immense pressure surging from the arm that Chen Ping'an grasped into the humanoid. For the first time, the humanoid's human-like eyes revealed a look of surprise. But just a moment later, under the impact of Chen Ping'an's ultimate blood and energy, the humanoid couldn't even resist and turned to ashes. Looking at the bizarre humanoid defeated by his blood martial arts, a surge of pride rose within Chen Ping'an's heart. Today I slay you with the ultimate being of the human realm. In the future, I will undoubtedly battle you again with the body of a martial arts legend. That night, everyone awake in Modu witnessed the sky beyond the city walls transform into a vast expanse of crimson. How to explain this anomalous phenomenon to the public would of course become the expert's burden. Chen Ping'an exhaled softly, gazing calmly at the grotesque humanoid figure that had crumbled into ash before him. With a casual sweep of his hand, the swirling aura of blood and chi dispersed into the air and flowed back into his body. The heavens darkened once more, bathed in the serene glow of moonlight, as if nothing extraordinary had ever occurred. Though brief, the skirmish moments earlier had already revealed the very zenith of Chen Ping'an's power. His physical constitution had now reached 100 points, signifying perfection, the true apex of mortal limits. As for transcending further into the realm of martial mythos, Chen Ping'an sensed a path forward, but he still awaited the crucial catalyst. After slaying the grotesque humanoid, Chen Ping'an remained suspended in the sky and inwardly asked, "What just happened? You said this thing followed you back." This time the mysterious female voice did not feign silence, but responded immediately. "Do you recall the previous simulation, when you broke through to martial mythos only to be slain by an unseen voice?" Her words stirred Chen Ping'an's memory. The afternoon after returning from the imperial capital aboard the high-speed rail, that particular simulation. It had been the strongest iteration of himself across all simulations. In the crucible of life and death, his simulated self had embraced mortality to transcend it, shattering his limits and attaining the genuine realm of martial mythos. Yet even such a breakthrough came at terrible cost. Grievously wounded and lacking sufficient foundation, he remained fragile before the hidden hand orchestrating his demise. But weren't those events confined solely to simulation? What possible link could exist between his simulated death and the emergence of this grotesque entity in reality? At this thought, Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply. Can monsters born in simulation breach into reality? A brief pause lingered before the voice replied. "The future holds infinite variables. I merely observe the timeline closest to your actual future, the moment you initiated the simulation. I never anticipated that the apocalyptic entities of your world would prove so terrifying." A tremor of lingering dread tinged her tone, and Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave in turn. "While observing your future, you made contact with it, and at that precise instant I too was struck. Though I retreated swiftly to my native temporal frame, that fleeting contact left traces of contamination upon me. Most of the corrupted data I purged outright, but fragments entangled with you slipped through, manifesting here in reality as the grotesque entity you just destroyed." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an's face darkened completely. "So does this mean I must cease simulating the future altogether? If I continue, won't I inevitably encounter it again?" At his words, the voice's tone sharpened with urgency. "Rest assured, Chen Ping'an, the entity possesses no true capacity to traverse time and space. It merely exploited its aberrant nature to spread corruption onto me, the observer. Thus." At this, the voice seemed to catch herself, realizing she had divulged something forbidden, and swiftly pivoted. "Relax, Chen Ping'an. I have fully eradicated the residual contamination and reinforced my resistance against it. Next time you simulate, such an incident will not recur. Proceed without hesitation. Oh, and what you just obliterated? Merely one of its eyes. Keep pushing forward, Chen Ping'an." With that, the mysterious voice vanished once more. Yet her final remark left Chen Ping'an utterly speechless. That colossal hand had spanned the entire city of Modu, while countless such eyes had densely covered its surface, near infinite in number. As Chen Ping'an conversed with the enigmatic voice, the supersonic jet simultaneously completed its emergency landing. Boom. With a deafening crash, the warped metallic cabin door was kicked clean off. Yun-san and Yin burst forth from the fuselage, faces taut with urgency. Lifting their gazes, they beheld the sky awash in crimson light, streaming downward, converging into Chen Ping'an's form. With preternatural vision aided by the pale moonlight, they discerned the grotesque entity had vanished entirely. Before they could react, Chen Ping'an plummeted vertically from a kilometer's height. To their horror, he accelerated like a falling meteor, ever faster, ever more inevitable. They could not fathom how he had ascended, nor grasp the nature of the entity, nor comprehend why the man who had just fought so fiercely now fell so suddenly. Yet instinct outpaced thought. Seeing Chen Ping'an descend with such terrifying momentum, they did not pause to consider impact. They rushed forward, determined to save him. When Chen Ping'an descended within 100 meters of the ground, his velocity peaked, so great that the shriek of displaced air already thundered across the earth. But, tum, a sound like a celestial war drum reverberated overhead. The crimson streak slowed. Then in moments Chen Ping'an landed firmly upon the earth facing Yun San and Yin, both struck dumb with disbelief. His garments torn from fierce combat, Chen Ping'an glanced at their stunned expressions and frowned in mild confusion. What are you staring at? Did I expose myself? Could you fetch me some clothes? Yin ignored the request, murmuring blankly, who or what are you? How can a human possibly fly? No wonder Yin was astounded. Within their organization, even the strongest operative, Yun San, ranked only level 2. Human flight defied every principle they had long held sacrosanct. Chen Ping'an stared at Yin as if he were unhinged. Sir, trust in science. Humans lack wings. How on earth could we fly? Yun San and Yin simultaneously pointed their fingers, not at the sky, but at Chen Ping'an himself. Only then did Chen Ping'an realize they referred to his aerial battle with the grotesque entity, and he smiled. You know how people tread water. That keeps them afloat. Martial cultivators tread air much as swimmers tread water. It's perfectly scientific, isn't it? Just now I ceased treading air to descend quickly. Then as gravity drew me close to the ground, I resumed treading, generating upward counterforce. Thus I landed smoothly. Simple physics, really. Having heard Chen Ping'an's explanation, Yun San and Yin exchanged glances, feeling profoundly insulted yet unable to refute his logic. So, martial cultivators truly possessed such extraordinary power. At this realization, a spark ignited in their eyes. Master Chen, we wish to learn martial arts. They no longer regarded Chen Ping'an as an awakened one, for no awakened being they'd ever heard of defied reason so utterly. Chen Ping'an waved dismissively. We'll discuss that later. The creature is fully eradicated. It must be the calamity the emperor foresaw. Before he could finish, both men fixed him with strange, puzzled looks. Chen Ping'an, what creature are you talking about? Feeling the bewildered gaze of the two, Chen Ping'an only sensed a chill creeping into his heart. Before Chen Ping'an could continue conversing with them, the mysterious female voice echoed again. You need not discuss this with them. That humanoid form is an existence that should not appear in this time and space. If it had continued to exist, it would have been like an impurity contaminating this time and space, and giving that monster the chance to come here. And after you killed that humanoid, the world has already corrected its skew. Except for you who remembers it, because of my presence, everyone else has forgotten. These two awakened ones merely retained a few more seconds of the earlier memory than the others. They will only remember you inexplicably flying into the sky and then releasing a crimson light. However, rest assured they will find their own rationality for everything that just happened. This is also the result of the world's correction. In the command center of Magic City, the highest commander ordered the end of the night drill, and everyone returned to their rooms to continue resting as instructed. As for the surveillance instruments, the scene of Chen Ping'an fighting the humanoid gradually faded away. In its place was Chen Ping'an bursting out of the cabin, releasing a scene filled with blood-red light. As soon as the mysterious female voice fell, Yun San and Yin Wei, momentarily stunned, looked back at Chen Ping'an. Yun San excitedly said, Ping'an, I want to learn martial arts from you. Those moves you demonstrated were so cool. And Yin, the older man, also said with a face full of excitement, me too. Looking at the two with their memories corrected, Chen Ping'an was initially silent, then smiled slightly. All right, but let's find another plane to the imperial capital first. When Chen Ping'an and the others boarded another supersonic aircraft in the base, Chen Ping'an ignored Yun San, who was dressed in tight clothing, and kept moving closer and reopened the simulator panel. The fourth talent slot has been unlocked. Would the player like to start the simulation? Due to the defeat of an enemy from another time and space, reward opportunity for talent elevation has been granted. Would you like to use it? The first prompt is a matter that should have been in the fourth talent slot, and Chen Ping'an was no exception, but the second prompt suddenly piqued his interest. He never expected that killing that strange humanoid would yield such a reward. It should be noted that Chen Ping'an's foundational martial arts myth talent red had come from the elevation of a golden talent. If used properly, this elevation opportunity could bring about earth-shattering changes to his power. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an looked at the talent panel. Talent panel: martial arts myth red, heroic journey, gold, dragon bloodline. In transformation, the first two seemed normal, but upon seeing the dragon bloodline, Chen Ping'an was slightly taken aback. Yesterday, he had been busy using food to enhance his vitality and had not continued the simulation. Therefore, this bloodline had not been replaced, and in the dark space facing that strange blood gate, the dragon roar that awakened him seemed to be related to this talent. System: what does this transformation status mean? Dragon bloodline is undergoing quality transformation due to unknown factors. Completion time unknown, cannot be elevated, unknown factors. Forget it should be a good thing, but does this mean I can only elevate heroic journey gold? System, let's hold on to this opportunity for now. Show me the talent options. I want to start the simulation. The panel information changed instantly, and new talents began to refresh. Please choose a talent: Siren Bloodline Blue, Paladin Blue, Telekinesis Purple, Siren Bloodline Blue, a type of hell demon weak in combat ability, but possesses astonishing charm. As a male Siren, aside from your inherent enchanting allure, you also have outstanding physical strength. After all, as a hard-working old ox that can plow the fields, your combat power must be guaranteed in bed. Effect increases charm and physical strength. Suddenly feels like the previous elf bloodline was weak. Both are blue, but look at the male Siren from another family gaining both beauty and enhanced physical strength. Alas, comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one throw away. Paladin Blue, as an orphan you were adopted by the church, and under its nurturing you became a loyal paladin in the eyes of the faithful. But to heretics you are the most terrifying executioner. Whether old, weak, or children, as long as they oppose the church you will decisively strike down with the sword in your hand. Effect Holy Cross Body Refinement Technique. Looking at this introduction, Chen Ping'an slightly frowned. Paladins from Europa. I have heard of their legends, but from the talent description, it seems they have special training methods. However, I really cannot like a sect that views others as heretics and seeks to destroy them. After all, we Indian only worship our ancestors and do not believe in those clay idols. Telekinesis, initial awakening of the spirit, gaining the ability to influence reality, but it imposes a huge burden on the brain. Perhaps the world is material, but how can the spirit generated from matter completely separate from it? Effect awakens telekinesis, willpower influencing reality. I'm only a step away from the martial arts myth at this point. In the previous simulation, I forced my breakthrough into the realm of martial arts myth by using death as a stimulus in a dire situation. However, this breakthrough is imperfect. My spiritual achievement is still insufficient to support the grandeur of martial arts myth. I hope this talent can help me further develop my spirit. System, I choose Telekinesis Purple to start the simulation. Time-space information anchoring observer deployment successful before the apocalypse began. You who met the Emperor in advance unfortunately did not obtain the information you desired. After sending all those you care about to the imperial capital, you arrived alone at Nanan's house waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. That's right, in real time, I have already noticed the abnormalities on Nanan's side. Even if I in the simulation do not know that a giant hand of destruction will appear in Magic City on the first day of the apocalypse, I would certainly check on Nanan's side at the first opportunity. You do not know what the apocalypse is, but you have always been worried about Nanan's situation. Nanan happily welcomed you, although she was puzzled as to why you were pressing Xiaoyu down and Xiaoyu was crying out in distress. After spending a pleasant night, Xiaoyu and Nanan bid you farewell, and the mansion returned to its gray, ruined appearance. The clock struck midnight, and the sounds of celebration for the new year came from the surrounding villas, while your heart sank little by little, because you know the first day has begun, the apocalypse has arrived. On the first day you sit cross-legged in the void before Lin family manor, your cultivated blood, chi, and spirit now fused into a single primordial essence, deep as a dormant dragon in an abyss unfathomable in its depth. At midnight the chime of 12 tolls, and a violent, overwhelming sense of threat surges from directly above the manor. The ink-black sky fractures. Thin iridescent fissures bloom across it, shimmering with dazzling seven-colored light. Even your peerless constitution recoils in discomfort at their radiance. In the next instant the heavens shatter. You watch clear-eyed and unblinking as a colossal palm, vast as a metropolis, emerges from the rift. It spreads wide, blotting out the sky over Moda City. Your martial Dao intuition screams in alarm. Within your perception, an unrelenting tide of madness and malice pours forth from that palm, now the very sky itself. Yet you remain unaware. Behind you the gray ruins have silently turned pitch black. Above Moda the titanic hand unleashes boundless, unrestrained malevolence. At this distance, however, the malice no longer affects you. As you gaze upward, a strange thought flashes through your mind. The palm seems not to strike, but to grasp for something. Suddenly the blackened ruins behind you explode violently. You whirl around, instantly abandoning all focus on the sky. From the wreckage soars the crimson gate you once beheld in the void, flying straight toward the colossal palm. But you pay it no heed. Your entire awareness is seized by what unfolds atop the rubble. Xiaoyu holds Nanan aloft, but her hand pierces the child's chest, clutching a golden heart in her palm. Bewildered, you surge forward to save Nanan. As you reach them, you see Xiaoyu weeping blood tears, her eyes brimming with shattered anguish. You raise your hand to pull them apart, when Nanan disintegrates before your eyes, shattering into countless fragments that vanish into Xiaoyu's body. Faintly her lips move, "Kill me." Before you can act, the fused entity, once Xiaoyu, radiates AT. Chen Ping'an stares at the final line of text hovering on the luminous screen, preparing to consolidate the insights gained from this simulation. But the simulation is far from over. The information continues to refresh. After you fall, unconscious, grotesque humanoid figures, twisted into rictus grins, converge upon Modu's center from every corner of the city. You lie defenseless, utterly vulnerable. They could end you with a touch. As the nearest one looms over you, its hand reaches for your throat, when a flash of black light cleaves it apart, scattering its remains. The first day passes. You remain unconscious while faint hollow sounds echo nearby, objects dropping to the ground. On the second day, a liquid flows into your mouth. Your body drinks it in, ravenously absorbing precious nourishment, and your eyes open. Before you stands Yun-san, face etched with frantic worry. Seeing you awake, she drops her supplies and throws herself into your arms. In that moment, you finally understand how Nan nearly died. How Xiaoyu meant to kill her. You gently push Yun-san away, gazing at her battered, bloodied body, and at the grotesque corpses strewn around. You fall into silence. With her aid, you stagger out of. The boundless malice is halted, repelled by your domain of blood and chi. As you gaze at the colorful sky, a deep hatred fills your eyes. This time, however, it is not a giant hand that appears. A massive eye as large as a mountain emerges from a crack, an unimaginable monster peering from beyond the world. This eye bears no madness, only utter indifference, like a cold deity high above. The mere aftershock of its gaze sends a shiver through your martial body, hinting at an impending transformation. Yet whether to consider it a stroke of fortune or a mark of shame, its attention soon shifts elsewhere. Your attempt to obscure the sky with your blood and chi draws no notice from it. Beneath your veil of chi, the people of Chuan City, who were previously unaffected, begin to undergo transformations. Under the malice of that gaze, your chi loses its power. Suddenly, its focus fixates on the center of Chuan City, and with its gaze, a blood-red beam of light ascends from the heart of the city. That is the last remnant of the Four Heavens seal, the final blood door. A strange voice resonates directly in your mind, as if a multitude of human voices were overlapping, with countless wails and curses surfacing upon closer listening. You look up only to find its eyes gazing down at you from the heavens. An overwhelming malice magnified 1,000-fold compared to when the giant hand appeared descends upon you. You are compelled to push your blood and chi to their limits to counter the impulsive transformations surging within your body. For the first time, surprise flickers in its gaze, as if it did not expect to encounter a being capable of withstanding its stare in the mortal realm. It extends its hand towards you for the first time. Under the hand large enough to cover a city, you feel like an ant. Countless monsters transformed from the people of Chuan City surge toward you. In this moment of confrontation, each creature possesses power and speed rivaling that of peak masters. As you watch the horde of mutated monsters charge at you, fear does not. With the fire of anger burning in your heart, your blood and chi surge outward uncontrollably. In an instant, they envelop your body and continue to expand. Moments later, a colossal golden-red giant stands upon the earth. The golden-red figure frantically raises its fists toward the sky. With each punch, a golden-red dragon shadow strikes upward. Every impact is powerful enough to shatter mountains. After countless strikes, however, the result is that you remain unharmed while the giant hand draws ever closer. Boom. The gold-red giant capable of shaking mountains begins to collide head-on with the giant hand for the first time. The standoff lasts but an instant before it is shattered as waves of unimaginable malice spread from the point of contact toward the golden-red figure. The blood and chi filled with martial spirit are instantly corroded by this malice. You continuously shatter the corrupted blood and chi, igniting new ones, relentlessly assaulting its palm. Bang! As the giant hand crashes down, the millennial Chuan City is instantly reduced to a flat expanse. Beneath the colossal palm, you feel as though you have fallen into an ocean of malice. The overwhelming blood and chi capable of covering an entire city dissolve at an unfathomable speed. When the last vestige of your spirit-infused blood is consumed, your will descends into eternal silence. You have died. The simulation has ended. This session's survival duration was 4 days. Due to your physical condition reaching its limit, attribute points are temporarily reserved, waiting for the player to break through the life level before being added. Do you choose to retain the talents obtained from this simulation? After seeing the final line of the simulation information, Chen Ping'an slowly closes his eyes. Moments later, Chen Ping'an opens his eyes again, carefully reviewing the simulation information from start to finish. This simulation has provided far greater rewards compared to any previous one. Perhaps due to the telekinetic talent before the apocalypse began on the first day, the self in the simulation had already broken through the limits of humanity, entering the realm of martial myth. Such a normal breakthrough into martial myth finally qualified him to confront that giant hand. Although the outcome still resulted in being crushed, it was a significant improvement over the last time when he was simply obliterated by a sound. In this simulation, several crucial pieces of information were also obtained. First, the purpose of that giant hand is indeed the blood-red door. It also seems that as the number of blood doors opening increases, its power strengthens. Second, Xiao Yu has a problem, as she appears to be controlled by something. Under the influence of this control, she killed Nan Nan. The result of the self in the simulation who fought against the mutated Xiao Yu with the body of martial myth was merely a Pyrrhic victory. Third, the master of the giant hand seems to have some limitations. It attacked 4 cities and 4 heavens. It appears that after each brief stay it must leave our world. The information from this simulation is too abundant. Chen Ping'an took a long time to sort through the details. However, according to what was said at the beginning of the simulation, it seems that this time, meeting the emperor did not yield the desired results. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an's brow furrows slightly. Although the simulation suggested this, he still decided to seek out the emperor to inquire directly about the 4 heavens seal. After all, the purpose of the giant hand is the 4 heavens seal. At present, it seems that the only one who understands the 4 heavens seal is the emperor. System, I choose to retain the talent telekinesis purple. This is the first time Chen Ping'an has acquired a talent related to the spiritual domain. The breakthrough point of martial myth lies in the fusion of spirit and qi. Qi represents the highest manifestation of the Bodhis essence, and when the 3 treasures of essence, qi, and spirit converge as one, it is the realm of martial myth. As Chen Ping'an's words fall, the fusion of talent begins. Chen Ping'an's current mental stat stood at 31 points, a value incrementally elevated through repeated breakthroughs that had pushed his physical limits to their utmost. Body and mind were intrinsically intertwined. When the body faltered, the spirit inevitably waned. When the body grew stronger, the mind naturally flourished in kind. At that moment, as the telekinetic aptitude fused with his being, Chen Ping'an sensed a cool liquid current slowly unfurling within his consciousness. A soothing crystalline clarity washed over his entire brain, and within that serene stillness, something miraculous unfolded. In moments, the fusion was complete. Chen Ping'an blinked, startled, aware even then of a subtle, yet undeniable shift within himself. His gaze drifted toward Yun-Sen seated beside him, who now slumped slightly disheartened after her failed attempt to entice him. As his eyes settled upon the snow-white peaks before him, a strange certainty bloomed in his mind at that instant. If he so willed it, he could directly. Yun-Sen suddenly cried out, instinctively clutching her chest and fixing Chen Ping'an with a wary, searching look. But before she could fully register his presence, Chen Ping'an had already closed his eyes. Yun-Sen frowned, glancing first at Chen Ping'an, motionless, eyes shut in deep concentration, then tugging at her form-fitting garment to peer inward. What just happened? Did I feel something touching me? After a moment's reflection, and seeing no third person in the confined cabin nor any sign of movement from Chen Ping'an, she dismissed it as mere illusion. So this is telekinesis. Wherever my will directs, force follows, yet without tactile feedback. A slight pity. Within his mind, Chen Ping'an recalled with uncharacteristic solemnity the sensation of wielding telekinesis for the very first time. Upon completion of the aptitude fusion, his mental stat surged from 31 to 41 points. Though its raw power remained modest, telekinesis ignited a cascade of novel applications within Chen Ping'an's imagination. Yet before he could further test its limits, an intense, searing heat detonated inside his skull. Simultaneously, the telekinesis purple indicator on his simulation interface blurred and flickered. In the great Yin realm, awakening was possible for all, its origins deeply rooted in the world's ancient history. Chen Ping'an was indeed no awakened cultivator as Yun-San and others claimed. He was purely and simply a martial artist. Yet that did not preclude the possibility of his own awakening. And now, with the telekinetic aptitude fully integrated, his true awakening had begun. Unlike the cool serenity of telekinetic fusion, this awakening felt like a bomb detonating deep within his cranium. An overwhelming wave of heat forced a guttural groan from his throat, and twin rivulets of blood streamed from his nostrils. This awakening was profoundly aberrant. Logically, Chen Ping'an's physique far surpassed that of Yun-San or Yin at the moment of their awakenings. If ordinary mortals like them could awaken successfully, there should have been no reason for Chen Ping'an to endure such violent backlash. The answer was simple. As previously noted in simulation, awakened cultivators could not cultivate the Qi-blood martial path, for Qi-blood energy and awakening energy were fundamentally antagonistic. Under normal circumstances, the sheer density of Qi-blood coursing through his body would have guaranteed failure, leaving him only with telekinesis purple as his sole new aptitude. Yet his mental stat, now at 41, propelled him instantly into the rank of a 4th-tier awakened cultivator. Still, against his 100-point Qi-blood constitution, that mental strength would vanish in an instant. The violent collision between the two forces erupted within his skull like a detonating charge. An ordinary martial artist attempting such an awakening would likely be reduced to utter idiocy in that very instant. But Chen Ping'an had long transcended the stage of Kiblood transformation into dragon form. His body possessed terrifying regenerative resilience. That resilience granted him the narrowest sliver of possibility success. The awakened mental energy had begun to vitalize, but under the relentless tide of Kiblood, most of it was swiftly erased. Yet in the end, a single filament of awakened mental energy endured, marking Chen Ping'an's formal ascension to 4th-tier mental awakened cultivator. In earlier simulations, Yun San had ascended to 7th-tier awakened cultivator in mere days through dual cultivation with Chen Ping'an. This proved that something inherent within Kiblood martial artists served as a potent catalyst for awakening, though one must not mistake it for mere biological fluid whose sole function was genetic transmission. The truth was straightforward. Kiblood, the vital essence coalesced from refined Jing and Qi, was the finest nourishment an awakened cultivator could ever receive. When both energies arose simultaneously within one body, they annihilated each other. Yet once awakening succeeded fully and the two forces harmonized, they began to reinforce and elevate one another. Conversely, if an awakened cultivator attempted to cultivate Kiblood from scratch, their awakening energy would obliterate the nascent Kiblood. Thus, the two forces existed in exquisite paradoxical symbiosis. Now, as that lone filament of awakened mental energy merged with his Kiblood, it was as though a single spark had fallen upon a mountain of gunpowder. Boom! His mental stat on the simulation interface skyrocketed. As his awakening tier ascended, a faint golden membrane shimmered into existence across the heavens. That membrane had always existed, latent within the fabric of reality, until now stirred by power exceeding worldly boundaries. Just as it descended toward Chen Ping'an, a low, resonant dragon's roar echoed from his very flesh. The golden membrane trembled faintly, then dissolved into silence. And yet seated beside him, Yun San remained utterly oblivious to it all. 41, 42, 51, 62, 75, 88. Finally, his mental stat stabilized at 88. His aptitude panel underwent a profound metamorphosis. Congratulations, Sovereign. Awakening successful. Telekinesis, purple has ascended to mental awakened cultivator golden. Mental awakened cultivator golden. With this awakening, the boundary between matter and mind grows indistinct. Though for certain individuals such power may inspire little more than whimsical manipulations of perception or crude hypnotic influence. Effect: initial mental awakening. New abilities emerge progressively with cultivation depth. A golden tier aptitude for mental awakening. Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned. Yet upon reflection, Yun San's rapid ascent to 7th tier in simulation confirmed that awakened cultivation was far more profound than commonly assumed. Yet why in the real world were there no exceptionally powerful awakened cultivators? He shook his head lightly. Perhaps that question belonged only to the Emperor Sovereign himself. Yun San lately had been ceaselessly seducing him. Asking her would yield less insight than letting her simply take him. For Yin, mental awakening conferred basic hypnotic control over ordinary people. For Chen Ping'an, however, the aftermath of awakening was utterly unlike anything described. In this moment of awakening of spiritual power, Chen Ping'an seems to have gained an eye to observe the world. He can sense the life forms on the plane, even catching a vague glimpse of their thoughts. For example, the girl beside him has a rather excessive amount of rosy thoughts in her mind. The external sensing is merely a supplementary ability resulting from the awakening of his spiritual attributes. The most fundamental effect of the attributes certainly acts upon one's own body. At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt an unprecedented clarity that he was so close to the realm of martial legends. In this instant, as long as he wished, he could transcend that boundary between heaven and man. By merging his vital energy with his spirit, he could achieve a certain form of immortality. Once he crosses this threshold, as long as his vital energy does not perish, Chen Ping'an will not face death. Unless he encounters a creature like the one in the apocalypse wielding a more terrifying power and vital energy to deplete all his essence, only then would Chen Ping'an truly die. Reaching this point in martial arts can be said to have begun to defy the laws of science. Within the novels Chen Ping'an has read, it could barely be said that he has touched the threshold of high martial arts. However, Chen Ping'an was not in a hurry to break through at this moment for a very simple reason. Having clarified the essence of martial legends, Chen Ping'an understood that entering the realm of martial legends was merely a beginning. There would be 3 major stages ahead. Because the vital energy and spirit have already merged, the human form can transform at any time into a shape suitable for combat. At this moment, the only limit to the change in size is the range within which the vital energy can expand. This range is determined both by the amount of vital energy one possesses and by the magnitude of spiritual power. In the previous simulation, his vital energy could barely cover a city, or when highly concentrated, it could form a combat body towering 100 meters high. All of this is just the manifestation of the first stage of martial legends. What Chen Ping'an wished to do now was to elevate his spirit to perfection. This way, when he breaks through the boundary between heaven and man, he can gain the maximum enhancement. Just as Chen Ping'an was contemplating how to break through the martial legends, next a broadcast sound came from the plane. "Captain Ping'an, we have arrived at our destination." Hearing Yan's voice, Chen Ping'an woke from his thoughts. When he looked out the window, he discovered that below their private jet was the palace of the Great Yin Empire. It turns out that during the time of his talent enhancement, the plane had already arrived above the imperial capital. The Great Yin Palace was built during the previous dynasty, and after the establishment of the new Great Yin dynasty, most of the palaces were open to the public as tourist attractions. Only a small portion of the area remained closed to the public for various reasons. At this moment, judging by Yan's words, was the headquarters of Jin hidden within the Great Yin Palace. Chen Ping'an's gaze quietly examined this ancient palace under the pitch-black night sky. It was still the early hours of the morning, and the vast palace complex loomed like a range of mountains across the land. This was Chen Ping'an's first sight of the most significant embodiment of this nation's history, the Great Yin Palace. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's attention was drawn to the grand entrance at the outermost layer of the palace. Their soldiers in neat military uniforms were busy organizing something, seemingly preparing for a ceremony. Not far from the soldiers, there was a dense crowd of people. Despite being the coldest early hours of winter, everyone stood quietly and orderly at a distance. Among the crowd were men, women, and children of various ages, dressed differently, their spirits and qualities vastly different as well. Yet at this moment, they all gazed at the soldiers with an inexplicable intensity. In their eyes, there seemed to flicker a power that stirred Chen Ping'an's heart. Could this be the point? Suddenly realizing something, Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened, and he turned sharply to Yunsan, saying, "Captain, I have something to do. I need to go down for a moment." Without waiting for Yunsan's agreement, Chen Ping'an abruptly pulled open the airplane door. The fierce airflow tousled Yunsan's hair, and her emotions became equally chaotic. What does this brat want to do again? Bang! The cabin door slammed shut. Yunsan, disregarding her disheveled hair, rushed to the airplane window, only to see Chen Ping'an flying away into the distance. Indeed, this time, under the influence of his spiritual power, Chen Ping'an flew directly in the air, finally, not relying on stepping on air to float anymore. Soaring through the air. How cool. Yunsan looked towards the direction Chen Ping'an was heading, seemingly understanding his purpose, murmuring, "This guy, instead of looking at the beautiful girl, is running off to see that. But that's alright, it's good to take a look." By the end, a faint smile appeared on Yunsan's lips. Chen Ping'an, who had been almost invincible since they met. At this moment in Yunsan's eyes, he didn't seem so unattainable anymore. In a day, the darkest and coldest moment comes just before dawn. And every morning in the imperial capital at this darkest hour, countless citizens from all corners of the Great Yin gather here, braving the cold and darkness just to witness the Great Yin flag rise into the sky. Indeed, what Chen Ping'an wanted to see at this moment was the flag-raising ceremony of the Great Yin. The Great Yin has always belonged to the people. Before this palace that symbolizes the old era, the people's flag rises every day like the sun. Chen Ping'an was flying very cautiously, yet no one seemed to notice the shadow in the sky. Everyone's gaze was quietly fixed on the soldiers standing tall, protecting the flag in the open space ahead. Chen Ping'an quietly descended in a corner of the crowd, watching as the flag was escorted to the flag-raising platform by the flag bearers alongside every ordinary person present. When the flag met the flagpole, the entire venue fell silent. Only the faint sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. In the solemn stillness, the flag bearer raised his right hand and struck it heavily against his chest. The solemn national anthem of the Great Yin suddenly resounded with the flag bearer's motion. Accompanied by the stirring national anthem of the Great Yin, the 9 stars rising dragon flag steadily ascended into the sky amidst the expectations, reverence, and pride of all. The 9 stars represent the 9 provinces of the land, and the rising dragon symbolizes each citizen of the Great Yin. In our Great Yin, every person should be like a dragon. When the flag reaches the top, the dawn's light shines upon the golden flag. Soaring in the morning light, the rising dragon flies freely amongst the 9 stars, as if to tell the world that the Great Yin will once again reign in glory. Chen Ping'an quietly watched the rise of his country's flag. Perhaps in school he might have felt a little bored at the weekly flag raising, or he might have been mocked for openly expressing his patriotism. But as Chen Ping'an grew older, he understood more and more. When the national anthem plays and the flag flutters, every citizen of the Great Yin knows where their heart's home truly lies. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was no longer a martial legend nor the shadow of the Great Yin. He was just an ordinary person of the Great Yin. After the ceremony, Chen Ping'an stood for a long time. He wanted to say something, but when it reached his lips, he forgot the words. Within him, the spiritual energy that had suddenly surged felt somewhat ethereal. After this ceremony, it gradually settled down without him realizing. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the corner of Chen Ping'an's clothing. Chen Ping'an, immersed in the quiet settling of his nascent spiritual awareness, suddenly felt a gentle tug at his hem. He turned, only to see ordinary citizens who had just watched the flag-raising ceremony, their faces radiant with satisfaction and exhilaration. No one's gaze lingered upon him. No hand had pulled his sleeve. This invisibility to others was in fact an emergent effect of his awakened spiritual perception. Under conscious control, he could render himself imperceptible to ordinary people, so thoroughly that even were he to stand before a young woman in a bathhouse, she would remain utterly unaware of his presence. Thus whoever, or whatever, had just grasped his hem could not possibly be ordinary. Just as Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed in bewilderment, a tiny figure shimmered into existence before him in the air. Owing to her diminutive height, all he could see at first was a small silvery white head, and the owner of that head was clutching his hem with delicate slender fingers. Gazing upon the ethereal child, a quiet hypothesis stirred within Chen Ping'an. No wonder this is Jin's stronghold. Merely attending a flag-raising ceremony has led me straight to an awakened one. Beneath her silvery white tresses lay a face of startling, otherworldly beauty, youthful, flawless, and framed by a pair of crimson eyes that gazed up at him with the dewy, unguarded clarity of a fawn. If I ever have a daughter, she must be exactly like this. The thought flashed across his mind, unbidden and absolute. The crimson-eyed girl tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with such guileless charm that Chen Ping'an nearly melted on the spot. Just as he opened his mouth to ask who she was, she parted her lips softly. Dad. Chen Ping'an froze, utterly bewildered. Little miss, he stammered, you've mistaken me. I'm your elder brother, not your father. And you're an awakened one, aren't you? Do you know Yun-san? She brought me here as a newcomer. Hearing his words, the girl blinked, her limpid crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Just as Chen Ping'an assumed she had understood, she launched herself forward in a sudden, weightless lunge, and instinctively he caught her. A faint, sweet fragrance enveloped him. Strangely though it was their first meeting, her presence evoked an inexplicable, deep-rooted sense of kinship. As he held her, she pressed her small forehead gently against his, her luminous crimson eyes locked onto his, searching, scrutinizing, until after a silent moment, she declared with unwavering certainty, Dad. Her conviction left him utterly dumbfounded. Had he, without memory or awareness, somehow fathered this extraordinary child? She was undeniably enchanting, yet the notion sent a jolt of panic through him. Absolutely not. Chen Ping'an, still a blushing bachelor, swiftly banished the absurd paternal fantasy from his mind. Before he could speak again, a firm hand settled upon his shoulder. Chen Ping'an's ability to fade from perception operated through subtle spiritual influence, while the girl too had initially remained unseen, cloaked in a state akin to invisibility. Yet the moment she stepped out of that hidden state, the crowd instantly noticed her. A breathtaking child whose mere presence stirred no malice, only profound tenderness and yearning. Some observant women wondered if she might be lost, and immediately resolved to scoop her up, cradle her close, and shower her with affection. Then came her single word, Dad. And in that instant the crowd perceived Chen Ping'an as if for the first time, a man of arresting, almost disarming handsomeness. His concealment had been fragile, designed only to nudge perception, not defy it. A single vocal acknowledgement shattered the illusion entirely. Unaware of his own exposure, Chen Ping'an stood baffled as the onlookers, having heard the girl's cry and glimpsed his face, began to nod in quiet understanding, until his emphatic denial reignited their suspicion. Wait, he says he's not her father. Could she be lost and mistaken him? So handsome. I'd call him Dad too. City guard. City guard. Someone's kidnapping a child. Thoughts erupted like sparks among the crowd. Some sprang into action, racing toward the city guard stationed around the flag-raising square. When the guards arrived, they found only a man's back, and in his arms a girl of unearthly, heart-stopping charm. Recalling reports of possible child abduction, the vigilant guards strode forward without hesitation and placed their hands firmly on Chen Ping'an's shoulders. Sir, please accompany us. Huh. Inside the public order bureau beside the flag square. So, Mr. Chen, you came solely to watch the ceremony, and this young lady simply mistook you for her father. The guard regarded him soberly, his expression sharp with duty. Yes. Chen Ping'an sighed, nodding reluctantly. He understood their vigilance. Child safety was non-negotiable. With countless eyes upon them, he chose cooperation over confrontation, offering a calm, reasoned explanation. The guard studied the girl, still clinging tightly to Chen Ping'an, and asked once more, are you certain you're not her father? It's highly unusual for a child to bond so instantly with a stranger. Chen Ping'an had no answer. Since nestling into his arms, she had refused to let go. Not even when female guards attempted gently to lift her away at the bureau. She simply pressed closer, rooted to him. After a pause, he ventured hesitantly, could it B. Because I'm exceptionally handsome. The investigating guard glanced at that face, so striking it had drawn female colleagues crowding the doorway just to catch a glimpse, and found to his own surprise that he had no retort. Suddenly a clamor erupted outside the interrogation room. Before the guard could rise to investigate. Bang! The door burst open. Yun-sen stood there, her laughter already ringing out. "Ha! Heard you'd snatched up a little girl, Ping'an." Upon entering the interrogation room, Yun-sen's first sight was Chen Ping'an, gazing at her with a wry, helpless smile. Yun-sen, captain of the Imperial Security Force and untouched by romance for over 2 decades, now found herself immersed in rosy daydreams. Unceasing, unbidden, and utterly intoxicating. But the moment Yun-sen's gaze drifted to the silver-haired child nestled in Chen Ping'an's arms, her pupils contracted faintly. Among the citizens of the Great Yin Empire, hair and eye colors varied wildly. There was no uniform standard. Pure black hair and black eyes like Chen Ping'an's were in fact the rarer combination. Silver-white hair, though uncommon in the Great Yin Empire, did exist, but it was not the hue that startled Yun-sen. What struck her deepest was the sudden visceral sense of kinship welling up from within, the kind she had only ever felt toward one person. That feeling belonged to only one person. Inside the chamber, city guards watched bewildered as the tall, long-legged woman strode in unannounced. Yet when they noticed the chief inspector following closely behind, and saw him silently signal for silence, their confusion gave way to quiet deference. Yun-sen walked straight to Chen Ping'an's side. As she turned slightly and caught sight of the silver-haired child's face, Yun-sen gasped aloud, "You're..." But catching herself, aware of witnesses, she choked off the title instantly. The chief inspector and the guards exchanged puzzled glances. "DNA." Chen Ping'an meanwhile addressed Yun-sen directly, "Captain, I've apprehended a wild comrade. She's not one of ours, is she?" Hearing this, Yun-sen's chest heaved with indignation. She tapped Chen Ping'an lightly on the shoulder. "Don't speak nonsense. Who's wild?" With that, she formally assumed custody of Chen Ping'an under the authority of the Confidential Affairs Division, clearing him of all suspicion regarding human trafficking. Thus, on his very first day in the imperial capital, Chen Ping'an, briefly suspected of abducting a little girl, narrowly avoided incarceration. A most peculiar chapter had just begun. After exiting the security bureau, Yun-sen tossed a terse, "Follow me," over her shoulder and strode ahead briskly. Chen Ping'an sighed softly, watching her hurried retreat. Tightening his hold on the crimson-eyed girl still cradled in his arms, he followed effortlessly. Moments later, they arrived before the grand entrance of a secluded palace hall within the Great Yin Imperial Palace. Along the way, Chen Ping'an sensed numerous hidden observers tracking them, yet each pair of eyes withdrew the instant they recognized Yun-sen. Yun-sen drew a silvery metal card from her belt and swiped it against a discreet panel beside the massive door. Instantly, the floor beneath their feet vanished, and they dropped into darkness. Below stretched a long, smooth incline. Neither possessed ordinary physical limits, so the descent posed no danger, though instinctively Chen Ping'an shielded the quiet, delicate girl in his arms. Within seconds, the slide ended. They stood before an enormous stone gate, revealing at last a vast subterranean palace. Before Chen Ping'an could voice his astonishment, Yun-sen whirled around and dropped to one knee before him. "Your Majesty, the Divine Sovereign, I beg your pardon for my earlier breach of protocol, compelled by the necessity of concealing your Majesty's identity." Chen Ping'an knew full well that title was not meant for him. His mission had been precisely to locate the sovereign, secretly, without alerting Yun-sen. Yet here she was, kneeling before him, while the only others present were himself and the tiny girl in his arms. The sovereign, her. He stared incredulously down at the petite, crimson-eyed girl nestled against his chest, utterly unable to reconcile her image with that of his lifelong idol, the Divine Sovereign. A memory surged unbidden into his mind, a conversation long past. Little Ping'an, listen closely. Our Great Yan's Divine Sovereign. She's a silver-haired, crimson-eyed little girl. Absolutely adorable. It was high summer inside the anime clubroom, where President Yuan, clad in shorts, idly kicked her long, elegant legs as she spoke. She turned to Chen Ping'an, who sat absorbed in the official biography of the sovereign. Lowering the treasured volume, Secret Records of the Sovereign's 3,000 Consorts, Chen Ping'an fixed her with a solemn look. "Madam President, please cease these unwarranted fantasies. I fear word may spread that our club president harbors inappropriate predilections." "Oh, Ping'an, trust me. You know I've never lied to you. And let me be clear, I do not have a thing for little girls. What I truly admire is..." That exchange with the mischievous woman echoed in his mind as if it had happened yesterday. And now before him, this diminutive crimson-eyed girl, likely, possibly, definitely the sovereign, clung to him tightly, gazing up with wide, endearing eyes. "President, I was wrong. Next time, even if you tell me the sun rises in the west, I'll believe you." The girl, content and calm in his embrace, seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her head. She tilted her head, studied his expression for a moment, and then quite clearly declared, "Daddy." At those words, both Yun-san and Chen Ping'an felt their composure shatter. "Your Majesty, please, this is no jest. My name is Yun-san, newly appointed commander of the Gene Division. I came to the capital seeking Your Majesty's aid." "Your Majesty, weren't you still in slumber? Why are you awake, and why call Master Chen Daddy?" Their voices overlapped, then fell silent as they locked eyes, stunned by each other's words. Slumber. So that was why Captain Yun forbade my audience with the sovereign. That liar. She swore she wasn't bringing me to see the sovereign. Truly, as men speak, so they deceive. Slumber. So that was why Captain Yun forbade my audience with the sovereign. That liar. She swore she wasn't bringing me to see the sovereign. Truly, as men speak, so they deceive. The crimson-eyed girl, who was said to be the sovereign, heard their exclamations, glanced up at Chen Ping'an, the source of that inexplicable warmth, then paused thoughtfully. She tilted her small head, considered a moment longer, and nestled back into his arms. At that time, Chen Ping'an, still far from attaining the realm of martial mythos, remained unaware of a subtle truth. When the crimson-eyed girl first appeared at the flag-raising square, just as the imperial banner ascended, golden energy streamed toward her, drawn from the flag itself and from the collective reverence of the gathered crowd. Gene headquarters, round table conference room. The 4 divisional commanders of the Gene organization sat in silence, each occupying one quadrant of the circular table. 3 men and 1 woman. All wore expressions of palpable impatience. After all, who would feel cheerful after being yanked from deep sleep at midnight by a single call from the chief commander, only to sit idle for 3 hours? Suddenly, the conference room door exploded inward, kicked open with unmistakable force. That kick, she's finally here. Has Yun-san grown stronger? I just want to go back to bed. Wow, Big Sis is so cool. She's my ultimate role model. Each commander's mind flickered with a different thought. That kick, she's finally here. Has Yun-san grown stronger? I just want to go back to bed. Wow, Big Sis is so cool. She's my ultimate role model. In strode Yun-san, confident, unhurried, radiating authority. Yet the moment the 4 divisional commanders laid eyes on the figure trailing quietly behind her, every gaze snapped to attention. The instant they recognized her, all 4 shot upright, stunned into silence. Awakened beings were an enigmatic presence that emerged in this world a century ago. At that time, a portion of the great Yin populace suddenly manifested extraordinary abilities under certain auspicious conditions. Upon awakening, their bodies generated a unique form of awakened energy, and their mental resilience increased markedly. A rare few among them further awakened innate individualized powers. Those who did not manifest such unique abilities were collectively termed physical awakened beings, constituting approximately 90% of all awakened beings. All awakened beings instantly surpassed the first human limit in physical capability upon their initial awakening. Moreover, their awakened energy continued to accumulate gradually over time. This growth persisted until their physical attributes reached the apex of the first human limit, namely a constitution score of 20. Meanwhile, the remaining 10%, the special awakened beings, gained not only enhanced physiology, but also diverse extraordinary abilities. Indeed, in a certain profound sense, these rare special awakened beings, mere 1/10 of the total, were the true awakened beings. Even Gene, the most seasoned among them, could not discern any consistent pattern governing the accumulation of awakened energy, only that its rate varied significantly from person to person. The current record for fastest progression belongs to Yun-san. 1 year ago, she awakened the ability to manipulate wind elemental forces. 6 months later, she attained the zenith of first awakening. Her exceptional combat acumen swiftly distinguished her within Gene, elevating her to become one of the 5 squadron captains. Here lies an intriguing paradox. Gene, as an organization of awakened beings, faces its greatest adversary in the aberrations, entities that likewise appeared a century ago. For the past 100 years, all awakened beings believed first awakening represented the absolute ceiling of human potential, just as aberrations had remained confined to 2 known tiers over the same span. Thus, a fragile equilibrium endured, until 3 months ago during an aberration suppression operation, when a previously unseen 3rd-tier aberration emerged, reducing Jin's 5 squadrons to 4 and claiming the life of their supreme commander in battle. Only through Yun-san's battlefield breakthrough, becoming the first 2nd-tier awakened being in a century, was the creature narrowly repelled. In the aftermath, she assumed command as Jin's new supreme commander. Over the past 3 months as supreme commander, Yun-san had truly begun to feel invincible, until she was struck by a single punch. Yet as a commander with scant seniority, her fellow squadron captains held markedly divergent attitudes toward her. Qingyi, captain of the Eastern Azure Dragon Squadron, was a broad-shouldered young man whose most striking feature was his vivid green hair. He deeply resented a mere novice, a girl with barely a year's experience, being elevated to supreme command. Consequently, he had been repeatedly subdued by Yun San on the training grounds, often left sprawled and unable to rise. Yu Air captain of the Southern Vermilion Bird Squadron was a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed spectacles. He bore no ill will toward Yun San, partly because his responsibilities centered on Jin's scientific research division, partly too because advancing age had dulled his competitive edge. Vying for authority with a young woman was simply beyond his desire. Xianxi, captain of the Northern Black Tortoise Squadron, appeared outwardly gentle, a plump, affable youth. At the round conference table, he occupied 2 seats at once. Yet despite his considerable girth, his demeanor radiated a disarmingly amiable charm. As Jin's head of logistics, he held little interest in combat. His sole aspiration was to eat well, sleep soundly, and live in tranquil contentment. Summoned unexpectedly to this meeting, he was already on the verge of dozing off. Bai Wu, captain of the Western White Tiger Squadron, was the only other woman among the squadron captains, besides Yun San herself. Whereas Yun San captivated attention with her statuesque legs, Bai Wu's most arresting feature was her astonishingly voluptuous figure, so formidable in fact that she could credibly dribble past defenders with sheer physical presence. She oversaw Jin's entire intelligence apparatus, and had personally conducted the psychological assessment of Chen Ping'an. Why then had she assigned Chen Ping'an a low-risk psychological rating, even after he'd reduced Li Daoxiao and his bodyguards to mangled fragments? The answer may lie in the flush now blooming across her cheeks as she gazed upon Yun San. When Yun San entered the round-table conference room, each captain's thoughts diverged sharply. Yet the moment they beheld Chen Ping'an standing quietly behind her, every one of them shot upright in shock. Let there be no misunderstanding, all awakened beings possessed heightened mental fortitude. Thus Chen Ping'an's near-supernatural allure exerted negligible influence upon them. What truly stunned them was the small silver-haired figure cradled gently in Chen Ping'an's arms. That is His Imperial Majesty, the Sovereign. The same thought flashed unbidden into every mind. The Sovereign was an entity of unparalleled uniqueness. No one knew her precise classification among awakened beings. Yet every citizen of the great Yin, whether ordinary or awakened, felt an instinctive, profound sense of kinship upon seeing her. This resonance appeared unrelated to any form of charm or illusion. It seemed instead to emanate from some higher, ineffable principle. Observing the captain's astonished expressions, Yun San's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Humph. At last, I'm no longer the only one left reeling. Ahem. Compose yourselves. Her Imperial Majesty feels unusually close to our new comrade. Let us refrain from undue astonishment. Upon hearing Yun San's words, the others stared at her incredulously. Unusually close. Was that what this was? When had the august, revered sovereign ever flung herself into another's arms like a giddy child? Yet witnessing the sovereign's serene stillness, they wisely chose silence over protest. Still, the 4 squadron captains' gazes turned appraisingly toward Chen Ping'an, and as Bai Wu studied him more closely, her expression shifted to unmistakable surprise. It's him, the youth named Chen Ping'an. So he's joined Jin under the captain's command after all. Truly worthy of my Yun captain. A deeper flush rose across Bai Wu's cheeks, as if some private recollection had stirred within her. Ignoring the captain's inner turmoil, Yun San strode forward and gestured toward Chen Ping'an. I abhor unnecessary formalities. You know that well. No further preamble. This is Chen Ping'an. He joined Jin several days ago, and effective immediately he assumes the rank of Deputy Supreme Commander. What? Have you taken too many blows to the head, woman? Have you truly lost your wits? Qing Yi recoiled in disbelief. Our nation's most clandestine elite organization, now led by some random newcomer. He erupted in outrage. Do you imagine Jin is your personal fiefdom? What spell has this pretty-faced boy cast upon you? And where, pray tell, does His Imperial Majesty stand in all this? In response to Qing Yi's challenge, Yun San merely lifted a finger and pointed calmly toward Chen Ping'an. His gaze followed and fell upon the sovereign nestled quietly in Chen Ping'an's arms. Silence descended. Oh, indeed, His Imperial Majesty rests with him. Seeing the serene sovereign cradled in Chen Ping'an's arms, Qing Yi was momentarily thrown off balance. We were prepared to fight to the death. Why has your highness surrendered before the battle even begins? Suddenly, a coquettish female voice rang out from behind Qing Yi. Yun Jiexiao, by his curious too. What makes this Mr. Chen so extraordinary that you hold him in such high regard? Bai Wu strode forward, her gaze sharp with hostility fixed upon Chen Ping'an. The seat closest to Yun Jie belongs to me, and only me. This man stands far too close to Yun Jie. He must be lusting after her body. I must keep watch over him. Upon seeing the woman before him, and the conspicuous sway of her formidable presence, Chen Ping'an could not help but stare in genuine astonishment. Coach, I want to play basketball. Yun San's gaze darkened slightly as she watched the two captains step forward in opposition. After sensing their unwillingness to yield, Yun San turned to the remaining two captains. Then what say you Xian Si and Yu Er? Without a word they rose silently and took their places behind Qing Yi and Bai Wu. Though they bore no ill will toward Yun San, this decision struck them as utterly absurd. Humph. So now my words carry no weight at all. Yun San laughed, a brittle, humorless sound. Her temperament made explanation feel beneath her. How could she possibly admit she'd been knocked out cold by a single punch? Then let us abide by the old rule, a trial of strength. Whoever defeats Chen Ping'an becomes deputy captain. Agreed. If it must be done, then let it be done. I'd like to see just what makes this pretty boy so special. Hot-tempered Qing Yi was the first to snap under the provocation and accepted outright. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, overhearing their exchange, stood utterly bewildered. I merely came to ask the sovereign a few questions. How did I suddenly get nominated for deputy captain, and why must I now fight someone for no apparent reason? But the mischievous curve of Yun San's smile told him everything. A bad girl club president wouldn't have a naive, sugar-sweet best friend. Yun San clearly wanted others to experience the same humbling defeat she herself had suffered. Well then, if it's a fight we're having, I accept. That green-haired freak. I've tolerated you long enough. My appearance is as unremarkable as that of a certain ancient surnamed celebrity, hardly the face of a pretty boy. Come on then, let's fight. All of you together. Today I'll take you all on alone. At these words the four captains froze in disbelief. As elite members of Gene, the organization's highest echelon, they believed, aside from Yun San herself, that no awakened individual within the country could match them evenly in unknown combat. Yet this young man intended to fight all four of them, single-handedly. It was like a heifer piloting an aircraft, pure skyscraping bravado. Yun San glanced back at Chen Ping'an, blinking in amused surprise. Surely you don't need to be this ruthless toward them. Chen Ping'an immediately linked his spiritual energy to her mind, transmitting his thought directly. Isn't this precisely what you, the captain, wish to see? I also wish to test their awakened abilities. My upcoming plan involves awakened individuals as well. Startled, Yun San realized Chen Ping'an's voice had appeared unbidden within her consciousness. No need for surprise. This is merely a basic application of spiritual energy. I underwent spiritual awakening aboard the plane. Just think your thoughts. I'll hear them plainly. Our minds are linked now. Yun San gaped, stunned. You can read an awakened person's mind. Her shock was understandable. Even Yin, the other spirit-awakened being, could manipulate ordinary people's memories only because their mental defenses were inherently fragile. Awakened individuals, however, possessed fundamentally superior mental resilience. A level 1 awakened could withstand psychic interference from even a level 2 anomaly. Yet Yun San had sensed no intrusion whatsoever, yet still found herself mentally linked to Chen Ping'an. This could mean only one thing: his spiritual energy dwarfed hers. A flush rose to her cheeks. Not only physically exceptional, but spiritually too. If I were to conceive a child with Chen Ping'an, how extraordinary would our offspring be? Feeling a sudden flood of wildly inappropriate imagery bloom in Yun San's mind, Chen Ping'an severed the connection instantly. He stared at her, her expression now eerily serene, almost dreamy. Recalling the vivid mental images just transmitted, Chen Ping'an felt in contrast startlingly innocent, like a pure-hearted boy. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, a 20-something-year-old single woman, truly terrifying. Watching Yun San and Chen Ping'an lock eyes for an inexplicable length of time, Bai Wu broke the silence, irritation edging her voice. I agree. Let's see how you intend to fight all four of us at once. With that, she pressed a button embedded in the round conference table. A low hum resonated, and the entire chamber began descending smoothly. Moments later, the chamber doors slid open once more, revealing a vast training ground beyond. Beyond the arena stretched an endless subterranean cavern. Only the training ground itself was illuminated by electric lights. It was staggering to fathom such an immense underground expanse lying beneath the imperial palace. Yun San banished her chaotic thoughts and stepped purposefully into the training ground. Since both sides have consented, prepare yourselves. Battle begins now. Pausing, she added to the four captains, hold nothing back. Chen Ping'an is no ordinary opponent. Bai Wu and Yu Er exchanged subtle glances. Their roles in intelligence and research meant they never ignored intelligence provided by their own captain. Qing Yi merely scoffed dismissively. As for Xian Si, he appeared dangerously close to dozing upright. Moments later, Chen Ping'an and the four captains stood facing each other across opposite ends of the battlefield. The sovereign was temporarily entrusted to Yun San, who observed his current state with quiet curiosity. On the training ground, Qing Yi addressed Chen Ping'an loudly. Boy, I don't know why Yun San holds you in such esteem, but this time she's gravely mistaken. There's more than one level 2 awakened among us now. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive wooden pillar erupted from the floor beneath him. Standing atop the pillar, Chen Yi gazed down at Chen Ping'an with arrogant pride. You three, hold back for now. Let me show this boy what true power means. The three captains behind him stared in astonishment. Clearly Chen Yi had broken through to level 2. Their eyes flickered with complex emotion, but ultimately they yielded him the spotlight. Remember well, boy. I am Chen Yi, the Azure Dragon Captain, a wood element awakened. Remember the name of the man who defeated you. With a sharp gesture, Chen Yi sent dozens of colossal wooden pillars rocketing upward from the earth surrounding Chen Ping'an. Thud, thud, thud. In moments, Chen Ping'an vanished beneath a towering heap of timber. Chen Yi glanced disdainfully at the pile. He likely didn't react in time, buried alive. No matter. Business first. I'll dig him out later. Turning to Yun San, he declared, Yun San, step into the ring. Fight me. What right does a woman have to lead Jean as captain? But Yun San only smiled. No, wait. Chen Yi suddenly realized that smile wasn't directed at him. A male voice sounded beside him. Oh, you require formal introductions. An instinct-driven martial artist, Chen Ping'an. There's no need for you to remember me. You're simply too weak. Chen Yi jolted violently at the sudden male voice ringing beside his ear. Before he could react, a hand, frozen mid-flick, hovered before his eyes. Have you ever been flicked on the forehead at supersonic speed? Flicked on the forehead? What is he talking about? No, I must counterattack immediately. The thought had not yet fully formed in Chen Yi's mind. Chen Ping's finger flicked, light and effortless. Tum. The air before Chen Yi tore apart. Under Chen Ping's terrifying speed and force, that simple flick upon the forehead unleashed a violent shockwave of compressed air. Chen Yi felt as though a cannonball had struck his skull. His entire body rocketed off the wooden post. Slap. He flew straight into the outer wall of the training ground before crumpling to the ground. Unconscious, Chen Yi lay foaming at the mouth. Chen Ping hovered midair, gazing down at the incapacitated fighter, then turned calmly toward the 3 squadron captains, who stood frozen in disbelief. They could not comprehend what had just transpired. Chen Yi, newly ascended to second-tier awakened status, had been defeated in an instant. They had all clearly seen Chen Ping buried beneath Chen Yi's assault. Yet in the next breath, Chen Ping reappeared beside him, suspended in midair as if having teleported. Within mere seconds, that insufferable Chen Yi had been reduced to a lifeless broken heap. Chen Ping regarded the 3 tense figures before him and smiled warmly. No need to be nervous. As I said, you may all come at me together. Let me see how far you can push yourselves. At his words, they advanced silently. Veteran warriors to their core, they would never yield, even against an opponent whose strength bordered on the surreal. Flames roared to life around you. The middle-aged captain, Xian Si, the stout captain, stood firm, his body encased in successive layers of hardened Acriello earth. So the vermilion bird captain commands fire, and the black tortoise captain commands earth. These awakened are truly extraordinary. How do they manipulate matter itself? It defies all scientific logic. Chen Ping observed the 2 captains intently as they unleashed their full power. By spiritual perception alone, both had indeed reached second-tier awakened rank. But when his gaze fell upon the final captain, the white tiger, he froze. A pair of soft, snowy cat ears sprouted from her head, a long black and white striped tail unfurled behind her. Delicate feline whiskers traced her cheeks, her eyes transformed into sharp vertical pupils, predatory and luminous. Her physique swelled further, still straining the seams of her uniform until buttons threatened to burst. Catgirl. Stunned, Chen Ping blurted it out. At his words, Bai Wu gritted her teeth, her canines subtly lengthening, lending her delicate beauty a fierce, untamed edge. Cat your grandpa. I am the white tiger. Glasses boy. Fatso. Attack. Crush this brat. With that, she vanished, launching herself at Chen Ping in a blur. Yu Er and Xian Si moved in perfect unison behind her. All 3, having undergone their second awakening, now possessed physical prowess rivaling Chen Ping's own condition upon first arriving in the imperial capital. And with their extraordinary awakened abilities, had Chen Ping faced this trio alone back then, victory, even if attained, would have been brutal, costly, and barely survivable. Yet only 2 days had passed. Now facing these 3 charging warriors, Chen Ping stood utterly unruffled, calm enough to savor each strike as it unfolded. Seeing Chen Ping motionless before them, the trio redoubled their assault. After all, Chen Yi's humiliating defeat had just played out before their very eyes. To hold back now would be sheer folly. As their blows neared his body, triumph already shimmered in their minds. Then, Chen Ping's voice, serene and unwavering, sounded beside their ears. You are not weak, but you met me. When they regained awareness, they found themselves lying beside Chen Yi. Their bodies felt shattered, utterly paralyzed, incapable of movement. Yun San watched the 4 captains fall in an instant. Even with prior knowledge of Chen Ping'an's might, astonishment flickered across his face. When did these four simultaneously break through to second tier? And Chen Ping'an, this level of strength is absurd. He's grown immeasurably stronger than when he last beat me. Are martial cultivators all this formidable? Witnessing Chen Ping'an's overwhelming display, Yun San's body trembled, thrilled electric alive with anticipation. Chen Ping'an ignored Yun San's flushed expression, instead gently lifting the silver-haired little girl who reached for a hug, stroking her hair before turning to Yun San. Captain Yun, you mentioned appointing me deputy commander. Yun San nodded, puzzled, then watched as Chen Ping'an's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Then, Captain, consider this my formal challenge. I'd rather not stay underneath, thank you very much. The roundtable conference room had returned to its original configuration, while the four squadron captains lay sprawled across their seats like discarded rag dolls. This was not due to excessive force. Chen Ping'an had exercised absolute control. Each had merely been launched away, left temporarily immobilized. Well, except for one green-haired head, which was still foaming at the mouth. Truth be told, all four had entered this meeting with the intention of playing weak to ambush stronger prey. Instead, they had been soundly and collectively overwhelmed by a newcomer. Enough. Stop feigning unconsciousness. At Yun San's command, the four sluggishly lifted their heads. Yun San rapped once on the table and declared to the battered captains. Effective today, Chen Ping'an assumes command of Jin as its new supreme commander. You've all felt his strength firsthand. Any objections? They stared at Chen Ping'an, seated serenely in the supreme commander's chair, and shook their heads resolutely. Fine. In Jin's strength reigns supreme. A more powerful leader is no bad thing. This level of power isn't natural. Could he be a third or even fourth tier awakened? My head is spinning. I just want to sleep. The Supreme Commander hits hard. Even harder than Captain Yun did that time. Absolutely exhilarating. Captain Chen, beyond me. Chen Ping'an, testing his mental linking ability, glanced, surprised, at the White Tiger captain who sat with impeccable composure. Noticing his gaze by Wu, trembled faintly. Had Chen Ping'an not heard her inner voice, he might have mistaken it for fear. A masochist, right here beside me. That thought made him glance sideways at Yun San. Wasn't it after I punched her hard that she started dreaming of bearing my children? Are all the women of Jin this untamed? Ignoring the bewildered expression on Yun San's face, Chen Ping'an said seriously, we are not strangers anymore. I have a question I want to ask everyone. Has anyone heard of the Four Heaven Seal? Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, the four captains present all showed a look of confusion. Yun San, who had previously provided information, stepped forward and said to Chen Ping'an, Ping'an, I also heard the Emperor mention the Four Heaven Seal occasionally. It's normal that they haven't heard of it. However, given the current state of the Emperor, it seems no one can answer your question now. Chen Ping'an turned to look at the white-haired little girl quietly lying in his arms. Seemingly sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze, the little girl referred to as the Emperor by Yun San raised her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Daddy. Hearing the Emperor call Chen Ping'an like this for the first time, the four captains looked at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This single utterance had stunned them for an entire year. Chen Ping'an helplessly rubbed the little Emperor's head and said to Yun San, but isn't the Emperor supposed to be a mighty man? How could this little girl possibly be the Emperor? Yun San sighed helplessly and said to Chen Ping'an, I don't know how this happened either. The elders say that since the establishment of our faction, the Emperor has always looked like this little girl, unchanged for 100 years. But the Emperor's words and actions have never resembled those of a child. Oh, everyone who interacts with her feels as if she has lived for a very long time, exuding an air of dignity and wisdom. Dignity, wisdom. Chen Ping'an looked at the Emperor, whose expression had softened from his head, patting with a peculiar gaze at Yun San. Yun San felt a surge of irritation from Chen Ping'an's look. I've never seen the Emperor like this. And she should be asleep at this time. You remember the stone house in the Demon City, right? The Imperial City has one too. The Emperor has been sleeping in the stone house for about a week every few days for 100 years, and this is known among the higher-ranked members of our faction. That's why I refused when you asked to see the Emperor before. Since I went to the Demon City the day before yesterday, the Emperor has started her slumber. When the Emperor is sleeping, the stone house is completely sealed off, and those of us outside cannot enter at all. At this point, Yun San looked at the Emperor, whose demeanor had dramatically changed, and said in a confused tone, the Emperor has always been our actual leader. She can predict potential crises that may arise within the Great Yin. It is also under her covert guidance that we have maintained stability in the Great Yin during 100 years of conflict with the anomalies. To be honest, seeing the Emperor like this makes me a bit uneasy. Upon hearing Yun San's words, the other captains fell silent. Chen Ping'an, however, fell into deep thought. No wonder I didn't receive information about the Four Heaven Seal in the simulation earlier. It turns out the Emperor, who holds the information, has encountered unexpected circumstances. However, it has been normal for the Emperor to sleep every few years for 100 years. Why did she suddenly wake up this time and find me? At a loss for clues, Chen Ping'an turned to the captains. Everyone, if you have been at headquarters, has anything particularly unusual happened in the past 2 days? Anything at all, please try to recall. The 4 captains, realizing the issue concerned the Emperor, began to think carefully. But over the past 2 days, the entire base had been very quiet, and no one could really recall any special occurrences. Suddenly, Bai Wu's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Bai Wu excitedly asked the others, breakthrough. I broke through around 1 o'clock this morning. Oh, when did you all break through to second-level awakeners? Hearing Bai Wu's words, the other 3 nodded in surprise. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly. Around 1 o'clock in the morning. That was when the eerie, smiling humanoid appeared in the demon city. Could it be related to the awakeners' breakthrough? Did the Emperor wake up because of that thing? Watching everyone chattering excitedly, the Emperor, who had been quietly holding on to Chen Ping'an, tilted her little head looking at Chen Ping'an, and then at the noisy crowd suddenly spoke. Daddy, I sensed that something bad appeared in the demon city, and that's why I woke up. Then I got hungry, went out to eat, and found you, Daddy. Upon hearing the Emperor call Chen Ping'an this way, the captains, including Yun-san, looked pained, wondering how their dignified Emperor had become like this. But Chen Ping'an was shocked, looking at the Emperor. How is this possible? Wasn't the world corrected to eliminate the impact of that cross-time monster? Shouldn't I be the only one remembering that thing's descent? Why does the Emperor have memories of its appearance? At this moment, Chen Ping'an realized he couldn't see through the little white-haired figure before him. Except for the first time they met, when the Emperor appeared abruptly. At other times, Chen Ping'an had perceived her merely as an ordinary child. But how could an Emperor who has lived for over 100 years be an ordinary person? The Emperor suddenly yawned and said, Daddy, those golden things were plentiful this morning. I ate my fill, and now I'm so sleepy. I don't remember much about the 4 heaven seal. It seems to be 4 doors that absolutely cannot be opened. The Emperor tried hard to keep her eyes open to continue speaking, but her crimson eyes gradually became heavy with sleepiness. But if you wait a few more decades, the seal will become useless. However, I don't remember what it sealed. Good night, Daddy. Ultimately, the Emperor succumbed to her drowsiness and fell asleep. Just as Chen Ping'an wanted to continue asking, he suddenly noticed that the little Emperor in his arms had vanished. Yun-san looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise and explained, although the Emperor has no combat abilities, she can appear anywhere she thinks of. From her earlier behavior, it seems she must have returned to the stone house. Chen Ping'an nodded in understanding and began to reflect on the information revealed in the Emperor's words. First, the Emperor might be far more powerful than imagined. She could retain memories of the information that the world corrected. Second, the Emperor indeed knows about those 4 doors, and the target of that giant hand is also to open those 4 doors. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an thought of a change related to that monster. When in the demon city, that monster could only extend a hand from the sky. But after all 3 doors were opened, at the last door located in Chuan City, that monster revealed its true eyes for the first time, and its power seemed to have increased many times. So is it the sealed thing? No, it was never sealed. Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled a detail from the first simulation. In the last simulation, on the first day of the apocalypse, a giant hand appeared in the sky, followed by the emergence of the small jade that devoured its master, and the bloodgate flying out from the Lin family's mansion. When the bloodgate first emerged, it was in a closed state, according to the simulation's description. Therefore, without any bloodgate being opened, the giant hand appeared first. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the monster itself is not something that was sealed. It may have first descended when the apocalypse began. Breaking the 4 heaven seal might merely be to facilitate its better entry into this world. The other possibility is that the monster is indeed controlled by the 4 heaven seal. However, at the onset of the apocalypse, the monster had already broken part of the seal and could use some of its power, hence the need to break more seals to unleash its strength. Both possibilities can explain why its power has been growing stronger since the 4 heaven seal was opened. But now, with too little information, Chen Ping'an cannot ascertain whether the monster is an external invader or has broken the seal. The key to unraveling this issue lies with the Emperor. Yet according to Yun-san, the Emperor seems different from usual, possibly related to her interrupted slumber. If I can help the Emperor recover sooner, perhaps I can obtain more information. With this thought, Chen Ping'an turned to Yun-san and said, take me to the stone chamber where the Emperor sleeps. I have something important to discuss with her. Yun-san gave Chen Ping'an a puzzled glance, as she did not understand why he was so fixated on the 4 heaven seal. However, seeing the seriousness in Chen Ping'an's expression, Yun-san nodded gently and turned to lead him out of the conference room. Along the way, both appeared somewhat silent. Chen Ping'an pondered over the information the Emperor had just revealed. First, the Emperor must have been influenced by the invader, causing her to awaken early. After awakening, the Emperor went to the flag-raising square, where she mentioned eating some golden substances. Thus, these so-called golden substances should be beneficial to the emperor. Although Chen Ping'an did not know what the golden substances were, he was aware of another thing that could benefit an awakened individual. In the previous simulation, the simulated version of himself had cultivated with Yun-san multiple times, which led her to become a level 7 awakened. Chen Ping'an did not believe that mere piston movements could grant Yun-san such a significant boost, thus the only possible cause for this enhancement was the vitality energy. Chen Ping'an planned to use the vitality energy to help the emperor and see if it could assist her in ending her slumber state earlier. However, this hypothesis needed to be tested. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an looked at Yun-san, who was leading the way. Yun-san stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her waist-length cyan hair simply tied into a ponytail. From behind her petite ears appeared especially delicate. Additionally, what stood out the most were her long legs that seemed capable of crushing someone. Indeed, in every conceivable way they were lethal. Perhaps sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze, Yun-san abruptly turned to him and said, "By the way, Ping'an, there's something I forgot to tell you." What is it?" Yun-san turned her back to Chen Ping'an and continued, "Our team members refer to each other by code names. For instance, Bai Wu and my Yun-san are not our real names. Now that you've directly become the team leader, you should come up with a code name for yourself. That does sound quite like a mysterious organization, but your code names are too casual. Shouldn't they use names related to alcohol or something similar? Like Qingjiao." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yun-san shot him a glance and said, "Don't assume I haven't seen the anime of Inazuma. We have no internal traitors in our gene. What codename are you planning to give yourself, my esteemed team leader?" "Codename? That's not urgent. I can decide that later when there's an opportunity. However, right now I want you to help me with something, Yun-san." Yun-san looked at Chen Ping'an with confusion as he approached her. But when Chen Ping'an grasped her hand, Yun-san's face instantly turned red. "What are you doing? We can't do this here. Someone might see us." Though Yun-san often mentioned wanting seeds, as a girl who had never interacted with boys for over 20 years, the thought of doing something in a bustling corridor made her feel a bit timid at that moment. Chen Ping'an looked at the blushing Yun-san in disbelief. While she could be considered innocent, her words sounded like racing talk. "Don't overthink it, my deputy team leader. I will inject vitality energy into your body. Please describe your feelings. It's crucial for the entire gene and my upcoming actions." Inject into my body. And I have to describe my feelings. Yun-san seemed to think of something. Her damp cyan eyes glanced at Chen Ping'an. "Be gentle." However, before she could finish, a scorching vitality energy flowed from Chen Ping'an's grasp into Yun-san's body. As soon as this power entered her body, Yun-san's awakened energy surged towards her arms as if drawn by a magnet. Chen Ping'an used his spiritual power to observe Yun-san's condition and noticed the cyan awakened energy flowing in as if it had consciousness, which made him frown. When he awakened previously, his spiritual power had also attracted vitality energy similarly. However, the result was a collision that nearly caused his head to explode. Is my assumption incorrect? Does enhancing someone still require physical movement to blend the vitality energy with the awakened energy, just like in the simulation? With some concern, Chen Ping'an controlled the vitality energy he was inputting, allowing only a tiny portion to first reach out and make contact with Yun-san's awakened energy. Soon a collision occurred between the two, but no explosion took place. Instead, that slight vitality energy acted like a catalyst, causing the cyan awakened energy to swell slightly. Seeing this result, a hint of joy appeared on Chen Ping'an's face, prompting him to relax his restrictions on the vitality energy, allowing it to blend better with the awakened energy. On Yun-san's face, a flush emerged. Unable to use her spiritual power to introspect, she could only describe her feelings as per Chen Ping'an's request. "Ping'an, I feel a bit hot and quite comfortable." Focused on the experiment, Chen Ping'an quickly responded, "That's good. Next, I'll increase the input intensity. You should feel it again." At the corner of the corridor, Bai Wu, who had just walked nearby, heard the conversation coming from around the corner and pressed himself against the wall, like a cat, his whole demeanor becoming restless. "I never expected that Captain Chen and Captain Yun had this kind of relationship." Without mentioning the cat girl who misunderstood at the corner, Yun-san was completely shocked by the changes occurring within his body. Originally, the awakening energy within Yun-san was like a shallow stream. However, after Chen Ping'an's intervention, this stream began to surge rapidly. In just a moment, the awakening power increased by nearly double, and Yun-san's strength gradually approached the limits of the second awakening. But what no one saw was that as Yun-san neared the third awakening, a golden membrane gradually appeared in the void. After the membrane emerged, it swiftly descended toward the underground headquarters, heading straight for the oncoming breakthrough of Yun-san. Along the way, palaces, land, and metallic barriers could not hinder the membrane in the slightest, as if it did not exist in the same world as them. As the membrane penetrated all obstacles and was about to make contact with Yun-san, both he and Chen Ping'an seemed oblivious to its presence. Suddenly, a barely perceptible dragon's roar emanated from Chen Ping'an once again. The golden membrane hesitated, as if assessing the situation before it. In that moment of hesitation, Yunsen successfully broke through to a level 3 awakener while the membrane seemed to lose its target and vanished back into the void. Once Yunsen achieved level 3, the awakening energy within her fell into a sudden stillness. No matter how much her vital energy was stimulated, there was no response, as if she had entered a state of sage time. Observing all of this through his spiritual vision, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand from Yunsen. If the simulation could push to level 7, it proves that this enhancement can be used multiple times. I'll try again later. However, it does appear that vital energy can indeed boost awakening energy. Chen Ping'an's actions startled Yunsen, who was lost in the thrill. Ping'an, you're amazing. I've never experienced such a feeling before. Chen Ping'an pushed away Yunsen, who wanted to come closer, and called out to someone behind him, "Come out, by Wu, stop eavesdropping, and don't have wild thoughts. I can hear your thoughts from here." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yunsen couldn't help but glance toward the corner. Moments later, a flushed Bai Wu slowly emerged from around the corner. When she saw Yunsen and Chen Ping'an dressed neatly, she was momentarily stunned. "Captain Chen, weren't you just in your dreams? This is the corridor. What could I do? I just conducted a small experiment. It's too troublesome to explain, but it will be useful for you later." With that, Chen Ping'an turned to Yunsen and said, "All right, Yunsen, please lead the way." Bai Wu looked at the distant figures of Yunsen and Chen Ping'an, murmuring, "Actually, if we really want it, it's not impossible." After a while, Chen Ping'an and Yunsen finally arrived at a closed metallic door in the underground base. At this point, Chen Ping'an realized that the underground base might be much larger than he initially anticipated. What puzzled Chen Ping'an was that through his spiritual perception, he discovered that the entire underground base expanded in concentric circles, and he and Yunsen had arrived at the center. Yunsen stepped forward, entered a long string of passwords at the metal door, and it slowly opened. A stone house that was nearly identical to the one in Magic City appeared before them, just as incongruous with its surroundings and evoking a sense of ancient nostalgia in Chen Ping'an. However, what was different was that the entrance to this stone house was blocked by a layer of golden substance. "Ping'an, this is the place where the Emperor falls asleep every time. The Emperor falls asleep every so often, each time for about a week, and during that period the entrance of the stone house is obstructed by a layer of golden substance. I'm sorry, but this layer of golden substance cannot be destroyed. We have no way to contact the sleeping Emperor and can only wait for her to awaken by herself. Cannot be destroyed." Chen Ping'an murmured Yunsen's words and took a few steps closer to the entrance of the stone house. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an attempted to probe the situation inside the stone house with his spiritual power, but the moment it came into contact with the house, it vanished completely. In Chen Ping'an's spiritual vision, the stone house seemed to entirely not exist in this world, replaced instead by a black hole of the same size. At the center of the black hole, where the door should be, was a golden barrier. Just looking at this golden barrier gave Chen Ping'an a sense of immortality. The intangible spiritual power upon sensing the barrier actually slid away, as if the barrier were a higher-order existence, completely isolating any external disturbances. Interesting. If spiritual power is ineffective, then how about this? Chen Ping'an slowly raised his right fist. Just as Yunsen wondered about his actions, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from his direction. The overwhelming vital energy of a half-step martial myth under Chen Ping'an's manipulation rapidly condensed onto his fist. Standing far away, Yunsen, despite being over 100 meters from Chen Ping'an, felt as if she were sinking into deep water, struggling to breathe. The power of her vital energy was wildly compressed above his right fist, and the oppressive sensation she felt grew stronger. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's right fist transformed into a blood-red streak of light and struck fiercely against the golden barrier before him. The horrifying sense of oppression vanished in an instant, yet no sound emerged. Chen Ping'an stared at his right fist, which had vanished up to the shoulder, and the completely unchanged golden barrier, momentarily taken aback. But just a moment later, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth. This is the unreasonable force that can suppress me." At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt extremely excited. This kind of power that could crush him was what he sought, a force to combat the apocalypse. However, the biggest problem now was how to awaken the sleeping Emperor, to ask her about power, to inquire about the monsters. Yunsen looked at the distant laughing Chen Ping'an, puzzled about what was happening with him. Due to the angle, she had not noticed that Chen Ping'an's arm had already disappeared. The next moment, Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on his right hand, excitedly gazing at the golden barrier before him. For a martial master who had broken through the limit of vital energy for the 9th time, losing a limb was nothing. He could instantly regenerate. System, I wish to use the opportunity for talent sublimation. Grant me the sublimation of the Spirit Awakener Gold. As Chen Ping'an's words fell, a transparent whirlpool suddenly appeared on the simulation panel. The whirlpool gradually expanded and the text information on the panel was slowly drawn into it. Only the previously fixed 3 talents remained stable and unmoving. Once the Spirit Awakener gold was also absorbed into the whirlpool, the transparent whirlpool was stained with an immortal golden hue and began to spin rapidly. As the whirlpool's rotation accelerated, the gold became increasingly bright until a hint of crimson emerged from the center of the whirlpool. In an instant, the entire whirlpool was dyed crimson and its rotation reached a peak. Buzz. The whirlpool suddenly dissipated, revealing a brand new red talent on the simulation panel. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the red talent, True Self Manifestation. True Self Manifestation Red. Due to an experiment in the old era, humanity mistakenly believed they had grasped the secrets of the divine. Among them, the Spirit Awakener, through repeated awakenings, drew closer to the unknown void. The closer they got to the unknown void, the more powerful they became, yet most Spirit Awakeners were lost within the infinite void. Only a very small fraction could comprehend their true self, achieve a transcendent sublimation of spirit, and then condense their manifestation, finding their guiding beacon in the void. Effect: spiritual materialization, true self manifestation condensed. Talent sublimation complete. Name: Chen Ping'an. Doomsday countdown 6. Race: human dragon. Attributes: physique 100, spirit 100. Player has reached the limit of mortals. Talents: martial myth red, heroic journey gold, dragon bloodline transforming, true self manifestation red. As the talent sublimation was completed, Chen Ping'an seated cross-legged before the golden barrier slowly began to levitate. In a world unseen by Yun-san, Chen Ping'an's spirit leapt out of his body. With a sense of novelty, Chen Ping'an surveyed his surroundings from a brand new perspective. His current state resembled the legendary soul-exiting phenomenon of ancient times, yet there was a fundamental difference. At this moment, Chen Ping'an could still freely control his body. He clearly recognized that his current state was merely a partial overflow of his spiritual essence. As long as he wished, he could return his spirit to his body at any time or allow it to exist externally for an extended period. And unlike the legendary Solexit, he was not afraid of various storms or lightning strikes. However, this state of spiritual power was simply a normal manifestation of having reached the 9th limit of spiritual energy. Chen Ping'an's purpose for sublimating his spiritual talent was to achieve the perfection of his spirit. Reaching the 9th limit of vitality energy could indeed promote the growth of awakening energy, but it required sufficient time and quantity. Moreover, as the quality and quantity of awakening energy improved with the awakening level, the promoting effect of vitality energy would diminish. In the previous simulation, Yun-san had only reached the 7th awakening when the apocalypse began, which was related to this diminishing factor. What Chen Ping'an lacked the most now was time, so he chose to sublimate his spiritual talent. From the results after the sublimation, it was clear that Chen Ping'an had achieved his goal. At this moment, as both his spirit and physique reached the limits of mortals, the martial myth was now within Chen Ping'an's grasp. The spiritual essence suddenly returned to its original form, and Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. Then let's break through. Chen Ping'an's calm voice echoed in the silent hall. Behind him, Yun-san looked at Chen Ping'an with a hint of confusion. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an shattered. Before Yun-san's horrified gaze, Chen Ping'an's body slowly broke into countless crystalline fragments. But these were not fragments of flesh, but dazzling stardust shining with a crimson glow. Yun-san did not understand what had happened to Chen Ping'an, but upon witnessing the terrifying change, she was frightened and swiftly ran towards him. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's voice echoed in the void. Vitality martial arts is a new path forged by warriors upon discovering the limits of their physical bodies. Breaking through physical limits time and again strengthens the warriors to superhuman levels, yet even those who reach the 9th limit of martial arts still find themselves bound by the constraints of destiny. Humans inevitably face death. This is a rule set by the operation of heaven and earth. Lifespan is an unavoidable topic. A martial arts master can live up to 3,000 years, and until the very last moment of their life their vitality will show no signs of decline. Yet even a martial arts master is still human and will eventually die. No matter how talented or extraordinary one may be, in the end, they become nothing more than a handful of dust. This is a heavenly principle that countless martial arts masters find difficult to avoid. Until one day someone said, "We are after all one with the stars. Before my birth my components already existed between heaven and earth. When I return, all that is me will still exist within heaven and earth." Perhaps compared to the eternal heavens and earth, we humans are but a fleeting moment of change among all things. Yet the heart of a warrior is to battle against heaven and earth, to never yield. If the heavens and earth operate eternally, then we warriors will seize this fleeting moment of existence to forge our own eternity. A voice suddenly ceased, and at that moment Chen Ping'an's body completely transformed into countless glimmering scarlet stardust. In the hall, Chen Ping'an's aura completely vanished, and Yun-sen stood frozen. She did not understand what breakthrough Chen Ping'an referred to, but her perception clearly told her. Chen Ping'an was dead. Yun-sen, a bit at a loss, approached the spot where Chen Ping'an had been sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the ground was scattered with tiny scarlet stardust, and the once dazzling stardust rapidly dimmed, as if symbolizing Chen Ping'an's death. Yun-sen looked around in confusion. Everything in front of her felt like a dream. Did the man she had liked for the first time just die, without any explanation? Snap! A tear slid from the corner of Yun-sen's eye, gently landing on a piece of stardust. This was the first time she had ever cried in her life. Roar! In the next moment, a world-shaking dragon roar echoed from the void. Countless scattered stardust on the ground seemed to receive a command, levitating into the air and converging towards a central point. In Yun-sen's shocked gaze, Chen Ping'an slowly began to reassemble in the void. In the void, Chen Ping'an's voice echoed once more. From death to life, breaking through the limits of mortals, henceforth the vitality and spirit merge into one. As long as the vitality energy endures, the warrior endures. Wherever the spirit reaches, the warrior roams freely. This is the martial myth. Before Yun-sen's eyes, Chen Ping'an's body fully coalesced and restored itself. Merely gazing upon him stirred within her an overwhelming urge to embrace him. For at this moment, Chen Ping'an's form was the perfect embodiment of power and grace, a sight that ignited in Yun-sen an inexplicable, irrepressible impulse. Yet Yun-sen remained unaware that Chen Ping'an had already undergone a transcendental leap in his very essence of life. Though he retained the outward appearance of a human, biological propagation had become profoundly difficult for him. Ordinary humans could no longer conceive naturally. Only beings whose life year approached his own could bear offspring with him. Thus, in a certain sense, he could now drive without fear of unintended consequences. This, too, was an unexpected boon of his breakthrough. When the ascension concluded, Chen Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, and the world before him was utterly transformed. What exactly are these two soft, round things pressing against my forehead? Chen Ping'an stared blankly, his vision completely obscured. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Shouldn't awakening after a breakthrough grant one luminous clarity, revealing the myriad realms of existence? Why did I open my eyes only to be headbutt by a pair of spheres? With a dark vein pulsing at his temple, Chen Ping'an peeled Yun-sen off himself. She had wrapped her legs tightly around his waist, clinging to him entirely, and even rubbed her chest against his head. But as he beheld Yun-sen's starry-eyed gaze, Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled his current aura to those of lower life tier, especially those intimately connected to him, was irresistibly intoxicating like ambrosia to mortals. Realizing this, he placed one hand firmly on Yun-sen's shoulders, halting her forward lunge, while simultaneously drawing inward the radiant spiritual resonance leaking from his body. Moments later, as that ineffable allure receded into his being, Yun-sen gradually regained her composure. Yet once lucid, her gaze upon Chen Ping'an turned oddly contemplative, particularly the way her eyes drifted downward and the slight parting of her lips, as if marveling at something astonishing. Following her bewildered glance, Chen Ping'an looked down and saw that his entire attire had been obliterated during the breakthrough. Now that his body had reformed, he stood utterly unclothed. With a wry sigh, he flicked Yun-sen's forehead, still wide-eyed and unashamed, and muttered, "Stop staring." The words had barely left his lips when a surge of vital chi erupted from his core, coalescing into a flowing windswept coat draped over his frame. Post-breakthrough, his vital chi could now persist indefinitely outside his body, requiring no conscious effort or mental expenditure to sustain. Yet this chi-woven garment carried a peculiar, almost vacuum-like sensation. Leaving aside the disappointed expression of the mature woman, who now lamented the sudden loss of her view, Chen Ping'an redirected his gaze toward the stone hut. But as he took in the stone hut, his expression subtly shifted. Countless golden currents, like liquid light, poured ceaselessly from beyond the void into this space, converging upon the humble structure before him. Strangely, the previously impervious golden barrier offered no resistance whatsoever to these luminous flows. Fascinating. What is this? Chen Ping'an reached out to touch one of the golden streams, only for his hand to pass through them effortlessly as though they were mere phantoms. Yet his demeanor hardened instantly at the moment of contact. A faint resonant sound had brushed against his consciousness. After a brief pause, he extended his hand once more, this time allowing the golden current to flow freely through his palm. Instantly, a vision unfolded before his eyes, a dilapidated classroom, where a grimy little boy sat on worn wooden benches beside a dozen similarly ragged children, listening intently as a teacher, fresh from the mountains beyond, imparted the nation's newest knowledge. The scene blurred and accelerated. The teacher's figure grew, weathered with time, while the children blossomed into youth. The image steadied again, now showing a young man returning from a glittering metropolis to serve his impoverished hometown. His face bore the quiet echo of that boy long ago. With unwavering resolve, he brought new purpose and vitality to this remote, forgotten village. Time flowed once more. The youth matured into middle age, yet his eyes remained unchanged, clear, earnest, and luminous, just as they had been in that dusty classroom decades before. The image settled anew. Crumbling mud huts gave way to elegant brick and tile homes. The desolate village now shimmered with the light of civilization. In a bright, airy classroom, an elderly man, his hair silvered with years, stood at the chalkboard, speaking gently to wide-eyed children about the nation's future and its enduring hope. Is this the De Yen teaching aid program? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Ping'an's face. His parents had perished in a flash flood during such a mission, leaving him an infant swaddled in silence to be carried back to Modu. He had never understood why they would abandon the comforts of Modu to serve in such a distant, underdeveloped countryside. Yet watching that boy, and the entire village, transformed irrevocably by a single act of teaching, Chen Ping'an felt a profound, quiet revelation stir within him. He placed his palm into another golden current, and as expected, a fresh vision bloomed before him. Countless golden streams now coursed through the void, piercing the outer defenses to converge upon this subterranean chamber. Each time Chen Ping'an touched one, a distinct vision emerged. A firefighter battling Inferno's wrath, a physician and nurse tending the frail and sterile wards, laborers pouring sweat into the steel and concrete bones of a nation, a gentle woman nurturing her family within a sunlit courtyard, students striving fiercely beneath school eaves. Each golden current embodied a citizen of De Yen, capturing their growth, their struggles, their triumphs. And in that instant, Chen Ping'an grasped the true nature of the golden barrier. It was an immortal bulwark, forged not by gods or emperors, but by the collective will, spirit, and devotion of hundreds of millions of De Yan's people. Staring at the radiant barrier, Chen Ping'an knew with absolute certainty he possessed neither the strength nor the means to shatter it. Yet without breaching it, the emperor could not awaken. And should the emperor remain dormant, the unknown entity would descend upon the world 6 days hence, erasing Modu's 2 million souls in an instant. His gaze steeled. Having discerned the barrier's essence, he perceived another path, one not of force, but of resonance. Chen Ping'an turned to Yun-san. Yun-san, I'll be gone for a moment. Wait for me. She had no idea where he intended to go, nor did she get the chance to ask. Before the question could form, Chen Ping'an dissolved into a streak of crimson light and hurled himself unflinchingly straight into the golden barrier guarding the stone hut's entrance. Previously, Chen Ping'an had once sent a strand of mental power into the golden barrier. However, as soon as the mental power entered the barrier, it lost contact with its original body. At first, Chen Ping'an thought that his mental power had been obliterated by the barrier before him. However, after observing countless streams of golden water merging into the golden barrier moments ago, he realized otherwise. Chen Ping'an understood that the barrier before him was a collection of countless thoughts and wills. Therefore, his previous mental power had not vanished, it had merely been diluted by the myriad wills. In a certain sense, this barrier was nearly indestructible. Chen Ping'an thought of another method to break through the barrier, which was surprisingly simple. Since he couldn't overcome it, he would join it. After becoming a legend of martial arts, his vital energy and spirit had merged into one. At this moment, Chen Ping'an could transform himself completely into the form of vital energy at any time. With a thought, Chen Ping'an instantly transformed into a streak of blood light, crashing directly towards the golden barrier, just like the thousands of golden streams. However, there was no collision. The blood light effortlessly merged with the golden barrier as if a river had flowed into the sea. Moments later, the blood light completely disappeared. In the vast underground space, only Yun-san, who was quietly waiting, and the seemingly timeless, mysterious stone house remained. At the moment when the blood light transformed by Chen Ping'an collided with the golden barrier, his consciousness entered an expansive golden space. In a place unseen by Chen Ping'an, the entire interior of the stone house was actually enveloped in golden light. In the center of the stone house lay the emperor, dressed in dark traditional robes, eyes closed, peacefully resting. Beneath the enveloping golden light, the emperor was sleeping soundly. In the boundless golden space, the red light of Chen Ping'an's vital energy appeared particularly dazzling. Chen Ping'an could feel that his current form as blood light was being diluted by this golden space. However, after breaking through to the legend of martial arts, the highly refined vital energy and spirit made this dilution exceedingly slow. This also granted him the possibility of moving freely in this golden ocean. Following his intuition, Chen Ping'an continued to advance toward the center of the golden ocean. At this moment transformed into blood light, Chen Ping'an, propelled by his mental power, moved at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, swiftly advancing within the golden space. Yet clearly in reality the golden space was only the size of a house. At this moment, however, it felt almost boundless to Chen Ping'an's perception. 5 hours later, the bloodlight that Chen Ping'an had transformed into had been diluted by 1/10, and the scenery before him finally changed. In the golden world ahead, a small black dot appeared for the first time. Chen Ping'an sighed in relief. If this continued, he would be stuck in this unchanging golden world. Then he would have to consider leaving first, otherwise if he stayed like this he risked being completely diluted. After another 2 hours, as Chen Ping'an approached, the black dot began to enlarge rapidly. The emperor, who had been sleeping in the golden space, finally appeared before Chen Ping'an. After the blood light abruptly stopped beside the emperor, it instantly transformed back into Chen Ping'an. However, this time, Chen Ping'an remembered to use his vital energy to manifest his clothing as well. Otherwise, standing before the emperor in a state of undress felt too embarrassing. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow as he looked at the emperor before him. He found himself unable to see through her completely. He did not know if this was due to the peculiarity of the environment or the emperor's own uniqueness. In Chen Ping'an's view, the emperor at this moment appeared like an ordinary little girl with no traces of any awakened energy. Unable to discern any clues, Chen Ping'an reached out his hand, intending to infuse a bit of vital energy into the emperor. He wanted to see if the vital energy would have the positive effect he anticipated. However, at the moment Chen Ping'an's arm touched the emperor, the previously tranquil golden world erupted violently. In an instant, it felt as if the weight of the entire world pressed down upon Chen Ping'an. He barely had time to react before he was overwhelmed by the boundless pressure. He was compressed into a streak of blood light, merging into the emperor's body before him. After Chen Ping'an vanished, the tumultuous golden world returned to tranquility, as if the terrifying pressure from earlier had merely been an illusion. Meanwhile, the emperor, who lay sleeping in the center of the golden world, slightly trembled at the corners of her eyes. The feeling of being submerged in water. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't breathe. Something seemed to have been inserted into my nose, helping me to breathe. Faint voices of men and women drifted in my ears. They seemed exceedingly excited. We did it. Now the plan can finally proceed. We were right. The consciousness was still quite weak. After briefly awakening, it sank back into silence. My awareness awakened countless times. The male and female voices I heard seemed to be constantly changing. Only a few voices remained constant, but their tones did not all convey joy. The cold liquid around me began to diminish. Open my eyes. My eyes trembled slightly. A pair of red pupils saw this world for the first time. In the center of the world, a man looked at me, laughing joyfully. In the stone house, the emperor, who lay quietly in the center, had her eyelids twitching more violently, as if she were about to awaken. From today onwards, you are my daughter. A handsome man joyfully lifted a small infant. Behind him, several others dressed similarly looked at the tiny baby with worried expressions. An endless darkness enveloped the entire world. The one referred to as father had blood that had long since congealed. A figure with white hair and red pupils stepped toward the heavens. The sun shone once more upon the scarred earth. In the sky, a small golden amber, like a shooting star, fell to the ground. In the stone house, the emperor slowly opened her eyes, and a tear silently slid down beside her red pupil. In the emperor's eyes there was still a trace of confusion. After a moment, the red pupils regained their brilliance. Has this sleep adjustment ended? I seem to have dreamt of those things again. In the center of the stone house, the small emperor murmured to herself. As she spoke, the golden substance that filled the stone house gradually dissipated, and the golden barrier at the stone house door also gradually became transparent and disappeared. Chen Ping'an. Suddenly, a blue figure burst into the stone house, shouting. Upon closer inspection, it was Yun San, who had been waiting outside. The emperor looked at the anxious Yun San with curiosity. Yun girl, is there something urgent? And who is Chen Ping'an? Gazing upon the diminutive sovereign before her, whose solemn gaze bore down upon her with regal authority, Yun San suddenly froze in anxious anticipation. Your Highness, sovereign, have you finally awakened? Did you see a man inside this stone chamber? As she spoke, Yun San's worried eyes swept restlessly across the modest interior. Yet within that stone chamber stood only the sovereign, regally observing her. No trace of Chen Ping'an, whom she sought. The sovereign frowned faintly. A man. While I slumbered, this chamber was utterly sealed. No one could possibly have breached it. Regarding Yun San's distress, the sovereign added with quiet concern. Yun girl, are you unharmed? The sovereign rose weightlessly into the air and floated before Yun San, extending a delicate porcelain pale hand to gently stroke her head. No signs of spiritual subjugation either. As the sovereign probed Yun San's condition, her expression abruptly shifted. What is this? Yun girl, you've ascended to third tier awakening. Without waiting for Yun San's reply, the sovereign murmured pensively. Impossible. At this juncture in this world's evolution, no third-tier awakeners should exist. Yun San blurted out urgently. Chen Ping'an helped me ascend. He is precisely the corporeal awakener we intended to recruit before your highness entered slumber. He said he had urgent business with you, then transformed into a crimson streak of light and hurled himself directly at the golden barrier guarding the chamber's entrance, vanishing instantly. 15 hours have elapsed since then. Upon hearing Yun San's words, the sovereign's countenance darkened, her voice flared with indignation. How recklessly foolish. How dare anyone attempt to breach the immortal barrier by force? No wonder her fury ran so deep. The golden barrier had manifested spontaneously during her slumber, an inviolable defense. Any transcendent power striking it would be instantly nullified. As for ordinary life forms attempting physical impact, the barrier would repel them with equal force. Yet because the sovereign remained deep in slumber, she possessed no conscious control over this formidable energy. If, as Yun San claimed, that youth named Chen Ping'an truly transmuted himself, by some unknown means, into pure transcendent energy, a scarlet ray of light, and collided with the barrier, then his fate was certain utter annihilation. At the thought that she might have unwittingly slain a loyal subject of the great Yin realm, the sovereign's face tightened with grim sorrow. Witnessing this shift, Yun San's own unease surged, sharp and suffocating. Earlier, Chen Ping'an had merely said he'd step away briefly, and Yun San had waited patiently outside the stone chamber. But 15 hours had passed. The golden barrier remained unchanged, and Chen Ping'an had vanished as though erased from existence itself. Her anticipation had curdled into disquiet, then sharpened into frantic anxiety. When the golden barrier finally dissolved, she burst inside without hesitation, only to find the sovereign alone within the silent stone chamber. Wait, something is amiss. The sovereign's brow furrowed sharply. She closed her eyes as if attuning herself to a subtle resonance. Moments later, her eyes snapped open, and she commanded, voice low and resonant. Emerge now. A searing crimson radiance erupted from her form. Thud. After bursting forth, the crimson light coalesced once more into Chen Ping'an's shape, and he crashed heavily onto the floor. Dazed, he blinked open, his eyes bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. A dainty rosy foot descended upon his head. From above came the sovereign's icy voice. Who dares this vulgar intrusion, this audacious trespasser, to dare peer into my very mind? Her gaze lingered on Chen Ping'an's refined features, and inexplicably a warm, tender familiarity welled up within her heart. Yet when her eyes drifted lower, to where his spear thrust forth like a soaring dragon, her expression hardened anew. Shameless wretch. Enraged, the sovereign stomped down hard upon his head, then turned to Yun San beside her and ordered, Yun girl, strike him down. But no response came. Lifting her gaze, the sovereign saw Yun San staring, not in outrage, but with radiant, unmistakable delight at this brazen offender, as if gazing upon her own beloved husband. Recalling their earlier exchange, the sovereign narrowed her eyes. Yun girl, is this the Chen Ping'an you spoke of? Before Yun San could answer, Chen Ping'an's vacant eyes began to clear, consciousness returning at last. Still half asleep, he sensed a soft, fragrant pressure atop his head, and instinctively grasped the sovereign's tiny foot resting there. Sweet. Eek. With a startled cry, the sovereign tried to wrench her foot free, only to find his grip iron-strong, utterly unyielding. Her shriek finally jolted Chen Ping'an fully awake. Above him hovered the sovereign, robed in somber Han-style silks, silver-haired, barefoot, her expression frozen in wide-eyed shock. Realizing with acute embarrassment what he had just done, Chen Ping'an hastily released her foot. Your Highness Sovereign, have you eaten? The sovereign felt the cool, smooth sensation lingering upon her soul, though she could not fathom why her innate protective aura had failed utterly against him. Yet all she wished now was to kick him dead. Ahem. In short, I struck the golden barrier, then found myself within a boundless golden realm. I flew for a long while before glimpsing your form. The moment I reached you and touched you, I lost all awareness. Clad in black Han robes, the sovereign sat upon the central throne of the circular conference chamber, her gaze fixed upon the man before her, sharp as an interrogator's. Yun San stood silently behind her, watching Chen Ping'an with skeptical eyes, and thoughts already veering elsewhere. No wonder I've been so forward, yet he still held back. I even wondered if he preferred men. Never imagined he'd be drawn to someone like the sovereign. This borders on sacrilege. Ping'an. Is a mature elder sister like me truly so unappealing? Yun San sighed inwardly regarding Chen Ping'an, still earnestly recounting his ordeal, while another notion flickered across her mind. Wait, surely the sovereign is over a century old. So perhaps Ping'an prefers older women, and I'm simply not old enough yet. Indeed, men's tastes remain profoundly enigmatic. Ignoring the idle, wildly speculative musings of a certain Yun, who'd clearly watched far too many Enhancement dramas, Chen Ping'an continued his account. Flustered, he went on. While my consciousness wavered, fragmented images surfaced, but upon waking they receded like fading dreams, growing ever more indistinct the more I strained to recall. Yet at the end, I believe I saw a golden amber falling to the earth. At these words, the sovereign's frost-laced composure flickered, her expression shifting subtly. Did he dream that same vision too? Before she could voice the question, Chen Ping'an added. Then I awoke, dazed, disoriented, and rather compromised. But rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take full responsibility. Hearing this, the sovereign instantly recalled the prior indignity. Flushed crimson, having never endured such treatment, she spat, voice trembling with mock disdain. Dream on. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an volunteer to take responsibility, the sovereign cast him a wry glance. For reasons unknown, standing beside this man always evoked in her a profound sense of ease, and something achingly nostalgic, though she remained exasperated yet utterly incapable of disliking him. She watched as Chen Ping'an scratched his head, awkwardly masking his embarrassment. Recalling his earlier words, she asked directly, Little Ping'an, did you truly dream of a golden amber? Leaning forward ever so slightly, her flawless skin accentuated a visage of breathtaking beauty. Within her crimson eyes flickered a complex, searching intensity. Yes, in truth, I seemed to witness many scenes in that dream, but upon waking only this single image remained vivid in my memory. Hearing his reply, the sovereign's gaze shimmered faintly. A subtle pressure emanated from her silent presence, instantly hushing all sound in the chamber. Gazing at the sovereign before him, Chen Ping'an found it nearly impossible to reconcile this composed figure with the adorable little girl who had once clung to him, calling him daddy. Though her form was that of a child, her aura radiated an uncanny maturity and a deep ancient weariness. After a moment's pause, she shook her head, evidently finding no answer to the question lingering in her thoughts. Her crimson eyes turned once more to Chen Ping'an, and her clear bell-like voice resonated through the stillness of the conference room. Then, Little Ping'an, what brings you to me? So urgently that you breached the barrier itself to reach me? Only then, after waking and enduring repeated surges of disorientation, did Chen Ping'an recall his true purpose. Your Highness, I have come to inquire about the Four-Heaven Seal. How do you know its name? The Four-Heaven Seal. Her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Before Chen Ping'an could respond, her glance fell upon the uneasy Yun Sen beside him, and she immediately deduced the source. That is not something you ought to touch. At the mention of the subject, her expression hardened into icy reserve. Startled by her refusal, Chen Ping'an stepped forward impulsively and grasped her small shoulders. Please, Your Highness, the information on the Four-Heaven Seal is vital to me. Feeling the warmth of his hand through the thin silk of her hanfu, the sovereign flushed again. Dare you? Yun San's earlier assertion that the sovereign possessed no combat ability and that she herself was the strongest within the ash was in fact accurate. The sovereign was an extraordinary being. Her strength matched her appearance precisely, no greater than that of an ordinary human girl. Yet she possessed absolute, unparalleled uniqueness. For a century since the ashes founding, the sovereign's appearance had never changed, and no one had ever succeeded in touching her. Indeed, she was untouchable. When she slept, she would spontaneously appear at the exact center of the stone chamber, enveloped and shielded by golden substance. When awake, any supernatural attack directed at her dissolved into nothingness upon contact. Likewise, no physical force, no blade, no blow, no projectile could ever make contact with her. It was as though an invisible veil separated her from this world entirely, a safeguard even she could neither command nor control. Thus she could not fathom why this man, before her now, had touched her again and again. Her poised, ageless composure shattered, her face burned crimson as she murmured, flustered, I truly don't know. Chen Ping'an froze mid-motion, incredulous. Your Highness, you don't know? Only after sensing his stillness did the sovereign regain her composure, though this time her glacial aura proved impossible to sustain. In truth, the Ash's earliest elders were all aware of this, but most who knew are long deceased. A century is an unfathomable span for ordinary, awakened beings. A trace of melancholy softened her features as if stirred by distant recollection. Chen Ping'an did not press her. He waited, quiet, patient, while she gathered the quiet sorrow within her heart and continued, I possess no memories of my past. A century ago, the fallen dynasty crumbled under corruption while foreign powers schemed ceaselessly to carve up the great Yin Empire. Amidst this tempestuous twilight of a realm, the sovereign opened her eyes. She knew not whence she came, only that she was called the sovereign. Purposeless and adrift, she observed this world with quiet bewilderment. She recalled completing a final task, yet its nature eluded her. She simply watched silently this land, both hauntingly familiar and profoundly alien. This nation she could not name, yet could not forget. Within the conference room, I hold no memory of my past. A century ago I appeared in this world without warning. Afterward I seem to have done much. Yet when I strain to recall, all dissolves into haze as though some unseen force actively suppresses those memories. When my consciousness fully awakened, I was already the sovereign of the great Yin, and the first generation of the Ash already served beneath my guidance. Thereafter, from the shadows of the great Yin, I employed my foresight, guiding Ash members to resolve sporadic anomalies as they arose. Yet certain truths remain fixed in my awareness. If the great Yin prospers steadily for 150 years, the Four-Heaven Seal will dissolve, and I shall be wholly liberated. During this span, the first century shall yield no awakened beings above Tier 2. Only afterward will the upper limit of awakening gradually ascend. Seeing Chen Ping'an and Yun San poised to ask questions, the sovereign waved them off. Do not ask me why, for I do not know. These fragments have dwelled within my mind since I assumed command of the Ash, but deeper truths remain veiled even from me. Turning toward Chen Ping'an, she added softly, I do not know why you seek the Four-Heaven Seal, yet regrettably my own knowledge of it is exceedingly slender. Still, each time I speak its name, a strange sorrow stirs within me. With no further insights to offer, Chen Ping'an felt a quiet disappointment settle over him. He realized too late that he could not probe her mind with spiritual energy, not even to recover what memory had been lost. It dawned upon him then, within that golden void, what he had glimpsed was not her physical self, but her spiritual essence. Merely brushing against it had rendered him unconscious. Thus, spiritual scrutiny offered no path forward, no means to reclaim what had vanished. A faint, unmoored confusion shimmered in the sovereign's eyes. Little Ping'an, I have waited 100 years. I have witnessed the great Yan's century-long passage, seen generations rise and fade. I do not know what ultimate liberation entails, but until that final hour arrives, I shall guard this land unwavering. Chen Ping'an did not reply. He was already deep in thought, searching for a way to restore her lost remembrance. Your Highness, do you recall the Lin family of Modu City and a little girl named Nan? Since the Emperor does not remember the information about the Four-Heaven Seal, I will directly share the information I have gathered and see if it can trigger more memories. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the Emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Lin family. Nan. Images suddenly flashed in the Emperor's mind. Nan, today is your 5th birthday. Let's see what gift Dad has prepared for you. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit looked gently at his adorable little daughter and handed her a beautifully wrapped small box. Thank you, Dad. The little girl in a Western dress sweetly responded and happily accepted the birthday gift from her father. Upon opening the box, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Dad, it's such a beautiful dragon. Inside the small box lay a piece of golden amber. Within the amber, a faint shadow resembling a divine dragon soared gracefully. Beside the joyful father and daughter, a gentle woman in a qipao watched the two most beloved people in her life with tenderness, yet behind her gentle gaze lay a hint of complexity. On the coffee table in the living room, there was a newspaper released that morning. The headline reported the naval defeat of the previous dynasty by the Japanese. The Emperor, dressed in a dark qipao, floated through the ruins of the Lin family mansion. His crimson eyes held a temperature colder than an iceberg, while outside the mansion lay countless terrifying corpses transformed into grotesque human forms. The once glorious mansion had turned into a charred ruin, yet the Emperor walked steadfastly toward the center of the estate. Under the dual moons, the Emperor's shadow stretched long, until he saw two charred figures embracing the Emperor, came to a halt. In the conference room, images flashed rapidly through his mind, but simultaneously a force was hindering the Emperor's recollection. Amidst the intense conflict, the Emperor couldn't help but clutch his head in pain. Seeing his distress, Yun San and Chen Ping'an rushed forward, worriedly checking on him. Chen Ping'an couldn't understand why a single sentence from him would cause the Emperor such anguish. He instinctively placed his hand on the Emperor, intending to transmit blood energy to alleviate his pain. Blood energy is the most refined form of life energy after extraction. When blood energy and spiritual power merge, as long as Chen Ping'an meant no harm, the energy would serve as the best supplement for living beings. While transmitting the blood energy, Chen Ping'an was unaware that when awake, the Emperor's body could isolate itself from the intrusion of extraordinary energies. Miraculously, Chen Ping'an's blood energy flowed into the Emperor's body without obstruction. Under the nourishment of the pure blood energy, the pain on the Emperor's face eased. After the pain dissipated, the Emperor looked at Chen Ping'an with a complex expression. Thank you. Seeing that the Emperor was fine, Yun San and Chen Ping'an finally felt relieved. Once the Emperor regained his composure, he said to Chen Ping'an, I'm sorry, Xiao Ping'an, what you just said seemed to have stimulated my memory, but the recalled information quickly faded away. However, I retained a fragment of memory that seems to connect the Japanese with the Four Heaven Seal. I feel like I released something in Dongara. By the way, I renamed Japan. It's now called Inazuma. I'm sorry, Chen Ping'an, but I truly can't recall any more information. Looking at the somewhat guilty Emperor, Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and couldn't help but reach out to pat the Emperor's little head. It's alright, I'm the one who made things difficult for you. I'm truly sorry. But since you mentioned Dongara, I'll go check it out next. Thank you, Emperor. For the first time in a century of consciousness, being patted on the head made the Emperor's rosy little face turn red again. No problem. I am the Great Flame Emperor. It is my destiny to help the Great Flame citizens. Feeling the increasingly strange atmosphere between the two before her, Yun-san couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward. Ping'an, pat my head too. I've been waiting for you for a full 15 hours. I was so worried. Looking at the cute, long-legged woman before him, Chen Ping'an helplessly extended his other hand. All right, thank you, Captain Yun. Yun-san felt the sensation on her head and couldn't help but laugh happily, her long azure ponytail swaying gently behind her. Chen Ping'an watched Yun-san's silly grin and recalled how cold and arrogant she had been when he first met her. He couldn't help but remember the punch he had thrown back then. Did I really hit too hard back then? Oh, it seems I've come at a bad time. Suddenly, a charming female voice came from the conference room door. The three turned to see Bai Wu, her face full of shock. Bai Wu stared in disbelief at Chen Ping'an as he patted the heads of the Emperor and Captain Yun. The Emperor seemed fine. Everyone knew he had been in an unusual state during the day. However, seeing Yun-san like this was quite rare. It's well known that although Yun-san is beautiful, she can be ruthless in combat. Bai Wu still reminisces about the days when she was pinned down by her. Yun-san quickly composed herself and turned to Bai Wu. Oh, Bai Wu, is there something you need? Looking at Yun-san's calm expression, Bai Wu momentarily thought she had been imagining things. Captain Yun, Emperor, and Commander, good evening. Today I'm responsible for duty at headquarters. I noticed it was almost midnight and the lights in the conference room were still on, so I came to check. Oh, I see. There's nothing here. Bai Wu, you can go patrol elsewhere. Hearing Yun-san's words, Bai Wu quickly turned to leave. All right, Lord Yun. After Bai Wu's figure disappeared from sight, her voice came from outside. Lord Yun, your shy appearance is so cute. And Emperor, your expressions when calling Dad and being patted on the head are also super adorable. Hee, if I keep teasing her, will Lord Yun hit me even harder next time? A certain cat girl, excited by her own thoughts, ran away even faster. Bai Wu's charming voice faded into the distance, leaving behind a bewildered Yun-san and Emperor in the conference room. Ignoring the socially awkward situation for Yun-san, Chen Ping'an noticed a key phrase Bai Wu mentioned. Yun-san, is it almost midnight? When achieving the myth of martial arts, Chen Ping'an shattered all his belongings. Naturally, his phone wasn't saved either. The headquarters of the incendiary is located in an underground space. Here it is impossible to distinguish between day and night. It wasn't until Bai Wu explicitly mentioned the time that Chen Ping'an realized the fourth day was about to pass. Then it was time to begin the simulation for the fifth day? Ah yes, 15 hours have passed outside the barrier since you entered it. It's nearly midnight. Yun-san instinctively answered Chen Ping'an's question. Yet in her heart, she was already plotting how best to reward Bai Wu next time, preferably with an amnesia-inducing severity. Neither noticed that the suspended Emperor had frozen, his expression utterly blank. Father. When did I ever call him father? Before the Emperor could even finish his confusion, another memory surged into his consciousness. During his slumber, he had sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the direction of Modu. Thus, he stirred from deep hibernation into a semi-awakened state. Yet the moment his half-conscious self stepped out of Jean's base, that ominous presence vanished entirely from this world. Having awakened prematurely, he followed primal instinct and began absorbing ambient energy at the flag-raising square. Passers-by moved through the crowd unaware of his presence. Yet each, as if guided by instinct, subtly veered away from where he stood. Then a figure emerged from the throng, one faintly familiar. Guided solely by intuition, he reached out and grasped the man's sleeve, and then it seemed uttered a single word, father. In the conference room, the Emperor, now fully recalling the incident, trembled faintly in his small frame. Worse still, in the subsequent memories, he had repeated that very word before Jean and the others. Off. With a startled cry, the Emperor instantly dissolved back into the void, in retreating to rest. Do not disturb me. Yun-san and Chen Ping'an stared bewildered at the Emperor's sudden vanishing. Chen Ping'an quickly regained his composure and said to Yun-san, Yun-san, please prepare a resting chamber for me. Now let's see what new shifts the simulation has produced. Watching Chen Ping'an's urgent gaze, Yun-san felt certain. This time victory was assured. After arriving at the headquarters rest chamber and politely dismissing Yun-san, who had attempted to linger and claim the bed, Chen Ping'an reopened the simulator interface. Fifth talent slot unlocked. Initiate simulation. And due to the player's first transcendence of a life-tier simulation, observation difficulty has increased. Daily simulation attempts are reduced to 1. NAS compensation 5 talent selections are now available per simulation with guaranteed inclusion of at least 1 golden tier talent. And the attribute point system has been optimized. Upon completing today's simulation, 10 free attribute points will be awarded, allocatable to any already unlocked attribute. In the simulator interface flooded with new information. After careful review, Chen Ping'an grasped its implications. The simulator, responding to the player's enhanced strength, imposed stricter constraints, but also offered 2 compensations. The first grants 10 free attribute points directly after each simulation. Previously, acquiring this many points would require living through at least 10,000 simulated days. Moreover, these are now free points, not automatically assigned to Constitution, but fully customizable across any unlocked attribute. This allows strategic reinforcement of glaring weaknesses, a change undeniably beneficial. The second compensation, though daily simulations are now limited to 1, the number of selectable talents increases to 5, with 1 golden tier talent guaranteed. This guarantee is genuinely valuable. On day 2, Chen Ping'an had run over 1440 simulations, reviewing more than 5000 talents, yet never once encountered a golden tier talent. Thus, this safeguard truly represents a favorable trade-off. Yet it introduces a drawback: he can no longer accumulate future intelligence through repeated simulations. Still, the impact is minimal. For the past 2 days, this limitation had already been manifesting. Ever since he disturbed that monstrous entity in the future, the simulator steadily curtailed his access to foresight. Yet, judging from this latest explanation, the restriction appears tied directly to his own ascension in power. Could it be that the higher his cultivation, the harder the system finds it to simulate his path? You're correct. This system perceives countless potential trajectories of ordinary life forms. Even the precise millisecond of a person's first morning blink may spawn divergent futures. But as your life tier ascends, your possible futures narrow dramatically. Think of fate as a vast river. Most beings drift like floating weeds carried helplessly by the current. You, however, are becoming stone, granular, unyielding. Within fate's torrent, your path fractures less readily. And though our observational tier still exceeds yours, scanning your present trajectory demands exponentially greater energy. To prevent further system corruption, observation frequency must be reduced. Some congratulations, Chen Ping'an. You have finally begun earning the right to shape your own destiny. Destiny. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Ping'an's gaze grew distant. Had acquiring this simulator truly been mere coincidence? What then had truly transpired across this world's past and its future? Countless questions clamored for answers. Yet overthinking avails nothing, for now. System initiate simulation. The interface shimmered. The pale simulation panel erupted with a translucent, colorless vortex. Moments later, 5 radiant beams shot forth from the vortex. 2 violet, 3 golden. Select a talent in buff stacker: violet in actor president, violet in nameless, 1 golden in self-replicator, golden in shepherd, golden in well now. 2 violet, 3 golden. Chen Ping'an stared astonished at the selection. Buff stacker: violet, physiologically male, yet psychologically identifying as female. Simultaneously, you are homosexual, thus attracted to women, and also a crossdresser habitually wearing masculine attire. In summary, you are a man dressed in male clothing who loves women. Yet logically, you embody a cross-dressing homosexual with gender dysphoria. As a textbook minority, you hold elevated status in certain nations preoccupied with trivialities. Affect moral high ground status 2, public opinion bias 2, intelligence 1 Remarkable. How does a man accrue such a staggering stack of contradictory buffs? Are you assembling a book of murder? Then again, across the ocean, and many such peculiarities appear quite common. A biological man granted access to women's restrooms, yet infringing upon other women, then when apprehended claiming inner womanhood. If such a nation leads the world, where remains hope for humanity? Chen Ping'an had previously heard reports of transgender athletes winning championships in Olympian and Manisian competitions. He bore no prejudice against transgender individuals, but how could a man retaining full anatomical integrity compete fairly in standard women's divisions? He recalled Manisians labeling such phenomena freedom. Not sharp breath escaped him. In living in a normative nation, Chen Ping'an often found himself alienated, not by excess, but by insufficient aberrance relative to the world's so-called mainstream. The actor President Purple: you are a talented actor, and because you portrayed an exceptional presidential character, your citizens believe that you can lead this country well. You find everyone's reasoning quite sensible, so you ran for election, and then you were elected, eventually achieving great success. Of course, this may relate to the fact that you actually care more about the attitudes of certain great powers than about this country. Affect acting 5, intelligence 2. Goodness, are there really countries that elect actors as presidents? Moreover, if those in high positions do not consider the populace, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Chen Ping'an looked at this talent. Although the 5 effect was worthy of its purple grade, he was frightened by the 2 intelligence. What if he made some treasonous move? That would be terribly foolish. The nameless gold, a general dies in 100 battles, a hero returns after 10 years. Behind the great achievements of a general lie countless nameless bones that perished far from home. These nameless individuals lost their young lives for the fame and ambition of their lord, yet history will only remember the names of the victors, while no one will recall these nameless bones. In the last moment as life leaves the body, what lingers in their longing gazes towards their homeland is the final attachment to family or a yearning for life itself. Effect near-death state, life force forcibly extended for 1 second, combat power dramatically increased. Here it comes, the first golden talent that appeared today. After reading the description of the nameless gold, Chen Ping'an frowned slightly. The description of this talent is too vague. What exactly constitutes a near-death state? And after this 1 second extension, will the person die immediately? Also, the combat power increase described is too ambiguous. Overall, this talent is a last-ditch effort talent to be used against an opponent that cannot be resisted, a final struggle in desperation. Considering this talent as an option, Chen Ping'an looked at the next talent. Self-replication gold. The reason species have gender distinctions is to ensure genetic diversity, increasing the chances of survival through rich genetic variation. But you chose a different path. You no longer have gender differences. For you, reproduction is something that can be accomplished alone as long as you have enough time and resources. You are a race. Effect cancels gender characteristics, grants self-replication ability. In a sense, this is indeed a powerful skill. Even if I am the last human left in the world, I can still recreate human civilization. But this so-called cancellation of gender characteristics, it must be exactly as I think it is. Forget it, I dare not choose, I dare not choose. Chen Ping'an felt that the difficulty of this self-replicating talent was too high for a virgin, so he turned to the last talent. The shepherd gold. You are the shepherd of the gods, tending to the divine pastures of the gods. Although the livestock resembles you, you know that you are a higher existence than they. You proclaim the will of the gods to the ignorant livestock, earning their wholehearted worship. Yet you look down upon them, for to you they are merely talking livestock. Helping the gods harvest these livestock is the most honorable career for you. Effect the power of faith system activated, gaining the attention of the gods. Chen Ping'an looked at this talent and gradually furrowed his brow. The term power of faith reminded him of the countless golden streams he had seen before the stone house. Could those things be the power of faith? Could the emperor be the shepherd? In the next moment, Chen Ping'an firmly shook his head. Oh, as someone who had lived in Yen for 20 years. He deeply understood that the goal of this country was for every citizen to live well, not to dedicate the populace to some unknown gods. Rather, the people of Yen who grew up in hardship inherently recognized their loyalty to the nation and family, not to some ethereal deity. Thinking of the gods, the face of the emperor unconsciously surfaced in Chen Ping'an's mind. Ageless and immortal with miraculous foresight, if placed in ancient times, he might be regarded as a god or a messenger of the gods. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an began to understand why the emperor had left no visual documentation and had not maintained control over the country's power. Even among the people, more and more citizens believed that the emperor was merely a figment of imagination. She and the authorities cared little about it. For them, the people of Yen did not need an emperor who would last forever. The people of Yen themselves were the protagonists of the era. After reviewing all 5 talent options, Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought. Among the 3 golden talents, it was clear that the shepherd's talent had the most potential. If he chose it, he would master a whole new power. However, the description of the shepherd always made Chen Ping'an feel somewhat uncomfortable. Humans should possess dignity and should not be livestock raised by anyone. Thus, the talents Chen Ping'an could choose from were limited to the nameless gold and self-replication gold. It seemed like there were choices, but in reality there were none. Chen Ping'an did not want to become a genderless being. System, I choose the nameless gold. Begin the simulation. Time-space information anchoring, excluding interference from advanced life forms. Selection confirmed. Observer deployment successful. Simulation beginning. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, you followed the hints given by the emperor and traveled to the eastern hut of Inazuma, where you experienced the charm of Inazuma's JK style. Inazuma. JK. Wait, system, what exactly did I do in Inazuma? What does it mean to experience its style? Realizing the key words, Chen Ping'an hurriedly questioned the system. However, the system showed no intention to respond, but continued to refresh the information. Having gained tremendous rewards, you returned to the imperial capital, bringing all your friends with you, waiting for the arrival of the apocalypse. During this time, you wanted to find the emperor to inquire about the 4-day seal, but the stone house was once again blocked by a golden barrier. This time the barrier seemed to have new changes, and you could not enter at all. Knowing about the existence of the 4-day seal, you worried that this seal was related to the apocalypse. You continuously checked the seal locations in Magic City and Inazuma, but both seals were very well fortified, leading you to suspect that the apocalypse might be related to other factors. That's it. I learned the locations of the 4 seals: Magic City, Eastern Hot Shobong, and Chuan City, through the simulation. And the Emperor has no recollection of the positions of the 4 seals. Before my simulation, I only learned about the Eastern Hot from the Emperor. But if the seals in Magic City and Eastern Hot are both functioning normally, why did the giant hand appear in Magic City at the very beginning? Could it be that it truly was a sudden arrival of an otherworldly monster on that day? At the stroke of midnight, the first day of the apocalypse began. Standing atop the sky tower of Magic City, you gazed at the bustling crowds on the streets with vigilant eyes. Unaware of the specifics of the apocalypse, you prepared to use supreme power to eliminate any potential crises. Yet until the sun rose and the darkness faded, Magic City remained tranquil. The first dawnlight of the new year pierced through the darkness of night. To respond instantly to the so-called apocalypse upon its arrival, your spiritual consciousness had enveloped the entire metropolis for a full night. That night you witnessed countless barrages of artillery fire and mastered innumerable combat postures, yet detected no anomaly whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lin Manor, the focal point of your surveillance, remained locked in its eerie, ruined state, utterly unchanged. Atop sky tower clad in black, you gazed across the waking metropolis. After an entire night of unrelenting vigilance, your spirit softened, just slightly. Perhaps the apocalypse would never come. At this point, the simulator paused. Data loading abruptly slowed. Chen Ping'an stared at the simulated feed, his brow deeply furrowed. In every prior simulation, no matter where you stood, the metropolis had always been the first city struck. Yet this time, why had it remained untouched, even as morning broke? Moments later, the interface resumed updating. Just as a sliver of hope flickered within you, the communicator issued by Jean chimed at your waist. With a quiet unease stirring in your chest, you answered, only for Yun-san's voice on the other end to confirm your darkest premonition. Inazuma requests urgent aid. Its capital Dongara has gone completely dark, engulfed by an unknown shadow. When local forces entered, not a single transmission emerged. As a vassal state, Inazuma's plea could not be ignored by its suzerain, the Great Yin Empire, and you sensed that this was the beginning of the apocalypse. A crimson streak blazed upward from Sky Tower's summit, hurtling eastward across the sea. Every satellite in orbit registered in real time a high-energy projectile ascending from the metropolis of the Great Yin and striking straight toward Dongara, Inazuma's capital. From above, Dongara lay submerged beneath a colossal palm-shaped shadow. Merely gazing upon it sent waves of profound disquiet rippling through your being. Yet you, having shattered into the mythic realm of martial cultivation and forged your true self-manifestation, plunged into that shadow without hesitation. With raw, unyielding force, you tore a jagged rift through the immense shadow veiling Dongara. Sunlight poured through the breach, spilling light into the darkness below. You fell silent, staring at Dongara. Beyond counting, the city sprawled before you, choked with corpses. In that soundless world, every corpse's mouth stretched grotesquely to the ears. Their pallid faces bore twin hollow sockets, bloodless, bottomless voids echoing with abyssal silence. Countless humans lay arranged with chilling precision across the land like slaughtered livestock. An unfathomable malice laced with eerie rictus grins radiated upward from the masked dead. Behind you, the great tear you'd torn in the shadow had sealed itself, silently, seamlessly. You lifted your gaze skyward. A vast, nauseating vortex of iridescent color spun noiselessly overhead. Traces of aura lingered in the heavens, so potent even now they stirred primal dread within you. Guided by instinct, you ascended toward the vortex's heart. You sensed the architect of this devastation dwelled there. As you drew nearer to its center, your martial spirit sense shrieked in alarm. Yet driven by an unshakable need for truth, you finally halted directly beneath the vortex's core. There the kaleidoscopic whirlpool collapsed inward, its center a fathomless black, a yawning aperture leading to some unfathomed elsewhere. As you reached out to touch that obsidian maw, your spiritual energy overloaded. For the first time, you glimpsed a vision of the future, yourself crushed into crimson pulp within the grip of a titanic hand. You wrenched free from that paralyzing premonition, gasping raggedly as you looked down upon the earth once more. But when your eyes fell upon Dongara again, the city teeming with corpses moments before was now utterly empty. A silent metropolis. A city stripped of all human presence, save for the silent, swirling rainbow vortex suspended in the sky. Regaining your composure, you plummeted straight downward toward the city's heart. You knew the 4-day seal lay buried at Dongara's center, and you needed to know its fate. At the city's core stood a massive door, its surface stained deep crimson, now fully ajar. You stood before it motionless, silent, for long seconds, until the image of a shrine maiden flickered through your mind. Seeking answers, you launched a meticulous grid-like sweep of Dongara with your spiritual sense, but found no one. Across your spiritual perception, the entire city had been emptied of humanity. The earlier grotesque corpses had vanished, as if they'd never existed, while Dongara's missing millions had simply evaporated into nothingness. 3 hours later, having confirmed no targets remained, you flew to the edge of Dongara's shadow, preparing to depart this uncanny city and reassess your next move. Beyond the boundary stood Enhancement soldiers on high alert. Just as you crossed the threshold of the shadow, pale fingers settled silently upon your shoulder. A faint hollow sound, like a marble dropping from a ceiling, echoed beside your ear. You turned. There she stood, the shrine maiden, familiar yet irrevocably altered, not alive, not dead. After a fierce, brutal battle, you walked slowly from beneath Dongara's shadow, sorrow etched deep into your expression, leaving behind the ruined city without glancing back. You offered no explanation to the terrified Enhancement troops. Without pause, you returned directly. Chen Ping'an rubbed his temples. Too much data demanded synthesis. Why did the colossal hand strike Dongara first this time? In every prior simulation, Dongara had always been its second target. What did I, or my future self, do in the days before the apocalypse that shifted the hand's objective? What truly lies hidden in Dongara? The simulation merely states I encountered a certain JK, but who is this shrine maiden, and why does her form appear so insistently? Before Chen Ping'an could finish his thoughts, the interface refreshed again. Back in the imperial capital, you learned from Bai Wu, mid-drill, that Yun San had departed alone. It turned out that the moment you entered Dongara, all external contact ceased, and simultaneously the Myrnis fleet surged directly toward Great Yan's territorial waters. As the highest-ranking and most formidable operative in the Gene organization after yourself, Yun San assumed command at sea, intercepting the fleet without delay. Confident in Yun San's unmatched prowess, you returned to headquarters' central stone chamber. Gazing at the unaltered barriers sealing the entrance, you sighed deeply. Having concluded Dongara's anomaly likely stemmed from the 4-day seal, you exchanged brief pleasantries with the women at the hotel before returning once more to the metropolis. On the first night back, Lin Manor's ruins reverted, exactly as before. You reunited with Nan Nan and Xiao Yu, but neither held any knowledge of Dongara's fate. After playing briefly with Xiao Yu and exploring the mechanics of synchronized puppet movement, you made a new discovery. You noticed that within Xiao Yu's spirit there seems to be a mingling of other consciousnesses, which makes you somewhat uncomfortable. Using your spiritual power, you expel the impurities from Xiao Yu's mind. As midnight strikes, the Lin family mansion once again transforms into ruins. The next day at 000, a strong sense of heart palpitations compels you to look up at the sky. In the pitch-black night sky, a point darker than the night itself appears. In less than a second, the dark point suddenly ruptures, replaced by a vast array of colorful cracks that emerge in the sky above the demon city. In your mental vision, as this crack appears, countless dark liquid-like substances surge wildly from it. However, with your physical eyes, you can only see a discomforting colorful rift that abruptly manifests in the sky. The contrasting views leave you momentarily dazed in this chaotic world. In that brief moment of distraction, the dark liquid-like substance rapidly fills the demon city. Its gaze no longer observes, instead it has found its prey. Under the gaze of the giant eye, terrifying malice surges toward you like a tidal wave. In your spiritual vision, the black substance pierces through your blood energy, seemingly about to merge into your body. Despite reaching the pinnacle of the first step of martial arts, your body begins to exhibit signs of abnormality. You wish to protect the two behind you, but you find that under the gaze of the giant eye you have lost the ability to act. The oppressive anger burns fiercely within you, and your true self manifests, creating a shield that blocks out the malice. Now able to move again, you immediately prepare to attack the monster in the sky. But in the next moment, the world before you is suddenly split in half, and the giant eye in the sky is cleaved down the middle. You turn around to see Nuan, her face grave, extending her small palm toward the sky. As the cut in the sky widens, her face turns pale. You and Xiao Yu hurry forward to support the suddenly weak Nuan. You notice that Nuan still gazes at the sky with a troubled expression. Confused, you look up. The giant eye has been inexplicably severed in two by Nuan's mysterious power. Countless streams of black liquid surge wildly from the split of the giant eye. This time, even your physical eyes can see these bizarre black substances. Suddenly, you notice that in the gaze of the severed giant eye there flickers a mocking smile. Within the boundary where the giant eye has been cut, countless tiny black dots suddenly appear. No, those are not mere dots. With your astonishing vision, you see the true nature of the black dots. They are countless bizarre human eyes emerging from the void, rapidly filling the fissure created by the giant eye. In just a moment, the giant eye is completely restored. Meanwhile, in a place you have not observed, the visible black substance that flowed from the giant eye begins to tremble violently. A strong sense of danger compels you to look at the trembling black substance on the ground. Please me, insects. A strange voice directly resonates in your mind. This is not a sound that a human could produce. Within it are the echoes of countless humans cursing, crying, and wailing. As soon as the giant eye's voice fades, the visible black substance suddenly ruptures. A completely black figure emanating an intense aura of ominousness steps out from the black matter. In the next moment, the world before you vanishes, and a sharp pain akin to being pierced erupts in your abdomen. Xiaoyu supports the weak Nuan as they retreat back into the Lin family mansion, while you engage in a fierce battle with the figure emerging from the black substance. Identical. The power and speed of this monster are completely the same as yours, and it feels as though you are fighting against a mirror. After the battle, the dead silent demon city has transformed into a massive crater. All buildings have completely vanished, leaving only the Lin family mansion in the city center unscathed. You, with your body intact, gaze once more at the giant eye in the sky that has remained still, but the blood energy within you has diminished to a third of its peak. So weak, you think. The giant eye's words do not shake your resolve. A fierce battle intent flickers in your eyes. The giant eye loses interest, and a massive palm suddenly appears above the demon city, descending like a meteor. A powerful aura of death emanates from the giant palm. Your martial arts instincts and spiritual sense unmistakably tell you that if you take this blow, you will surely perish. Your true self manifests, revealing your martial form. A colossal crimson giant appears upon the earth. The 1,000-meter-tall giant stretches out its hands to directly confront the descending massive palm from the sky. Yet before the palm capable of overshadowing the demon city, the 1,000-meter giant is no different from an ant. The giant cannot even withstand a moment before being crushed into fragments by the giant palm. With just one touch, you find yourself in a dire situation. The palm seems like an ocean of malice, ruthlessly eroding your blood energy. The blood energy, already depleted by more than half, offers no resistance against the encroaching malice. Just as the malice erodes you down to the last vestige of blood energy, Nuan suddenly bursts out from the Lin family mansion. On the verge of death, you clearly sense a spatial fluctuation appearing around your final trace of blood energy. The scene before you abruptly shifts. The sky above no longer displays the bizarre giant eye or the nauseating colorful atmosphere. You are transported outside the demon city. Above the skies beyond the demon capital, 2 full moons bathe the boundless night in serene silver light. You, transported outside the city, clung to but a final thread of vital chi, yet fortune had spared you from death's grasp. In the real world, Chen Ping'an clenched his fist ever so slightly. Is this how I am meant to survive? To live on having sacrificed Nan, rejoicing merely at my own narrow escape? How could this possibly be? How could this possibly be? A voice surged forth from within his vital chi, the crimson torrent surging like arrows once more toward the shadow barrier. The eerie barrier offered no resistance. You plunged back into the demon capital's abyssal gloom. High above the city, the colossal eye fixed its gaze upon the urban heart, while a titanic hand slowly retracted from the earth toward the heavens. With no time to hesitate, and Nanan's fate weighing heavily upon you, you shot like lightning toward the city's center. Upon reaching Lin family manor, you shifted back into human form, only to find the manor vanished, replaced instead by a gaping blood gate standing stark upon the earth. As you frantically searched for Nanan, countless puppet fragments rained down from the sky, until at last Xiaoyu's severed head fell before your eyes, her gaze frozen in utter despair. You looked up, the colossal eye stared down with palpable malice, and Nan had utterly vanished from heaven and earth. 1. The greatest breakthrough this round was clear. Chen Ping'an had finally inflicted harm upon it. He chose to preserve the talent. Nameless 1 gold appeared quietly in the 5th talent slot. Name: Chen Ping'an. Days until apocalypse 5. Race: human dragon. Attributes: Physique 101, first step of martial Dao mythos. Spirit 109th spiritual awakening. Talents: martial Dao mythos crimson. Chivalric path gold. Dragon bloodline and transformation. True self heart image crimson. Nameless 1 gold. Free attribute points 10. On the system interface, the dragon human bloodline remained mid-transformation, now renamed dragon bloodline. Yet Chen Ping'an felt no change within himself. Perhaps only further evolution would reveal its true nature. Though the fusion of the 5th talent unfolded calmly, Chen Ping'an knew its profundity. In previous simulations, his return to the demon capital left him utterly powerless. Yet in this iteration, during the final second before death, he fully restored and surged beyond his prior limits, even wounding the titanic hand for the first time. Chen Ping'an understood instantly all these changes stemmed solely from this talent. 5 days remained until the apocalypse, and 5 more opportunities to acquire talents. Though still an ant beneath that titanic hand, Chen Ping'an now possessed the faintest glimmer of resistance. The sacrifices of Nan and Xiao Yu in the simulation hardened his resolve. He knew to protect the real world, he needed greater strength. At the thought of strength, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze to the 10 free attribute points. System, may I allocate points to my spirit attribute now? His current spirit stood at 100, the boost granted when he elevated his talents. This was the absolute zenith attainable by awakened beings. To advance further, he must awaken his true self. Only then could his spiritual essence ascend anew. The system can allocate points for you, but doing so forfeits the chance for qualitative transcendence of your spirit. Does the host still wish to proceed? Hearing this, Chen Ping'an paused and instantly grasped the distinction. Put simply, attribute points represent quantitative growth, whereas cultivation breakthroughs signify qualitative transformation. Such breakthroughs depend solely on Chen Ping'an himself, for only the true self he discovers within will be perfectly attuned to his being. Abandoning the shortcut of breaking through his realm by means of system attribute points, Chen Ping'an began to contemplate the information obtained from this simulation. Since today only allowed for this single simulation, Chen Ping'an placed great importance on the information he had acquired this time. After reviewing all the simulation data several times, he frowned slightly. Firstly, the most significant change in this simulation was the alteration in the location of the giant hand's first appearance. Instead of manifesting in the demon city on the first day, it chose Donggora as the site of its initial descent. Chen Ping'an noticed that prior to the apocalypse in the simulation, he seemed to have gained some monumental fortune in Donggora. This situation had never occurred in previous simulations. In earlier simulations, he had never been to Donggora, and now, after visiting the location of the giant hand's descent, had changed, which was hard not to connect. At the same time, the Emperor also mentioned that she left something important in Donggora. Initially, Chen Ping'an thought she was referring to the sealing bloodgate of Donggora. However, it now seemed that apart from the sealing bloodgate, there were other entities present in Donggora. Therefore, my action in Donggora must have triggered something, but the information provided in the simulation is far too limited. You'll need to observe closely when I go next time. Yes, Chen Ping'an prepared to set off directly to Donggora. There were certainly great secrets hidden there. Moreover, there was a small detail in this simulation that also caught Chen Ping'an's attention. On the night before the apocalypse began, the simulated version of himself discovered that Xiao Yu's spirit had been tainted while playing with her. This should be because after awakening his spiritual power, he was able to observe the world with it, which allowed him to uncover this issue. This also explains why in the previous simulation Xiao Yu, who had already entered the mansion, would ambush Nan. The simulated version of himself helped Xiao Yu cleanse the taint, but he had yet to do so in reality. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an glanced at Yun San, who had just been re-equipped with a communicator. The time was now 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ping'an abandoned the idea of immediately searching for Xiao Yu, as the Lin family mansion only appeared normally between 6 and 12 at night. Wait. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an frowned. In the recent simulation, after the giant hand descended, the Lin family mansion also returned to normal. So if the demon city were to be enveloped by that strange shadow, would the Lin family mansion also be forced to recover from its ruins? Without personal experience, Chen Ping'an could only make such vague deductions about many details. However, if this deduction is true, then even if Nan is not ambushed by Xiao Yu, she will ultimately face the giant hand. Thinking of Nan, a faint pain stirred in Chen Ping'an's heart. In the last simulation, after sending Chen Ping'an out of the demon city, Nan confronted that monster directly with Xiao Yu. When the simulated version of himself re-entered the demon city, all he saw was Xiao Yu torn to shreds. And Nan was completely unaware of her fate. The amnesiac emperor and the mysterious Nan seemed to have a significant connection. Chen Ping'an still remembered the terrifying aura that surged from Nan when the shattered patterns appeared on her body. However, regardless of what Nan truly is, since she is willing to give Chen Ping'an a chance at life in the simulated future, then he had no reason to doubt her. Aside from the two questions above, this simulation also presented many further descriptions of the monster itself. Firstly, the monster's appearance was always preceded by a colorful rift appearing in the sky. This time, with a new perspective of himself, he discovered new things. When the colorful rift appeared, some black eerie substances began to cover the demon city. If he wished to protect the demon city, he would need to completely block those black substances. In that case, whether in terms of vitality or spirit, he needed to progress further. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an frowned slightly. The cultivation of martial arts myths is actually very simple. There are no frills, just a continuous enhancement of vitality. However, at this point, the vitality that had already undergone a qualitative change required an immense amount of nutritional substances to increase rapidly. But now that Chen Ping'an could convert his vitality into energy, his absorption of energy was no longer limited to food. He could even directly absorb any energy he came into contact with and transform it into his own vitality. Therefore, at this moment, if Chen Ping'an wanted to continue to gain more vitality, he would need a new enormous source of energy. Speaking of energy sources, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but think of Huizhou, where research on controllable nuclear fusion was ongoing. It was said that if successful, it could be a source of infinite energy. Currently, whether he could absorb that terrifying power would be an experiment for later. After contemplating the information obtained in the simulation and drafting his future plans, Chen Ping'an directly left a message for Yun San through the communicator, informing him that he was going on a long trip, then opened the door and walked out. Next, he would head directly to Inazuma to check things out. Noting that Yun San had not yet replied to his message, Chen Ping'an strolled through the headquarters of Jin. Previously, Yun San had already informed him of the method to leave the base, so he was not worried about being unable to exit. The sound of Chen Ping'an's footsteps echoed far in the empty underground base. Suddenly, with his outstanding hearing, Chen Ping'an caught the sound of a suppressed female sob. Finding it somewhat odd, he immediately used his spiritual power to probe towards the source of the sound. When he saw the scene at the source of the sound, Chen Ping'an's spiritual power momentarily froze. He saw a spirited woman with azure hair flipping a domineering, alluring woman over, pinning her down on her thigh. The two were Yun San and Bai Wu. However, what they were doing was hard to look away from. Wang Wu's jeans had already been pulled down to her thighs, while Yun San's hand was striking fiercely against her snow-white skin. The white skin turned slightly red under the impact, just like Bai Wu's flushed face. The sobs Chen Ping'an heard were also coming from Wang Wu. "Do you dare to tease me again? Forget about tonight's events." Upon hearing Yun San's words, Bai Wu, with a hazy gaze, gently shook her head, saying, "No, I won't remember, Sister Yun." After hearing this, Yun San finally stopped her hand with satisfaction, saying, "Fine, I'll let you off this time." Meanwhile, in a spot where Yun San couldn't see, Bai Wu's hazy gaze immediately transformed, and with a firm tone she said, "I definitely don't remember Sister Yun being like a little girl getting her head patted. I certainly won't prepare to tell Qing Yi and the others tomorrow." Yun San's cold voice echoed from above Bai Wu, "Xiao Bai, you'd better prepare to forget." Slap. The two snow-white mounds quivered violently under Yun San's palm. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who had silently observed the entire scene, quietly withdrew his gaze, wondering who he ought to envy. After stepping out of the base, Chen Ping'an strolled through the capital city at dawn. Not far away in the flag-raising square, a few early-arriving crowds had already gathered. Yet as Chen Ping'an walked among the crowd, not a single person noticed his presence. At this moment, Chen Ping'an did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. As soon as Chen Ping'an had this thought, everyone completely ignored him as he passed by. Those with awakened high-level mental powers were indeed terrifying. If Chen Ping'an wished, he could invade the minds of every person present, wantonly pillaging and altering their memories, even inscribing commands of eternal obedience directly into their thoughts. However, Chen Ping'an chose not to do so. Instead, he leisurely walked through the crowd, even making way for those he nearly bumped into. Power is merely a tool. It is up to oneself to decide how to use it rather than becoming its slave. This is the true nature of power, and Chen Ping'an was well aware of what he truly sought. With each step he took, he covered nearly 100 meters. In no time, Chen Ping'an had exited the capital city, heading straight toward the East Sea. On the other side of the sea lies the nation of Inazuma. A tall figure walked through the wilderness, disappearing with each step only to reappear 1,000 meters away. Chen Ping'an chose not to fly directly to Inazuma. In just 5 days, his power had expanded to a level he had never imagined before. Chen Ping'an opted to walk, allowing himself to settle and familiarize with his newfound strength. Each time his feet touched the ground, the reactive force transmitted from the earth evenly impacted every muscle and bone in his body. Under the influence of his superhuman mental power, Chen Ping'an gradually learned to perfectly control every ounce of force generated within his body. With each step, he moved nearly 1,000 meters. Such immense power should have created countless craters on the ground. Yet even when walking across soft grass, the delicate blades beneath Chen Ping'an's feet showed no sign of bending. All of his power was contained within Chen Ping'an's body, and this level of control made his movements as elusive as a phantom. Before long, Chen Ping'an arrived at the edge of the sea. The ocean tonight seemed far from calm. The night breeze howled fiercely across the beach, and the waves, under the influence of the tempest, carried an air of madness. At this moment, the ocean appeared like a monstrous entity that devoured everything. The dark waves resembled layers of shifting shadows attempting to drag the travelers on the shore into the depths of darkness. Chen Ping'an's gaze remained calm as he stared at the perilous ocean before him, his steps unwavering. He lifted his leg, advanced, and his figure shimmered once more. Chen Ping'an was now standing on the dark surface of the sea. The fierce waves beneath his feet calmed down, although the turbulent waves not far away still surged. The waters beneath Chen Ping'an transformed into a flat expanse. Walking silently on the surface of the sea, each step he took carried him 100 meters away, while the waves along his path maintained an eerie tranquility. The waves became a flat road with the turbulent ocean beyond. Between the water and the sky, Chen Ping'an continued to walk. With each footfall, immense power under Chen Ping'an's peak control was evenly pressed down upon the sea's surface. The fierce waves had been tamed by Chen Ping'an. As long as he kept moving forward, the road would continuously extend beneath his feet. 100 miles out to sea, a small fishing boat was being tossed violently. At this moment, the ocean revealed its terrifying aspect of being able to swallow everything. The fishing boat bobbed like a leaf, seemingly about to be engulfed by the waves. "Captain, the navigation and communication systems have failed." A terrified shout rang out from the sealed cabin, just by the voice one could sense the panic of its owner. Inside the cabin, a crew member with a full beard urgently called out to the captain, who was dumbfounded, staring out the window at waves towering like city walls. The crew had originally planned to return before the storm hit. However, the unexpectedly good catch made them lose track of time. When the wind began to rise, they realized the situation was dire. The navigation and communication systems essential for night sailing suddenly malfunctioned. The fishing boat seemed like an isolated island on the sea, cut off from the mainland, as they watched the towering waves outside that resembled city walls. The hearts of the crew and the captain were filled with terror and despair. Just as the fishing boat miraculously broke through the waves, avoiding the crisis of sinking, muffled cries erupted in the cabin. They were acutely aware that without a miracle they would perish in this boundless ocean. Without granting them more time for fear, a wave several times larger than before suddenly surged toward the fishing boat. Panic-stricken shouts erupted from the cabin. At this moment, the world was shrouded in darkness, and death seemed inevitable. Fist in tent, mountain, and sea topple. Amidst the raging storm and crashing waves, a clear male voice suddenly rang out. The terrified crew felt a surge of courage rise within them upon hearing the voice. Yet in an instant, that courage extinguished upon seeing the monstrous waves outside the window. Everyone felt as if they must have hallucinated in their final moments. But in the next moment, boom! A deafening sound suddenly drowned out the storm and waves, as if a colossal wall of water erupted into a massive hollow from its center. Bang! The waves crashed down upon the sea's surface, and the enormous hollow allowed the fishing boat to pass through smoothly. All the crew members stared in a daze at the direction beyond the gigantic waves. There stood a figure glowing with red light, quietly standing atop the sea. Behind him stretched a golden road that seemed endless, fading into the distance. "A deity has manifested!" Suddenly the captain exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing the captain's words, the crew felt an overwhelming sense of relevance. They all knew the captain was a devout believer of the Western Holy Church. Although the atheistic crew could never understand why the captain, being Eastern, would believe in the church. At this moment, the figure that broke through the waves and saved them seemed to embody the very essence of divinity. The term deity was the perfect explanation. All were eager to kneel down. Yet they could not kneel. An invisible force prevented them from lowering themselves, further igniting their excitement at meeting this supposed deity. Suddenly, a clear male voice echoed directly within the cabin. "I say, don't engage in superstitions. I'm just a passing martial artist. You should believe in science." As the figure radiating red light suddenly appeared in the cabin, everyone looked at it with excitement and reverence. This must be a deity. The deity has descended. Indeed, the holy sect is the greatest. I always thought there were no gods in this world. I was wrong. From now on, I shall be the servant of the divine. The crew members gazed eagerly at the luminous figure before them. But in the next moment, the figure spoke in clear Standard Yen Mandarin. For a moment, they wondered if their ears were malfunctioning. "I said stop with the feudal superstition. I'm just a passing martial artist. You need to believe in science." "What is the deity saying?" "To believe in science." The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, the captain was the first to recall the stories he had read about the holy sect. He firmly believed that the glowing figure before him was the so-called angel or divine avatar, and it must be here to save them. "O great deity, you are truly humorous. In your presence, science is the error. You are the only truth." Just as the captain reaffirmed his belief and prepared to continue his adoration of the glowing figure, the light surrounding the figure suddenly dissipated, revealing a handsome face with black hair and black eyes. "All right, stop your wild thoughts. I don't believe in gods. I heard you calling for help from afar, so I came by to rescue you." He continued, "Moreover, as long as the force and speed are sufficient, striking the air with a fist can create a powerful shockwave. And under the influence of force transmission, the shockwave creates a vacuum in the giant waves. Isn't that quite physical, quite scientific? I remember we taught mechanics in our day in middle school, right? Looking at the face of the Dayin compatriot, which had no distinct features besides being handsome, and listening to his scientific explanation, both the crew and the captain were momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring the crew's bewildered expressions, Chen Ping'an performed a simple mental scan. After ensuring it was merely a maritime disaster without any other illegal activities, he addressed the bewildered crowd. "All right, continue sailing in the direction of the light, and you will return to the coastline." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping'an's figure vanished from the cabin, and when everyone looked out through the glass window, they found that they had already left the storm's range. Not far away, a golden road continued to extend into the depths of the ocean. The previously handsome but unremarkable Dayin compatriot was seen walking slowly at the forefront of the golden path. Under the influence of some, while the crew's impressions of Chen Ping'an became hazy. They then naturally followed the direction of the golden road and sailed straight ahead. When they saw the harbor again, all memories of encountering Chen Ping'an had completely vanished from their minds. They would only remember how fortunate they were that, after losing navigation and communication, they stumbled back to the harbor. But when these people later heard the words science or physics, they couldn't help but become bewildered, which remains another unresolved mystery. With utmost control, he flattened the sea beneath his feet, using a mental force as vast as the ocean to maintain the surface's smoothness. This is the secret to the formation of the Golden Road. As Chen Ping'an continued walking, the fusion of his vitality and spirit grew increasingly close. When the ethereal mental intent merged with the tangible vitality, a new power known as fist intent was born. This power is still quite weak for now, but Chen Ping'an can sense its boundless potential. It is a force that expands in accordance with the heart's desires. After giving the crew a firm suggestion to return and forget about their encounter with him, Chen Ping'an unhesitatingly walked into the storm. To the heavens and the earth, this was merely a minor storm. But in Chen Ping'an's view, the world before him was completely covered by surging giant waves. A slight change in nature is an enormous disaster that humanity cannot bear. Although Chen Ping'an's heart is human, his inhuman power is a real and undeniable existence. Among humanity, I have already lost my rivals. Then why can't the storm and the tsunami be my new adversaries? Martial artists fight against heaven and earth. This world is the best opponent. As he gazed at the terrifying scene before him, an intense fervor appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes. The path of martial arts has always been that of a challenger. To oppose heaven and earth is quite cool, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Lost in the moment, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh loudly, drowning out the sounds of the storm. With force beneath his feet, a massive radial splash erupted, and in a flash he appeared in midair before the towering waves. Fist intent, mountain, and sea tilt. Energy surged around Chen Ping'an's right fist, radiating with the intensity of the sun. Boom. His fist struck directly against the overwhelming giant wave. The giant wave, standing as high as a mountain, was instantly met with Chen Ping'an's fist, creating a huge vacuum bubble. The heat from the collision caused a large amount of seawater to evaporate, and milky white steam quickly spread across the surface. Come again. Under the might of nature, a vigorous figure continued to battle the sea. All meteorological satellites recorded the strange changes in this storm. It seemed that a powerful suppressive force had emerged within it. This storm, which should have made landfall in Dayin, ultimately remained beyond its territory. In the morning, the sun leapt above the horizon, emerging from the boundary of sea and sky. The terrifying storm had passed. At this moment, the sea was calm, like a mother capable of embracing all. It is hard to imagine the violent visage she exhibited last night. On the smooth, mirror-like surface of the sea, a small black dot floated quietly. Chen Ping'an lay back on the surface, gazing at the azure sky, feeling an unparalleled tranquility. The arrogance he displayed while battling heaven and earth the night before had completely vanished. At this moment, he resembled a philosopher pondering some unknown thought. A small dolphin surfaced from the depths of the sea. The floating figure attracted its attention. Mistaking it for someone who had fallen into the water, it hurriedly surfaced and gently nudged Chen Ping'an. Yet Chen Ping'an showed no reaction. The dolphin, feeling a bit disappointed, let out a few sounds, seeming to lament the loss of a life. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the still figure. Practicing martial arts is truly a joyful endeavor. The little dolphin did not understand what this floating creature was saying. However, knowing that the other party was not dead, the dolphin's sounds became cheerful. After Chen Ping'an finished speaking, a golden light suddenly burst forth from the top of his head. The golden rays of the rising sun spilled across the calm surface of the sea. A solitary white dolphin gently rubbed against Chen Ping'an, who was drifting on the water. Suddenly, a visible golden beam of light erupted from the top of Chen Ping'an's head. The little dolphin was startled by the sudden emergence of the light and quickly submerged into the water. Under the illumination of the light, Chen Ping'an began to rise straight up from the surface of the sea without any external force acting upon him. Layers of terrifying mental fluctuations accompanied by the visible golden light transformed into golden ripples that began to spread outward continuously. The fierce battle with the storm from last night rendered the surrounding sea exceptionally calm at this moment. Therefore, apart from the solitary white dolphin, no other intelligent beings witnessed this miraculous scene. The golden light illuminated Chen Ping'an's face, making him appear like a golden deity. With his eyes closed, Chen Ping'an felt his mental strength becoming unprecedentedly active at that moment. After being startled, the little dolphin observed the continuous golden waves emanating from the surface of the sea. Curiosity eventually got the better of it, and it gently swam, poking its little head out of the water once more. Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged in the void, his expression becoming extremely tranquil and peaceful. At this moment, his mental strength seemed to be infinitely elevated by some force. The golden waves produced by the mental energy brushed past the lucky little dolphin time and again. The dolphin's large eyes gradually reflected more complex emotions under the continuous washing of the golden waves, revealing a look of contemplation. At this moment, for a mere dolphin, it was a rare heavenly opportunity. Lucky little guy, unbeknownst to when the spreading golden waves completely vanished. In the tranquil sea of heaven, Chen Ping'an, sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes. He quietly gazed at the sea spirit before him, enlightened by his mental strength. Dolphins are creatures that are very close to humans. Their intelligence is quite advanced, but it is still considered a high level among beasts. However, after Chen Ping'an's recent enlightenment, the little dolphin's spiritual world had been completely activated. According to the values of the simulation panel, its mental strength had now surpassed 11 points, making it a dolphin with awakened mental faculties. The reason it was called a lucky little guy also stemmed from this. Just moments ago, Chen Ping'an's mental strength showed signs of a leap under a state of ethereal calm. At that moment, his spirit began to become more closely intertwined with the boundless void. Chen Ping'an could sense that within the void seemed to hide nearly infinite energy. As long as he completely emptied his mind, he could merge with this energy. In the process of contact, the peculiar golden waves previously formed. Awakeners only appear among humans, as Yun San had informed Chen Ping'an at the headquarters of the Ashes. Yet in that peculiar state of leap, this lucky little guy managed to successfully break through to become an awakened spirit. However, Chen Ping'an ultimately chose to abandon that leap. He remembered that in the previous description of his talents it had been mentioned. Once a mental strength awakener reaches level 9, there are two possible paths for development. One is to draw closer to the void. In the void there exists nearly infinite power and wisdom, but the simulation system refers to that advancement as a false progression. Having nearly experienced that progression himself, Chen Ping'an was convinced of its dangers. The void is not a true physical space, but rather a world that can be felt naturally after the enhancement of mental strength. For instance, the golden water flow Chen Ping'an had previously seen in a certain sense exists within the void. The Ashes had no knowledge of the void, so Chen Ping'an's understanding of it was also quite limited. In that state of advancement, Chen Ping'an's mental strength felt an immense joy, as if it wanted to leave the physical body and enter the void world entirely. However, the frenzied alarms of the martial Dao spiritual awareness halted Chen Ping'an's desire to leap out of his spirit and approach the void. Although no one had ever taught him, Chen Ping'an felt it clearly. If he truly did so, his spirit would completely leave this world, even risking assimilation by unknown forces. Thus, the first path of advancement was abandoned by Chen Ping'an. The second path is to comprehend one's true heart and solidify one's essence. This path is actually consistent with that of martial artists, focusing on seeking power within and perfecting oneself. However, the timing was not right, so the second path could not be traversed either. Although this advancement was not completed, Chen Ping'an's mental strength showed signs of qualitative change. In a certain sense, he had already reached the realm of half-step essence manifestation. The little dolphin looked at the man floating in the air with curious eyes. It suddenly felt its brain becoming very clear, and this man before it felt very familiar. Chen Ping'an sensed the feeling of closeness emanating from the little dolphin's mental strength and recalled the sea spirit's earlier attempt to rescue him. Chen Ping'an smiled gently and casually waved his hand, causing a drop of fresh blood-red essence imbued with the energy of his dissipated will to fly onto the little dolphin's white head. When the blood touched the dolphin's head, it instantly merged with its body. The little dolphin felt a warm current starting from its forehead, rapidly spreading throughout its entire body. Wherever the warm current passed, the dolphin's body received tremendous enhancement. Meeting is also a matter of fate. I hope you continue to maintain a friendly attitude towards humans in the future. After leaving behind a small benevolent connection, Chen Ping'an stood on the water's surface, once more walking leisurely towards Inazuma. Behind Chen Ping'an, in the eyes of the little dolphin, which was sensing its own changes, a glimmer of golden light flashed. In the language of Nippon, Inazuma originally means lightning. A century ago, Nippon, taking advantage of the weakened Yin, conspired with several Western powers to commit unforgivable crimes against the people of Yin. Afterwards, under the sacrifice of countless martyrs, the villains received the punishment they deserved. Following that, the defeated Nippon was required to rename itself to Inazuma. Since then, the remaining Nippon people chose to surrender entirely. Nippon also officially changed its name to Inazuma, again acknowledging its status as a vassal of Yin. However, all of this is now regarded as a legend by the people of Yin. After its renaming, Inazuma swiftly aligned itself with Minis, leaving Dian then mired in post-war reconstruction with neither the capacity nor the will to reign in this ungrateful, fickle vassal. Later, during a pivotal resistance against Minis following the founding of the new Daijin state, Inazuma went further, volunteering itself as Minis' de facto manufacturing hub. Seizing that subservient role, it surged economically to become the world's second-largest economy. Yet Minis, ever wary of an overambitious pet, seized several pretexts to carve deep cuts into Inazuma, converting decades of its hard-won progress into raw material for Minisian prosperity. Over the past century, Daijin, guided by successive generations of visionary leaders, has steadily amplified its voice upon the global stage, earning the stature and strength to contend for world leadership. And now, brazenly resurfacing after years of betrayal, Inazuma has once again invoked its ancient status as a Daijin tributary state. Walking across the sea's surface, Chen Ping'an recalled his impression of Inazuma, a nation that observes petty courtesies yet abandons grand righteousness. Whether legend holds truth or not, Inazuma is indeed a land that worships raw power. So long as you are strong, it kneels without hesitation. After Daijin's rise, Inazuma, perched across the strait, still sought to serve Minis, hoping to turn its fangs upon Daijin. But its fair-haired, blue-eyed Minisian master desired more than mere obedience. It coveted continued extraction, carving deeper still. When Daijin's ascent became inevitable, Inazuma's choice of master was no longer a matter of ambition, but survival. Still, mercy spared its life, execution would have been just. Thereafter, all military development in Inazuma was strictly curtailed, reducing it entirely to a service-oriented state. But just how refined, or hollow, that service truly is. After all, Chen Ping'an's computer still held countless artistic works from Inazuma. Lost in such idle musings, the long, undulating coastline of Inazuma emerged before his eyes. As the world's most densely populated metropolis, Inazuma's capital, Tongra, bears the title of an international megacity. Yet within its cramped confines dwell over 30 million souls. Every pedestrian on its streets moves like a wound spring, hurried, relentless. And yet amid this ceaseless rush, an anomaly appeared. Christmas had only recently passed, leaving faint festive echoes in Tongra's air, yet the rushing crowds instinctively parted, clearing a path. At its center walked a young woman, her elegant JK uniform complemented by silken cherry blossom hair and captivating peach-shaped eyes that shimmered with quiet allure. Her presence alone commanded absolute attention. Every head turned, every gaze arrested. Yet though awestruck by her beauty, none dared approach. Some invisible boundary cordoned her off from the ordinary world. Gazing at the stunned onlookers, Ye sighed languidly. What tedious existence this is. How much longer must Lord Emperor confine me here? Even Inazuma's novels and anime grow duller by the day. Endless isekai tropes, endless harems. Where's the depth? Where's the artistry? Having ventured out solely to dispel boredom, Ye found nothing of interest, only deepening tedium. With a casual dismissal of the ward that repelled others, she vanished, her form dissolving from the street in a flicker. The very people who moments earlier had turned in wonder now hurried onward unchanged. And the memory of that fox-like girl, so vivid, so fleeting, had already dissolved entirely from their minds. In the heart of Tongra, where every inch commands exorbitant value, an ancient dense forest stands. Its existence defies logic. Strangers still, locals say it emerged only after the nation's rebranding, from Neon to Inazuma. Encircled by towering walls, the forest is strictly off-limits, entry forbidden under penalty of law. Countless urban legends swirl around its secret government laboratories, sealed demonic realms, gateways to other worlds, each more fantastical than the last. Yet at its heart lies nothing more extraordinary than an age-old shrine. A soft sakura hood light flickered, and Ye stepped forth from its glow. Ugh, bored to death. Shaoru, fetch my treasured manga. And snacks, bring them all. So this is Tongra. On its streets, office workers in crisp suits glance repeatedly at their watches, anxiously awaiting packed trains. Young women with smoky eye makeup emerge arm in arm with middle-aged men old enough to be their fathers. Tattooed, short-haired men swagger down sidewalks, cursing loudly. What a peculiar place. Through his spiritual perception, Chen Ping'an observed the murky, oppressive psychic residue hanging thickly over the entire city. He gained a new understanding of why Tongre is deemed the world's most stressful metropolis. Yet the moment he stood there, no action required. His mere presence drew every eye in the city. Rushed salarymen forgot to board their trains. Smiling hostesses dripped drool from slack jaws. Street thugs crumpled sideways, stumbling away in panic. When life transcends its former bounds, even silent stillness becomes the axis upon which all reality turns. Deep within Tongre's central forest, inside the ancient shrine, Ye lay sprawled on the floor engrossed in manga. Then suddenly snapped a sweet rice cracker between her teeth, sat upright, and turned her head, her sakura-colored eyes glancing sidelong, toward Chen Ping'an's location, a newly awakened spiritual entity. Surprisingly potent. Not my concern. Tilting her head, she flopped back, down, idly kicking her bare legs into the air. Kimpu is rather splendid. Pity the author's gone. Observing the bizarre reactions of Tongre's citizens, Chen Ping'an recalled after his recent ascension, his very presence exerted an innate, irresistible charm upon ordinary mortals. It wasn't negligence. He'd previously suppressed this allure, but his latest spiritual elevation had intensified it beyond prior containment. The old suppression was now insufficient. With a subtle reinforcement of his veiling technique, Chen Ping'an strode purposefully toward Tongre's heart. Suddenly a slender pale hand reached out from behind, toward Chen Ping'an. A delicate white hand was about to rest on Chen Ping'an's shoulder. Chen Ping'an suddenly turned around and grasped the visitor's arm. Before Chen Ping'an could see the visitor, clearly a cool voice spoke directly. Please let go, sir. I mean no harm. The essence of allure is in fact the natural attraction of a high-ranking life form, and while Chen Ping'an suppressed this allure, his perception of the external world inevitably relaxed. Only at this moment did he see the true face of the person who had approached him. Behind Chen Ping'an stood a woman in black and white maid attire, quietly observing him. Even though her arm was nearly dislocated from Chen Ping'an's grip, her expression showed no signs of change. After seeing the maid's face, Chen Ping'an's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the lady of the Lin family?" This woman before him, although dressed as a dignified maid, was someone Chen Ping'an was certain he had seen before. It was before he visited the Lin family mansion, when he had asked the Magic City base to investigate the Lin family's information. However, regarding this family allegedly powerful in the Magic City a century ago, the entire Magic City base had found almost no relevant information. The only most direct piece of information was a photograph said to be of the last head of the Lin family, along with their family members. Chen Ping'an's memory was infallible. The woman before him looked exactly like the Lin family lady in the photograph, who wore a qipao. Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, the maid's expression remained unchanged, and she calmly continued, "Sir, I am not the Lin family's lady. I am merely the maid Xiaoru. Now my master wishes to see you." Chen Ping'an looked at the indifferent maid and couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it really be two flowers that simply looked alike? After all, it wasn't impossible for two similar flowers to appear in different times and places. It made sense since the Lin family was a century-old matter. Yet the maid before him showed no signs of being a century-old woman. As for the extraordinary power in Chen Ping'an's perception, this maid appeared to be an ordinary person with some signs of training, probably with a physique around 9. However, her so-called master wants to see me. Chen Ping'an's gaze turned dangerously towards Xiaoru, fully aware that he hadn't informed anyone of this operation. So who is the person that could send a maid to invite him immediately upon his arrival in Dongre? Who is your master? Xiaoru's expression stiffened. My master is the Eightfold Sovereign, who possesses both beauty and wisdom. Who is this Eightfold? I don't know her. The name sounds like a girl from Inazuma. Chen Ping'an casually released the maid and asked warily. In response to Chen Ping'an's doubt, the maid calmly explained, "Sir, you needn't worry. Everything in Dongre is under the watchful eyes of the Eightfold Sovereign. The moment you stepped into Dongre, the Sovereign noticed you. She merely wants to meet you. Please follow me, sir." The Eightfold Sovereign does not like to wait too long. After finishing her words, the maid turned and walked into the crowd, without waiting for Chen Ping'an's response. Surprisingly, despite the bustling street, people naturally parted ways for her as she moved forward. All those who made way seemed unaware that a beautiful maid had passed by. Interesting. In Chen Ping'an's view, the seemingly ordinary Xiaoru emitted a peculiar wave at this moment. Under the interference of this wave, passers-by would subconsciously avoid anyone or anything emanating such a wave. Yet Chen Ping'an distinctly sensed that this power was neither awakened power nor blood energy. The effect resembled that of a legendary spell. With this thought, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. Although he had no idea what the maid and the so-called Eightfold were about, the mere existence of such an interesting power made Chen Ping'an eager to explore further. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he followed the calm-faced maid. As for why both Chen Ping'an and the maid could naturally speak the common dialect of Dian, This was quite normal after all, as the world's #1 Minisai, its bird language, had been a language that most countries had to learn over the past few decades. Now, with the rise of Dian, at least in neighboring countries, the official dialect of Dian had also become a compulsory language in those countries. When the maid led Chen Ping'an to a crossroads, a cherry-colored flame suddenly appeared in the center of the intersection. Yet all the vehicles and pedestrians seemed oblivious to the beautiful cherry-colored flame. Even vehicles passed straight through the flame as if it didn't exist. Xiaoru turned around, pointed at the flame, and said to Chen Ping'an, "The sovereign couldn't wait to come get us. Let's go, sir." After speaking, the maid directly charged into the massive flame. However, unlike those cars and pedestrians, Xiaoru did not pass through the flame calmly, but disappeared entirely. Spatial ability. Chen Ping'an looked seriously at Xiaoru disappearing in the flame. This was his second encounter with spatial abilities. Previously, when he first saw the sealed door in the Magic City, he was directly transported into the sealed space by Nuan using spatial abilities. Chen Ping'an warily observed the flame, stepping back a few paces. He did not follow the maid into the flame, but instead completely concealed his presence, blending into the crowd. Chen Ping'an maintained a high level of vigilance towards those who could use spatial abilities. After all, one could not easily determine whether they were friend or foe. It was one thing to dare to meet her, but stepping into someone else's spatial ability range for no reason was another matter. The flame flickered in the air, seeming somewhat helpless that no new person had entered. Moments later, the flame completely dissipated. In the crowd, the concealed Chen Ping'an turned and walked straight towards the city center. Inside an ancient shrine, Ye raised her delicate little face from the manga, her fox-like eyes slightly turning. An interesting little guy, quite cautious, yet he dared to refuse my invitation. As Ye murmured, a dangerous glint flickered in her cherry-colored pupils. Beside her, the recently returned Xiaoru heard her master's low voice. Thinking of the boy who had just given her a strange sense of familiarity, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart. "Boy, you should count your blessings." Ye's fingers moved back and forth in the void, as if she was pointing at something. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Now let me see where this impolite little guy has run off to. We must let you experience what it means to be toyed with by a fox." Ba Zhong smiled faintly as she tapped lightly in the air before her. Meanwhile, Chen Anping, standing amidst the crowd, was suddenly enveloped by a burst of cherry-pink flame that materialized from the void and shrouded his head. In the next instant, the scene before Chen Anping shifted abruptly. "I am Chen Anping. This time I have come to Inazuma, not for conquest or cultivation, but to meet my idol whose data resides deep within the system's storage. My idol is known by the playful epithet Cry Tantrum, then whatever. Rumor has it she retired from a youthful idol group before embarking upon this path. I am profoundly grateful to her for teaching me during those tender formative years the subtle artistry of sartorial expression, though she often wore dazzling ensembles only to be met with tears and blows. Yet I know she sacrifices herself for art. And I, Chen Anping, have journeyed to Dongara, determined to achieve an intimacy with her beyond mere proximity. I overcame trial after trial, surviving grueling tests of wit and resolve, and bested countless unworthy rivals who dared covet my idol. At last I proved myself the true paragon of fortitude. Now, trembling with anticipation, I stand before a rose-hued door. I know that once I push it open, I shall enter a private, unscripted moment, one measured not in minutes, but in stamina. Heart pounding, hands shaking, I gently push the door inward. There she stands, my idol teacher San Xux, gazing at me with beguiling charm. As I step inside and close the door behind me, her robe slips softly from her shoulders. Yet, what is that on her body? A sight no disciple should ever witness. Then a thunderous elephant's cry pierces my ears. Darkness swallows my vision. Ah, so boys truly do fancy teachers after all. How dull. Not interesting. Let's switch again. A pink-haired Ba Zhong continues, still smiling, fiddling idly with something unseen in the air. I am Chen Anping, a detective. Though my daughter Xiaolan constantly complains that I'm a bumbling investigator, only I know the truth. I am a master concealed beneath layers of deliberate ordinariness. All this, the quiet life, the domestic routine, is merely camouflage. Lately she brought home a boy named Kuex, claiming he was a distant relative's child requiring our care. I saw through it long ago. That boy's gaze bears the unmistakable glint of the high schooler who once pursued my daughter. He keeps jabbing strange needles into my neck. Were it not for my rigorous anti-drug training and my silent strategic cooperation, I'd have collapsed countless times. Yet that foolish boy never noticed I've been feigning sleep all along, and every one of his so-called deductions has been laid bare before my watchful eyes. I reached my conclusion swiftly. This boy is that very high schooler, though evidently shrunk by some mysterious elixir. But I cannot reveal this yet, for I know the organization capable of such a potion can only be my ultimate quarry, the enigmatic wine factory. Once I was a rising star of the police force, My superior entrusted me with a clandestine mission, one that demanded everything I had. Sinan, come, sister will bathe you. The renowned detective, lost in thought upon the sofa, hears his daughter's call. My daughter truly is adorable. Wait, who did she just invite into the bath? I whirl around, only to see my beloved daughter leading a flustered, blushing boy into the bathroom. The door clicks shut behind them. No, darkness floods my vision once more. Yet, faintly, I hear a woman's laughter. Ha ha ha, what a vivid imagination this little fellow has. How delightfully inventive. Ba Zhong, now clad in a Miko's robe, laughs uproariously, unreserved, unrestrained. Moments later, under the steady gaze of her maid, Ba Zhong composes herself and remarks, It seems this foreigner possesses an astonishing grasp of the great detective codex. After all, the original author vanished mid-mahjong game with someone, and the tale has remained unresolved ever since. Well then, onward. He doesn't seem dangerous at all. Let's see where his fantasy leads next. Rio, stop staring like that. I assure you, my dear, I am engaged in serious work. I am Chen Ping'an, a young man from the remote mountains, born with a tail sprouting from my lower back. One day, a blue-haired human barged into my home, declaring herself a woman, and demanding grandfather's heirloom, the 4x ball. She gleamed with excitement, explaining that gathering 7 such orbs would summon the divine dragon, granting any wish. To me, relying on mystical spheres rather than one's own strength seemed absurd. Yet what could I do? Her pectorals were formidable. I yielded. Together we embarked on joyful adventures, defeating rabbits versed in arcane magic, dismantling an evil syndicate bent on world domination. We extinguished the great fire at the Oxhead Elder's residence, then politely declined the advances of his adolescent daughter, whose horns had barely begun to sprout, before continuing our journey with the blue-haired woman, whose pectorals remained indisputably the most impressive. Yet her gaze grew increasingly peculiar. She even insisted on bathing with me. A robust youth like myself could never be so feeble as to require a woman's aid in cleansing. Still, it was pleasant. During our quest, I matured rapidly. Yet she showed no surprise, only pressing closer, her affection deepening with each passing day. Later, I vanquished the great demon lord, resurrected from ancient seals, who sought global conquest. I repelled a long-haired alien who claimed to be my elder brother. I also defeated a bald alien who habitually insulted others as trash, and a second long-haired alien. At last, the 7 orbs were united. With all 7 gathered, we summoned the divine dragon and prepared to make a wish. From the heavens descended a colossal azure beast. But by then, the blue-haired woman's pectorals had grown even more pronounced, and she declared her wish already fulfilled. I wished for a boyfriend, and I found him. No further wishes needed. I didn't understand. What was a boyfriend? Was it some mighty entity? Could it spar with me properly? She only smiled and held me tighter. Perplexing. Just as warmth bloomed strangely within my chest, a voice, sly, sinister, unmistakably female, cut through the air. Divine dragon. I wish for every boy in the world to become a lovely girl. The voice was unfamiliar, yet its timbre echoed a laugh I'd heard before. What did she just say? Oh, why are my pectorals swelling, softening? Wait. Chen Ping'an yanks down his trousers, and together with the blue-haired Bulma, peers downward. Where is my sacred sword? Where? Darkness crashes over me once more. Ha ha ha. You've utterly transformed Dragon X. What a spectacle. Granted, I did hope for Xiao Wukong and Bulma to unite, but my final wish. Now that was deliciously clever. Ba Zhong murmurs softly, biting her lower lip. Unnoticed, 2 fox ears have emerged atop her head, twitching gently, mirroring the rhythm of her delight. Suddenly, a large hand reaches from behind and firmly grasps both fox ears. The maid watched helplessly as her master pointed at the void before her. She understood that her master was about to draw the newly awakened one's spirit into the illusion of the heavenly fox. Within the heavenly fox illusion, the awakened ones would unconsciously reveal their true nature. And through this method, Ye could determine whether the new awakened one was good or evil. After all, awakened ones hold an absolute advantage over ordinary people. Even the weakest physical awakened one could pose an unimaginable danger to ordinary people if they chose to do harm. Though her master had left Inazuma 100 years ago and no longer attended to mortal affairs, she was still very concerned about the extraordinary matters within Inazuma. With this thought, a hint of pity crossed Zyra's gaze. Although her master was not a villain in the conventional sense, that boy had just rejected her master's invitation. Her master, who was big-breasted but small-minded, would likely torment him well within the illusion. Indeed, as Xiaoru had anticipated, shortly after her master clicked the void, she began to laugh joyfully, as if she had found something amusing. The strength of the practitioner's spirit also related to the heavenly fox illusion. Weaker individuals often fully expose their information after just one experience of the illusion, while stronger ones can only endure a few more times. As the initiator of the illusion, Ye had significant control over its content. This boy is truly an extraordinary lecher, having directly claimed Bulma from the Dragon Ball. With that, two large fox ears suddenly sprouted from Ye's head, twitching in delight as she giggled. After transforming Chen Ping'an into a beautiful girl again, Ye burst into laughter, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she watched Chen Ping'an pull at his pants and scream in agony. The maid was about to step forward to stop her master from continuing to tease the somewhat familiar boy when she suddenly saw a shadow appear beside her. Upon recognizing the shadow's face, Xiaoru, with a cold expression, opened her mouth in surprise for the first time. But before she could call out a warning, a wave of red blood energy bound her, preventing her from alerting her master. The shadow quietly approached, looking at the fox girl, who was overjoyed. It silently reached out a hand and grabbed the girl's fox ears. "Look what I've caught. A fresh beast-eared girl. What should I do with a wicked beast-eared witch?" Ye's expression changed drastically as her sensitive ears were seized. This was the first time in 100 years that someone had gotten so close to her. Without hesitation, Ye flicked her wrist behind her, and a cherry blossom flame shot straight toward the shadow. Boom! A loud collision echoed behind Ye, as if the flame had successfully struck the attacker. However, Ye's expression remained grave, for the hand gripping her ears showed no sign of loosening. Xiaoru witnessed the shadow's reaction throughout. The foxfire spell Ye released could instantly melt steel, yet a strange blood-red glow wrapped around the shadow's hand. Then with a single punch, the shadow shattered Ye's foxfire spell. But the blood energy transformed into a sphere, sealing Zyra's mouth and preventing her from warning her master. Because her ears were captured and she couldn't turn to check, Ye had no choice but to ask seriously, "Who are you? What is your purpose in visiting my Inazuma shrine?" No matter what, it was extraordinary to approach her without alarming her senses. Such a powerful being had been unheard of in 100 years. While Ye asked, her right hand secretly gathered strength, preparing for the worst. However, the other party did not respond to Ye's question, and the air suddenly became tense. Just as Ye's gathered power was about to explode the entire shrine, a sudden force came from her ears. The fox girl was lifted entirely, twisting in midair under the shadow's strength. At the moment Ye saw the shadow's face, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? Chen Ping'an, weren't you trapped in the heavenly fox illusion by me?" There stood Chen Ping'an in black clothes at the center of the shrine, lifting Ye's ears with one hand. Upon hearing the fox girl's question, a strange smile appeared on Chen Ping'an's face. Was he not affected by Ye's heavenly fox illusion? He was affected, but not completely. The moment the cherry blossom flame appeared from the void enveloping his head, Chen Ping'an's mind was instantly drawn into the heavenly fox illusion, which mirrored his soul with a powerful and peculiar energy. Yet at the same time, his consciousness remained remarkably clear. For someone like Chen Ping'an, who possessed the talent of the heroic path and had mastered half a step into heart perception, the unknown spell affecting the spirit like the heavenly fox illusion had little effect. However, looking at the strange cherry blossom flame that enveloped his brain, Chen Ping'an immediately thought of the mysterious master the maid had mentioned. Since the other party intended to probe, Chen Ping'an decided to play along. On the surface, Chen Ping'an stood still, his mind enveloped by the cherry blossom flame, but in reality, he secretly transferred most of his energy into the ground beneath his feet. His entire being shifted along with the energy, while only a small part of his spirit remained completely immersed in the environment. His true self, carrying most of his spirit, began to explore the entirety of the Eastern Hotlands. The 30 million people of the Eastern Hotlands held no mystery in Chen Ping'an's eyes at that moment. Soon within the mysterious forest at the center of the Eastern Hotlands, the towering shrine caught Chen Ping'an's attention. As Chen Ping'an approached the forest from underground, his suspicions about its connection to the maid's master were further solidified. For at that moment, in Chen Ping'an's vision of spiritual power, the entire forest was shrouded in a layer of strange fluctuations, not even sparing the ground. This fluctuation was identical to the one on the previous cherry blossom flame. Just as Chen Ping'an felt at a loss regarding this fluctuation, an epiphany struck him as he used his energy to touch this peculiar wave. As a result, upon contact with the energy, these strange fluctuations were instantly dispelled, losing their miraculous effect. Thus, Chen Ping'an silently infiltrated the forest and reached the shrine's edge. As soon as Chen Ping'an entered the shrine, he saw the maid kneeling before a pink-haired woman dressed in a kimono. What happened next was as described above. Chen Ping'an lifted the fox-eared maiden by her ears with his right hand, turning her body to face him. Upon seeing her delicate features, his gaze flickered ever so slightly. Bachong, noticing the subtle shift in Chen Ping'an's eyes, flushed with delight. While speaking aloud to divert his attention, she seized that fleeting moment of hesitation, launching the fully charged foxfire clutched in her palm straight toward Chen Ping'an. "Die, you pervert. A blazing white fox-shaped flame roared toward Chen Ping'an, its searing heat warping the very air along its path, until it shimmered visibly. Bang! That familiar sound rang once more beside Ba Chong's ear, but this time she saw clearly exactly what had just transpired. Before her stood a youth whose sole distinguishing trait appeared to be extraordinary handsomeness. Yet he had shattered her full-strength foxfire with nothing but his bare fist. The fox maiden stared blankly at Chen Ping'an's teasing gaze, then glanced down at her own outstretched hands, back and forth twice, before lifting her head with an apologetic smile. Sir, have you eaten yet? Chen Ping'an lifted the fox-eared maiden until their noses nearly touched, their warm breath mingling in the quiet space between them. Gazing at his handsome face mere inches away, the fox maiden blushed faintly. Sir, please be gentle, and let go of my ears. Chen Ping'an's eyes remained utterly untroubled as he gazed upon her ravishing beauty, his expression still laced with playful mockery. I haven't eaten yet, just caught myself a fox. Let me take a bite, just to taste it. With that he leaned in, as if truly about to bite her. Ba Chong's flustered expression vanished instantly the moment she saw his mouth open wide. Oh no, he was so lecherous inside the illusion. Yet my seduction failed completely. Just release my ears, and I'll make you regret it. How infuriating. If only my ears weren't trapped, I'd slice you apart in an instant using Lord D's spatial authority. Chen Ping'an's pristine white teeth hovered just above Ba Chong's snow-white neck, as though he truly intended to sink them into her flesh. For the first time since her birth, having never before sensed true peril, Ba Chong felt the icy grip of mortal danger. When those teeth finally brushed against her throat, her composure shattered entirely. It's over. Is he really going to devour me? Lord D, I'm sorry. I failed your sacred charge. Her peripheral vision fell upon Xiao Ru helplessly bound in crimson light at the shrine's corner, filling Ba Chong's eyes with bitter regret and unfulfilled longing. Yet the expected agony never came. Instead, a soothing warmth emanated from where his fingers gripped her ears, dispelling her fear, her anxiety, her sorrow, as if swept away by a gentle tide. Suddenly, everything around her loomed larger. The priestess robe slipped loosely from her frame, and Chen Ping'an's expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. Within his beautiful black pupils, a tiny, irresistibly adorable pink fox gazed back. Wait, pink fox. That's me. Chen Ping'an now held a charming little pink fox in his hands, its eyes wide with disbelief as it waved its stubby paws in mute shock, letting out soft, plaintive whimpers. Seeing the fox-eared maiden transform, truly and irrevocably, into a real fox, Chen Ping'an himself could not suppress his amazement. He had assumed she, like Bai Wu, possessed a beast form awakened through cultivation, yet now it seemed she was quite simply a genuine fox. Was this the real-world manifestation of "turn me into a fox"? JPG. Indeed, Chen Ping'an had effortlessly shattered both of Ba Chong's foxfire attacks, not by brute force alone, but because he sensed his own Kiblood energy possessed an innate, overwhelming suppression over her unique spiritual resonance. After seizing her and observing that she made no attempt to unleash any spatial assault, a power he instinctively feared, he surmised it must be linked to his firm grip upon her ears. She had repeatedly distracted him, even attempted seduction to loosen his hold, only reinforcing his resolve to keep her firmly in place. Yet as his gaze drifted toward the familiar deity statue enshrined at the shrine's heart, a quiet understanding dawned in his eyes. This fox maiden was likely an ally, not an enemy. Still recalling how boldly she had mocked his astral projection within the illusion, he decided to return the favor. His feigned threat to slay her was meant only to frighten, yet she proved far more spirited than expected, refusing to beg or weep even at the brink. After brief reflection, Chen Ping'an resolved not to hold a grudge, but before releasing her, he noticed a mysterious aura radiating from her far stronger than either the shrine's barrier or her foxfire, stirring deep unease. So he channeled his Kiblood energy to scour that enigmatic resonance from her being, only to find when the last trace dissolved that she truly transformed into a petite pink fox. Humph. Naughty fox, you teased my astral projection inside the illusion, so now you'll spend some time properly being a fox. Though, you really are rather adorable. Gazing at the dazed little fox nestled in his arms, Chen Ping'an couldn't resist scooping her up gently by her front paws, lifting her high. Her flawless, secure pink fur, her bright, intelligent foxies, her tiny, delicate nose. Suddenly Chen Ping'an found himself grasping why ancient legends spoke of Emperor Zhou's infatuation with a fox spirit. He reached out, stroking the little fox, her fluffy head, her soft ears, her smooth back, her tender belly. Under Chen Ping'an's practiced touch, Ba Chong's body, untouched for a century, began to melt into blissful warmth. Her foxies grew hazy, dreamy, lost in sensation. Suddenly Chen Ping'an exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so you're truly a female fox." A chill shot through the fox's lower abdomen. Her eyes snapped wide open, and a burst of cherry-pink flame instantly enveloped her. In the next instant she reappeared beside the shrine's central statue, a girl god with silvery hair and crimson eyes meticulously polished each day by devoted hands. Yet beneath that serene idol now crouched a thoroughly ruffled, indignant little fox, yelping shrilly, "Woof! Woof! How dare you treat me like this?" Seeing her furious expression, and realizing precisely what he'd done, Chen Ping'an scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. You were just so adorable. I couldn't help myself. If you feel wronged, you're welcome to touch me in return. I'm actually also from." Before he could finish, the little fox shrieked, and a colossal wave of cherry-pink flame erupted, swallowing both fox and youth whole. "Woof! Who would ever want to touch you, you shameless lecher?" In an instant, Chen Ping'an's surroundings dissolved. The shrine vanished, replaced by the dense shadowed embrace of an ancient forest. Not far away on a sunlit clearing, the pink fox stood encircled by a towering pillar of cherry-pink flame. At the heart of Doomsday, a metropolis crowned with towering skyscrapers, lay a dense forbidden forest, an almost surreal anomaly amidst the modern urban landscape. The people of Inazuma had long grown accustomed to this mysterious woodland strictly off-limits to all. Yet at precisely 10 o'clock on the morning of December 26th, every human within Doomsday's city limits found their gaze irresistibly drawn toward that very forest at the city's center. For at that moment, a haunting ancient fox cry echoed suddenly in the ears of everyone. "Woo! Divine transformation." A small fox wreathed in cherry-pink flames let out a prolonged, resonant cry, utterly incongruous with its diminutive form. Chen Ping'an watched it intently, his spiritual sense revealing far more than the eye could see. Countless golden rays now shimmered into existence from the void, converging upon the cherry-hued flames encircling the fox. As the golden light fused with the sakura flames, the fire blazed ever brighter, and within its heart the little fox began to change anew. Its petite, endearing frame stretched upward rapidly. The milky-furred kit, once small enough to be lifted in one hand, swelled in an instant to tower over a full-grown man. And still it grew. Enveloped in swirling sakura flame, the fox transformed further, its short, plump limbs elongated into sleek, powerful fox claws. Its round, innocent eyes gleamed now with a divine, sovereign majesty. And behind it, where only a single pink tail had flickered moments before, 9 colossal tails now coiled majestically through the air. Suddenly, a vast, radiant halo, adorned with 9 blazing sakura flames, materialized and began to rotate serenely behind the great fox's head, pulsing waves of luminous energy outward from its core. In mere instants, the tiny fox had become a celestial 9-tailed fox towering dozens of meters high. The celestial beast lowered its massive head, its luminous eyes locking directly onto the frail human standing upon the earth below. No trace of cunning or timidity remained in those eyes. Only an awe-inspiring godlike authority slowly rippling across their depths. Chen Ping'an stood grounded on the earth, gazing up at the colossal fox, taller than any skyscraper, as solemnity tightened his expression. This being radiated the strongest aura he had ever encountered since embarking on his path. Even the ferocious storm he'd confronted in the previous night had not evoked such profound peril. Around the great fox surged magical fluctuations hundreds of times more potent than before. Though such arcane energies had previously been suppressed by his own kind-fused vitality, they now appeared subtly altered, infused with that same miraculous golden radiance. That golden tinge stirred a deep, unsettling premonition within Chen Ping'an. Still, the shrine statue of the divine sovereign had already confirmed their shared allegiance. No battle between them was necessary. With that thought, Chen Ping'an raised his voice and called out to the giant fox, "Miss Fox, hear me out." Actually, the fox's regal, impassive gaze fell upon him, a silent, detached dismissal of his words. Without opening its maw, the great fox projected a thunderous voice from the heavens, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Words are futile. Human, you have committed an unforgivable transgression. Repent in the depths of hell." The radiant halo hovering motionlessly behind the fox's head abruptly stilled. Then from each of its 9 sakura flames a streak of cherry light erupted outward in all directions. Domain unleashed celestial fox illusion. The commanding voice granted Chen Ping'an no chance to explain, and in a flash, the sakura light expanded at light speed, swallowing the entire forest whole. Chen Ping'an blinked, and the world around him shattered into transformation. Above hung a colossal fractured blood moon. Along the horizon, endless rows of towering torii gates receded into infinity. Chen Ping'an now stood upon a stone platform of staggering scale, so vast its edges vanished beyond sight. Its surface was scarred with dried blood and the brutal imprints of countless battles, testifying to wars too fierce to fathom. "Where am I?" Another spatial ability. "Miss Fox, cease this. I am no enemy. I am also of the ash." Reluctant to escalate needlessly, Chen Ping'an shouted into the vast, empty expanse. This time no one interrupted his declaration of identity. Yet, the ash, unknown. Human, are you merely stalling? You are most despicable now. The majestic voice emanated from every direction at once. Chen Ping'an could not pinpoint its true source. Suddenly a searing sense of danger lanced through him from behind. Though he knew not what approached, instinct compelled him to whirl around and evade. The instant he turned, a colossal razor-sharp foxclaw erupted from the void, its surface shimmering with eerie sakura light. The claw sliced cleanly through the air, leaving a visible incandescent trail, and a bolt of slashing energy shot skyward, vanishing into the distant heavens. Only when the attack dissolved at the furthest edge of vision did Chen Ping'an feel the strange resonance lingering in its wake, a cold bead of sweat tracing down his temple. Behind him, across his flank, a deep, grievous gash now marred his body. He had dodged with lightning speed, yet even that was insufficient. Where the great fox's claw had grazed him, his normally invincible martial body had been cleaved open with terrifying ease. And Chen Ping'an realized something deeply alarming. The arcane energies now fused with golden power were no longer subdued by his kind-fused vitality. In fact, they seemed capable of suppressing it outright. Seeing her first strike miss, the nine-tailed celestial fox materialized calmly from the void, her massive form hovering effortlessly in the sky. 9 sakura flames blazed from the halo behind her head, their radiant beams anchoring the entire illusory realm. Human, you evaded my strike. Unexpected, but futile. Within my domain, your defeat is absolute. With each word, her form flickered unpredictably across the space. Within the celestial fox's domain, Kogasa could shift between corporeal and ethereal states at will, and traverse space without limit. Against such instantaneous movement, Chen Ping'an's motions appeared sluggish, almost comical. A faint pride stirred within the fox. This was the first time in a century she had revealed her true celestial form, evoking a nostalgic warmth that softened her mood slightly. Time reigns supreme, space rules sovereign. Within my domain, I am invincible. She spoke no boast. Outside, even with the divine sovereign's granted authority, spatial manipulation carried slight latency. But here it responded instantly to thought. If this human begged for mercy now, perhaps Kogasa might consider sparing him. Perhaps punish him by making him write 100 light novels, while dressed as a girl. After all, I am no demon. Yet when the great fox glanced back at Chen Ping'an, her thoughts momentarily adrift. She saw no despair, no fear in his expression. Instead, a faint, audacious smile curled at the corners of his lips. Miss Fox, I owe you 2 apologies. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the nine-tailed celestial fox nodded slightly. Is this human about to apologize to her? Yet that smile seemed utterly insincere. Decided, let him wear stockings and write 1,000 light novels. But why say sorry twice? The celestial fox tilted her head, questioning Chen Ping'an with confusion. Human, you only offended me once, why say sorry twice? Hearing the serious question from the giant fox, Chen Ping'an looked up at the celestial fox in the sky and said, the first apology is because I offended you, Miss Fox. I am truly sorry. Chen Ping'an spoke with utmost seriousness. The giant fox sensed the sincerity in his tone, her expression slightly easing while internally pondering whether to revoke the stockings. Human, I accept your apology. Therefore, I will give you a chance. As long as you perform the traditional apology of kneeling down, I will forgive you. Kneeling down is a traditional apology ritual in Inazuma. Simply put, it involves the person apologizing kneeling down, placing both hands on the ground, and sticking their buttocks up to express their remorse. For the people of Inazuma, this is the most solemn apology ritual. Thus the giant fox did not see any issue with her demand. But in the next moment, Chen Ping'an raised his head again, his pitch-black eyes revealing a glimmer of golden light. No need for kneeling. The second apology is for what I am about to do. I apologize in advance. Boom. A powerful wave of blood energy suddenly erupted from Chen Ping'an. A crimson pillar of light faintly manifested around Chen Ping'an. After ascending to the mythic realm of martial arts, he had suppressed most of his power to maintain his ordinary human life. In most cases, he restrained his strength significantly. This way, he could reduce the energy expenditure from his blood flow and avoid appearing too inhuman. Otherwise, in the state of martial arts myth, the actions of ordinary people would seem to him like they were moving in slow motion by thousands of times. And with a single breath, Chen Ping'an could effortlessly kill a human. That state was immensely powerful, transcending human capabilities. But at this moment, Chen Ping'an completely unshackled the restraints on his power. The crimson light surrounded him, and the shirt formed from his blood energy shattered inch by inch, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles. A terrifying sense of pressure emanated from Chen Ping'an's body, spreading outward. Even this cherry blossom-colored space began to tremble faintly. The giant fox observed the ever-growing momentum of the human before her and realized that things were turning dire. She immediately abandoned her mercy. Her indifferent divine eyes transformed into those of a beast, revealing her sharp fangs. A woo! Before Chen Ping'an could fully release himself, the giant fox lunged at him with her sharp claws. Since she chose to fight, there would be no holding back. The giant fox flashed and appeared beside Chen Ping'an. Upon getting closer, she could feel the increasingly horrifying pressure which solidified her resolve to attack. On her claws, light flickered, and the sharp aura grew stronger as she swung her claws down. In the next moment, it looked as if Chen Ping'an would be bisected by the giant fox. Bang! A dull sound echoed through the space. A claw larger than a human was steadily held up by a tiny human hand. Under the giant claw, Chen Ping'an looked up at the shocked giant fox. The giant fox glared at the resisting human, angered. Within this domain, I can manipulate space at will. What use is your power? As soon as she finished speaking, Hachiho prepared to activate her spatial abilities to eliminate this human before her. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth space as king. In an instant, invisible spatial blades sliced through the area where Chen Ping'an stood, causing his body to shatter into pieces. Seeing the enemy restrained, a flicker of relief crossed the giant fox's eyes. But that unsettling voice echoed in her ears again: as long as my speed is fast enough, your spatial abilities become meaningless. When the giant fox hurriedly turned her head, only to see Chen Ping'an standing in the void, his fist raised high. On his fist, a terrifying pressure that sent chills down Hachiho's spine was condensed. Whoosh! His fist swung down fiercely. The air was ignited, leaving a burning oranger trail. It was unimaginable what would happen if such an attack directly hit. Whoosh! The giant fox instantly vanished from midair, reappearing thousands of meters away. The giant fox gazed in fear at the human, plummeting to the ground a kilometer away. Boom! Chen Ping'an's fist struck heavily against the expansive stone platform. The solid stone platform rippled like water, creating a massive wave, and a giant pit with a diameter of several hundred meters was blasted in the center. In the center of the pit, Chen Ping'an, unscathed, turned to look at the terrified giant fox, his mouth slightly moving. The giant fox's keen eyesight allowed her to read his lips. Do you want to come again? Just as that thought crossed her mind, the giant fox looked back to find Chen Ping'an's figure was nowhere to be seen in the pit. Are you looking for me, Miss Fox? A gentle voice echoed in her ear, but the once authoritative fox had lost all arrogance. She was terrified and instantly teleported tens of thousands of meters away, while the 9 flames behind her head flared brightly. Celestial Fox Secret Art. Fox Fire World. Indiscriminate golden fox fire radiated outward from the halo, while the vast celestial fox illusion began to rapidly collapse toward the center. This was an indiscriminate attack, ultimate move, and at this moment the entire world was Chen Ping'an's enemy. His expression turned grave as he gazed at the searing flames before him, resembling the sun. Even steel would vaporize instantly upon contact with this fiery light. Meanwhile, the collapsing space forced Chen Ping'an to draw closer to this lethal flame. In an instant, the roles of attack and defense reversed. Chen Ping'an seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation, yet his expression showed no hint of unease. Gazing softly at the terrified fox enveloped in light, he looked at her as if she were a child who had erred. You've gone too far, Miss Fox. His eyes, as dark as night, had completely transformed into gold without her noticing. Terrifying power surged forth from Chen Ping'an's body. At this moment, the power of the martial arts myth was completely unleashed. Domain release. Martial God. Fist intent. Open heaven. Xiaoru stood outside the cherry blossom light sphere, her expression anxious. This was the second time she had witnessed her master Hachiho unleash her domain. Though it was their first meeting, for some reason the boy gave her a peculiar sense of closeness. She was now deeply worried that her master Hachiho might truly harm him. But the domain was entirely isolated from the outside world, and Xiaoru had no way to contact the two within it. Just as Xiaoru was feeling anxious, a golden light pierced through the massive cherry blossom domain like a sword. Bang! The domain light sphere shattered like a broken bubble, transforming into a sky full of cherry blossoms. Beneath the flurry of cherry blossoms, a figure emerged from the center of the domain. Despite being a cold winter day at this moment, amidst the dense forest of eastern cherry blossoms floated through the air. Underneath the blooming cherry trees, a maid anxiously gazed at the distant figure standing alone. Oh no, only one person is standing there. Could it be that the young man has already? The maid, filled with worry, rushed towards the figure. In a moment, as the cherry blossoms fell, the figure became fully visible. The maid, upon recognizing the figure, was astonished and froze in place. A bare-chested man with black hair stood steadily in the center of the clearing, his back to the maid as golden light gradually flowed from the surroundings into his body. Just by looking at the man's back, the maid felt an immense pressure that prevented her from taking another step forward. Only after all the light merged into the man's body did that oppressive feeling slowly dissipate. The maid hurriedly approached, but discovered that the man was holding something pink in his hands. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her own mistress. At this moment, Hachiho had transformed back into the form of a small fox, and in its eyes there was no longer a trace of resistance or cunning. The entire fox appeared as if it had been played with, and stared blankly at Chen Ping'an. Unbeknownst to the maid, Chen Ping'an's eyes were tightly shut at this moment. After the power that had just been liberated was completely retracted into his body, Chen Ping'an finally opened his eyes again, which transformed back to their original black color. After manifesting his true divine form, he had merely used one move to shatter the so-called domain of the fox lady. This had made the imposing large fox feel as if it had suffered some tremendous blow, and alongside the shattered domain it had taken on this current appearance. Chen Ping'an, somewhat speechless, shook the seemingly dazed small fox in his hand. "Are you all right, fox lady?" However, this time, no matter how Chen Ping'an shook it, the small fox remained in a state of being played with, showing no reaction whatsoever. If he hadn't felt the small fox's heart still slowly beating, Chen Ping'an would have doubted whether he had been too rough, unwittingly damaging something precious. This is problematic. The emperor only mentioned that there is something important left in Eastern Ri, but now that the fox lady is like this, I have no leads at all. As if hearing a key word, the small fox, in a state of malfunction in Chen Ping'an's hands, suddenly sprang to life, as if a switch had been flipped. Her dull eyes regained their shine, and she excitedly called out to Chen Ping'an, "Woo. Woo woo woo. Little brother, do you know the emperor? So do I. We're on the same side." Looking at the suddenly excited small fox, Chen Ping'an said in confusion, "A fox lady, could you please speak in the language of Dian? I don't understand beast language." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the small fox finally realized that after being attacked by an unknown power, she had suffered too much damage and had been forced out of her divine form. Excitedly, she twisted her body, breaking free from Chen Ping'an's grasp and jumping onto the nearby clearing. A pink flame suddenly appeared from the void, enveloping the small fox within. Within the flame, the small fox gradually transformed into a glowing pink radiance. The fox-like light stretched and elongated, and once it had fully turned into a human form, the light quietly faded away. Hachiho's human form reappeared, but it seemed that due to the recent injury, the fox girl before Chen Ping'an struggled to take on a complete human shape. At this moment, two fluffy pink fox ears quietly stood erect atop Hachiho's cherry-colored hair. Above her hips at the lower back area, a long fluffy pink tail extended outward. The girl stretched her human body and said to the young man who was staring blankly in front of her, "I am Hachiho, under the command of the emperor, pleased to meet you, Chen Ping'an." Transformed into human form, Hachiho leaped to Chen Ping'an's side, raising her head to excitedly ask him, who was a head taller, "I haven't seen the emperor for 100 years. How has he been?" But after Hachiho asked, she realized that the previously terrifying man was still staring directly at her, showing no intention of responding. Hachiho, somewhat puzzled, reached out her hand and waved it in front of Chen Ping'an's eyes. The maid watching her mistress ahead said in a cold voice, "Mistress, you are not wearing any clothes." Hearing her maid's words, Hachiho looked down. She couldn't see her feet. The pink fox then remembered that after being attacked by Chen Ping'an with some unknown power, she had suddenly transformed back into her fox form, and all her clothes had fallen off at that time. Now transforming back from fox form into human form, she naturally had no clothes. Looking down, unable to see her feet. Looking up, she saw the stunned man. Bang! A puff of pink smoke erupted from beside Hachiho, and in a moment a small pink fox emerged from the smoke, looking up at her maid and calling out, "Woo." The maid nodded, gently crouched down, and embraced the fox into her arms. Then, without saying a word to Chen Ping'an, she dashed towards the shrine behind her. The small fox buried its head in the maid's arms, not lifting it again. The dust stirred by the maid's running awakened the dazed Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an calmed the turbulent blood within him and calmly gazed at the distant sea of trees. How beautiful! The scenery from that moment was forever etched in Chen Ping'an's mind. Outside the tightly closed shrine, after waiting for a moment, the maid opened the shrine's large door again and bowed to indicate that Chen Ping'an could enter. Inside the shrine hall, which was approximately several hundred square meters, Hachiho was once again dressed neatly in the attire of a shrine maiden from Inazuma. She stood with her back to Chen Ping'an, facing the center of the shrine, where a huge statue of the emperor stood, seemingly praying for something. During his first infiltration of the shrine, Chen Ping'an had noticed this extraordinarily lifelike statue of the emperor. It was because of this that he concluded that the fox girl before him and the maid must have a significant connection to the emperor. Now the 4-day seal he was searching for and the relics mentioned by the emperor would likely require their assistance. Therefore, Chen Ping'an did not strike too hard against the furious Hachiho. His strongest attack had merely shattered Hachiho's domain. However, upon examining the statue of the emperor again, Chen Ping'an made a new discovery. This statue of the emperor was exactly the same as the one he had seen, with white hair and red pupils resembling a young girl. However, this statue was extraordinarily vivid, so Chen Ping'an could discern that the aura of this statue was completely different from the emperor he had encountered. It bore a quality of sorrow and anger intertwined, her gaze looking out towards the distant world beyond the shrine, as if she had a profound separation from this world. In front of Chen Ping'an, who couldn't see a fox girl, was murmuring to the statue of the emperor, "Your Highness, Yachong misses you so much. Yachong has waited for you for a full 100 years. Yachong has been investigating every awakener that comes to Donggora as per your last command to prevent any issues with the seal. But this time Yachong has suffered greatly. Not only was she beaten, but she was also seen. Yachong longs for the fragrant and soft, your Highness." Yachong hasn't forgotten the perverse strength of a certain man, so while complaining she used a silence spell to prevent her voice from leaking out. Sensing Chen Ping'an entering the shrine, Yachong stopped her murmuring. She turned and after making a bow said, "I am Yachong, the priestess of this shrine. Due to certain reasons I need to investigate every awakener that comes to Donggora, so I apologize for any offense I may have caused you, Mr. Ping'an." At this moment Yachong had completely returned to her human form, adorned in a red and white shrine maiden's outfit. She exuded the intellectual charm of a shrine maiden, completely shedding any trace of her previous hermit-like appearance. Looking at the kneeling shrine maiden, Yachong, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of daze. The previously pristine red plum blossoms on the snowy mountain seemed to merge with the elegant shrine maiden before him. "I know, Miss Yachong, that you are guarding the Four Heavens seal. Moreover, I haven't suffered any losses previously, rather it is I who unknowingly offended you, the esteemed priestess." Chen Ping'an stepped forward and helped the fox shrine maiden up. Hearing Chen Ping'an mention the earlier incident, Yachong's face turned slightly red. Although she had lived for 100 years, such close contact with a man was a first-time experience for her. However, thinking of the emperor whom Chen Ping'an had mentioned earlier, Yachong suppressed her shyness and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Ping'an, since you are aware of the Four Heaven seal here and have also mentioned His Highness, I wonder if His Highness is still well." Chen Ping'an nodded gently. "His Highness is still in slumber. Overall, he is doing quite well." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yachong's eyes. "His Highness is safe. That's wonderful." Seeing Yachong's reaction, Chen Ping'an looked at her curiously. "Miss Yachong, what could possibly be wrong with His Highness? And why are you unaware of the Een organization? This organization was founded by His Highness 100 years ago, right?" Chen Ping'an's question left Yachong silent and looking down. After a moment, Yachong spoke with a somewhat forlorn voice. "I indeed do not know of the Een organization, as I have not left this place for 100 years while guarding the seal left by His Highness. And I have not had any contact with His Highness for a century. Many times I even wonder if His Highness has forgotten about me." At this point, Yachong raised her head again, hope shining in her eyes, and said to Chen Ping'an, "Did His Highness send you to find Yachong for something important?" "I have diligently completed the tasks left by His Highness. For this 100 years the seal has not encountered any issues, and I have dealt with all potential dangers from any awakeners who entered Donggora. Does this mean Yachong can return to His Highness' side?" The cunning fox girl at this moment resembled a traveler yearning to return home. Looking at the glimmering light in the fox girl's eyes, Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment and said, "His Highness did not mention anything concerning you. I came this time to check the Four Heaven seal and to inspect the important items left behind by His Highness. However, Miss Yachong, I don't believe His Highness would refer to you as anything less." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the glimmer of hope in Yachong's eyes seemed to be shattered by a hammer. Is His Highness abandoning Yachong? The cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 100 repetitions, is what this fox has endured while waiting for her master. But after each wait and each hope, the final news received is that her master may not want her anymore. This was an unimaginable blow for Yachong. Seeing her like this, Chen Ping'an quickly added, "Miss Yachong, don't think too much. His Highness has actually lost many memories. The memories she possesses now are only those after the founding of the Een organization. And your ignorance of the Een organization implies that His Highness' amnesia must have occurred after leaving you. I believe that if His Highness had complete memories, she would certainly not abandon you." Chen Ping'an's words reignited a spark of hope in Yachong's eyes. Yachong raised her head and sincerely bowed to Chen Ping'an. "Thank you for informing me about His Highness' well-being, Mr. Ping'an. If it concerns the state of the Four Heaven seal, I believe it would be more intuitive to take you directly to see it. Please do not resist." Two pink flames rose directly from the ground, and this time Chen Ping'an followed Yachong's words without resisting the enveloping flames. In a moment, Chen Ping'an and Yachong disappeared from the shrine. Unknown space. Purple lightning filled the entire sky. The pitch-black sky was stained purple by the thunder and at the boundary of this thunderous space, two pink flames suddenly appeared. As the flames dissipated, Chen Ping'an and Yachong appeared in the space. Yachong pointed into the distance and said to Chen Ping'an, "This is the sealing space. The door over there is the Four Heavens seal." Having been transported like this by Nanny before, Chen Ping'an was not surprised at all and followed the direction Yachong was pointing. A blood-red door stood in the center of the space, and countless bizarre characters moved around as if they were alive. Just looking at this door gave Chen Ping'an a very bad feeling. "Miss Yachong, is there a possibility of this door being opened? And what exactly is the Four Heavens seal?" His Highness has amnesia and cannot answer. "Do you, Miss Yachong, know the answer?" Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, Yachong also stared at the blood-red door in the distance and slowly said, "I also do not know what the Four Heavens seal is. 100 years ago, His Highness asked me to guard this place, and I have been guarding it ever since. However, this door will not open, Mr. Ping'an. A look at the sky." Following Yachong's gesture, Chen Ping'an looked towards the sky, filled with purple lightning. The sealing space guarded by Nanny was surrounded by darkness, whereas Yachong's sealing space was filled with raging thunder. This had made Chen Ping'an feel quite strange since entering the space. And at this moment, upon closer observation, he noticed something high in the air. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a small purple light point faintly floated in the air. No, that wasn't a light point. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ping'an discovered it was a massive seal from which the raging thunder erupted. "I believe what His Highness referred to as being left behind is this thing." Yachong turned to Chen Ping'an and said. Chen Ping'an lowered his head, just about to say something to Yachong. When he saw a blood-red door appear behind Yachong, the bizarre characters transformed into numerous human eyes, countless human eyes staring at the oblivious Yachong. "I see you." Above the blood gate, countless eyes gleamed with palpable, terrifying malice. Bachong had just been struck down by Chen Ping'an. His domain shattered, his divine form forcibly reverted. Though Bachong had regained human form, his strength remained utterly depleted. This was without doubt the blood gate's perfect moment. The instant Chen Ping'an lowered his gaze, he saw that malevolent glare radiating from those countless eyes above the blood gate coalesce into tangible waves of corruption, racing swiftly toward Bachong, who remained blissfully unaware. Chen Ping'an did not know what would happen should Bachong be touched by such malice, but he knew with absolute certainty that it would not be good. In that instant, his body moved before his mind could catch up. Golden light flared in his pupils, a torrent of fierce, surging vitality erupted from within him. He became a phantom streak, hurtling straight toward Bachong. But boom! A violet thunderbolt crashed down from the heavens. Light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. Before the sound wave even rippled outward, the blood gate was struck hidden by the celestial bolt. Under the violet thunder's searing impact, the grotesque eyes adorning the blood gate reluctantly shut once more. In their place, eerie arcane glyphs surged forth, crawling across the gate's surface. The thunderblast hurled the entire blood gate skyward in an explosive recoil. Crack, 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 crack. Bolt after blinding bolt descended from the heavens. The blood gate, dwarfed beneath heaven's wrath, offered no resistance. Only when the blood gate settled once more, firm and unshaken, at the very center of the earth, did the violet thunder cease its assault. There it stood, ancient and inscrutable, its surface alive with writhing eldritch script. Above, countless violet lightning serpents coiled and thrashed like living dragons. What had just transpired felt dreamlike, yet Chen Ping'an knew with chilling clarity that it had been all too real. Having already reached Bachong's side, he felt the thunder's power at close range, a force vastly surpassing even Bachong's most devastating technique. Merely standing before that bolt gave Chen Ping'an the unnerving sensation of being cleaved cleanly in two. And as he gazed upon the blood gate, and scathed untouched, he grew solemn. What is this thing? To endure such cataclysmic thunderbolts, and remain utterly unharmed. The blood gate now lay far beyond Chen Ping'an's comprehension, and those countless staring eyes upon its surface stirred memories of the monstrous entity that had descended after the apocalypse. Its aura matched precisely that of the Great Gate in Moda City. Thus Chen Ping'an concluded the so-called Four Heaven Seal must refer to this dark sealed realm, and the grotesque gate standing at its heart. Yet this seal differed from Modu's. What then was that colossal seal suspended in the sky? Chen Ping'an turned his gaze upward once more, to the thunderous seal blazing overhead. This time the recent discharge had briefly revealed part of the inscription at its base, Dutian. The characters etched upon the seal were unmistakably those of the Great Yin dynasty, but these two glyphs alone conveyed nothing to Chen Ping'an. As he strained to decipher, more a teasing voice chimed from his side. "Oh my. Little brother Ping'an, what exactly do you think you're about to do to me?" Bachong grinned mischievously, gazing up at Chen Ping'an, who stood arms outstretched, nearly embracing her, and continued playfully, "Oh dear. I'm absolutely terrified. Here we are, a lone man and woman. If little brother Ping'an decides to do something to me, well, I'd scream until my voice gave out, and still no one would hear. Chen Ping'an sighed helplessly at the fox maiden's antics. In his urgency, he'd charged forward, intending only to pull her away, only for the thunder to strike, freezing him mid-motion, leaving him frozen in an awkward near embrace. Now viewed from this angle, it truly did look as though he meant to do something far more intimate. Before him stood the exquisite fox sorceress, her lips shimmering with soft cherry luster, her eyes dancing with playful mischief. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He simply fell silent, gazing quietly at the beautiful fox priestess before him, while a delicate rosy aura bloomed softly between them. Ba Chong seemed to sense something shifting. Her teasing gaze faltered, growing evasive, while Chen Ping'an's own eyes slowly sharpened with quiet, unmistakable intent. Chen Ping'an's face drew nearer. Ba Chong, recalling certain illicit manga she'd once read with Xiao Ru, nervously tilted her head aside. Could it be? No, surely not. We've only just met. Though admittedly he is the most handsome human I've ever seen. But isn't this far too sudden? Still, it doesn't quite add up. Granted, I lack personal experience, but my parents made it immediately after their first heat. And he is undeniably a stronger male. Human logic and fox instinct collided violently within Ba Chong's mind, until her flawless cheeks flushed with a tender, intoxicating crimson. Neither noticed how the thunderous seal above began to subtly churn, its energy pulsing in resonance with their slow, inevitable approach. Their faces were now less than a foot apart. Ba Chong kept her gaze averted, refusing to meet Chen Ping'an's. Yet his warm breath brushed gently across her skin. Ba Chong had never experienced the proximity of another's breath, so intimate, so charged. A shiver ran through her frame, and two soft velvety fox ears sprouted atop her head, trembling faintly. Suddenly, rough, calloused hands cupped her delicate face, gently turning it back toward him. Trembling with equal parts fear and anticipation, Ba Chong lifted her eyes to meet Chen Ping'an's. What she saw was not passion, but a teasing, knowing grin. "Oh, Miss Ba Chong, let me see, have you gone shy on me?" Before she could react, Chen Ping'an flicked her lightly on the nose, a playful reprimand aimed at the flustered, breathless fox maiden. "I certainly didn't intend to tease you, Miss Ba Chong, but judging by your expression, perhaps you were hoping to be teased." "Humph, not a chance, little fox." Only then did Ba Chong realize she'd just been playfully outmaneuvered by this handsome young man. A woo. Mortified and indignant, she abandoned all pretense of priestessly decorum and lunged, biting playfully at Chen Ping'an's arm. Watching Ba Chong nod gently on his forearm, her large eyes narrowed in mock ferocity, Chen Ping'an reached out affectionately, intent on stroking her fox ears. Teasing this mischievous fox was unexpectedly delightful. Yet the moment his fingers brushed her ear, she instantly released his arm, clutched her ears protectively, and glared at him with wary suspicion. No way. Her ears were her most sensitive point. Touching them triggered overwhelming warmth and loss of control. Earlier, when Chen Ping'an had seized her ears, she'd lost access to her spatial abilities. Not because of injury, but because the sensation overwhelmed her focus. Back then, she'd treated him as an enemy, forcing herself to suppress that strange, intoxicating response even as it scattered her concentration. But now, they were allies. And, perhaps, something more. Should he touch her ears again, it would be catastrophic. Disaster would surely follow. Chen Ping'an sheepishly withdrew his hand, which had been reaching to stroke Yaku's ears, as she watched him warily. Indeed, petting Yaku in her fox form was even more satisfying than stroking a cat, perhaps because that was the first impression she'd left on him, and now he truly regarded her as a charming, innocent creature. So of course he wouldn't do anything untoward here, probably not. Besides, this place was hardly appropriate. Far in the distance loomed that eerie blood gate, capable at any moment of sprouting countless watchful eyes. To act rashly would be tantamount to broadcasting it live. One simply mustn't, ought not to, do such a thing. As the two drew apart, neither noticed that high above them the colossal violet thunder seal, its purplish lightning already poised to strike, slowly retracted its descending bolt. After a while, seeing that Chen Ping'an had truly abandoned his intention to touch her ears, Yaku gradually lowered her protective hands and said, "Master Ping'an, I know you meant only to protect me. But it's quite all right. I have guarded this gate for 100 years. Each time I enter to inspect it, the gate seizes the opportunity to attack me." However, she lifted her arm, pointing upward toward the violet thunder seal hovering in the sky. "His Highness the Emperor not only assigned me as its warden, but also placed this suppression artifact within the sealed realm. Should the blood gate stir, even slightly, the seal will strike it instantly. This seal must be the vital relic His Highness referred to." At Yaku's words, Chen Ping'an's gaze flickered faintly. A suppression artifact? No, that can't be right. The seal over Modu contained only black void and the blood gate when I entered it, before I nearly fell under the gate's control and was compelled to open it. Then why does Nanan's sealed space lack such an artifact? Was it never placed there, or was it removed later? As Chen Ping'an pondered, Yaku suddenly stepped forward and gently grasped his arm. Puzzled by her gesture, Chen Ping'an felt an upward force welling from the surrounding space. A force emanating unmistakably from the arcane resonance radiating from Yaku herself. Now then, let me show you up close. Spell, Skyward Ascension. Under Yaku's incantation, the two rose slowly into the air. With no idle thoughts to distract him, not even the soft, boneless warmth of Yaku's small hand, Chen Ping'an's attention became wholly absorbed as they drew nearer to the violet thunder seal. The seal swelled in his vision until its base came fully into focus. Originally inscribed with 4 grand characters, 2 had long since worn away, leaving only Dutian legible. Merely gazing upon those 2 characters evoked an overwhelming, air-crushing pressure. But the instant Yaku's fingers tightened ever so slightly around his, the oppressive weight vanished without a trace. Moments later they arrived beside the seal, and only then did Chen Ping'an behold its full majesty, golden throughout save for its base, which blazed with vivid crimson. Upon its surface coiled 9 exquisitely carved Eastern divine dragons, each exhaling torrents of violet lightning that surged ceaselessly into the heavens. Yaku turned her face toward Chen Ping'an, who stood entranced, and said, "Since His Highness the Emperor told you the relic was vital, Master Ping'an, please take this seal with you. Perhaps seeing it will awaken His Highness's memories of the past." With those words, Yaku casually beckoned, and the seal flew toward them, shrinking rapidly in midair until it was no larger than an apple. Finally, the miniature seal settled gently onto Yaku's palm. She extended it toward Chen Ping'an. Yet Chen Ping'an did not take it. Instead, brows faintly furrowed, he asked Miss Yaku, "If I remove this suppression artifact, won't that eerie blood gate become perilously unstable?" The simulation had claimed this journey yielded tremendous gains. Was it this Dutian seal? Had Yaku's instruction to remove the artifact made Dongare the primary target? Yaku shook her head. There's no cause for concern. A century ago the seal was indeed indispensable, but now that I've attained the domain realm, I alone can suppress the blood gate. Moreover, this entire space is itself a colossal seal. My sole duty is to enter periodically and verify whether the blood gate exhibits any anomaly. Even without the suppression artifact, the blood gate cannot breach this space. That was His Highness's final instruction to me before departing. Saying this, Yaku extended the seal once more into Chen Ping'an's hands and added, "Take it, Master Ping'an. Try channeling your spiritual energy into it. You'll then be able to command it." Hesitating only briefly, Chen Ping'an accepted the seal and cautiously sent a slender thread of spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Spiritual energy fluctuation detected. Spiritual alignment verification passed. Contamination level verification passed. Spiritual strength verification passed. Granting level 2 operational authority. As the voice faded, instructions on wielding the seal materialized unbidden within Chen Ping'an's consciousness. He could now manipulate the seal just as Yaku did, enlarging or shrinking it at will or unleashing thunderbolts against adversaries. Well, you've received the instructions too, haven't you? It's incredibly intuitive to use. Yaku beamed at Chen Ping'an, her expression radiant with quiet pride, as if she were a devoted pet presenting its master with a treasured find. Her face shimmered with the unmistakable glow of one seeking praise for a deed well done. Chen Ping'an nodded softly, astonished that this wondrous artifact could impart its own usage directly to his mind. Yet those brief system prompts lingered in his thoughts. What exactly was this contamination? And if he'd only been granted level 2 authority, who held level 1? His Highness the Emperor. Finding no answers, Chen Ping'an returned his attention to the seal resting in his palm, the first truly extraordinary artifact he had ever held. It was neither metal nor wood, astonishingly weightless in his grasp, yet no amount of force he applied could so much as scratch its surface. His current strength could crush diamond barehanded, yet this tiny seal remained utterly impervious. He could scarcely fathom what power had worn away even its engraved characters. Strangest of all, through his spiritual perception, the seal appeared as an absolute void, pitch black and hollow, like an absence in reality itself, identical to the stone hut he'd encountered earlier. Watching Chen Ping'an marvel at the seal, Yaku puffed her cheeks playfully and declared, arms akimbo, "Well, isn't the seal I gave you magnificent?" Chen Ping'an did not reply immediately. To his astonishment, he was already probing the seal with his refined, transformed blood energy. Blood energy is a peculiar form of energy generated by the human body after surpassing its physical limits through martial arts secrets. In a certain sense, this energy can be regarded as a manifestation of the elevation of life force. At this moment, a crimson blood energy slowly flowed from Chen Ping'an's palm into the 9-dragon seal. The blood energy integrated seamlessly into the seal, much like the previous mental force. However, this time the seal did not emit any sound again. It silently continued to absorb Chen Ping'an's blood energy. The small seal seemed like a bottomless pit who, despite the input of Chen Ping'an's blood energy, it showed no signs of change. This piqued Chen Ping'an's curiosity, and he wanted to see the limit of the seal's absorption. Bajong observed Chen Ping'an's focused demeanor. Though she did not know what he was doing, she quieted down and patiently awaited his response. The crimson blood energy surged into the seal like a rushing river, and in no time, nearly 60% of the blood energy within Chen Ping'an had vanished. Looking at the still unchanged Great Seal, Chen Ping'an hesitated about whether to continue supplying energy. Just then, fresh blood energy erupted from the 9 dragon heads atop the Great Seal. This blood energy was tinged with a hint of golden color, and as soon as it detached from the Great Seal, it surged directly towards Chen Ping'an. He did not show any intention of evading the incoming golden-red blood energy. At that moment, his body felt an urge to absorb the blood energy ejected by the Great Seal. Acting on instinct, he did not resist, allowing the golden-tinged blood energy to merge into his body. As the golden-red blood energy entered his body, a look of surprise flashed across Chen Ping'an's face. This is the blood energy I input earlier, but it has been refined. Moreover, it seemed that some new power had been added. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes, quietly feeling the new blood energy merging into his body while his palm continued to supply energy. Meanwhile, the 9 dragon mouths on the Great Seal continued to expel the purified blood energy. Thus, a cycle of blood energy formed between Chen Ping'an and the 9 dragon seal. Gradually, the crimson blood energy that Chen Ping'an output also became tinged with golden color, deepening as time passed. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes once more. In the dark sealed space, a flash of golden-purple light flickered and vanished. Chen Ping'an looked at the unchanged small seal in his hand with some surprise. At that moment, all the blood energy within him had taken on a hint of golden-red hue, and the overall quality of his blood energy had nearly doubled from before. And the changes did not stop there. After waiting for a long time, Bajong saw Chen Ping'an open his eyes and was about to approach him. However, she noticed Chen Ping'an's gaze shift towards the blood-colored great door in the center of the space. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an raised the hand, holding the seal, pointing it directly at the blood door. Bajong looked at Chen Ping'an's actions with confusion. But in the next moment, boom! A thunderclap rang directly in Bajong's ear, while a purple lightning bolt shot forth from Chen Ping'an's palm. Before Bajong could comprehend it, the lightning had already struck the distant blood door. For a moment, the blood door seemed to be stunned by the blow. Some strange characters transformed back into human eyes, gazing at Chen Ping'an, seemingly bewildered by what this human intended to do. Boom, 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 boom. Like a replay of the previous scene, the purple lightning struck the blood door once again. The opened human eyes under the barrage of thunder had no choice but to close again. Mr. Ping'an, what are you doing? Bajong looked at Chen Ping'an, with surprise, her face showing a hint of joy. She could see clearly that the lightning did not emanate from the 9 dragon seal, but shot out from Chen Ping'an's palm. Bajong could not understand what was happening. It was important to note that she had also operated the 9 dragon seal before, but in her impression the lightning could only be emitted from the seal. Chen Ping'an joyfully retracted his palm. The lightning he had just unleashed was a newfound ability acquired after the purification of his blood energy. Now it seemed he had gained a new instinct. Whenever he wished, he could utilize blood energy to unleash this purple lightning. Although in terms of power, it was currently slightly weaker than the lightning from the seal, Chen Ping'an sensed that this lightning, which he conjured, would increase in strength alongside his own growth. Moreover, after the purification of the blood energy, Chen Ping'an felt he had made a significant step closer to the perfection of the mythic realm. The first realm of martial myth, the 5 mountains, are light as a feather. This realm represents the ultimate enhancement of the martial body. As the blood energy continues to strengthen, the strength and power of the martial body will continually rise. After reaching the limits of this realm, Chen Ping'an would possess the strength to shoulder the weight of the 5 mountains. The power to move mountains in myth is nothing more than this. Such means are beyond the capabilities of human martial arts. Miss Bajong, I truly thank you. The seal has helped me immensely. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's gratitude, Bajong's face also broke into a happy smile. However, Chen Ping'an extended his hand, offering the seal back to Bajong, saying, "But I think it's best not to take it away casually, as it is a suppression artifact." Chen Ping'an remembered that in the previous simulation, Doomsday was the first place where the apocalypse occurred, which was different from all the previous simulations. Upon reflection, the only mention of Doomsday in the simulation was when he achieved a so-called significant gain there. Now that he thought about it, that significant gain might refer to the purification of blood energy and the ability to manipulate lightning he had just acquired, or it could be the fact that he had taken the 9 dragon seal. It was strange that the information about this seal had not appeared during the battle with the giant palm in the previous simulation. However, Chen Ping'an wanted to test whether the apocalypse would still directly descend upon Dongore in the next simulation if he did not take the seal. Nevertheless, by leaving the seal behind, Chen Ping'an suffered no losses. He tried to input the purified blood energy again, and found the seal could no longer purify the blood energy. It seemed to have reached its limit. As for the power of lightning from the seal, Chen Ping'an had already mastered it himself. Thus, at this moment, the seal held little value for Chen Ping'an. As for Bajang's hope that the seal would help the emperor recall something that seemed a bit difficult given that Chen Ping'an had not forgotten that the emperor was currently once again in a deep slumber within the stone chamber. Moreover, the barrier in front of the stone chamber had changed, making it impossible for Chen Ping'an to break through and show the emperor the seal. Although Bajang did not understand why Chen Ping'an had refused such a powerful suppression artifact, seeing the resolute look in his eyes, she obediently accepted the 9-dragon seal back. Swish! Bajang casually tossed the 9-dragon seal, and it quickly grew larger, returning to its previous position. The dragon sculptures on the seal once again began to unleash torrents of thunder. Even after helping Chen Ping'an purify his blood energy and granting him the power of thunder, this seal showed no signs of weakening. After placing the seal back, Bajang turned back to look at Chen Ping'an with a smile, saying, "Mr. Ping'an, it's getting late. Let's head out so I can properly entertain you." Cherry blossom flames flickered into existence from the void, and 2 figures emerged hand in hand from the shimmering rift. The solemn grand hall of the shrine had vanished, replaced instead by a tidy old-fashioned kitchen. Directly before them stood a figure clad in a maid's uniform, busily preparing a meal. Her form-fitting dress revealed only when she bent forward the elegant contours carefully concealed beneath. As if sensing their arrival, the maid, Xiaoru, turned her head. There she saw Chen Ping'an and Ye holding hands as they materialized from the void. Her eyes widened with gentle astonishment, and she gazed between them like a fond mother, curiosity dancing across her expression. Under Xiaoru's bemused gaze, Chen Ping'an and Ye suddenly realized they had not let go of each other's hands since Ye had first drawn him skyward, and through the subsequent hours of purification all the way until their ejection from the sealed realm, their hands had remained clasped. Ye calmly withdrew her hand and chirped sweetly to Xiaoru, "Xiaoru, we're starving. What delicious feast have you prepared for dinner?" Without waiting for an answer, she darted forward and wrapped her arms around Xiaoru from behind. "Ah, aged tofu. How wonderful." Watching her mistress's familiar playful affection, Xiaoru sighed softly. "Please wait just a moment, master and Mr. Chen. The dinner will be ready shortly." With that, she resumed cooking with renewed vigor, while Ye pivoted gracefully and tugged Chen Ping'an along. Come on. Xiaoru's culinary artistry is absolutely extraordinary. Let's chat while we wait. You must tell me all about the sovereign. I've missed her terribly." Chen Ping'an could not help but wonder, was it merely his imagination? That Ye's composure, though outwardly unruffled, was betrayed by the faintest blush blooming upon the tips of her delicate ears. Within the abyssal sealed realm high above, the 9-dragon imperial seal hovered silently, inhaling and exhaling torrents of apocalyptic lightning. Suddenly, the writhing eldritch script etched across the blood-red gate froze mid-crawl. From the narrow seam beneath its tightly shut doors, shadows began to seep forth, slow, viscous, and absolute. The darkness swallowed the gate, whole, devouring every glyph in its path. When the entire structure had dissolved into utter blackness, a colossal eye, vast enough to fill the gate's entire surface, slowly opened. It was no human eye. Its obsidian pupil reflected infinite suffering and unspeakable sin. The great orb lifted its gaze, and upon beholding the 9-dragon seal suspended in the heavens, a fleeting ripple of revulsion passed across its ancient awareness. Not here. A voice, not of flesh nor breath, resounded from the gate. Merely hearing it would drive mortals irrevocably mad. Yet the seal, the very artifact entrusted with suppression, remained utterly inert. The voice faded. The colossal eye closed once more. Darkness receded from the gate's surface, and crimson hues along with the eerie script reasserted themselves. When the last wisp of shadow had vanished, the blood gate stood restored, unchanged, unblemished. From beginning to end, the mighty 9-dragon seal had remained oblivious, as if it were nothing more than ornamental stone. Silence descended once more upon the sealed realm. That night in Dongore, neon lights pulsed and shimmered. It was a city that never slept. Though experts had dismissed the daytime fox cries as mass hallucination, pedestrians still whispered animatedly about the uncanny experience across Dongore's streets. In stark contrast to the city's vibrant glow stood a dense primordial forest at its heart, a realm severed from modernity where even civilization's brightest embers failed to pierce the suffocating night. Yet deep within that dark woodland, inside an ancient shrine, warmth and mirth now reigned. Xiaoru, your cooking remains as exquisite as ever. I could savor it for 100 years without tiring. Marry me, be my wife. A pink-haired kitsune radiant with bliss devoured aged tofu with rapturous delight, her flawless face flushed with wine-induced warmth. After hearing Chen Ping'an's detailed account of the sovereign's current affairs, Ye's anxieties dissolved entirely. Her spirits soaring, she produced a treasured vintage to share with Chen Ping'an, though this particular fox, it seemed, had imbibed rather too generously. Xiaoru, sipping miso soup with serene composure, responded coolly, "You've had too much to drink, milady. And legally speaking, marriage between women is not permitted." Is that so? I don't care. If not, I'll unleash the fox illusion upon that foolish prime minister. Force him to amend the law. Yes, change it immediately. Slurring her words with drunken audacity, Ye declared something truly dangerous. Yet Xiaoru merely watched, her eyes soft with the indulgent patience one reserves for a beloved child. If the sovereign hadn't forbidden us from interfering in mortal affairs, I'd have incinerated every last one of these petty mortals long ago, just for constantly scheming to curry favor with minis. Back then, the sovereign herself slaughtered their entire ruling elite, yet forbade us from lifting a finger. Fuming, Ye waved her arm emphatically, venting her contempt for the people of Inazuma. Her gaze drifted dully toward the sake bottle beside her, and without hesitation, she seized it in a tight embrace. Sovereign, my dearest sovereign. He indeed, this fox possessed lamentable sobriety, but undeniable beauty. Still, her appearance was undeniably striking. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an ate calmly, savoring the steamed rice Xiaoru had prepared for him alongside mouth-watering mapo tofu and stir-fried green peppers with minced pork. He had not expected such authentic Sichuan cuisine in Inazuma. Then again, with two peerless beauties seated before him, even plain rice tasted sublime. Lady Ye, he asked gently, you mentioned the sovereign once slew Enazuman elites and forbade you from intervening in worldly matters. May I ask, what lies behind that? At his words, Ye, still hazy with drink, discarded the bottle and rubbed her eyes. Her loose Miko robe slipped slightly, revealing a sliver of ivory shoulder and the gentle curve of her collarbone. But she took no notice, only grinning lazily at Chen Ping'an. I know you. You're Chen Ping'an, the handsome man who stole my kiss. Chen Ping'an flushed awkwardly at the fox's inebriated candor. After a few moments of light-hearted teasing, Ye stirred slightly, muttering drowsily, long ago the sovereign descended with thunderous judgment, annihilating nearly every armed Enazuman who refused to lay down their weapons. Millions perished. Their nation was renamed Inazuma. Yet even you of the great Yin Empire seem unaware. But those fools learned nothing, soon aligning themselves once more with minis. Accursed Inazumans. Accursed minis. She swung her arm sharply as if hammering away every hated face. Ye's words stirred distant echoes in Chen Ping'an's memory, fragments of Enazuman legend he'd once heard, but disbelief lingered stubborn and heavy. Could that seemingly gentle cherubic sovereign truly have wrought such slaughter upon Inazuma? Yet recalling the atrocities committed by those same people upon the great Yin a century prior, he found himself understanding, deeply sorrowfully, the sovereign's wrath. Unperturbed by Chen Ping'an's quiet contemplation, Ye continued, it was during the sovereign's thunderous judgment upon Inazuma that I first encountered her majesty. I was once but an ordinary little fox, until that day when I met his imperial majesty the sovereign lord. A wistful light shimmered in Yachang's gaze. A century ago on Mount Koya in neon, a gray and white falcon pierced the clouds with unerring grace. From its eagle-eyed vantage, the mountains sprawled beneath, a tapestry of opulent Buddhist temples. Yet within their halls dwelled no serene monks in meditation, only countless shaven-headed figures brandishing sabers and rifles rigorously training for war. Centuries earlier, monks from the great Yin Empire had brought Buddhism to this narrow land, where it took deep root and flourished. Over centuries, Mount Koya had risen as Neon's holiest Buddhist sanctuary. Unlike their counterparts in the great Yin, Neon's monks neither abstained from marriage nor refrained from meat, an unusually lax path of cultivation. In recent years, as the Neon Emperor declared war upon the great Yin alongside nations such as Mini's, nationwide mobilization swept the land, and even the mountain monks abandoned sutra chanting, enlisting instead as reserve soldiers. The prospect of carving up their former suzerain and plundering its vast wealth and resources ignited an unprecedented national frenzy. Even monks who ought to have cultivated detachment and tranquility now dreamed only of hastening to the front lines to seize to slaughter. Along the winding mountain path, a short, stout monk carried a wooden cage toward the colossal main gate of Mount Koya. Inside the cage crouched a small white fox. In his other hand, he held two larger red foxes. Their heads hung lifelessly, their deaths long settled. Within the cage, the little fox appeared listless, its pristine fur flecked with crimson stains, wounded and weary. Its gaze lingered upon the two larger foxes, not with fear, but with instinctive tender yearning, the purest bond of kinship. As an animal, it could not comprehend why its parents lay motionless, nor fathom what this grotesque human intended to do to them. The monk thrilled inwardly. He had not only bagged 2 resplendent adult foxes, but also captured a rare albino specimen. Once back at the temple, he would skin the red foxes and present the white one to a high-ranking officer in the military command, surely earning himself early deployment to the front. Indeed, what the monk craved most was the chance to march into battle, or rather, to invade the Yin lands to pillage and brutalize. Recruiting officers had told him the Great Yin had already collapsed beneath Neon's iron tread. Its most prosperous metropolis, Do, had fallen to Neon's armies. Under orders from the Supreme Commander, Neon troops were now laying waste to Do. At the thought of looting its riches and claiming its women, the monk's pulse quickened and his pace hastened. The little white fox understood nothing of human affairs. Though born with anomalous fur and intellect slightly sharper than her kin's, she remained, after all, only a fox. She knew not that her best fate would be to become a nobleman's pet, or worse, that her rare snow-white pelt might be stripped from her body and paraded as a trophy upon some aristocratic matron's shoulders. Whine. Pain pierced her small frame, stirring an instinctive cry for her parents. Yet the 2 large foxes in the monk's grip stirred not at all. Too young to grasp the meaning of death, she trembled in silent incomprehension. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted from Mount Koya's highest peak, and swiftly spilled outward, swallowing the mountain's clear sky in a single blinding tide. The light surged outward at impossible speed. To the little fox perched halfway up the mountainside, it soon stretched beyond the horizon's edge. Were one to observe from a great height, they would see golden ink spreading across Neon's land, seeping, saturating until the entire nation lay bathed in that luminous, unbroken glow. The monk, awestruck by the miracle, dropped his prey and fell to his knees, murmuring invocations of ancient Neon deities, praying trembling. At that instant, a voice resonated in every Nihanese ear, not in their native tongue, yet each word crystallized with perfect, undeniable clarity. All citizens of Neon, surrender unconditionally to the Great Yin now. 10 seconds hence, any who raise weapons in defiance shall be slain without mercy. The voice rang crisp and bright, yet beneath its clarity burned a chilling, lethal intent. The proclamation sent shockwaves through Neon. The nation stood ablaze with ambition, its rise fueled by the very decline of the once mighty Great Yin, now deemed little more than raw material for Neon's ascent. To the Nihanese, Yin men were destined for slavery, Yin women for conquest, their culture their treasures, all rightful spoils of Neon's manifest destiny. Victories on the battlefield, especially the fall of Do, the Great Yan's radiant jewel, had cemented Neon's contempt for its former suzerain. Now an unknown voice wielding unfathomable power to veil the heavens itself dared demand that proud Neon kneel before the lesser Yin Empire. Wherever they stood, Nihanese erupted in furious, unified outrage, shouting curses at the sky. Those armed seized their weapons and waved them defiantly toward the heavens. The unarmed snatched stones, clubs, even clenched fists, and hurled their rage upward in blind primal fury. The little fox heard no voice, only silence. Her eyes remained fixed on the 2 fallen foxes beside her. As they lay utterly still, something within her seemed at last to understand. Whine. She barked fiercely at the monk, the first time in her brief life that hatred flared raw and searing in her heart. The monk paid her no heed. Instead, he drew his hunting rifle and aimed it skyward, shouting, his former reverence now twisted into venom. You false god, let me see how you plan to destroy us. It is the Yin Empire, not mighty Neon, that deserves to be trampled beneath our heel. Die, demon. Fueled by manic fervor, he raised his rifle high and fired again and again into the golden void. Across Neon, countless others mirrored his rage, revealing their savage natures in unison, hurling defiance at the heavens. No one noticed the figure atop Mount Koya's summit, a white-haired being clad in black hanfu, suspended midair, eyes closed in deep solemn attunement. 10 seconds elapsed. Crimson irises slowly opened, cold as glacial ice. The hour has come. Sinners of Neon, atone for your crimes beneath the wrath of thunder. A tiny figure raised her right hand toward the heavens. From her palm soared a miniature imperial seal, ascending, blazing, vanishing into the boundless sky above. The imperial seal welcomed the wind and grew larger. Suddenly 9 golden dragons soared into the air from the seal. The sight of the 9 colossal golden dragons dragging the immense seal charged straight into the golden sky. A purple aura began to rapidly expand in all directions from the point where the dragons met the golden sky. The white-haired girl's gaze showed no hesitation. Accompanied by the swiftly spreading purple light, she raised her arms high and swung them down with great force. Against the national war law, universal celestial. Suddenly, there was a profound silence between heaven and earth, as if even the wind had come to a standstill. All those in the island nation cursing the heavens felt a sudden intense sense of danger gripping their throats. After entering civilization, their regressed animal instincts were now frantically alerting them. The little fox looked angrily at the suddenly frozen monk, unable to understand why this human had stopped moving. In the next moment, the monk abruptly dropped his rifle and began to flee frantically into the distance, his face twisted as if he were on the verge of death. Boom! In the expanse between heaven and earth, only one sound remained. Above the golden canopy, countless purple thunderbolts fell with a loud crash, as if the thunder had a designated target, striking down all over the island nation. A purple lightning bolt illuminated the pink pupils of the white fox. The fleeing monk was directly split in two by the falling sky lightning, unable to let out even a single scream before meeting his end. Unbeknownst to the white fox, a similar scene was unfolding across the island nation, where all those who had just picked up weapons in an attempt to resist were now facing the descending thunder. The thunderstorm over the island nation lasted for 10 days and nights. When the last thunderbolt faded, the women and children who had hidden indoors dared to tremble as they stepped outside. Wherever they looked, the island nation had been fractured at the spine. On the mountainside of Mount Koya, the little white fox, having not eaten for 10 days, was on the verge of death from weakness. From the bodies of her already deceased parents came the stench of decay. Just as the little fox felt the threads of her life about to snap, she heard a clear, cold voice. "Your Highness the Emperor, there is a little fox here." A flash of golden light passed by, and the wooden cage shattered instantly. The little fox shot out from the cage, felt herself embraced in a warm hug. Before the little fox fell unconscious, the last thing she saw was the exquisitely beautiful face of a girl. At this point, Yaoya's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. "That little fox is me. At that time, I felt that Your Highness the Emperor was the greatest human in this world. Oh, Your Highness my Emperor, your little fox misses you so much." In her emotional excitement, Yaoya hugged the wine jug again. Perhaps she was reminiscing about the touch of the Emperor with the wine jug. Chen Ping'an stared in shock at Yaoya. He had guessed that the Emperor might have been very powerful in the past, but he never expected that the Emperor could single-handedly stand against an entire nation. Now that he possessed the power of lightning, he could better understand the terrifying strength behind the Emperor's thunderous punishment of the island nation. To envelop an entire nation with will like the Emperor did, and then precisely strike down the resisting elements, continuing to bombard for 10 days and nights, this power had already surpassed what Chen Ping'an could reach at this time. But why did such a powerful emperor later lose their memory? Chen Ping'an frowned in confusion. At this moment, Yaoya was completely immersed in her memories with the emperor. After finally sobering up, she took another drink from the wine jug and continued speaking to Chen Ping'an. "After that, I accompanied Your Highness the Emperor and traveled all over the island nation. Your Highness the Emperor rarely spoke. Most of the time she would quietly stroke me, and at that moment I felt very warm and comfortable, as if I were in my mother's embrace. And it was not just that. When I was by Your Highness' side, a constant golden radiance emanated from her, making me feel very comfortable. Under the shining of that radiance, I gradually understood many things. Until one day my face suddenly changed from white to pink. Your Highness said I had been enlightened and awakened." Hearing Yaoya's words, Chen Ping'an recalled the little dolphin that had unintentionally been enlightened during his mental leap. "So did the Emperor do something similar back then? I was so scared at that time, but thankfully Your Highness still liked me, and after that she petted me even more frequently." As she spoke, Yaoya proudly puffed out her chest, as if being petted by the Emperor was something to be proud of. Chen Ping'an quietly nodded at the proud Yaoya, acknowledging that the sensation of being petted was indeed quite delightful. Chen Ping'an was referring to her fox form. "After that, Your Highness took me and Xiao Ru to Dongare, and then the Emperor left in Azuma. Before leaving, Your Highness asked me to guard the seal and forbade me from interfering in worldly matters. I stayed in Dongare for 100 years until 50 years ago I finally broke through to the 9th level of awakening and entered the domain realm." Hearing Yaoya's words, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow.